Lingxi found herself trapped within the pages of a novel, assuming the role of a dim-witted and expendable female antagonist. In the original narrative, she served as a mere stepping stone for the protagonist, the illegitimate daughter, who rose through challenges only to be abandoned by her biological father and schemed against by her brothers. Lingxi's character met a tragic end at 30,000 words, alongside a tyrant, facing a gruesome fate. Father, you might as well lie down and accept your fate, for in 3 years, our entire family will face annihilation. Even the dogs will be beheaded. It would be better to indulge in a carefree existence now. How pitiful my elder brother is, unaware, until death, that he raised the child of a traitor. My second brother is truly unfortunate. The esteemed top scholar was crippled by his arch-nemesis, living in a state worse than that of a dog. My third brother is undoubtedly a disaster, as his striking beauty led to his face being flayed by a rival in love. With a family so burdened, Lingxi decided to embrace a life of apathy until death, yet she soon discovered that the plot was taking an increasingly outrageous turn. Her father submitted a memorial, requesting the position of salt tax collector, leading to the downfall of half the court's veteran officials. Her second brother's rival, inebriated, fell into a pond and perished. Her third brother's love rival met a similar fate, tumbling from his bed in the dead of night. Even the tyrant, whom she had previously manipulated, did not follow the original narrative's course of flaying her alive and hanging her from the city gate. Instead, he approached her with heartfelt intentions. Lingxi, you must take responsibility for me. I wish to make you my consort, Lingxi. Chapter 1. The Tyrant's Unforeseen Circumstances. Lingxi had crossed into the story. Curled up on the bed, she gazed at the disheveled man before her, a chill creeping up her spine. Heaven, do you not see what you have wrought? Was it not merely a passing remark? What kind of brainless author could conceive such a foolish character that led to her transformation into this mindless female antagonist? The title of the novel was painfully melodramatic. The regent prince weeps in the embrace of his white moonlight, and the content was even more absurd. The protagonist was an unacknowledged daughter of a noble house, tormented by her legitimate counterpart from childhood until her demise. Upon her rebirth, endowed with incredible powers, she sought revenge on all those who wronged her. The antagonist, Lingxi, was merely a pawn, destined to be slaughtered in the chaotic finale. Ah, the tyrant groaned softly, turning over, his physique starkly apparent to Lingxi. She hastily draped a garment over him. How old could he be? 17? 18? Exceptionally handsome, yet so cruel. In the original narrative, the tyrant's wine goblet was crafted from his mother's skull, his chopsticks from his father's thigh bone, and his soup spoon from the waist bone of his twin sister. He often summoned the wives of his ministers, coercing them into a primitive game of truth or dare. With such striking features, why does he not engage in more humane pursuits? The tyrant, in a daze, heard the voice of a woman. Alas, no matter how handsome, he too will meet a beheading in a month. Instantly, the tyrant was jolted awake, the recent events replaying in his mind. He had been perusing memorials in his chamber when he succumbed to weakness after drinking tea, only to be accosted by a woman. A woman? He propped himself up on his elbow, staring at the disarrayed figure beside him, adorned with a few large red flowers in her hair. Her name was Lingxi, the only legitimate daughter of Lingxi, the favored foster daughter of the Empress Dowager, known for her crude and domineering demeanor. Even the princess was subjected to her bullying, while she served as a companion. Could it be that she was the one who had engaged with him? The tyrant felt sullied, an intense rage surging within him. What did it matter if she had the Empress Dowager's backing? He would flay her alive and display her as a warning at the city gates. Just as he was about to summon the guards to seize her, he heard the voice once more. Should I not be correct? He is undoubtedly planning to flay me and hang me to dry, is he not? What? A chill ran down the back of the tyrant's neck. How could she know his thoughts? I cannot accompany him to his demise. Who was speaking? Was it Lingxi? But she had merely been observing him, without uttering a word. Suddenly, Lingxi's expression shifted from confusion to exuberance. Exactly. If I refuse to marry him, I need not face execution. I am indeed quite clever. Wait, with my status as the Empress Dowager's favored daughter, should I not make a grand exit? The tyrant, Lingxi, summoning her bravado, stood tall, pointing at the tyrant. What are you staring at? So, what if you are the emperor? I am still the Empress Dowager's foster daughter. By lineage, you ought to address me as sister. If I sleep with you, it is a favor to you. I have many handsome men in my residence, each superior to you. Had I known your skills were so lacking, I would not have bothered. With that, she dashed from the bed, hastily gathering her clothes and fleeing. Observing her retreating figure, the tyrant, Qin Qian, sensed something amiss, realizing that what had transpired was not a mere figment of his imagination. He ascended the throne at the tender age of 5, navigating the treacherous waters of court politics for 13 years, not merely relying on his looks. How could she predict my thoughts? Why did she mention my impending execution? Who is behind this? Does she possess the ability to foresee the future? Surveying his disheveled state, he commanded, "Bring forth Lingxi Fu." As Lingxi donned her clothing, she began to feel the pain in her body. Having been drugged earlier, she had not sensed anything amiss, but as the effects wore off, she experienced true agony. However, she was a character destined for demise, with scant descriptions in the author's narrative. All she knew was that she had 3 brothers, but they were aligned with the protagonist, ultimately aiding in her downfall. Their father, Lingxi Fu, remained neutral, cunningly navigating the court for decades without ever choosing a side, even when the antagonist was ultimately defeated. According to the author's design, both male leads adored the female protagonist, who was the tyrant's cherished white moonlight, while he was her devoted admirer. Even after being defiled by her, the tyrant wished to marry the protagonist, going so far as to imprison her in a tragic love affair. After the male lead rescued the protagonist, the tyrant retaliated by marrying Lingxi, resulting in daily torment until they both met their ends. Why must it always end in tragedy? Betrayed by all, my situation is truly dire. Lingxi lamented, her mind racing for solutions. Suddenly, a cry echoed down the path. A young palace maid had slipped on the gravel, shattering a teacup and injuring her hand. Oh no! What will I do? The chief steward will surely have me beaten to death for this. In the palace, a maid's life often held less value than a dog's. Even minor mistakes could lead to execution. Are you all right? Lingxi approached to assist her.
Please spare me, miss.
The maid, pale with fear, knelt in supplication. Lingxi's reputation for cruelty was well known. She had once flayed a maid for merely being fairer than her. Do not fear, I merely wish to assist with your injury, Lingxi said, pulling the maid up. She noticed the broken porcelain on the ground and tore a piece from her garment to bandage the maid's hand. If the chief steward punishes you, simply state that I broke it. The maid stared at her in disbelief, momentarily forgetting her pain. After a considerable time, she finally remembered to speak, lowering her head to murmur. Miss Ling, His Majesty has just summoned your father. I noticed that Lingxi Fu emerged from the emperor's chamber looking quite distressed, hurrying out of the palace. There must be something amiss. His Majesty is looking for my father? Oh. It suddenly strikes me, it seems this plot exists in the book, where the tyrant discusses the marriage of the female lead with the Ling family. Regardless, it has nothing to do with her. The little palace maid, Xiao Lingding, serves in the imperial kitchen. The Ling residence was ablaze with light, bright as day. Wait for me? Are you certain? Lingxi felt something was amiss. Is anyone else in the study? No one else, just you. The master has decreed that no one is to approach the study except for you. Lingxi, what is this nonsense? The doorkeeper. I seem to have heard the young lady utter something absurd. But why has it turned into Lingxi Fu summoning her alone? Filled with confusion, Lingxi pushed open the study door. She obediently bowed, Father. The next moment, oh my, the tyrant. Tyrant Chen Qian was unexpectedly disguised as a servant, standing beside Lingxi Fu. Chapter 2. I want to marry you. The utterance of tyrant startled Lingxi Fu, causing him to slam the table. Rebellious daughter, why aren't you kneeling? Lingxi had no choice but to kneel, Father. Oh my, why is the tyrant here? What does he want? It seems I shouldn't be the one kneeling here. Oh no, is the plot about to collapse? Lingxi Fu, is this wretched girl spouting treasonous words? Why do I hear her rebellious words when she hasn't even spoken? Silence, you wretched girl. You're courting death for your family. He was so tense that his toes gripped the ground, stealing a glance at His Majesty. Chen Qianzhe remained calm and composed, seemingly oblivious to everything. Only then did Lingxi Fu relax, letting out a sigh. Fortunately, His Majesty did not hear those treasonous words. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Qianzhe's heart was tumultuous. Indeed, I was right, this Lingxi is extraordinary. The Empress Dowager chose her as a goddaughter, indicating that their relationship is not merely utilitarian, it might also be due to her prophetic abilities. If she could be of use to me in the future, Ling, she sensed the eerie silence. Why are these two not speaking? Are they waiting for me to say something? How can I express myself in a way that avoids marrying the tyrant and losing my head? Ling. Zai Fu was sweating profusely. Stop. Be quiet. Are you trying to ensure the annihilation of the Ling family? How dare you speak of marrying the tyrant and losing your head? My heavens, did the ancestral graves of the Ling family get disturbed, resulting in such a monstrous daughter? Lingxi, Chen Qianzhe suddenly spoke. Your servant is here. Do you remember what you did to me during the day? I remember. Oh no. The situation is taking a turn for the worse. Chen Qianzhe leaned slightly forward. I am not one to abandon my responsibilities, therefore, I wish to marry you. Absolutely not. Lingxi exclaimed, rejecting him vehemently. Chen Qianzhe, unfazed, asked, why not? Lingxi's mind raced. Why? Because you will lose your head, and I don't want to die. Ling Zai Fu buried his face in his hand. Wretched girl, is this never-ending? Losing your head, can't you change your thoughts? Your Majesty, because your servant is devoid of virtue, unattractive, eccentric, ill-tempered, loves to fight, neglects hygiene, lazy, grinds her teeth while sleeping, has gas. Doesn't brush her teeth. Oh, and by the way, I cannot bear children. Lingxi listed every derogatory term she could think of. Finally, she added, most importantly, I do not like men, I prefer women. This audacious and defiant excuse should surely disgust the tyrant, right? Chen Qianzhe, upon hearing this, nodded solemnly. You do not like men? Indeed, I have an affinity for women. Then why did you act in such a manner toward me? Well, you mentioned that you have many men in your household who entertain you daily. As he spoke, Chen Qianzhe cast a meaningful glance at Ling Zai Fu. Ling Zai Fu immediately shook his head, firmly asserting, no, absolutely not. Though I am incompetent, my family values are strict. My daughter may be lacking in many aspects, but I can guarantee that she is not engaged in such treasonous conduct. Wretched girl, you have no shame. Your father still has some dignity. How could you so shamelessly utter such words? Chen Qianzhe paused for a moment. Well, that is correct. Lingxi, bewildered, asked, what is correct? What is correct? Just say it and I will amend it. Chen Qianzhe retrieved a piece of silk from his sleeve, showing it to Lingxi symbolically. After you left, I found this. Lingxi remained perplexed. What is that? It's just a piece of silk, unfamiliar to me, not like my belongings. Oh, it resembles the bed linens of the tyrant, but what does that have to do with me? Lingxi was still in her original form during her encounter with the tyrant. She had no idea it bore evidence of her previous encounter. Could it be that I was too vigorous and tore the sheets, and the tyrant wants me to pay for them? Ling Zai Fu could no longer listen. He coughed, his face flushed. In any case, you are now the Emperor's. His Majesty is considering making you his Empress, hence this discussion. Recalling the chaotic scene in the Emperor's chamber earlier, and the Emperor's pitiful state sitting half-clothed on the bed, he wished he could strangle his own daughter. Lingxi, listen carefully. This is a discussion between His Majesty and me regarding your marriage, not an inquiry into whether you agree to the engagement. Lingxi, disregarding decorum, jumped up fervently contesting, I do not agree. I provided my reasons earlier. I do not like men. I like women. Chen Qianzhe lowered his gaze. In one incense stick's time, the decree for your wedding will be delivered to your family. If you resist, it will be seen as defiance, and not only you, but your entire Ling clan will face the guillotine. Lingxi was dumbfounded. Wait, let me sort this out. This plot is incorrect. Shouldn't the tyrant be forcefully marrying my sister, imprisoning love, unrequited love, and turning hatred into love? Ling Zai Fu, is she again lost in her own thoughts? Why do I hear so many shameful words? What imprisonment of love, unrequited love, turning hatred into love? Who is who here? Alas, a scholar should not speak foul language. I should restrain myself. Chen Qianzhe's gaze remained fixed on Lingxi, his cold eyes as emotionless as ever, seemingly unperturbed by the world's happenings. Forcefully marrying a sister? How does she know I once had feelings for her sister? But for an emperor, women are merely tools for utility, not vessels for emotional trust. Imprison love, unrequited love, turning hatred into love.
Ah,
No woman could ever hold a place in my heart. Without love, where is the hatred? His intention to marry Lingxi stemmed solely from her prophetic abilities. For him, the engagement was merely a game of power. Binding Lingxi to him with the title of Empress, intertwining their fates, meant that should peril arise in the future, if she wished to save herself, she must also save him. This is the cunning of an emperor. Lingxi realized that the tyrant was resolutely intent on altering the plotline, so she decided to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance. Even if I agree to him, I won't be at a loss. After all, it's impossible to agree tonight. Tomorrow is the wedding. By then, when he has regained his senses, he might very well be marrying my sister instead. In any case, I still have the opportunity to wander the world with my charming youth. With this thought, she lowered her long lashes, feeling both aggrieved and helpless as she declared, as the legitimate daughter of the Ling family, I ought to alleviate my father's worries. If your majesty does not find me foolish, I am willing to become the empress to ease your majesty's burdens. Chun Qianche's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Very well, the tyrant was known for his decisive actions. The edict for her coronation was indeed delivered to the prime minister's residence that very night. Before dawn the next day, news of the emperor designating Lingxi as empress and the wedding to take place soon spread throughout the city. Chapter 3. Is gold too mundane? I adore it. Lingxi, the protagonist, was unaware that she had already become a household name in the capital. She was diligently packing gold and silver ornaments. Gold hairpins, gold stepshakes, gold bracelets, gold bangles, gold rings. What splendid items! The weight of these material possessions determines the upper limit of my dashing young hero's attractiveness. In the past, she had mocked the author for being both naive and foolish. To vilify Lingxi's character as a mindless antagonist, all her jewelry was crafted from glaring gold, each piece excessively heavy and garish. Even a dog would disdain such trinkets. However, she did not share that sentiment. Without these ostentatious baubles, how could she charm the alluring young men? The box, laden with gold, was so heavy that it nearly strained Lingxi's back. Miss, what are you doing? Yun Luo, you arrived just in time. Quickly, help me load this box onto the carriage at the back door. Yun Luo, the original character's maid and the one who had been with her the longest, was designed by the author to be foolishly loyal, ultimately perishing alongside the heroine. In the chaos, together, they hoisted the box onto the carriage. Yun Luo, hold the box carefully, this will be our future for the rest of our lives, Lingxi said, tapping the coachman through the curtain. Take the West City Gate and leave the city. She had devised a plan. First, to pass through the West City Gate, allowing the citizens of the capital to see the Ling family carriage leaving, and then diverting towards the east district, taking a longer route to Xiangqing. Lingxi's great-great-grandfather hailed from Xiangqing, where he had left behind a property for Lingxi's mother. They could stay there temporarily and decide their future path. Yun Luo sat in the carriage, cradling the box, not saying a word. Curious, Lingxi asked, aren't you going to ask where I'm taking you? Wherever you take me, I will go, and aren't you afraid I might sell you? If you sold me, miss, there must be a reason for it, so I wouldn't question it. Yun Luo truly embodied her character's persona, simple-minded and rather dim-witted. Lingxi chuckled, ruffling her hair, and exclaimed, fear not. Your mistress will feast on meat, I promise. You will only have the broth. Once we're settled, I'll find you a handsome young suitor, and you too can have a multitude of children for me to play with. Whoa. The carriage suddenly halted. The coachman leapt down. Miss, we have arrived. Arrived? So soon? Lingxi curiously lifted the curtain. In the next moment, her face turned pale with fear, and without a word, she slowly replaced the curtain, remaining utterly still. Miss, what's wrong? Yun Luo peered through the gap, noticing nothing amiss. It's eunuch N. Why is he standing at the palace gate? It seems like he's waiting for someone. Indeed, why is he standing there? Lingxi's mind was in turmoil. She dared not think too deeply. Could it be that the tyrant is aware of my escape and has sent someone to intercept me? Her destination was the West City Gate, yet the coachman had taken her to the Middle City Gate. Even a fool could deduce that the coachman was in league with the tyrant. It was infuriating that she hadn't noticed anything unusual about him when she boarded. What should she do now? Should she continue to feign ignorance, pretending to know nothing and simply endure this ride? Or should she unleash her villainous persona and slap the coachman, demanding he take her to the West City Gate, Yun Luo? Did I just hear the miss contemplating slapping the coachman? The coachman. Even if you were to take my life, I wouldn't dare take you to the West City Gate. That would defy the Emperor's will and could lead to the annihilation of my clan. Eunuch Fong approached with a smile, bowing through the curtain. Miss Ling, His Majesty is waiting for you in the study. Please allow this old servant to escort you there. With matters reaching this point, Lingxi had no choice but to comply, bracing herself for whatever lay ahead. Eunuch Fong smiled like a benevolent deity. Someone, bring Miss Ling's belongings inside. Before Lingxi could inquire, he bowed deeply, hands clasped in reverence, and stated, "This is His Majesty's command." Given the uncertainty of the situation, she decided to remain composed and maintain her character. The imperial study was not large. Standing at the entrance, one could already smell the rich scent of ink. 3 maternal bookshelves were filled with scrolls and books, arranged neatly, the camphor scent intertwined with the aroma of ink, creating a unique fragrance. These cabinets are crafted from camphor. Would you find the scent familiar, miss? Eunuch Fong inquired with a smile. Lingxi coughed lightly, adopting a cold demeanor as she disdainfully surveyed her surroundings. This odor is quite unpleasant. It pales in comparison to the fragrance of meat or wine. If it were up to me, I would fill this place with large vats of daughter's red wine to intoxicate those little pests, so they would leave the books alone. Cough, cough, cough. Eunuch Fong coughed a few times, seemingly taken aback by her peculiar remarks. Lingxi maintained a serious expression. Eunuch Fong, are you unwell? At your age, you should consider retirement, find a quiet place, and raise a couple of children to enjoy your later years. Eunuch Fong awkwardly coughed again. Alas, in this life, I have no hope for offspring. Oh, I see. You are a eunuch, after all. I meant to say, like Eunuch Wei beside the Empress, you could raise a couple of foster sons to care for you in your old age. Sure. Eunuch Fong quickly gestured for her to lower her voice, pointing to the side hall. His Majesty is in discussion with the ministers. Please wait here for a moment. He opened a side door and silently stood behind Chen Qianjia. Dressed in a black silk robe, Chen Qianjia was not wearing a crown, his hair half dyed, with disheveled strands falling over his forehead, obscuring the coldness in his gaze. One must admit, this lad is truly handsome. He looks even better in this attire than in a dragon robe. Chen Qianjia's brows twitched as he glanced toward the peering Lingxi. Lingxi cheerfully waved at him. Wow, that gaze is absolutely stunning. He must be a few days younger than me, but even a few days makes him my younger brother, a delightful little wolf dog. What a pity. In just a month, he'll be executed. My heart aches. What a shame. If only I had been the one yesterday, sleeping with such a tempestuous little wolf dog. Chen Qianjia felt his ears flush with embarrassment, quickly turning away, instinctively glancing at the several ministers standing nearby. Fortunately, they appeared to have heard nothing, standing still, calm and composed. He composed himself and slammed a document onto the face of one minister, the atmosphere suddenly turning tense. Left Chancellor, you are responsible for managing the flood at Shuoyang River and for the relief efforts. Now that the commoners are in revolt, you claim ignorance to me? Yet, judging by his demeanor, he seemed less like a minister awaiting punishment and more like a meritorious subject awaiting accolades. The Left Chancellor. Is he truly the Left Chancellor? The very culprit who ostensibly provides relief, while secretly inciting the commoners' rebellion? This fellow has the audacity to present himself as virtuous, yet he's nothing but a despicable wretch. If it weren't for his meddling, the tyrant might not have reached the brink of execution. This scoundrel must not be allowed to remain. I must devise a means to eliminate that scoundrel, otherwise, both the tyrant and I shall meet our demise. Lingxi's inner turmoil in the side hall nearly transformed into a lengthy essay, leaving Chen Qianzhong feeling quite exasperated. Chapter 4. The solitary queen's escape. The expression on the Chancellor's face gradually changed as he read the increasingly accusatory letters. What the devil? It seems I have heard someone cursing at me. What tyrant is to be head? Whose head is to be severed? Who, pray tell, is the scoundrel? He discreetly glanced at the ministers beside him, and it appeared that no one else had heard those deranged words. Chen Qianjia seized a vermilion brush. His gaze dark and brooding. In that moment, the Chancellor was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. Your Majesty, behead. Chun Qianzhe's eyes, cold as ice, danced across the memorial, inscribing the word behead. With flamboyant strokes, the ministers turned pale, uniformly kneeling in supplication, as if they had conspired beforehand. The Chancellor crawled forward on his knees, fervently defending himself. Your Majesty, I have done no wrong. Why must Your Majesty execute me? I entrusted you with the task of soothing the displaced and providing relief, yet your efforts have only exacerbated the chaos and increased the death toll. If this is the case, then you are of no use to me. Behead. Your Majesty, I am under the protection of the Empress Dowager. If you execute me, how will you explain it to her? Do I require the Dowager's approval to eliminate anyone? Chun Qianzhe, as if provoked, suddenly erupted in fury. Guards, drag him out and behead him on the spot. Those who plead for mercy shall share the same fate. It was at this moment that the Chancellor realized the gravity of the situation. He hastily knelt and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, have mercy. Empress Dowager, save me. I implore you. The guards swiftly rushed in, seizing the Chancellor by the collar and dragging him outside. The other ministers frantically begged for clemency. Chun Qianzhe sneered. I have spoken. Those who plead for mercy shall be executed. He casually pointed at several individuals. Your Majesty, have mercy, spare us. Over a dozen ministers wailed as the guards dragged them out to the entrance of the imperial study, where they were summarily executed. Blood splattered, creating a ghastly scene. Chun Qianzhe commanded the central doors to be opened and sat in the middle, coldly observing as heads fell, some blood even splattering onto his shoes. He frowned in distaste, soiled. Eunuch knelt down, meticulously wiping the bloodstains with his sleeve. It matters not, Your Majesty has plenty of new shoes. If one pair is dirty, simply change into another. The veiled exchange between master and servant left the other ministers in shock, silencing any further pleas. Does the emperor lack shoes? Not at all. He discards them without care, for tomorrow countless pairs of tribute shoes will arrive, and they will be the finest. Yet, the ministers' heads, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. Chun Qianzhe languidly raised his hand. Are there any more who wish to plead? No one dared to utter a word. Then you may all disperse. The ministers gradually withdrew, while the guards expertly cleaned up the bodies and tidied the courtyard. Buckets of water were poured down, transforming the entrance of the study into a sea of blood, the stench growing more pungent. Chun Qianzhe sat there, motionless, gazing at the blood-soaked ground. Eunuch approached on tiptoe, cradling a small box. Lingxi exclaimed, that box looks familiar. In the next moment, my treasure chest. She wanted to intervene, but it was too late. Eunuch opened the box and gently set it down. Your Majesty. Lingxi rushed forward, and Chun Qianzhe, his gaze sharp and tinged with the scent of blood, instantly locked onto her. Lingxi, forcing herself to appear composed, knelt and greeted him. Your Majesty. Chun Qianzhe grasped a handful of golden ornaments, the glimmering pieces sliding through his long, pale fingers, each one dropping to the ground. My queen, what is your intent? A tyrant is indeed a tyrant. Having just executed 13 ministers, he remains so composed. If I were to declare my intention to flee, would he not immediately sever my head, accompanying dowry? Chun Qianzhe smirked, playfully flicking a ring with his little finger. Suddenly, he paused, gripping the ring tightly. Just moments ago, he worried that he might execute her, and now he was in the mood to admire his own hand? Was she afraid of death or not? Eunuch, have Miss Ling's items been prepared? Eunuch, a title of respect from Chun Qianzhe, elicited Lingxi's curiosity as she cast him a glance. It is only right to call him Eunuch, for he has toiled for the tyrant all his life, exhausting himself, ultimately meeting a tragic end. What a pity. Eunuch smiled amiably. Miss Ling, His Majesty has personally prepared your belongings. Please follow this old servant. What could a tyrant possibly prepare for me? Is it a betrothal gift? Chun Qianzhe interjected. You think too much. If that were the case, wouldn't it only increase my resources for running away? Chun Qianzhe retorted. You truly dare to dream. Lingxi chuckled. Oh dear, what will happen to my treasure chest? Is it just left here? She stared intently at her little box, signaling for Eunuch to retrieve it as well. However, Eunuch feigned ignorance, bowing respectfully before leading Lingxi out of the imperial study. The two arrived at the tyrant's sleeping quarters. Lingxi, recognizing the familiar surroundings, hesitated. Eunuchin, what has His Majesty prepared for me? It wouldn't be in his chamber, would it? Miss Ling would soon discover the answer. Eunuchin bowed deeply, inviting her to enter. Lingxi had no choice but to steel herself and step inside. The chamber had been arranged, mirroring its former cold and austere demeanor. Imbued with an unsettling chill, Eunuchin guided her to the dragon bed, bowing again. Miss Ling, please take a look at these items. Are you satisfied? If there is anything amiss, this old servant will have them rearranged. Lingxi observed the bed, which was the same as before, yet it seemed to have an additional pillow. She vaguely recalled there being only one pillow previously, which she had used to strike the tyrant. Now it appeared to have doubled. Eunuchin gestured toward a dressing table adorned with feminine adornments. These are the rouge and powders prepared by His Majesty, all imperial tributes. Do you find anything unsatisfactory? Royal items are naturally of the highest quality, being tributes, right? Lingxi felt a vague sense of foreboding, but why would His Majesty inquire if I have any objections? Miss Ling is to be the future empress, the mother of the nation. His Majesty must consider your every need. Wait a moment, I am the future empress, yet I am not yet wed. Is it not premature for His Majesty to prepare these items? You worry too much. Eunuchin smiled, his demeanor increasingly serene, as he clapped his hands. Two palace maids entered, each carrying garments. These are the night clothes prepared for you by His Majesty. A teaching matron will arrive shortly to instruct you on the protocols of the night. Night duties. Lingxi's scalp prickled. Why are we discussing night duties now? We haven't even had the wedding yet. How can we be expected to live together before marriage? A trial cohabitation? The palace maids exchanged bewildered glances, lowering their heads, feeling as though they had misheard Lingxi's words. But do you not recall what transpired yesterday? How could you feign innocence after dishonoring His Majesty? Chapter 5. A bit overzealous yesterday, Eunuchin exchanged a glance, signaling the two palace maids to assist Lingxi in changing garments. She recoiled. You may put it down. I can change myself. The maids, seemingly deaf to her protest, persisted in their attempts to remove her clothing. Lingxi, exasperated, threatened, Do not provoke me, or I shall strike you. Recalling her earlier actions, they hesitated, retreating behind the screen. Eunuchin remarked, Miss Ling, these are rules you must follow in the future. No matter your anger, it must be done. The maids hastily knelt. Eunuchin added, His Majesty, Miss Ling has stated that she is unsure of what garments His Majesty would prefer. She wishes to choose for herself. Chun Qianzhi glanced at the silhouette behind the screen and waved his hand, dismissing everyone. The heavy doors of the chamber closed with a resounding thud. The room fell into an eerie silence, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, the tyrant strode toward the screen. An imperceptible air of ambiguity instantly enveloped the two. Lingxi concealed herself behind the screen, seemingly able to catch a whiff of the man's scent, causing a cold sweat to trickle down her spine. What is this tyrant playing at? Is he trying to engage me in a game of captivity and bondage? Has the plotline collapsed, or have I unwittingly swapped scripts with the female lead again? As Chun Qianzhi passed by the screen, Lingxi was startled. Her mind momentarily blank as she locked eyes with the tyrant, paralyzed with fear. He coldly surveyed the scattered garments on the floor. Have you made your choice?
Ah.
And no. Your Majesty, whatever you think looks best, Lingxi stammered. No, wait. This isn't my character at all. I should be acting foolish and reckless, with the Empress Dowager backing me. Biting her lip, she was about to summon her domineering persona when Chun Qianzhi suddenly glanced at his hands. Do not choose red.
Why?
Because I have witnessed too much blood today and wish to see no more red. Wait, is this a warning? With my weight of 100 gene and 99 gene of rebellious character, am I really supposed to choose red? Lingxi's gaze fell upon a red silk gown. Chun Qianzhi approached the bed, shrugging off his outer garment and tossing it to the floor. Was yesterday's incident your idea, or the Empress Dowager's? Lingxi, still contemplating whether to don the red attire, replied casually, It was my doing. Realizing the gravity of her words, she quickly added, Which incident? What do you think? Is His Majesty referring to the matter of drugging the tea? According to the original storyline, Lingxi, in her foolishness, was supposed to drug the female lead, leading to her disgrace, only to end up being drugged herself and brought to the tyrant's chamber, where the female lead would then incapacitate her with a soporific. Gathering her thoughts, Lingxi stepped out from behind the screen. If I say, what the hell is he doing? Chun Qianzhe had removed his outer garment, revealing his bare upper body. His skin bore numerous wounds, resembling bite marks and scratches. Could all of these be the result of my actions yesterday? Was I truly that fierce? Why on earth did I even use my teeth? Oh dear, I regretted immensely. Such a strikingly handsome wolf, with a perfect physique, yet he is not in my bed. Suddenly, Lingxi felt that the prospect of serving the tyrant was not as terrifying as she had imagined, for which sister would not wish to share a bed with such a captivating young man? Chun Qianzhe's long lashes cast a shadow over his eyes as he continued to apply medicine to his wounds in silence. Why was he asserting that the person from yesterday was not her? Yet, everything had indeed been her doing. Wait, her demeanor seemed to have shifted slightly. Could there be some extraordinary fate at play here? He raised his gaze coldly. If what? Chun Qianzhe fixed his eyes upon hers. Who administered the drug? Your Majesty, the second daughter of the Ling family, Lingxi, seeks an audience outside, announced eunuch N from beyond the door. Oh great! Speak of the devil. The one who drugged me is here. Perhaps the tyrant will reconsider and decide to marry her instead. Heh? Then I won't have to deal with the consequences. Lingxi dutifully pointed toward the screen. Your Majesty, to prevent any misunderstanding for my sister, I shall retreat behind here for a moment. Chun Qianzhe gazed thoughtfully at her retreating figure. Did she imply that it was Lingxi who had drugged him? What was her purpose in coming today? To witness his embarrassment, or was there a deeper scheme at play? He donned his outer garment and arranged his hair. Let her enter. As the palace door swung open, a waft of fragrance enveloped the room. Lingxi peered through the gap in the screen, observing the female lead approaching with measured grace. Indeed, she possesses the halo of the leading lady, exuding an undeniable aura. In the author's portrayal, Lingxi, in terms of both beauty and figure, was the zenith of the narrative. Yet the tyrant, the male lead, and all the supporting males were drawn to the serene and unadorned presence of the grand female lead, Lingxi, who appeared in pure white garments. Her dark hair cascading elegantly, adorned with a simple jade hairpin, embodying the essence of an ethereal orchid. I, the humble servant Lingxi, have come to pay my respects to your Majesty. What is it? Chun Qianzhe languidly reclined in the rocking chair, tapping his fingers against the backrest, his eyes half closed. Not bothering to open them, Lingxi was taken aback by his nonchalance. In her previous life, he had been consumed by unrequited love for her, imprisoning her out of jealousy, nearly causing her demise. Why was he so composed today? Chun Qianzhe's lips curled slightly. You have seen the edict. Yet you still come to question me? In your eyes, what am I worth? Lingxi, what the hell? The plot really has unraveled. Finally, Chun Qianzhe's expression shifted, his eyes opening slowly, a glint of fierce emotion flickering within as he approached Lingxi. Is the tyrant about to confess his feelings? Does this mean I truly won't have to deal with the repercussions? Chun Qianzhe lifted a strand of Lingxi's hair, a smirk playing on his lips. What did you say? Lingxi bit her lip, her obsidian eyes brimming with sorrow. Your Majesty once professed to have feelings for me. So, why must you marry my sister now? What do I mean to you? What a scoundrel! Chun Qianzhe reined in his emotions, silencing Lingxi's voice. Lingxi, when did I ever claim to have feelings for you? Chapter 6. The tyrant has a fine waist, I adore it. Has your Majesty genuinely forgotten? Or are you merely angered by my rejection? Tears streamed from the corners of Lingxi's eyes as she gazed pitifully into the tyrant's eyes. That day during the spring hunt. Spring hunt? Yes. That was when the tyrant shot an arrow at her, igniting his infatuation. What was the storyline again? It seems the tyrant aimed to hunt during the spring hunt to showcase his meager prowess, but Lingxi, with her saintly heart, shielded a white fox from his arrow. Indeed, the wheels of fate are so melodramatic. That single arrow ensnared a tyrant known for his bloodthirst and a harem of 3,000 beauties, rendering him hopelessly enamored, leading him to crash headlong into walls for her. Ugh. Truly, melodrama at its finest. Chen Qianzhe's composed demeanor crumbled under Lingxi's incessant critiques. Your Majesty. He focused intently, a glint of menace in his gaze, suddenly grasping Lingxi Niao's neck with a fierce grip, his voice laced with malice. I am the Emperor. Whom I favor or marry is my prerogative. You, a mere daughter of a subject, dare to question me? Lingxi Niao's eyes widened with palpable confusion and fear. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. In her previous life, he had been madly in love with her. Why had he so suddenly transformed? Could it be that he had truly fallen for that foolish Lingxi?
No.
She must not allow Lingxi to have it easy. She would not let Chen Qianzhe go unchallenged. She intended to sow discord between them, inciting mutual destruction. Though it was she who had drugged Lingxi and allowed her to disgrace the tyrant, her original intent had been to redirect the emperor's wrath towards Lingxi, teaching that fool a lesson. Little did she know that Lingxi would inadvertently become the empress, a reality she could not accept. She would exploit the tyrant's affection for her to further drive a wedge between them, ensuring he would torment that foolish woman. Your Majesty, I adore you, which led to my lapse in judgment. What a farce! You profess your love for the tyrant while delivering him to my bed? Sister's thoughts are malicious. I am fully aware of the schemes she has laid against you. How dare you? Were it not for you, would I have been forced into this predicament? Your Majesty, my feelings for you are as vast as the heavens. The heavens must be blind, or else they would see this treacherous pair deserving of punishment. Chen Qianzhe, to hear a person's true thoughts is not always a blessing. He was agitated and suddenly threw Lingxi Niao onto the bed. Undress. Lingxi Niao was bewildered. Your Majesty? Chen Qianzhe approached menacingly. Did you not say that you are enamored with me? Then undress and serve me. Lingxi, hidden behind the screen, covered her mouth in excitement. Who could understand her feelings at this moment? Your Majesty, no. Lingxi Niao panicked, hastily grasping her collar. Why not? Chen Qianzhe knelt on the bed, leaning forward, his muscular back forming a lethal curve in Lingxi's eyes. What a splendid physique. I adore it. In this very pose, I could gaze upon him all night. Continue, do not cease. Your Majesty, no. Lingxi Niao's face changed dramatically as she struggled to escape. But Chen Qianzhe tightened his grip on her throat, pinning her to the bed. Lingxi Niao, since you came to see me today and spoke so much, was it not to entice me to claim you? Why are you now feigning chastity? His hand was merciless, rendering her unable to move despite her desperate struggles. Suddenly, she pulled out a hairpin and fiercely stabbed it into Chen Qianzhe's wrist. He let out a muffled grunt of pain, and Lingxi Niao seized the opportunity to push him away, knocking over the screen where Lingxi was concealed, stumbling out of the chamber. Lingxi clumsily got up, lamenting, "What a pity! So close. What a useless tyrant. How can he not handle one woman? No wonder he will be overthrown," rubbing her sore shoulder. She turned and met Chen Qianzhe's cold, menacing gaze. Your Majesty, I meant to say it is a pity. My sister was just one step away from being in your grasp. No, that does not align with my rebellious persona of 99 Jean. Clearing her throat, she jumped up angrily. That wretched girl has become increasingly defiant. Your Majesty favors her, yet she dares to harm you. Wait here. I shall bring her to you.
Stop.
Chen Qianzhe's low roar made Lingxi's legs freeze in place. Am I to perish? Will the tyrant unleash his wrath upon me and have me executed? Lingxi, I am injured. Chen Qianzhe's voice softened slightly. Lingxi cautiously replied, Shall I call for the imperial physician? What good is that to you? I do not have the golden touch of a doctor. I am the son of heaven, the ruler of a nation. Yet you Ling family daughters dare to harm my royal person. According to the law, what punishment do you deserve? Lingxi thought to herself, I do not know. However, from Chen Qianzhe's tone, she guessed it would not be a mere beheading. She slowly turned, then, What is your Majesty's intent? Chen Qianzhe tore his sleeve to inspect his wound, coldly stating, Once news of my injury spreads, you will lose your chance to become my empress. Really? How splendid! Then, I shall not need to accompany you to the guillotine. Lingxi's heart brimmed with joy. That truly is. The entire Ling family shall be sent to the guillotine, including you. Execute immediately. Lingxi gasped. If next time there is such a loud gasp, it may frighten someone to death. Could you not say it beforehand? That truly is too sorrowful. Lingxi swiftly donned a sorrowful expression. I shall keep this secret, and I will absolutely safeguard our betrothal, but my sister. Chun Qing's cold gaze interrupted. Rest assured, she will not dare speak. The crime of harming a ruler is beyond her capacity to bear. Then I shall be at ease. I am more concerned about you. With your intellect, you may not be able to keep the secret. Chun Qing's voice dripped with mockery. You underestimate me too much. Even Lingxi cannot be so foolish as to not understand the importance of keeping her head attached to her neck. She smiled brightly. Of course, I will not divulge anything about your majesty. Whether it be the Empress Dowager or the firewood maid, I will keep my lips sealed, even if it means death. Chun Qingja scrutinized her for a long time before lowering his loose sleeve to cover his wound. You may kneel and depart.
Eunuch Thin,
Who had been waiting outside the hall, approached with small, hurried steps. Has your majesty been injured? Allow this old servant to summon the imperial physician. It is nothing. Just a minor injury. Do not make it known. Then this old servant shall attend to you. The two arrived at the study, where Eunuch retrieved a small medicine box filled with hemostatic and healing ointments. He skillfully extracted the medication and tended to Chun Qing's wound. Your majesty, you speak. Chun Qing's gaze turned towards the door. Do you believe that such a thing as soul transference truly exists? Chapter 7. Sister aspires to be the tyrant. Eunuch paused momentarily. Chun Qingja murmured, she has truly undergone a transformation, unlike her former self. What do you intend to do, your majesty? I do not know, for I do not understand who she truly is, why she knows of future events, and what she means by the narrative lines. Chun Qingja's expression grew more uncertain as he regarded his wound, losing the previous ferocity. If Lingxi's stab had been slightly off, perhaps he would not have to exhaust himself pondering these matters. Your majesty, do not speak carelessly. Eunuch quickly grasped his hand, gently patting him for comfort. Even in my old age, I still wish to live a little longer. Your majesty must not relinquish this breath. A breath? Indeed. Living is merely a matter of one breath. In that moment, Chun Qingja radiated a chilling aura of isolation. Eunuch collected the medicine box. This old servant knows your majesty is weary, yet how can one live without fatigue? Do not say that you, as an emperor, are weary. Even I have walked step by step to stand by your side. The palace maids tidied the disordered chamber. Lingxi lay sprawled on the tyrant's soft couch, munching on fruit as she pondered the original text. The plot seemed somewhat chaotic. She needed to sort it out. In the original text, Lingxi harbored deep hatred for the tyrant and her, thus attempting to bring together the two she despised most, forcing them to conspire. Could it be that her presence had subtly altered the plot? Regardless, preserving her life was paramount. The tyrant would drag her down with him even in death. The likelihood of escaping him was slim, and it was highly probable that she would have to save him. But how could she save the tyrant? His hands were stained with blood, having killed countless people. Loyal ministers and generals had been slain or exiled by him, and those around him were treacherous and deceitful, all wishing for his demise. How could she possibly save him? In the original text, the tyrant had ruled for 13 years, either killing or preparing to kill. The loyalists left by the old emperor had been reduced to nothing. How could she, relying solely on herself, save the tyrant? She busied herself gathering fruit, picking this one and that one, and after much effort, she finally grasped the last piece. However, from the corner of her eye, she saw golden embroidered boots approaching. The tyrant is coming. Someone, execute. Lingxi, frightened, clutched the fruit platter. Your majesty, surely they will not be executed for dropping 2 fruits? The guards rushed in, heading straight for the 2 attending maids, dragging them out amidst their pleas for mercy. This is how it ends. Chun Qingja approached Lingxi, brushing his fingers across her pale face, his gaze devoid of warmth. This is the fate of a queen who fails to serve me well. Did you hear that? Miss Ling is to be the future empress. Any who dares to neglect her shall face execution. Eunuch raised his voice. The maids and eunuchs fell silent, bowing and retreating hastily. Lingxi remained kneeling beside Chun Qingja, looking up at the towering figure who commanded life and death. The tyrant truly is a tyrant. He executes at the slightest provocation. What must I do now to preserve my head while maintaining my persona? Oh dear. Lingxi can act recklessly and foolishly, but I cannot. The actions have gone too far. I fear I may truly lose my head. Chun Qianzhi narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent rising. Does your majesty wish to partake of some fruit? Lingxi immediately held up a piece of fruit. It is exceedingly sweet. This is a wuyo fruit. Lingxi paused, taken aback. Is it forbidden? Is it poisonous? But I have consumed so many already. Oh no. Will I perish? Chun Qianzhi replied, certain foods may hinder the healing of wounds. Lingxi, realizing the implication, stuffed the fruit into her mouth. Then I shall eat it for your majesty. Lifting her gaze, she saw Chun Qianzhi standing with his back to her, arms outstretched. Curiosity piqued, she mused, what new pose is the tyrant striking? Drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. Chun Qianzhi slowly turned his head, casting a cold glance. Change my attire. Lingxi glanced behind her, realizing she was alone in the hall, and understood she was to assist him in changing clothes. Change what? Is it not merely a matter of removing an article of clothing? You are not lacking in limbs. Why must you linger so long, pretending to be grand? Chun Qianzhi, hearing her inner thoughts, felt his patience wearing thin, yet Lingxi obediently approached and removed the tyrant's outer robe. However, Chun Qianzhi's hand remained raised. Must I remove another? Another silk garment followed. Chun Qianzhi raised an eyebrow at her, remaining still. Surely you jest, must I remove yet another? A third garment came off. The tyrant was left with but a single silk undergarment, and any further removal would be inappropriate. Yet, Chun Qianzhi maintained his stance, prompting her to bewilderedly reach for the last piece of clothing. Suddenly, he grasped her hand. Change.
What do you mean by change?
Am I not doing just that? Lingxi bit her lip. How does your majesty wish to proceed? Chun Qianzhi remained silent, glancing towards the screen where a thin, black robe embroidered with a golden dragon hung. Realization dawned upon her. You wish to change into that garment, do you not? Just say so, instead of changing attire. She retrieved the robe, adjusted it, and assisted the tyrant in wearing it. Afterward, he lowered his head to look at her, even stretching his neck. This time, Lingxi understood. She hurried to the back and tidied his hair. Being a tyrant is quite pleasant. Even a few strands of hair require someone else to arrange them. Do you require me to feed you as well? Lingxi thought, unconsciously admiring the tyrant's profile. To question the King Zhou, to understand him, to become him, this must be the joy of a monarch. With such a divine visage, I could gladly feed him with my own mouth. Chun Qianzhi, feeling a warmth in his ears, discreetly withdrew his hand from hers. To become my empress, there is much you must learn. In the coming days, personnel from the Ministry of Rites will come to instruct you. Study diligently, and do not bring shame to yourself at the palace banquet. Lingxi was taken aback. Banquet? What banquet? Chun Qianzhi's expression was unreadable. Kneel and pay your respects. What nonsense! You fail to clarify anything and expect me to kneel. Your Majesty, do you wish to remain for the night? A military presence loomed over Lingxi's vulnerabilities. She lowered her gaze and, adhering to decorum, exited the sleeping quarters. Chapter 8. The tyrant's shamelessness. As Lingxi departed the palace, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Eunuch and escorted her to the palace gates, receiving a box of pastries from a young maid. These are some delicacies prepared by His Majesty for the young lady. I hope they suit your taste. Ah, I see. His Majesty has a penchant for these trivial delights, Lingxi thought, embodying her original persona of foolishness, rolling her eyes. By the way, Eunuchin, where are my belongings? What belongings? My jewelry, the items for my dowry. Oh, His Majesty mentioned he would temporarily keep those items for you, as part of your dowry. What nonsense! Lingxi was bewildered. How can the tyrant be more shameless than I? This is outright robbery. I am not yet married, and he has already taken my dowry? Eunuchin chuckled. Do take care, young lady. No, Eunuchin. Lingxi wanted to protest for her treasure, yet the heavy palace gates closed with a resounding thud. Hualuo had been waiting outside the palace. Upon seeing Lingxi, she hurried over to take the box of pastries. Miss, are you all right? Do I look unharmed? Lingxi was on the verge of tears. What happened? Did His Majesty bully you? He deserves to lose his head. What of His Majesty? Hualuo asked, innocently. Opening the food box. Are these gifts from His Majesty? Gifts? I purchased these with my own treasures. Lingxi felt utterly defeated. Did you mean the box you brought from home this morning? While Luo glanced at the pastries. Miss, we have suffered a loss. Lingxi felt slightly comforted. It is rare that you recognize my loss. While Luo, with utmost seriousness, weighed the box. We exchanged such a heavy box for so little. It is indeed a loss. Oh, you are so foolish. While Luo, slow to react, blinked her large eyes and, with a swift motion, discarded the box of pastries. If it is a loss, we shall not keep it. Lingxi's heart bled. Sister, it was obtained from my treasure box. How can you just throw it away? Shall we not discard it? While Luo hurriedly retrieved the box, looking pitiful. Miss, if you throw it away, you will be unhappy. If I do not throw it, you will also be unhappy. What on earth should I do? In the carriage, Lingxi gazed at the pastry box. While Luo, give me one. It cost me a great deal of silver, and it is from the imperial kitchen. If we do not eat it, I will suffer a loss. While Luo offered her a piece of chindi cake, held delicately in a small dish, glistening and exquisite. Lingxi took a small bite, her brow furrowing. What is this? Chindi cake. Why is it so tasteless? It lacks any flavor. Does the emperor eat this? Fearing waste, Lingxi reluctantly consumed half of the chindi cake, her expression twisting in distaste. It seemed the tyrant's life was not as indulgent as she had imagined. This was less enjoyable than mooncakes. While Luo, curious, asked, Miss, what are mooncakes? A type of cake, small and sweet, yet terribly unappetizing. Yet you just said they were delicious? Lingxi, you did not do anything terribly rebellious before His Majesty, did you? Lingxi, feeling disheartened. Of course not. I have already shared a bed with the tyrant. What could be more rebellious than that? Oh, Lingxi still lamented her lost treasure box, feeling dejected as she entered behind the screen to change clothes. In the next moment, she popped her head out. What did you say? Lingxi Fu startled her. What did you say? Indeed, as the esteemed empress. They will naturally come to send you off to wed. Not that. I am anxious. Why does it seem that the marriage date with the tyrant has already been set before the grand wedding? You did not know. Lingxi Fu exclaimed excitedly. The Ministry of Rites has already determined the date for the wedding ceremony. It is set for the 16th of this month. And the marriage contract has been delivered to our residence. Did you not know? Lingxi, I have not been home for a day. How could I possibly know this? You spent the entire day in the palace. Were you not discussing the marriage with His Majesty? Lingxi Fu's expression was somewhat teasing. He has been busy all day. Busy with executing people. How could he have time for marriage discussions? The 16th of this month. Indeed, in the original text, the urgency of Lingxi and the tyrant's marriage date was hastily brushed over, as if it were indeed on the 16th. This was because the author was eager to propel the plot forward, allowing this supporting character and the tyrant to hasten their roles in delivering heads, enabling Lingxi and Yao to fulfill her mission and advance the storyline. Lingxi touched her neck. Your hasty note may be inconsequential, but I stand to lose my head. Are those 3 brothers involved? They are 3 death warrants. Without them, my demise might be delayed. How can we prevent them from attending the wedding? Is there a rule that those in mourning cannot enter the wedding hall? Perhaps we should eliminate the father figure, compelling them all to observe mourning rites? Ahem. Chancellor Ling was leaning in attentively to hear his daughter's whispered thoughts when suddenly confronted with this filial piety scheme of hers. The shock sent a jolt through his entire being. There must be something amiss with the ancestral graves. How else could such a rebellious daughter have been born into their family? Tomorrow, I must seek the counsel of a feng shui master to examine the ancestral grave. I hope it is not the case that some ancient ancestors' remains have resurfaced. Father, what troubles you? No worries, enjoy your tea, even if it goes down the wrong way. Please proceed. This plan is indeed rather sinister. A daughter murdering her father is an abomination against natural order. Should we not allow Aunt Huang's illicit lover to eliminate him prematurely? Regardless, he is destined to perish in 3 years. 3 years later, the Ling family met a tragic end. Even the guard dog was beheaded. He merely passed away 3 years prior.
Lingxi Fu.
It is preferable to die now than to witness, 3 years hence, one's sons beheaded in the execution ground, helplessly kneeling and watching. Lingxi Fu. At the very least, dying now allows for 3 years of ancestral worship. If he were to pass away 3 years hence, the Ling family would face utter annihilation, leaving him without even a soul to collect his remains. His body reduced to fodder for wild dogs.
Clang.
A resounding crash echoed from outside the screen, prompting Lingxi to rush out. There, she found Ling Zifu sprawled on the ground, having toppled from his chair in a most ungraceful manner. Father, what has happened to you? No, it's nothing. My hand just trembled, causing me to drop it. Ling Zifu stood up in a flurry. He wished to confirm the heartfelt whispers he had heard. Yet when the words teetered on the tip of his tongue, a wave of trepidation stifled his inquiry. As Hua Luo entered, she nearly collided with him. Master, she greeted. Ling Zifu's gaze wandered as he walked past her, seemingly oblivious to her presence. She stepped into the room, puzzled. Miss, what is wrong with the master? Doesn't he look well? It's hardly surprising that his complexion was poor. A man in his 40s, burdened with the addition of a 16-year-old concubine, was bound to wear himself thin. What do you have there? Lingxi noticed the item in Hua Luo's hand. Uncertain, she remarked. The second young lady gave this to me, saying it is a wedding gift for you, esteemed eldest lady. With a cheerful smile, Hua Luo presented a beautifully crafted sandalwood box. Chapter 9. The Gift from the Prominent Lady. Is this from Ling Xianyao? Lingxi smiled. The elder sister's younger sibling has begun to unleash her formidable talents once more. In the original narrative, Lingxi is portrayed as utterly foolish, as if her mind were filled with the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, leading to a complete short-circuit in her reasoning. Even after her entanglement with the tyrant, she remains oblivious to the fact that she has been drugged, persistently opposing the formidable female lead. Meanwhile, Ling Xinyao cleverly masquerades as a naive innocent, manipulating Ling Zifu and her 3 brothers to turn Ling Xi into the subject of ridicule within the capital. If memory serves her right, the box contains an astonishing artifact. In her previous life, she had sought trouble with Ling Xinyao using that very item, only to find, as expected, that it was she, Ling Xi, who ended up humiliated. Miss, shall we open it and take a look? Hua Luo inquired with great curiosity.
No.
You shall present this gift box to my father, conveying that it is a token of my apology for the unfortunate incident where he fell from the chair in my room. Each of these pieces of information is explosive in its own right. I cannot discern whether it is his madness that has conjured these illusions, or if Lingxi truly possesses the gift of foresight, able to glimpse into the future. The newly accepted concubine, Aunt Huang, clung to his back and coyly said, My lord, we were just getting started, and you departed so abruptly.
How shall you compensate me?
Ling Zifu, feeling anxious and irritable, impatiently pushed her away, exclaiming, Step aside. The master, on the brink of a fiery outburst, suddenly recalled the term little scoundrel that Lingxi had mentioned, and his gaze towards Aunt Huang turned menacing in an instant. Startled by his expression, Aunt Huang exclaimed, Master, why do you look at me like that? It's quite frightening, and I am afraid. Ling Zifu fixed his gaze upon her for a long moment, studying his thoughts. I just remembered that I will be embarking on a journey soon, and it might be somewhat inconvenient to take you along. What inconvenience could there be? I can disguise myself as a man, Aunt Huang retorted, a spark of realization lighting her features. Indeed, I happen to have male attire. Please wait a moment while I change. She cast him a flirtatious glance and went to change. Just then, as Ling Zifu's mind was in turmoil, Hua Luo knocked on the door and, after bowing respectfully, presented a gift box. Master, this is a gift from the eldest miss. A gift? What sort of gift? Hua Luo conveyed Ling Xi's instructions in one breath, fearing she might misstate even a single word, and mentally rehearsed it once more. The young lady insisted that the master must accept this gift, otherwise it would be a dereliction of duty on her part as a daughter. Ling Zifu recalled that, just before leaving, Hua Luo had indeed been holding such a box. Upon receiving it, he casually opened it. Tell your young lady. The next moment, his aged face flushed crimson, more vibrant than a monkey's rear. Master? How peculiar. Why does the master appear as if he has seen a ghost? What lies within the box? Hua Luo, filled with curiosity, turned her head to glance inside. A loud bang echoed as she swiftly turned to close the door. She found herself rebuffed, nearly bumping her nose in the process. What could have caused such a perplexed expression on the master's face? What, precisely, did the second young lady bestow upon the eldest young lady? Lingxi felt a rush of blood to his head, his entire body ablaze with heat. In a fit of agitation, he tossed the box onto the bed and flung open the window. The box fell open, revealing a vivid splash of crimson. At that moment, Aunt Huang happened to emerge, and upon glimpsing the striking red, her curiosity compelled her to retrieve the item, instantly enveloping her in a blush. "Oh, my lord, you are truly mischievous. Presenting such a thing to me," she exclaimed as she unfolded the object and gestured with it against her body. "Is this what you desire me to wear? This is a splendid piece of sheer fabric. Simply put, it is akin to the intimate apparel of women from ancient times. In that era, such garments were exclusively donned by courtesans. Which noble lady would dare to wear such an item? Do not speak plainly. Possessing such an object is indeed a profound transgression against the principles of marital propriety." Lingxi had initially opened the window to let in some fresh air, but upon witnessing the scene, his countenance turned ashen, and he hurriedly shut the window once more. What purpose could one possibly have for such a thing in the dead of night? "Put it down at once. Is it not prepared for me by the master?" What could he possibly say? Could it be that this is a gift from the second daughter to the eldest? Wait a moment. Why did Lingxi choose to give such a clandestine item to her sister? Aunt Huang's joy grew as she gestured animatedly, playfully planting a kiss on Lingxi's cheek, exclaiming with delight, "I shall change this for you, my lord." Yet, in an instant, her expression shifted to one of perplexity. Is my lord leaving so soon? Is there such urgency? Upon receiving the message, he promptly set out. Lingxi summoned butler Sun and imparted a few instructions, requesting the guard Jiang Fei to harness the carriage. Jiang Fei, perplexed, inquired, "Master, where are we heading at such a late hour?" Lingxi closed his eyes and clenched his fists. The western suburbs, the dam. In the dead of night, the remote dam was devoid of even a shadow. Jiang Fei parked the car as instructed and found a spot to doze off. 2 hours later, a horse-drawn carriage came rushing in. Startled, Jiang Fei sprang to his feet, and when he recognized the driver, he was taken aback. "Steward's son." Butler's son halted the carriage, leaping a few steps onto the carriage of Lingxi, his expression bearing the weight of distress. "Master, we have apprehended the culprit. It is the gardener from the back garden." While Jiang Fei remained perplexed, he heard the sound of a woman's sobs emanating from Butler Sun's carriage. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Aunt Huang? Madame Huang adorned herself in a strikingly alluring manner, her attire simultaneously suggesting both coverage and exposure, eliciting an immediate and overwhelming response from him. As blood gushed from his nose at just a single glance. Beside Madame Huang, the gardener stood unclothed, bound like a plucked chicken, utterly paralyzed by fear, rendered incapable of even weeping. Steward's son remarked, "The master's deduction was indeed accurate. Scarcely had you departed for half an hour when this fellow breached the courtyard, and we apprehended him in the act. Pray, how shall we proceed?" Lingxi coldly remarked, "Send them on their way." Butler's son responded affirmatively, summoning the attending servants, who dragged concubine Huang and the gardener out, binding them with heavy stones before casting them into the depths of the embankment. "Rest assured, my lord," he assured. "The servants who accompanied us have all signed a death contract. Their entire families are in our grasp, and none dare to divulge this matter." Lingxi cast a cold glance at him. "Do you know when their affair began?" "My lord, I swear on my family's lives that I truly do not know." The servant replied earnestly. "The gardener claimed that he and concubine Huang have only met once. This is the second time, my lord." "How did you find out?" On the way here, he had also inquired with the other servants, who said they had not noticed any affairs involving the gardener and concubine Huang, and they were all curious about how Lingxi had come to know. Lingxi remained silent, shrouded in shadows, his expression obscured. How could the most oblivious of them all, Lingxi, have knowledge of an affair that no one else was aware of? Could it be that she truly possessed some extraordinary insight, able to foresee the future? Chapter 10. I want to be a demonic concubine, miss. Concubine Huang has passed away. Hua Luo informed Lingxi, who appeared weary with dark circles under her eyes from a restless night. Lingxi, taken aback, asked, "Where has she gone?"
She has.
Left, while Luo gestured vaguely. Lingxi, bewildered, widened her eyes. "What do you mean?" While Luo frowned. "She has died." Coughing, Lingxi nearly choked on the mouthwash. "What did you say?"
Repeat that.
The steward had mentioned this morning that concubine Huang had suddenly fallen ill last night and died before the doctor could arrive. The Lord found her untimely death to be inauspicious, and thus kept it secret, burying her quietly. Sudden illness? But how could concubine Huang not outlive the master? What about her lover? Has he met the same fate? Hua Luo remarked, "Miss, why have you been so odd lately?" "What are you talking about?" "Nothing. I was just wondering if concubine Huang died alone, or if someone else died with her." "Miss, you must be joking. Concubine Huang's illness was sudden. How could anyone have accompanied her in death?" "Oh." Hua Luo suddenly recalled the most important matter. "The palace's Granny Sui is waiting to see you in the front hall." "In the palace?" Lingxi's heart sank. "What does she want?" "She says she's here to escort you to the palace to learn etiquette." "Why didn't you say so earlier? Why waste time gossiping with me?" Lingxi had no mind for concubine Huang's fate. She hurriedly wiped her face and began to pack. Hua Luo, perplexed, asked, "Miss, what are you doing?" "Nothing, mind your own business. This time, I shall travel light, taking no one with me, slipping out through the back door, quietly, without telling a soul. It's just a pity about my treasure chest. No matter, as long as I have my life, I need not fear for my sustenance. Without those gold and jewels, I, Lingxi, shall not starve." Miss, be quiet, don't speak."
Come over here.
Lingxi did not allow Hua Luo a chance to respond, ordering her to wear her clothes and stand by the window. Hua Luo still wanted to say, "Miss, what about Unica and She? From now on, you'll stand here in my clothes, without speaking or moving, ensuring that everyone can see you." Lingxi stuffed a flower into Hua Luo's mouth. "Bite down. If it falls, I will punish you." Having pondered through the night, she decided to cherish life and avoid the tyrant. Escape was imperative. However, she did not expect the tyrant to act faster than she could. Early in the morning, he sent someone to block the door, leaving her with no choice but to act first. Hua Luo watched her bustling about, hesitating to speak. As she saw Ling, she climbed through the back window into the garden and dashed towards the back door. Once alone, she muttered indistinctly, "Miss, I wanted to mention that Eunuch N's carriage is parked at the back door." Lingxi, with her bundle on her back, took a roundabout path to avoid detection, moving swiftly. Approaching the back door, she saw no one and leaped joyfully, straining to pull the door bolt. The people outside bowed deeply. Mississippi Lingxi stood frozen, still clutching the bolt. 2 rows of young eunuchs in tea-colored garments stood neatly, with a green canopy carriage parked 10 paces away. Eunuch N approached with a smile akin to that of a benevolent Buddha. "Miss, the old servant pays his respects." Lingxi thought. "Having you is a blessing, but not for me." "Miss, that bolt weighs 50 pounds. It must be exhausting for you to hold." "Allow me to take it," Eunuch N offered, reaching for the bolt, but Lingxi clung to it as if it were a lifeline, unwilling to let go. Eunuch N was unable to grasp it. "Miss?" Feeling embarrassed, Lingxi released her grip. "Oh, I heard it was made of iron, so I wanted to test its weight." "Why make the door bolt so heavy? If it were lighter, I could manage it and make a quick escape. Now look, I've been caught red-handed." She stood there stiffly, filled with regret. "Eunuch N, why are you at my back door so early in the morning?" Eunuch N replied gently, "Miss, did you not heed Granny Sui's instructions to enter the carriage at the back door?" Lingxi responded, "His Majesty said it was to preserve your reputation. So he had the old servant and the carriage wait here while Granny Sui went to fetch you." Eunuch N glanced behind her. "Where is Granny Sui?" Before leaving in the morning, His Majesty had specifically instructed him that Lingxi would surely attempt to escape through the back door and told him to wait there. As expected, Miss Ling really did come out through the back. He smiled as he observed Lingxi's bundle. "What are you carrying this time?" Granny Sui was in charge of the ceremony, and all newcomers to the palace must follow her to learn the rules. Given that Lingxi was to be the future empress, the lessons would be held in the Hualan Hall, which is beautifully situated by water, tranquil and secluded. Women adorn themselves for the sake of pleasing their beloved. Even as an empress, this remains true. Lingxi's first lesson upon entering the palace is to learn how to please His Majesty. To please the emperor, one must assist him with virtue, guide him with behavior, and awaken him with words. For an empress, respecting ancestral teachings is paramount. As Granny Sui spoke with rhythm and cadence, Lingxi stifled yawns. Being an empress is challenging. Having to learn so many rules, I would rather be a seductive demonic concubine, turning the court upside down.
Granny Sui exclaimed, Amitabha.
Did I just hear that? It must be a figment of my imagination. Who would not want to be an empress, but instead desires to be a demonic concubine? Considering the timeline, it has only been a little over 20 days. I cannot be trapped by these rules. Lingxi suddenly raised her hand. Excuse me, Granny. I need to use the restroom. Miss, restroom is too vulgar. Once you become empress, you cannot use such crude terms. Lingxi retorted. Eating, drinking, and relieving oneself are the most basic human needs. Should we filter them out for being improper? One should say entering and exiting respectfully. If I cannot enter, then I will call it a restroom. Lingxi suddenly recalled her character and sneered. I am just that vulgar and coarse. You have the ability to tell the emperor. Moreover, I refuse to learn these ridiculous rules. When I become empress, I will establish new ones. Get out of my way. With a fierce kick, she overturned the table and stormed away from Granny Sui. In the distance, a regal woman observed the scene quietly. Was it not said that Lingxi's temperament had recently changed? Was this the change? Chapter 11. Alone, am I feeding you? Lingxi remained unaware that someone was watching her. Upon leaving Hualan Hall, she made her way to the imperial kitchen. Having been too busy that morning and lacking appetite, she had not eaten anything and now felt her stomach ache from hunger, so she sought food to fill her belly. However, the imperial kitchen seemed unusually quiet today, lacking the usual bustle. There were no sounds of chopping or washing vegetables. Is anyone here? Someone. Bring me a bun or some chicken. Lingxi stepped over the threshold but found herself unable to cross further. What a twist of fate. How did I encounter the tyrant here? The tyrant stood before the table, bowls and dishes laid out, while the chefs knelt on the ground, the atmosphere oppressive. Cheng Qianzhi lifted his gaze slightly, remaining silent, yet his piercing eyes glinted like blades. The tyrant is about to unleash his wrath once more? Lingxi. Cheng Qianzhi lowered his eyelashes. Lingxi had no choice but to halt her steps. Your Majesty, come here and see if there is something amiss with this noodle soup. What is there to see in a bowl of soup? Whether there is a problem is for you to determine, he replied. With a resolute heart, she approached. The soup was a delightful concoction, with translucent dumplings, clear broth, vibrant green vegetables, and topped with succulent, marinated roasted venison, enticingly red. Your Majesty, I may not be an expert, but this dish appears quite appetizing. The tyrant handed her a pair of chopsticks.
Try it.
I should try it? Lingxi's heart raced with alarm. Surely, it is not poisoned? Is the tyrant intending to poison me? Cheng Qianzhi twirled the chopsticks. Do you think I would feed you? No way. With so many eyes upon us, you have no shame. I still require sustenance. Lingxi cautiously picked a dumpling and took a taste. Cheng Qianzhi's expression remained impassive. Well, do you think it is some exquisite delicacy? A mere bite, just a dumpling. What flavor could it possibly possess? Someone, fetch a spoon. Cheng Qianzhi said with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Take a sip of the soup. Unable to decipher his intentions, Lingxi sipped a small mouthful. Now have a piece of meat. Lingxi reluctantly picked up a piece of venison and took a bite. Cheng Qianzhi was expectant. Well? Your Majesty, should I speak candidly? Lingxi chewed the meat, which tasted like cardboard. It is quite unpalatable. Indeed, anything the tyrant consumes is bound to be inedible. Take this venison. It must be from an aged deer. It is tough and gamey, akin to eating frozen meat, the expired kind. The broth is bland, and the dumplings are hard and lifeless. In a word, inedible. Cheng Qianzhi laughed. It seems my taste is not mistaken. It is indeed unpalatable. His laughter was charming, radiating youthful exuberance. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the cooks began to tremble. Lingxi glimpsed the coldness in his eyes, devoid of warmth. Despite his radiant smile, it did not reach his eyes, exuding an unsettling chill. Lingxi was struck by a foreboding sense. Your Majesty, Cheng Qianzhi continued to smile, then let them be executed. What do you mean, executed? Is speaking the truth grounds for execution? You requested an honest opinion. The tyrant lacks decorum.
What now?
Should we take the tyrant hostage? Before Lingxi could finish her thoughts, the Imperial Guard stormed in and seized the kneeling cooks. A false alarm. It was not I. But this constant state of alarm is unacceptable. Whose heart can withstand such frights? No, I must leave. Regardless, once I step outside the palace today, I shall flee home. But before I go, I must find a way to procure some gold and jewels. I wonder where the tyrant has hidden my treasure chest. While contemplating, Lingxi inadvertently met his gaze and offered a nervous smile. Well, Your Majesty, if you have no further commands, I shall not delay you in your matters. I take my leave. I have yet to inquire why you are here. I took a wrong turn. With so many lives lost here, she had lost her appetite. Fabricating an excuse to deflect Qin Qianzhe's inquiry, she hastily departed towards the palace gates. This wretched place. She wished to linger not a moment longer. Miss Ling, where are you headed? A commanding voice resonated from behind. Lingxi's heart skipped a beat. For reasons unknown, a wave of dread washed over her, sending chills down her spine. This fear emanated from her very core. She could not articulate why, but turned to face the voice. Aunt Rue. Miss Ling has not frequented our Daliang Hall lately. The Empress Dowager misses you dearly, as do I. Aunt Rue approached with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Daliang Hall was the Empress Dowager's palace, and Aunt Rue was her handmaiden, now overseeing the inner palace. In her memory, she recalled being trapped in a dark box, curled up, her limbs stiff as if they had broken, devoid of sensation. Suddenly, the lid opened, blinding white light poured in. She instinctively shut her eyes, hearing Aunt Rue's laughter. Lingxi, you must be so frightened alone in there. Fear not. I have brought you many delightful friends. They will keep you company. The light was blinding, and she could see nothing. Then, a flurry of squeaks. Countless furry creatures cascaded onto her, crawling all over her body and face. They were rats, swarming as if they had stumbled upon a feast. They began to gnaw at her ears and cheeks. She screamed, but as she opened her mouth, the rodents surged inside. That spine-chilling sensation seeped from her bones. And Lingxi suddenly felt nauseated, retching by the roadside. Miss Ling, why do you still have such a penchant for vomiting? Aunt Rue's smile grew more triumphant. It was merely a joke from many years ago, a game we played. How did it leave you with such a psychological scar that you vomit upon seeing me? Lingxi was drenched in cold sweat, goosebumps crawling down her spine. She could scarcely believe that the images in her mind were real occurrences from her past. Yet, it seemed these memories were absent from the original text. Why was this happening? Lingxi was merely a supporting character, destined to meet an early demise, with the author bestowing upon her little more than diminished intellect and unparalleled beauty, devoid of any substantial backstory. She was certain the author had never penned any of Lingxi's past. She existed solely as a stepping stone for the protagonist to overcome challenges.
Now,
why had she awakened to memories and storylines never experienced by a mere paper doll? Chapter 12. I shall establish my persona. Aunt Rue grasped Lingxi's chin. Her smile wide, yet eyes filled with malice. Miss Ling, will you go willingly, or shall I compel you? The Empress Dowager wishes to see me. Naturally, I shall go myself. Lingxi wiped her mouth. However, in my current disheveled state, I fear I may offend the Empress Dowager. Might I be permitted to freshen up? Enough of your words. The Empress Dowager has seen you in far worse conditions. No need for grooming. Go at once. Aunt Rue sensed a shift in Lingxi's demeanor, but she dismissed it, roughly shoving her towards the Empress Dowager. Once they departed, Gong and appeared quietly, pondering their retreating figures. In Daliang Hall, Your Majesty, Miss Ling has arrived. Aunt Rue forcefully pushed Lingxi into the courtyard. Lingxi stumbled, nearly losing her footing. This humble servant, Lingxi, pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager faced away, tending to the lotus pods in a large water vat, discarding several vibrant lotus flowers to the ground. Upon entering the palace, this very Daliang Hall was my residence. The late emperor remarked that I am like the lotus pod, clear, slightly sweet, and medicinal, but the lotus heart is bitter, and Chi Fei was like the lotus flower, beautiful, pleasing, gentle, yet capable of delighting the heart of the dragon. Lingxi frowned slightly. Qi Fei? Is she not the tyrant's mother, later elevated to the rank of noble consort, and posthumously honored as the Empress Dowager? The author briefly mentioned Qi Fei's misdeeds, noting that the tyrant desecrated her grave at the age of 7, using her skull as a drinking vessel. From the Empress Dowager's words, it seemed she and Qi Fei were once bitter adversaries. This is dire. The paper doll's life appeared to have awakened, yet it seemed of little use. Lingxi could not decipher the Empress Dowager's words and dared not speak, standing there with her eyes downcast and her demeanor obedient. The Empress Dowager noticed her transformation and tilted her head slightly. No wonder everyone remarks that you have changed in recent days. Indeed, there is a difference. Lingxi thought. This is not good. I am about to lose my persona. Why have you fallen silent? The Empress Dowager's aura grew cold. Do you think that now you have a chance to become the Empress, you can disregard me? The maidservant dared not respond. Indeed, she had changed, bold enough to retort against the Empress Dowager. With a swift motion, the Empress Dowager severed a lotus pod in two. You seem to have forgotten that whether or not you become the Empress is at my discretion. What is happening? Does the Empress Dowager not wish for me to marry the tyrant? What a blessing! Perhaps if I plead, the Empress Dowager will dissolve my engagement to the tyrant? Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. Could Lingxi have any ties with the Empress Dowager? I must not act impulsively. I need to maintain my composure. This cursed memory, awakening in solitude, offers no useful information. Just as Lingxi pondered her next words, a commotion erupted outside, with palace maids exclaiming, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is resting and has not summoned you. You cannot enter.
Leave.
The tyrant, Qin Xianzhe, rushed in like a tempest. The guards near the Empress Dowager moved swiftly to block him. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is here. Do not act recklessly. Qin Xianzhe's breath was hurried, as if he had sprinted to get here. His gaze flitted over Lingxi before he bowed slightly. I miss the Empress Dowager and wish to pay my respects. I may have been too hasty. I trust the Empress Dowager will not take offense. You miss me? I could not be more pleased. How could I possibly take offense? The Empress Dowager smiled warmly, waving her hand to dismiss the guards. It has been far too long since we last conversed. Come, share a cup of tea with me. A scene of maternal affection unfolded as Qin Xianzhe approached and took the Empress Dowager's arm, leading her to the table. As they passed Lingxi, he scoffed. So you're here. Lingxi thought, you think I want to be here? It is this wretched old woman who brought me. I have no idea what to do now, and yet you are picking at my flaws. Do you believe I would douse you with tea to establish my character? Humph. Your Majesty, blessings upon you. She spoke coldly, casting him a sidelong glance, her smile lacking sincerity. In the past, I never regarded the tyrant with any respect before the Empress Dowager. No wonder she suspects me. Qin Xianzhe paid no heed to her insolence. His focus fixed on the Empress Dowager's demeanor. With her cunning and temperament, Lingxi's earlier thoughts could have cost her dearly. Why did the Empress Dowager seem as if she had not heard? Calm and composed, her aura and expression remained unchanged. Could it be that she cannot hear Lingxi's inner thoughts?
How could that be?
Even eunuch and could hear them. Why not the Empress Dowager? Upon learning that Lingxi had been summoned, Qin Xianzhe hurried here, fearing the Empress Dowager might hear her thoughts and act rashly. Yet, it seemed his concern was unwarranted. Not only could the Empress Dowager not hear Lingxi's thoughts, but even the palace maids around her were oblivious. Eunuch Rui brought forth a teacup. Lingxi served tea to His Majesty. Oh, how I knew I would be dragged into this. What must I do now to satisfy the Empress Dowager? Should I throw tea in the tyrantess' face to establish my character? Lingxi took the teacup, her mind racing, glancing at the tyrant's striking features. How scalding! Is this boiling water? Would it mar his visage if I splashed it? Suddenly, Qin Xianzhe slammed his palm onto the table, startling the Empress Dowager. What has come over His Majesty? Empress Dowager, there is a matter I wish to discuss. What is it? You must have heard that I have long desired to summon General Chang's granddaughter to the palace as my empress. Qin Xianzhe's finger abruptly pointed at Lingxi, yet this which has drugged me, dishonored my body, leaving me no choice but to declare her my empress. The Empress Dowager's eyelids twitched, her gaze turning icy. What does His Majesty seek from me? I implore the Empress Dowager to issue a decree nullifying my previous command and, in your name, appoint Miss Chong as my Empress. As for this witch, I desire her to spend the rest of her life in the cold palace, never to emerge. What madness is this? Just days ago, he swore to marry me, and now he has turned his affections elsewhere? Is the plot shifting again? The cold palace? It could be worse. At least I wouldn't have to accompany him in executing the emperor. Should I stoke the flames further? Your Majesty, do you think I desire to be your empress?
Pa.
Who wishes to marry you? Just look at your current state. All skin and bones, resembling a woman. Devoid of strength. How dare you, Lingxi? The Empress Dowager thundered, her voice booming with fury. His Majesty is not one you can insult. The tyrant could no longer contain his rage. The Empress Dowager witnessed her insolence. In the Dulyang Palace, she behaved so audaciously. In my quarters, she shows me no respect. I wish to depose her and establish a new empress, and I ask for the Empress Dowager's support. Should I also feign anger? Let the Empress Dowager believe I yearn to marry the tyrant? This way, perhaps she will not want me to marry him and will annul the engagement. With this thought, Lingxi leaped up, ready to strike the tyrant. You dream. You were born to be mine, and you shall die mine. Empress Dowager, I will marry him, even if it kills me. Eunuch Rue was quick to restrain her. Yet, she resisted, laughing maniacally. If you wish to wed another woman, dream on. I will not allow it. The Empress Dowager's voice turned icy. Did you not claim His Majesty was unworthy of your regard? I may not regard His Majesty, but I covet the position of Empress. The daughter of the Chong family seeks to usurp my throne. She is delusional. Lingxi declared fiercely. In this realm, the Empress must be me. In that moment, she was unreservedly herself. This audacious and reckless defiance against the Emperor and Empress Dowager revealed her true nature. Observing her demeanor, the Empress Dowager's fury began to ebb. Since that is the case, then I shall take charge. Chun Xianzhi quickly knelt. Empress Dowager, you must take my side.
Oh.
Anyone can kneel. Lingxi exclaimed, tossing her skirt and dramatically collapsing to the ground, throwing a tantrum. I do not care. I will become the Empress. Empress Dowager. Look at her. There is not a trace of the dignity of a national mother in her. Chun Xianzhi's face twisted with disdain, as if he wished to kick her. The Empress Dowager surveyed the two, nodding. Your Majesty, I understand your intent. The Chong family's daughter is well-versed in military texts, proficient in poetry, and renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital. She would be a fitting empress, aligning with my wishes. Chun Xianzhi's fingers tightened unconsciously. Lingxi's tantrum halted, her heart brimming with elation. It is settled, the engagement is void. The Empress Dowager declared, I approve your marriage decree. A date for the wedding shall be chosen. Chun Xianzhi's eyes abruptly closed. Lingxi's expression was a chaotic blend of mania and joy, forming a bizarre visage. Wait a moment, something feels off. Which marriage decree has been approved? Surely, the tyrant and Miss Chong do not also possess a marriage decree, do they? Or is it as I suspect? The Empress Dowager, Chun Xianzhi, opened his eyes in anguish, his body trembling with fury. This woman is so deranged. How can she be fit to be the mother of a nation? Is she speaking of me? The Empress Dowager smiled in a manner that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. A gentleman's word, once given, is as difficult to retract as a team of 4 horses. How much more so for you, a sovereign, whose words bear weight. This does not bode well. The Empress Dowager looked up with a smile. Moreover, you and Lingxi have an engagement known throughout the capital. How can you expect me to annul it and grant marriage to Miss Chong? It is over. Has this play gone too far? Lingxi's heart felt cold and desolate. Your Highness, do you mean? The Empress Dowager cast a significant glance at her. This time, I have fulfilled your wish and will support you as the Empress. Lingxi was completely stunned, utterly bewildered. Is this not akin to lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot? Where did it all go wrong? Didn't the Empress Dowager wish for me not to marry the tyrant? Rue Gu cleared her throat. Miss Ling, should you not express your gratitude for the Empress Dowager's grace? Thank you, Your Highness, for your benevolence. These words carried immense weight. Chen Qianzhe seemed hesitant, unwilling to accept his fate, and crawled a few steps while pleading, "Your Highness." The Empress Dowager rubbed her temples, her expression weary, and gestured for Lingxi and Chen Qianzhe to leave. After their departure, the Empress Dowager pondered aloud, "Ruigu, what is your perspective? Is it so?" Suddenly, the Empress Dowager gazed ominously at the sky. "Has the Ling family's medicine been sent to the Imperial Medical Bureau on time? Well, one must be cautious. I have orchestrated this for so long. Finally arriving at this point, I cannot let a madman ruin it. The servant understands." Outside the Daliang Hall, Lingxi followed the tyrant, feeling downcast, like a wilted eggplant. Eunuch and waved his hand, instructing everyone to step back and follow at a distance. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would not have squandered my acting skills. Now, I find myself wed without choice and have offended the tyrant. Casting a glance at Chen Qianzhe's figure, she sighed even more heavily. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's just over 10 days left to live. Let it be. I shall resign myself to fate. Suddenly, Chen Qianzhe spoke. "No matter what you do, the Empress Dowager will make you marry me."
Why?
The Chang family has served in the military for 3 generations, achieving great merit on the battlefield. Their daughters are renowned for their beauty and virtue. The Empress Dowager would never allow me to marry such a woman. Then what kind of woman should I marry? A foolish madwoman like me? Your father was the top scholar 25 years ago. Although he has reached a high position now, he is responsible for compiling texts and holds no real power. Given your reputation for foolishness, you are naturally the best candidate for Empress. That seems somewhat reasonable. But wait, it contradicts what I heard from the Empress Dowager earlier. She seemed opposed to my marrying the tyrant. Lingxi hesitated. But the Empress Dowager does not wish for you to marry me because she feels you are not yet fully within her control and cannot be of use to her. Lingxi suddenly halted in her tracks. What the hell? I don't believe I actually voiced those questions just now, did I? Is it coincidence? Or is it mere chance? Chen Qianzhe slowly turned, his dark eyes devoid of warmth. I can't hear your thoughts. Chapter 14. The golden finger has turned to the opponent. Lingxi was initially taken aback, then felt a prickling sensation at her scalp, ultimately resorting to the most feeble denial.
Impossible.
If he truly could hear my thoughts, then my earlier complaints.
I am doomed.
Is there any way to remedy this? This plot twist wasn't in the original text. Where did it come from? Could it be that the tyrant is deceiving me? How could he possibly hear my thoughts? He has not a worm in my belly. With a raised eyebrow, she threatened and questioned. Then tell me, what am I thinking right now? I may not be the worm in your belly, but I can hear your thoughts, Chen Qianzhe replied, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Moreover, it's not just me. Unicorn can also hear them. Lingxi exclaimed, this is definitely not right. How could the golden finger have turned to the opponent? Oh no! Could he hear my thoughts as well? Chen Qianzhe tilted his head slightly, a smile lingering at the edge of his lips. What do you mean by golden finger? A finger made of gold? Or does it imply that my fingers can turn stone to gold? Lingxi felt as if she had been thrust into an unexpected narrative. This is madness. I must be losing my mind. Stay alert. I need to remain lucid. Suddenly, she dashed towards the lotus pond, diving in before the palace maids and eunuchs could react. In the Daliang Hall, Ruigu knelt on the ground, meticulously applying the freshly prepared cardamom juice to the Empress Dowager's nails. Your Highness! Your Highness! A young eunuch shouted urgently, causing Ruigu to tremble and accidentally smear the juice onto her own fingers. Furious, she turned and slapped the young eunuch. What are you shouting for? Disturbing the Empress Dowager. Do you wish to die? The young eunuch's cheek swelled, and he quickly knelt. I beg your Highness's pardon. It is an urgent matter that compelled me to disturb you.
Please spare me.
What is it? The Empress Dowager paused and exchanged glances with Ruigu. Did she jump in of her own accord? Ruigu asked. Is she dead? No. The guards rushed in and pulled her out. However, the Ling girl seems quite unwell, and no one is allowed near her. What about His Majesty? His Majesty has also been kept outside the hall. Withdraw and keep a close watch over that area.
Yes.
The room fell into silence. The Empress Dowager contemplated for a long while. Would Lingxi truly commit suicide? Not likely. She is foolish and lacks the capacity for such thoughts. She is only good at indulgence and revelry, not self-harm.
Huigu Kodilauget.
She doesn't have the courage or the intellect. Suicide is not a thought that just anyone can entertain. Rue Gu clenched her teeth. Could it be that she has truly gone mad? But it seems too sudden. Could it be the effect of the medicine? What do you mean? Has she not been intermittently insane lately? Perhaps the poison from those medicines has affected her mind.
Hending Himmel.
The Empress Dowager tapped the table, regaining her composure. She cannot lose her sanity. Inform the imperial physician that she has suffered from cold water and switch to warming remedies. Lingxi was curled up in the tyrant's chambers, drenched like a drenched chicken. Motionless as she let the water drip onto the floor, lost in thought. What kind of story am I in? Why am I granting others a golden finger? Am I some sort of reading machine? Anyone can come and tap me, and I'll read for them. And it's the universal model. Damage 100, insult 10, 000. The golden edges of her garments caught her eye. Are you planning to just sit here, forbidding others to approach? Lingxi lifted her gaze, irritation flaring in her eyes. What else can I do? You don't even want to talk to me now. Why talk? You can hear everything anyway. Is there any need for words? Not just anyone can hear your thoughts, Qin Qianzhi said, taking a seat beside her. Therefore, it is better to clarify what needs to be said. What do you mean? Lingxi suddenly stood up. Didn't he say that you all could hear my thoughts?
Sit down.
Qin Qianzhi patted the space beside him. Lingxi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sat down. Are you sure that not everyone can hear my thoughts? If they could, how could you still be alive? Lingxi was momentarily stunned, realizing the implications. The Empress Dowager. All the thoughts I had in the Dalian Hall could have filled a 1,000-word essay, yet neither she nor anyone else in the palace reacted. Qin Qianzhi explained, I was worried that your thoughts would be heard by the Empress Dowager, which is why I rushed to the Dalian Hall to save you. But upon arriving, I found that no matter what you thought, the Empress Dowager remained unfazed. Thus, I concluded that she cannot hear your thoughts. This is the only thing that brings me joy right now. Lingxi rubbed her neck, suddenly feeling anxious. What if the Empress Dowager had heard my complaints? You would have been dead. Though it stung, it was the truth. Lingxi slumped down, defeated. Then why did you suddenly share all this with me? I want to know who you truly are.
Me?
How do I explain my identity? Will it scare him?
Ah.
She suddenly looked at Qin Qianzhi, feeling somewhat awkward. I forgot that you can hear my thoughts. Qin Qianzhi's gaze softened. Speak freely. I would not necessarily be frightened. Your Majesty, it is not that I refrain from speaking, but rather that you would find it hard to believe, given your current status, such a premise. Must she really tell him that he is, in fact, an entirely non-existent entity? That he is merely a figment of an author's imagination? A soulless puppet devoid of destiny? Qin Qianzhi gazed at her for an extended moment, nodding silently. So, will I truly perish in a month? Perhaps even less than a month remains. He sat there, leaning against the wall, his expression weary. Astonishingly, it is indeed less than a month. Lingxi hesitated briefly and offered consolation. Do not be too sorrowful. I will accompany you when the time comes to sever your head. This consolation. It seems even less comforting. After a long silence, Qin Qianzhi murmured, after striving for so long, it turns out I am still destined to die. He let out a self-deprecating smile, lowering his head to caress the wrist guard on his arm. A few days ago, when you mentioned my impending execution, my initial reaction was to drag you down with me, so that in your attempt to save yourself, you would have no choice but to save me. Yet, looking at the situation now, aren't we both doomed to face execution? Chapter 15. Collaborating with the tyrant so easily? Qin Qianzhi laughed. Since death is inevitable, then let me face it alone. After all, this life has been wretched enough. Truly you will let me go?
Go.
Lingxi was taken aback when the tyrant unexpectedly released her without warning. Fearing that Qin Qianzhi might change his mind, she hurriedly rose and headed toward the palace exit. Behind her, the tyrant observed her retreating figure, his gaze laden with complexity. Suddenly, Lingxi halted, for reasons unbeknownst to her. As she stood on the brink of complete liberation from the tyrant, free to live her life as she pleased within the pages of the book, possessing her own soul as a mere character, she felt a tinge of regret. A life of complacency and waiting for death may seem appealing. Yet it appears that we have not yet reached an impasse. Why have you stopped? Chun Qian's lowered his head, fiddling with his garment as sash. Rest assured. I am a man of my word. When I declare the annulment of our engagement, it shall be so. The Empress stated she would arrange a marriage for us. What will become of her now? I am to die. Yet why should I concern myself with an old woman's affairs? Let her deal with it as she wishes. Chun Qian's no longer exuded his previous bravado. Instead, he radiated an indescribable despondency. We could join forces to stage a comeback. Initially, Chun Qian's believed the tyrant would be invigorated by her words, ready to fight for his life as she was. However, he merely sat there, his expression inscrutable, as if he possessed 1,000 unspoken words, yet did not know where to begin. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "Have you considered that even if we join forces, we may still be unable to escape our ultimate fate? How do you know we cannot escape?" Lingxi slapped her palm against his thigh. "Certain, you have not even tried. How can you be certain of failure? Because some stories have endings that are truly predetermined, unchangeable." The tyrant sighed. Much like the butterfly effect, when we alter one aspect, the subsequent repercussions may be even more profound, necessitating greater strength to remedy the situation. Until there is no hope left. Lingxi gasped in surprise. You are aware of the butterfly effect? The authoress setting is truly remarkable. Realizing the tyrant could hear her thoughts, she quickly shook her head, dismissing her fleeting notion. Even if the outcome is ultimately hopeless, we must struggle, must we not? Shall we truly resign ourselves to waiting for death? Lingxi made a decisive gesture. You are the tyrant king, and I possess knowledge of a certain future. Together, what problem cannot we solve? Join forces? How do you propose we collaborate? You address the grand issues, while I manage the minor ones. Lingxi's plan was straightforward. Since the root of the problem lies in the rebellion, we must first quell the insurrection. Through the clues provided in the original text, she would identify the culprits and eliminate them. Having changed into a clean dress, Lingxi followed Grand Eunuch and to the library. The library, situated in a corner of the tyrant's private chambers, appeared chaotic and disorganized, unlike the solemnity of the imperial study. This is His Majesty's personal space. Aside from myself, no palace attendants are permitted entry, thus it has never been meticulously cleaned, resulting in some disorder. My lady, do watch your step, lest you trip. These are His Majesty's childhood doodles. I have been urged to burn them, yet I could not bring myself to do so, so I have kept them. His Majesty's artistic endeavors are invaluable. Why should they be destroyed? If these were to be revealed to the public, they would fetch a fortune. Feeling somewhat embarrassed that Grand Eunuch and could hear her thoughts, she was relieved when he continued to tidy the other disheveled books without acknowledging her. The old fox. No wonder he has remained by the tyrant's side for so long, unfazed even when faced with calamity. Lingxi genuinely admired Grand Eunuch and composure. She casually opened a painting. Is this the tyrant's artwork? The image was dark. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, pressing down upon the boundless sea, with black waves surging and crashing, creating towering tsunamis. Amidst the flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, a solitary, battered boat drifted on the waves, with a frail figure discernible at the bow, holding a lantern, defiantly facing the colossal waves. This painting by His Majesty is indeed somber. She opened several more tattered scrolls, each depicting a style imbued with gloom and secrecy. These are the tyrant's childhood drawings. Did he not have a dark upbringing? Otherwise, he would not have produced such art. It seems the tyrant's transformation into a tyrant was not due to innate malice, but rather a consequence of his environment. Upon raising her head, she noticed Chun Qian standing at the inner door, watching her, uncertain if he had overheard her thoughts. I have something for you to see. It is the official report regarding the disaster situation from the Shiliang River. The local officials have reported that the disaster has stabilized, and they are soothing the populace. Although food supplies are somewhat lacking, they can manage to provide thin porridge until next month. Lingxi nodded. That is good news. According to the intelligence in the original text, it is indeed true. To my knowledge, the relief grain allocated by the court has been intercepted by the left chancellor. who sold half and distributed the rest to certain officials, colluding together and later incited a rebellion among the refugees, which led to the palace coup on August 12th. August 12th? Chun Qian's expression shifted slightly. Yes, August 12th, the date of our demise. Today is July 17th, and with just 25 days remaining, we must resolve this matter within that time to avert catastrophe. Lingxi gestured invitingly. Therefore, Your Majesty, please proceed. Proceed with what? To reopen the granaries. The peasants rebel for a morsel of food. If everyone had enough to eat and could live in peace, who would dare to take risks? Heroes emerge in times of chaos. Yet, it is the heroes who cannot survive in chaos, forced to become heroes. The tyrant's expression was peculiar. I understand the reasoning. Yet what follows? There is no food. The tyrant calmly explained. The national treasury is empty. Not only is there a lack of food, but also insufficient funds to purchase grain. The little grain that remains has already been squandered by the left chancellor, leaving us with nothing now. The most direct and effective method to quell the unrest is to provide food. Yet, how can we do so without any grain? Shall we press our faces against the situation? Chapter 16. It seems we have been set up. What shall we do now? Are we back at a deadlock? Lingxi sank into a chair, her brow furrowed, hugging her knees and burying her face in her garments. Where can we possibly procure food for so many people? I suggest we borrow.
Borrow?
From whom? Lingxi felt dejected. That would require an immense amount of grain. You cannot fathom the scale of such granaries. As the supreme ruler of the land, you likely cannot distinguish between £1 and 100 pounds. Do you understand the concept of astronomical figures? Loneliness is not as foolish as you might think. Chun Qianzhe tapped the corner of the table. I have long contemplated a solution, yet I require your assistance. He instructed eunuch N to retrieve a wooden box from the bookshelf and opened it. Inside lay a collection of letters sealed with the royal jade seal and dozens of official stamps of varying sizes. Lingxi was bewildered. What are these official titles? I have fabricated some titles, mere figments without real power. However, for merchants, what they lack is such a title devoid of authority to bolster their family status. Lingxi suddenly understood. You intend to sell official titles. Do not put it so harshly. Chun Qianzhe's gaze darkened. It is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement between us and them.
Clever.
Lingxi raised both hands in praise. Agriculture, industry, commerce, education, and military. Merchants hold a lowly status. They possess wealth but lack power. The only path to elevate their family is through scholarly pursuits and officialdom. Chun Qianzhe nodded. However, studying is arduous and demands talent. Even if a merchant family is immensely wealthy, it may take a century to produce a capable official. Thus, purchasing an official title is the simplest and most effective means to transform a family's fortunes. Lingxi became animated. What do you wish for me to do? I cannot leave this palace, nor do I have anyone trustworthy. Only you can assist me in venturing beyond the city to procure grain. Chun Qianzhe opened a drawer and retrieved a blue-green plaque inlaid with turquoise, the reverse side adorned with a black gilded dragon. This is the identity plaque of a royal inspector. Bearing it, one can act on my behalf. Oh, so it signifies the authority of a sort of state? Lingxi exclaimed excitedly, holding the plaque. Does this mean I can act first and report later? You may interpret it that way. How thrilling! This item appears to be made of jade and is a royal possession. It must be quite valuable. If it were sold. Suddenly, she awkwardly raised her head. I was just thinking, it's not that I genuinely intend to sell it. She sheepishly set the plaque down, her toes nearly digging into the ground. Great heavens, why am I letting my imagination run wild again? Oh no, I'm still thinking. But my mind is not under my control. I am not an idiot. Thoughts will inevitably wander. Never mind, let it be. She glanced at Jun Suaja, noticing he seemed oblivious to her musings, engrossed in searching through a stack of documents. To alleviate her embarrassment and curb her wandering thoughts, Lingxi exaggeratedly rubbed her stomach. Eunuchin, do you have anything to eat? I am famished. Eunuchin was taken aback. Ong is what His Majesty calls him. A term laden with emotional significance, and he did not expect Lingxi to address him similarly. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled. There are some sweet pastries here. I wonder if they suit the young lady's taste. Lingxi had become immune to the palace's pastries. As long as it was edible, she cared little for flavor. She took a bite, and as expected, felt disappointed. It looked appealing but tasted bland. Poor rating. Chen Xianzhe handed her a document. You need to locate this person and find a way to persuade him to accompany you to procure grain. With his protection, your journey should be safe. Lingxi, chewing on the sweet pastry, opened the document and asked indistinctly, who is this person? He is a state prisoner, sentenced to death, confined in the Tianzi prison. Lingxi's demeanor changed drastically. A death row inmate. You want me to rely on a death row inmate? Is he to protect me? Or will he be my executioner? Chen Xianzhe pointed to the document. Since I have chosen him for you, there is a reason for my choice. His wife and child are in exile. We can leverage their situation to ensure his compliance. A death row inmate from Tianzi prison. His family in exile? Surely not. Lingxi stammered. His surname is Qian, isn't it? Chen Xianzhe's expression tightened. His name is Qian Shizhong. How did you know? The sweet pastry fell to the ground. Of course, I know. Because the one who sought to behead us is he. Chen Xianzhe. Lingxi suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, This is terrible. Qian Shizhong killed us because his wife and child perished in exile. Consumed by resentment, he sought revenge against us. In the original narrative, Qian Shizhong's martial prowess is unparalleled. He began studying at 3, trained in martial arts at 5, became a champion at 16, but at 27, he was wrongfully imprisoned for life by a tyrant, while his family was exiled to die. However, Qian Shizhong feigned death to escape and has been searching for his family under an assumed identity. When he finally found them, he witnessed their demise from illness, leading him to become unhinged, and he killed the tyrant and his accomplices in rage. At this moment, Lingxi sensed something amiss. If we calculate the timeline, he should have escaped from Tianzi prison by now and is about to reunite with his family. Are you certain he remains in the prison? Aong, Your Majesty, you must personally verify Qian Shizhong's fate in Tianzi prison. Miss Lingxi is correct. Approximately 6 months ago, Qian Shizhong passed away and was buried. This matter was reported to the authorities, but whether it reached the higher-ups remains uncertain. Qian Shizhong's records are personally kept by the tyrant in the imperial archives. Aside from him, no one knows the whereabouts of Qian Shizhong's family. Lingxi glanced at the address and was taken aback. Is this the place of exile? Her understanding of exile was that, even if it were not 3,000 miles away, it would be a desolate land at least 1,500 miles distant. Yet, Qian Shizhong's family was in the capital. Suddenly, she realized, Your Majesty, you have been nurturing Qian Shizhong as a potential asset, haven to you? That is why you retained his family for future utility? Chen Xianzhe did not elaborate, responding calmly. I cannot be involved in this matter, but I will send someone familiar with the palace and court to accompany you. Lingxi, we entrust our lives to you. For some reason, at that moment, Lingxi felt an inexplicable sensation of being ensnared by the tyrant. It was an indescribable intuition. It seemed that all of his previous actions and words were merely to manipulate her into assisting him in selling titles and procuring grain. This tyrant is cunning. Isn't? I can't shake the feeling that he is exceptionally wily, with countless schemes. I am a dragon, the true dragon of heaven. Chapter 17. Characterization. The crescent moon hung like a hook, reflecting in the water. A solitary boat created ripples, disrupting the moon's tranquility. The boat arrived at the shore. The boatman, hunched over, tied the rope to the pier's post. Young lady, we have arrived. Lingxi, wrapped in a black cloak, trembled as she disembarked. I must have lost my mind to agree to undertake this task for him. A cold wind swept through, causing her to shiver as she dismissed all thoughts and focused her mind. Steady yourself, steady yourself. Let us see how my modest acting skills fare. According to the narrative, before Qian Shizhong finds his family, he hides here at the dock, doing hard labor, hauling boats. She approached the grass hut where the laborers resided, hesitating on how to call out to them when a laborer, emerging from a nighttime visit, spotted her silhouette standing at the entrance of the hut and screamed in fright. Young lady, hey, come look. There's a girl here. Where did a girl come from in the middle of the night? The laborers, suddenly awake, rose energetically, curious to examine her. Lingxi scanned the crowd. With so many people, how can I tell if Qian Shizhong is among them? The laborers all stared at her. But no one responded. What a pity, his family is doomed, and he cannot bid them farewell. Just as that thought crossed her mind, a robust figure leaped up from the corner. He stood tall, perhaps around 6 feet 5 inches, muscular, broad-shouldered, and well-matched with the description of Qian Shizhong from the original text. It must be him. However, Qian Shizhong merely stood there, his features obscured by darkness, his expression unreadable. And he remained silent. Lingxi pretended to know nothing, mentally composing her thoughts. Qian Shizhong, I have done my best. Your fate is sealed. Poor dear son. Still calling for his father despite the high fever. As the ethereal divide between realms deepened, she bid farewell in silence, her heart composing a quiet soliloquy as she turned towards the dock. Qian Shizhong's hand clenched into a fist, alert to the sounds around him. Initially, upon hearing his name, he assumed it was the authorities pursuing him. To his surprise, it was a strange yet captivating young woman, though she uttered not a word. It felt as if he comprehended everything she had not said. Concerned for the safety of his wife and child, Qian Shizhong wasted no time and swiftly pursued her. His movement prompted the other porters to swarm around him like flies. What are you doing? He barked, his dark visage clouded with displeasure. Hey, big guy. How can you speak to us like that? Whatever you do, we'll follow suit. We're all men here, understanding without the need for words. A young lady like you wandering alone at this hour among a group of men and saying nothing? Everyone knows what that implies. Big guy. We won to fight you for the meat. Just let us have the soup. None knew Qian Shizhong by his name. He was simply referred to as the big guy. His prowess in combat was unparalleled, and no porter could rival him. When it came to meat, none dared contest with him. However, little did they know, Qian Shizhong had no intention of sharing even the broth. With an enraged roar, he stamped his foot, causing the ground to tremble thrice. The rickety thatched hut creaked ominously, and with a sharp crack, a pillar splintered, leading the entire structure to collapse. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Since sleep eludes me, I shall build a shelter. Anyone daring to follow shall not escape unscathed, he threatened, effectively silencing the crowd. He darted into the night, finally spotting the delicate silhouette on a small boat at the dock. Lingxi sat at the stern, warming liquor over a small flame. Did you intentionally summon me here? Why do you say that? There were so many people around. I merely stood there and no one else reacted. Why must you assume I was acting? Lingxi replied coolly, not bothering to lift her gaze. Yet, Qian Shizhong abruptly fell silent, swallowing his words. Indeed, she had remained mute, standing there like a goddess in the moonlight, silently aloof. Is he truly Qian Shizhong? How intriguing. He seems to know I am looking for him. In the game of fate, one never knows whether a misfortune may actually be a blessing. The ability to read minds, when wielded judiciously, could serve as her golden key. She would allow him to hear only what she wished him to. However, how do I broach the subject of his wife and child? Lingxi mused. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Qian Shizhong, her acting skills put to the test as she sought to implant subtle thoughts into his mind. Suppressing the tremors within, Qian Shizhong boldly seated himself across from her, pouring himself a cup of warm liquor and raising it in a toast. I am Qian Shizhong. Indeed, it is he. Feigning surprise, Lingxi replied, You are the esteemed Qian Zhuangyuan?
Zhuangyuan?
Please do not mock me, Mississippi. I have downed this liquor in one go, he grumbled. Pray tell, which family do you hail from? Seeking me at this hour, is there someone you wish for me to eliminate? What is your offer? Do you often take money for murder? It is a means to earn a living, though I abide by 3 principles. 1. I do not harm the innocent. 2. I do not kill women or children. 3. I do not slay the blameless. Who is it you wish me to kill? I have yet to decide. Consider this a reservation. Here is the deposit. Lingxi placed a silver lock before Qian Shizhong. Surely you recognize this? With trembling hands, Qian Shizhong finally grasped the silver lock, caressing it delicately. It was a keepsake he had forged for his son at birth, rough yet imbued with his profound love and hopes. Indeed, he recognizes it. This simplifies matters. Lingxi lowered her gaze. Your wife and child reside at number 13, Chengyuan Street. Do not worry, they are safe. At dawn tomorrow, I shall await you here. Very well, he affirmed, acknowledging her words. Lingxi sipped her warm liquor. This character is quite complex. Qian Shizhong was the most tragically unfulfilled male counterpart in the tale, without exception. After slaying the tyrant, he became a weapon in the hands of the heroine's sister, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of his own kin. A man of integrity, kindness, and unwavering loyalty, his promises were as solid as gold. Securing his vow brought Lingxi a sense of relief. As expected, before dawn broke the following day, Qian Shizhong arrived, breathless. Upon meeting, Lingxi said nothing, guiding him into a carriage that sped towards the North City gate. "Miss, where are we headed?" "To collect someone." The tyrant had arranged for a confidant to accompany them to Shiliang River for the relief efforts, though the identity of this confidant remained undisclosed, only that they would meet beyond the North City gate. At the crack of dawn, the city gate opened. Amid the bustling crowd, a man clad in a pine green robe stood out. Tall and striking, with a pale complexion and exquisite features, he exuded an indescribable anger. However, upon seeing him, Lingxi felt as if she had encountered a specter. "Isn't he the confidant? Why is it you? And furthermore, did you not say you could not leave that place?" Chapter 18. I do not require intelligence. Qian Shizhong regarded the man with curiosity. "Who is he?" Lingxi replied, "How should I explain? He is the tyrant, Chen Qianzhe." If she uttered that, Qian Shizhong would likely kill him on the spot to avenge his family, for he was the architect of the massacre that nearly eradicated the Qian clan. As she pondered how to introduce this, the tyrant lazily inclined his head. "You may call me Gongzizhe." Qian Shizhong clasped his fists in greeting, yet could not help but steal a few additional glances. "Gongzizhe, have we met before?" Lingxi's heart raced. "Is that so? Are you certain?" During Qian Shizhong's time as a martial arts champion, Chen Qianzhe had been but a child, and given his imperial position, adorned in dragon robes and a jeweled crown, even a fleeting encounter at the palace exam would not have left a lasting impression. Thus, he remained unperturbed. "I possess a rather common visage, a face easily forgotten. It is often mistaken. Do you truly not feel remorse saying such? To claim such a face is common? You are making it difficult for others to exist," Lingxi thought unreservedly, casting a glance at Qian Shizhong. "These two, one is a gentle pup, the other a rugged bear. Their attractiveness is incomparable. There is no basis for comparison." Unfazed by the remarks, Chen Qianzhe maintained his composure, while Qian Shizhong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he interjected, "Gongzizhe, you jest. Are you accompanying us?" "I shall not be going." Lingxi began but was interrupted by Chen Qianzhe, who said nonchalantly, "Indeed." Lingxi was perplexed. "Didn't you say you could not leave the palace?" In front of Qian Shizhong, she refrained from probing further. "After you departed, I considered it carefully. With only 20 days remaining, I cannot place my life entirely in your hands. I must live for myself at least once." Jun Suja calmly adjusted his sleeves. "What shall become of the palace affairs once you depart?" Jun Suja smiled knowingly. "Fear not. The palace will remain oblivious to my absence." "Then let us proceed." Chen Qianzhe, unwilling to elaborate further, urged Lingxi into the carriage. Qian Shizhong drove the cart, while Lingxi sat within, her eyes flickering with apprehension. Chen Qianzhe observed her several times. "What troubles you? One might think I have wronged you. You do not understand. I must remain ever vigilant to avoid unnecessary thoughts." Lingxi had cunningly lured Qian Shizhong onto the boat, and should she inadvertently reveal thoughts best kept hidden, all would be lost. Speaking of which, a thought comes to mind. Chen Qianzhe beckoned her closer with a gesture. Lingxi rolled her eyes. "Speak your piece." He pointed to Qian Shizhong's silhouette and patted the space beside him. "Come here." With no choice, Lingxi obliged. "Speak." "I once conversed with a Wang, who recounted that in his youth, a monk from the western regions came to impart teachings. The monk conveyed that the human heart is akin to a mirror. The purer the heart, the clearer it reflects, allowing others to perceive it without guile. Do you see my head? Do I look like someone who can comprehend such things? Could you speak plainly?" Chen Qian sighed lightly, explaining that the essence of the monk's words was that the more pristine one's spirit, the more it resembles a mirror, susceptible to external scrutiny. "I think I understand, yet I feel as though I do not." "So what? Do you truly not grasp it? You know very well that I am merely a pretty face, as lovely as a flower and nothing more. Lingxi shot him a disapproving glance. There's no need for intellect. What the monk meant was that one should not be too pure-hearted. A touch of cunning is necessary. For even hypocrisy can serve as a means of survival. Lingxi's gaze towards him became significantly more nuanced. Is it my intellect that falters? Or is it his expression that lacks clarity? Why does it feel as though he said nothing and yet said everything? Chen Qian's could no longer contain himself. I can't hear what you are thinking. Lingxi, valuing sincerity, retorted. I am aware of that. Yet there are certain thoughts that cannot be voiced aloud, though they linger in the mind. It is better to restrict any thoughts of disparaging the tyrant to mere contemplation. To utter them might invite his wrath. After all, words can lead to calamity. Should he ever grasp any careless remark she made, he might take offense and sever her head, which would be terribly unjust. Thus, it is best to keep such thoughts to oneself. Nonetheless, the tyrant's words sparked something within her. With a focused mind, she suddenly shouted internally, Qian Shizhong. Qian Shizhong's actions remained unchanged, as though he had not heard her. Chen Qian's, taken aback, inquired, What is wrong with you? Lingxi pressed her finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Qian Shizhong, did you not say you would assist me in killing? Then let us take care of His Majesty. Chen Qian's. Is that polite? Yet Qian Shizhong remained unresponsive, the pace of the carriage unchanged. Chen Qian's realized something was amiss, his lips moving silently. Can he not hear you? How is that possible? According to his tests with eunuch N, he could always hear the thoughts of Lingxi. Yet now, despite her nearly shouting in Qian Shizhong's ear, he showed no reaction. Lingxi tapped the carriage yoke. Qian Shizhong, did you not hear what I just said? Qian Shizhong swiftly reined in the horses, utterly bewildered. Did the young lady speak to me? What did she say? No, I said we should find a place to have breakfast. I am hungry. Qian Shizhong, brash and straightforward, was not adept at lying, and from his eyes, Lingxi discerned he truly had not heard her. Chen Qian's, filled with curiosity, asked, How did you manage that? It is the emperor's hint. The monk said that the heart is like a mirror, easily scrutinized. So if the mirror is clouded with dust, it becomes obscured. Clouded? How does one cloud it? How to explain? Should she say that she merely erected a firewall in her mind before her thoughts took form? He probably wouldn't understand that. Lingxi bit her lip. It's as if I have constructed a wall around my heart that automatically locks away my thoughts, rendering them inaudible to you. She attempted to demonstrate. For instance, right now, you cannot hear anything. Chen Qian's, no, I can hear. What about now? Did you hear? Lingxi asked excitedly. What did you hear? Indeed. He cannot hear. Chen Qian's, I can hear. Just as he was about to speak, a thought struck him. Did you say something earlier? Or have you also built a wall between us? Naturally, one must build walls. Otherwise, it would be like a reading machine, where I could point and read wherever I pleased. No, Lingxi replied with a smile, pure and innocent. We are allies. Why would I build a wall against you? I would not. Chapter 19. Shall we sleep once more? Allies? Chen Qian's gazed at Lingxi for a long moment, his eyes darkening. As long as you are happy. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. You are quite well now.
Huh?
Do you not feel it? The current you is entirely different from before. I believe this version of you is the most authentic. Stripped of the golden garb signifying nobility, the present Chen Qian's exudes a languid indifference, devoid of the harshness and brutality from their first encounter. Lingxi admired his demeanor. Therefore, you are indeed splendid now. Chen Qian's lowered his gaze, concealing certain emotions, and refrained from further comment. She would not comprehend that in the treacherous depths of the palace, even a moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. Throughout the journey, Lingxi practiced with Qian Shizhong how to prevent her thoughts from being read, and after several days, she had made some progress. As long as she concentrated, she could control her inner voice, allowing specific individuals to hear her musings. As noon approached, the sky remained shrouded in haze, hinting at impending rain. Chen Qian's gazed skyward. His mood darkening, Qian Shizhong, hasten our pace. We must reach the Qijiao wharf in Lijiang before the downpour. What is the matter? Is the rain ill-timed? Lingxi drew the carriage curtain. Observing the thickness of the rain clouds, It seemed they were in for 2 or 3 days of relentless rain. The Qijia Wharf is situated downstream of the Lijiang River. Should there be a flood upstream, we could find ourselves stranded at the wharf for 4 or 5 days. Man's plans often fall short against the will of heaven. Qian Shizhong's whip cracked through the air, yet they could not outrun the storm. By evening, the three of them, drenched and disheveled, stumbled into the cargo shed at Qijia Wharf. Ah, 3 more guests have arrived. The innkeeper greeted them with a broad smile. I apologize, but we are fully booked tonight. We simply have no extra rooms. If you look over there, those 3 guests also arrived late and have nowhere to stay. At the innkeeper's gesture, 3 burly porters in the corner turned to glance at them before resuming their meal. With the storm raging outside, and this being the only inn, there is no need for you to feign urgency in driving us away. Qian Shizhong's face darkened. He recognized these unscrupulous merchants attempting to inflate their prices and called them out. Just tell me, how much? The guests are truly amusing.
Slap.
Qian Shizhong tightened his grip on the whip, exuding a deadly aura. The innkeeper instinctively fell silent, his lips twitching. Well, we do have a VIP room available, but it comes at a steep price. Chun Qian shot him a cold glance. We do not mind. Just arrange a room for this young lady. That is easy enough. The only question is, who among you will pay? The innkeeper extended his hand. The payment must be made first. Lingxi looked to Chun Qian's. Yet he was staring at her. Why are you looking at me? Pay for the room. Chun Qian's eyes flickered slightly. Shouldn't it be your responsibility to cover the room? Why should I pay? The room you occupy is naturally your expense. Where would I find the money? Did I not give my dowry to you? You did not forget to bring money, did you? With your status, would you venture out without any funds? Is that so? You thought I had money. I believed you had funds. My treasure chest was taken by you. Are you not aware? How was I to know you only had that little? Is that all? That is my entire fortune, you know? What do we do now? How should I know? Perhaps you could select one of your minor officials and offer him a few coins? The glances exchanged between Lingxi and Chun Qian's could almost ignite a fire, as if they might engage in a brawl at any moment. The innkeeper observed them with suspicion. Are you two? Your exchange of glances suggests something is amiss. Surely, you cannot be out of money? He immediately hardened his expression. I must say, with your attire and demeanor, you should not be without funds, right? At present, the inn is experiencing a shortage of rooms. If the 2 of you lack funds, I must apologize. Qian Shizhong, why are you just standing there? Speak up. Is there any way to stay without spending money and still maintain dignity? Lingxi felt helpless and silently chastised Qian Shizhong in her heart. Apparently, neither of them had brought any money. She stepped forward, her expression impassive, blocking the innkeeper's path. It has been years since we last met. Qi Weishan has become increasingly lacking in decorum. How can the esteemed Qi family wharf warehouse operate in such a shabby manner? Is he truly in such dire need of funds? The innkeeper's demeanor soured. Do you know our master? Just an old acquaintance. The innkeeper, sensing his formidable presence and confident tone, felt a twinge of uncertainty and managed a smile. Since he was an old acquaintance of the master, the room fee could be waived, yet there was indeed only 1 room available. No matter, we 3 shall share it. Lingxi's words were interrupted as Qin Qinjia and Qian Shizhong were both taken aback, their pupils dilating in shock. In this world, it is utterly inappropriate to suggest cohabitation between men and women, let alone 2 men and a woman. Should word of this spread, it would be scandalous. Qian Shizhong hastily interjected, I can sleep in the hall. I'm used to it. This place is far better than my thatched hut. I'll stay here too. Qin Qinjia rubbed his nose and murmured, I'll stay with him. That won't do. You must stay with me, Lingxi insisted, tugging at Qin Qinjia's sleeve. How can you share a room with him? If you accidentally let slip your identity in your dreams at night, he might just take your head off. Chun Qinjia resisted, pulling his sleeve back. Chun Qinjia. As the innkeeper led them to the guest room, he cast a sympathetic glance at Qian Shizhong, thinking that beauty often invites trouble. Look at that girl, so desperately wanting the company of a handsome man. The warehouse is Qi family's cargo depot. Although there are guest rooms, they are very basic, as most visitors are merchants with little wealth. Even the so-called VIP room is merely a single room with a soft couch, furnished no differently than an ordinary inn. Lingxi closed the door and turned to find Qinqinzha lost in thought, staring at the bed. What are you looking at? The bed is a bit small. It's a single bed. What do you expect? Aren't we a bit cramped? What does the tyrant mean by this? You aren't suggesting we share a bed, are you? Or should I take the loss and sleep with the tyrant again? A blush crept into Lingxi's cheeks. After spending a few days together, Qinqinzha had begun to decipher her little musings. Whenever the term tyrant was mentioned, it was invariably a defensive mechanism, as if she thought he could not hear her complaints. This time, he feigned ignorance and picked up the bedding and pillow. Is the tyrant planning to sleep on the floor? Haha, the tyrant isn't so bad after all. In the next moment, Qinqinzha shoved the bedding and pillow into her hands. You are the lord sleeping on the bed. I am merely a subject on the ground. Chapter 20. I fear you may be cold on a stormy night. The air was frigid. A sticky humidity permeated, seeping into her bones. The thin blanket felt as light as paper, and no matter how hard Lingxi tried, she could not find sleep. The foul odor of mildew wafting from the blanket was unbearable. After a prolonged internal struggle between the unpleasant smell and the cold, she finally rose to seek the innkeeper for an additional blanket. The innkeeper, with a forced smile, replied, My lady, do not jest. Autumn is nearly upon us. And everyone is cold. The guests sleeping in the hall have no blankets to spare. He scrutinized Lingxi, his gaze becoming ambiguous. Besides, the two of you could surely keep each other warm. Stepping outside only made her feel colder. This was due to poor circulation, preventing her from staying warm. She rubbed her hands together, exhaling puffs of breath, and glanced at the bed. Qinqinzha lay there, perfectly still, as if in a deep slumber. Isn't the tyrant's sleeping posture a bit exaggerated? He looks like he's lying in a coffin, so rigid. With such a large warm body. It must be cozy to lean against him. Should I sneak over for some warmth? Sharing warmth is better than freezing to death. Lingxi stealthily climbed out of bed, hugging the blanket as she approached the bedside, softly calling out, Your Majesty? Are you asleep? Are you cold? Should I cover you with a blanket? If you don't respond, I'll assume you agree. Qinqinzha appeared to be asleep, showing no sign of reaction. Lingxi, wrapped in the blanket, cautiously crawled over to his side, snuggling against the wall and slowly lying down. With the bed curtain and the presence of Qinqinzha, the warmth surged immediately. Fearing that she might wake the tyrant, she nuzzled closer, contentedly closing her eyes. Just as she was about to drift off, the tyrant suddenly turned, his leg draping over her waist, jolting her awake. Yet she dared not move. If she startled the tyrant, it would be difficult to explain. However, being pinned down is rather tiring, yet warmer. But my feet are freezing. Should I snuggle closer? She gradually shifted her toes, brushing against Qinqinzha's leg. Through the fabric, she could feel his warmth. Ah, this is nice. Lingxi, wrapped in the blanket, closed her eyes contentedly. A sudden sneeze from Qinqinzha startled her. Half asleep, he turned away from her. I'm cold. Cold? Lingxi glanced at the thin single blanket. With just this small blanket, it fit her perfectly. How could they share it with another person? Qinqinzha shivered, murmuring, I'm cold. What if he wakes up and kicks me off the bed? No, that would be too cold. Well, the tyrant is rather pitiable. Perhaps after he beheads someone, he will need a hole to bury them, so I'll share a corner of the blanket. Lingxi draped half of the blanket over Qinqinzha, leaving herself exposed. After a moment's thought, she pressed herself against his back. What's there to fear? We've shared a bed before. There's nothing shameful about it. Sleeping with a cute dog is delightful, and I gain nothing but warmth. Lingxi, lost in her own thoughts, was unaware of when she fell asleep. When she awakened, the sky was already bright. The tyrant was still sound asleep, and she found herself curled up in his embrace. Her forehead resting against his chin, her slender waist encircled by his arm, unable to move. Goodness, the tyrant's arm is heavy. It's so early in the morning, What on earth is this? Lingxi dared not make a sound, carefully lifting his arm, rising, and attempting to shift his leg aside, stealthily preparing to get out of bed, crawling over him. Just as she was halfway across, Qinqinzha stirred, groggily sitting up. Your Majesty? Lingxi's movement halted, her gaze meeting Qinqia's clear yet drowsy eyes. You? Your Majesty, I see you are still asleep. I was worried you might be cold, so I intended to cover you with a blanket. Lingxi awkwardly pulled the blanket from beneath Qinqia and placed it over his legs, giving it a gentle pat. It's still early. Your Majesty should sleep a little longer. Qinqia, appearing dazed, stared at her, watching her leave the room. But in the next moment, his once clear and confused eyes turned cold and fierce. He slightly turned his head, gazing at the spot where Lingxi had slept, his fingers tracing the sheets. Sensing the lingering warmth, the hall was in disarray, with people chattering excitedly, unaware of what they were discussing. Lingxi listened for a moment, spotting Qian Shizhong in the crowd, and immediately raised her hand to greet him. What is going on so early in the morning? It sounds as if someone has died. Qian Shizhong pointed toward the window on the right. Over there, a corpse. Through the window, one could observe the riverbank teeming with people, their bodies drenched by the torrential rain, yet they remained fixated on something by the riverside. Qian Shizhong unfurled an oil paper umbrella, shielding himself and Lingxi as they squeezed into the crowd. The relentless downpour revealed a harrowing sight, a multitude of corpses stretched endlessly into the distance. These bodies, nearly decomposed from waterlogging, still bore discernible features of men, women, and children. In the water, several individuals were engaged in the grim task of retrieving the dead. Lingxi felt a wave of nausea rise within her. It was overwhelming to witness such tragedy. What a calamity! Qian Shizhong gestured toward the distant figures clad in gray. Those are the servants of the Qi family. They say they blocked the sluice upstream, allowing the water to surge, resulting in this horrific accumulation of corpses. He estimated that, by mere observation, there must be over 1,000 bodies present, with more still being retrieved from the water. If left unchecked, these corpses could clog the river, necessitating immediate clearance. Lingxi, following his gaze, was momentarily slow to comprehend. Natural disaster or man-made tragedy. Just months ago, there was a severe drought, displacing countless people and leaving them to starve. Thus the death toll rose dramatically. Chen Qianjia, having emerged from the shadows, overheard their conversation. But how could over 1,000 refugees perish at the sluice? Lingxi questioned, bewildered. Surely there are those who dispose of bodies. The thought sent shivers down her spine. She felt a wave of revulsion and could no longer suppress her urge to vomit. Are you unwell? Did you catch a chill last night? Qian Shizhong, concerned, reached out to touch her forehead. Chen Qianjia swiftly interposed himself between them, his expression impassive as he grasped Lingxi's wrist. Let us depart. This place is unsuitable for you. Qian Shizhong attempted to follow, his voice cold. You go fetch a bowl of ginger soup and find a thicker garment. Lingxi did not head toward the storage depot but instead sought a secluded corner where the breeze could reach her, sitting pale-faced on the stone steps. Is this your first encounter with death? Chen Qianjia settled beside her. It is all right. This world is such, where death occurs daily. With time, one becomes accustomed to it. Chapter 21. Together we bathed. Lingxi felt utterly miserable, and his words prompted her to glare at him fiercely. Do you presume everyone is like you, a tyrant? The sudden influx of over 1,000 corpses from upstream was an exceedingly ominous event for the Qi family. Upon hearing of this tragic occurrence, Qi Yan, the head of the Qi family, braved the downpour to reach the storage depot. Upon seeing the countless bodies piled together, he felt a surge of horror and rage. What are you all doing? Hurry and bury these corpses. It's bad luck. Is that all? Should we not perform a rite for the souls? So many vengeful spirits linger. A young woman's sigh pierced the air, igniting Qi Yan's fury as he turned to bellow. Who dares speak? But the gazes of those around him suggested they were witnessing a ghost. Master, no one spoke, the steward, old son, remarked, his heart racing at the sight of the corpses. No one? Qi Yan pondered. Was he hearing ghostly voices? Alas, Master Qi, it seems your days are now cursed, haunted by nightmares. This time, Qi Yan clearly observed that none among the gathering of men uttered a word. His gaze swept through the crowd, landing upon a young woman beneath an oil paper umbrella, dressed in a deep azure gown. Could it be her? It is I. Do not doubt. Only you can hear my words. Others are oblivious. Fear not, for I am here to save you, your divine sister." The girl smiled radiantly as she waved. Qi Yan's complexion paled, his knees buckled, nearly collapsing. "Master." Old Sun rushed to support him. "And no, it's nothing. Have the bodies retrieved first. We shall speak later." Qi Yan steadied himself, forcing his legs to approach Lingxi. "My lord Qi, with so many corpses, burying them hastily could easily spawn a plague. In that case, your 100 or so kin will suffer first."
"And what do you suggest?"
"First cremate them, then bury them deeply." Lingxi, with a semblance of authority, performed a gesture, reciting a Buddhist prayer. "During the cremation, I shall chant sutras to guide the vengeful souls." Though Qi Yan was skeptical, he reasoned that cremation and deep burial merely required manpower and funds, so he hastily erected a large tent to prepare for the cremation of the bodies. Chen Qianzhi squeezed under Lingxi's umbrella. "Can you truly recite sutras?" "Not really. But neither can the head of the Qi family. So, he wants to know if what I chant is correct." Chen Qianzhi smirked slightly. "Be cautious. Don't let it slip." At this, Lingxi lowered her gaze to his wrist. "I need your assistance."
"Speak."
"I require the prayer beads on your wrist." Chen Qianzhi wore a string of black prayer beads, their glossy surface hinting at their authenticity. He instinctively covered the beads. "Not lending them. Do not be so stingy. A performance requires the full set. My recitation won't suffice without something genuine to lend weight." "Absolutely not." Lingxi, exasperated, thrust the umbrella into his hands. As he instinctively raised it, she deftly snatched the beads, slipping them onto her wrist.
"Ah."
Chen Qianzhi's attempt to stop her was too late. Lingxi raised her wrist confidently, striding toward Qi Yan. "My lord Qi," she began, revealing the beads with flair. Upon seeing her, Qi Yan, who had been conversing with Steward Sun, exchanged a glance with him and approached Lingxi. "Shall we commence?" Lingxi, feigning confidence, displayed the beads. Indeed, she failed to notice the tremor in Qi Yan's pupils as he gazed at the beads. Chen Qianzhi stood behind Lingxi, holding the umbrella, observing his expression while feigning ignorance of any occurrence, merely playing the role of an umbrella bearer. Neither dawn nor dusk, nor the cessation of ignorance, even the cessation of aging and death remains unachieved, Chen Qianzhi murmured. "Aren't you incapable of reciting sutras?" "I only know this one line." As the bodies were cremated, Lingxi monotonously repeated that single line. Fortunately, whatever she muttered was only audible to Chen Qianzhi. From dawn until dusk, Lingxi felt utterly drained. By the time the final batch of corpses was set ablaze, she felt completely exhausted and leaned against Chen Qianzhi's arm for support. He forcefully pushed her away. "Keep your distance."
Slap.
Lingxi suddenly struck him, her palm leaving a red mark. "How can you lack compassion? I am utterly fatigued. What harm is there in resting against you for a moment? Dead tyrant. Had I known of your selfishness, I should never have agreed to save you." Chen Qianzhi's face darkened. "This is a desolate area, with so many people around. Your close proximity to a man could tarnish your reputation. Do not deceive me. They do not know who I am. How could it tarnish my name? Previously they did not know, now they likely do."
"Ah?"
Lingxi was slow to grasp the implications. "What do you mean? Have I been exposed? That should not be." She had merely chanted a sutra. How could her identity be revealed so swiftly? At that moment, Steward Sun approached briskly, bowing respectfully. Lingxi acknowledged him, feeling a surge of anxiety as she tightened her grip on Chen Qianzhi's garment while boarding the carriage. "Once we arrive, do not explain anything. Just agree to whatever Qi Yan says, and all will be well."
"What will he ask me?"
"Are you not able to foresee the future? Dead tyrant. Is this a game of words?" Internally, she grumbled, while externally, she dared not offend him. "Your Majesty, we are in the same boat. Divulging a useful piece of information would not be to your detriment. Qi Family Fortress is a stronghold built against the mountains, appearing from afar like an ancient painting intricately carved from the cliffs, exuding a hazy beauty amidst the mist and rain. Qi Yan, clad in a fresh attire and wearing a veiled hat, respectfully stands at the entrance. Chen Qianzhi observes his garments, a subtle flicker of his eyes betraying his thoughts. Yet he remains silent. "Miss, please come this way." Qi Yan personally approaches, extending his hand to assist Lingxi. Lingxi, feeling wary of his enthusiasm, quickly seizes the opportunity to link her arm with Chen Qianzhe's. There is no need for such eagerness, Master Qi. I haven't contributed much. Miss has toiled throughout the day. I have arranged warm water for you. Please bathe and change into fresh attire. Very well, Lingxi replies, clinging tightly to Chen Qianzhe's arm, her eyes sparkling with mischief. We shall bathe together. Chapter 22. Fear that your forehead might turn green, ignoring Qi Yan's astonished gaze. Lingxi forcefully drags Chen Qianzhe into the bathing room. The atmosphere is thick with steam. Chen Qianzhe, feeling restless and sweating, questions, "Are you certain you want to bathe with me?" "Bathing with you is certainly preferable to bathing alone," Lingxi retorts, gathering her hair and shedding her outer garments. I can't shake the feeling that Qi Yan has ulterior motives, as if he is scheming something. Wait, perhaps the tyrant has his own schemes as well? Why do I sense he knows something and is merely concealing it from me? Lingxi's thoughts raced as she discreetly glanced at Chen Qianzhe. He feigned ignorance, beginning to undress. "Bathe? Is it not you who insisted that I accompany you?" he stated earnestly. "I merely said that in jest. Did you truly take it to heart? Words spoken are to be taken seriously. I, the solitary one, always do." Chen Qianzhe raised the corners of his eyes. "Cease casting me such looks. We have merely shared a bed. We are not intimately acquainted."
Hey.
"Why are you still undressing?" Lingxi hurriedly lunged forward, using all her strength to restrain his hands. "Your Majesty, we must maintain a contract and boundaries as actors."
What?
"I invited you in merely to stand guard. I fear that if an outsider intrudes while I bathe, I would be unable to defend myself, and then, well, your appearance would suffer too." Chen Qianzhe appeared puzzled. "Why would my appearance suffer? Isn't it obvious? Quit pretending. We have at least shared a bed. By all accounts, I am also your tyrant's woman. If anything were to happen to me, would it not lead to a blemish upon your forehead?" Chen Qianzhe let out a chuckle, suddenly grasping her chin, speaking slowly. "I have no interest in you. I am undressing because I am also hot and wish to bathe. It has nothing to do with you." The bathing room was stifling, filled with steam. His clothes, soaked by the rain, clung uncomfortably to his body. "If you are worried about modesty, you may open the screen. We can each have our half." "A screen?" Lingxi looked around. "Where is this screen?" Chen Qianzhe walked to the side, tugging at a rope on the wall. With a gentle pull, a folded bamboo paper screen suddenly descended, dropping into the bathing water. As Lingxi gaped in astonishment, he leisurely stepped into the bath. "Such a practice? Didn't they say there are distinctions between men and women? How can this be a mixed bath? This arrangement would be considered outrageous, even in modern times. Do true spouses really require a curtain?" Lingxi also shed her garments and entered the water, glancing at the soft screen. "As a married couple, we have shared the bed. Why fear a glance?" Chen Qianzhe replied. "Have we not shared the bed as well? Are you not equally apprehensive?" He was too exasperated to respond, his tired eyes sweeping over the soft screen, suddenly halting. Lingxi, illuminated by the light, leaned against the edge of the pool, tilting her head as her fingers lazily traced down her jawline. The translucent curves unveiled an enchanting allure. Lingxi shut her eyes, her fingertips stirring the water. "You mentioned earlier that Master Qi recognized my identity. How did he come to that conclusion?" The splashing of water came from Chen Qianzhe's side, startling her. "You finished already?" "Yes." "That was quick. Did you bathe like a loach?" Chen Qianzhe nearly lost his footing as he stepped out, hurriedly grasping his clothes. "I shall wait for you outside." Qian Shizhong sat at the threshold, watching the torrential rain outside. "Brother Qian, why do you not bathe and change?" "Master Qi?" Qi Yan approached with 2 jars of wine, sitting beside him and handing one over. "It has been years since we last met. I have become Master Qi in your eyes. You recognized me?" Qian Shizhong was taken aback. They were old acquaintances, and during their last meeting, Qi Yan had seemed consumed by Lingxi, almost forgetting him. With a stubborn disposition and now in dire straits, Qian Shizhong had chosen to feign ignorance when Qi Yan overlooked him. Unexpectedly, Qi Yan remembered him. "Brother Qian, we once shared a bond that could not be forgotten. How could I forget you? I heard you faced legal troubles these past years. How has that fared?" "Hard to explain." "And you? Have you found the person you were searching for?" Almost, Qi Yan raised his jar of wine, clinking it gently against Qian Shizhong's. By the way, what is your relationship with those two individuals? With your proud spirit, you would not serve someone unless they were of unusual standing. I am unaware of that gentleman's background. The lady's surname is Ling. Her father holds a first-rank ministerial position, a daughter of high status. How do you regard Miss Ling?
No, no, no.
It is not as you presume. Qi Yan replied awkwardly, hastily clarifying, Miss Ling has rendered kindness to my Qi family. I am not the type to forget my gratitude for beauty. I merely asked out of curiosity. Observing his retreating figure, Qian Shizhong downed a mouthful of wine. Young Master Zhe, I have conveyed what you requested. Now it is up to you too. Lingxi, drying her hair as she pushed open the door, found not Qin Qianzhe, but the long-awaiting Qi Yan. Master Qi? Miss Ling, may I have a word? As Lingxi was about to decline, she noticed Qi Yan's gaze fixated on her wrist. Suddenly recalling Qin Qianzhe's instructions, she hesitated. What is it, Master Qi? You may speak here. Qi Yan dismissed those around him, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. May I boldly inquire, is this string of prayer beads on your wrist yours? So it truly is about the prayer beads. Remembering Qin Qianzhe's caution, she nodded. Yes. Then, may I further inquire how you came to possess these prayer beads? What a question. Naturally, they are a family heirloom. Master Qi, your inquiry is indeed quite intrusive. These prayer beads are not yours, are they? No, no, no. Of course not. How could an old servant like me possess such a treasure? Treasure? Old servant? Master Qi, what on earth are you saying? Lingxi was genuinely perplexed. I cannot comprehend your words. Chapter 23. My tyrant with 800 watchful eyes. Qi Yan wore a smile reminiscent of an old servant, explaining, what I mean is, if you have any requests now or in the future, regardless of the circumstances, you may come to me. I would exhaust all my resources and mobilize the Qi family to assist you. Such generosity. No good deed goes unpunished after all. Lingxi's suspicions were laid bare, and Qi Yan grasped her intent clearly, offering an awkward smile. You misunderstand my intentions, Mississippi Master Qi. Your earnestness is indeed open to misinterpretation. After all, we are not well acquainted, yet you are so forthcoming, it is difficult not to misread your intentions. Do you truly not know? Qi Yan rolled up his sleeve, revealing a similar string of prayer beads on his left wrist, albeit in a light gray hue. Lingxi could not help but touch the Buddhist beads of Qin Qianzi. Your beads and mine. I'm also a member of the Song clan. Song clan? A string in Lingxi's mind twitched. Isn't that the maternal clan of the male lead? What connection does it have with the tyrant? What relevance does it hold with the head of the Qi family? In the original narrative, the male lead's identity was subtly hinted at. He is a prince of the Song clan. It was precisely due to the assistance of the Song clan members that the male lead could effortlessly emerge victorious during the palace coup and slay the tyrant. However, how did the storyline of the Song clan shift towards the tyrant? Could it be that the tyrant is also from the Song clan? Qi Yan noticed her shifting gaze and tilted his head to listen intently. Regrettably, he heard nothing. Miss Ling? Today, seeing you startled me quite a bit. I never expected you to dare show your Buddhist beads. Oh, I thought this place is far from the capital, and few know about the beads. I also intended to transcend the souls, so I didn't think much of it. Lingxi deliberately changed the subject. However, our beads seem to differ in color. Yours is called colorless rain, while ours is dew on clothes. The Song clan has a decree. Dew on clothes holds rain color, which means you are our master. As long as you command, we shall exert our utmost effort for any matter. Speaking of which, I do have something to ask for your assistance. Lingxi and her companions had little time, and taking a detour to Shiliang River would be too far. The only shortcut was crossing the Li River. However, the torrential rain was still pouring, making it difficult to cross. Qi Yan chuckled, you worry too much. Even in this heavy rain, crossing the Li River is simple. Just close the sluice upstream to control the flood, and we can cross in 2 hours. The Qi family made their living from the water, and controlling the flood temporarily was an easy task. Before their departure, Qi Yan even prepared food for 2 horse-drawn carts, sealed with raincloths for them to take to Shiliang River, addressing the urgent food shortage there. Before they left, Qi Yan earnestly advised, regarding the Song clan, It would be wise for you to avoid drawing too much attention. Rest assured, head of the Qi family. I now know what to do, Lingxi replied, taking off the Buddhist beads and holding them in her palm. I will keep them carefully and will no longer wear them. The boat prepared for crossing the river was a cargo ship of the Qi family, capable of accommodating 3 horse-drawn carts on its deck, smoothly navigating across the Li River. The 3 stood by the shore, guarding the 2 carts, watching the cargo ship depart. Qian Shizhong pointed behind him. What about that? I'll drive 1 cart. But what about the other? Chen Qianzi looked at Lingxi. Lingxi held up her umbrella, not even glancing at him, and boarded Qian Shizhong's grain cart. Let us go. Qian Shizhong remarked. Is this you're angry with young Master Zhe? Otherwise, you wouldn't have that expression. Chen Qianzi raised an eyebrow knowingly. The corners of his mouth slightly downturned in a half-smile. It's all right, I'll handle it. He took the reins, deftly flicking the whip, and urged the cart forward. Impressive. Qian Shizhong praised. Young Master Zhe, your horsemanship is exceptional. Lingxi rolled her eyes at him. Haven't you seen a man driving a cart before? Let us go. Qian Shizhong quipped. Why bring this unfortunate fellow into your quarrel? But I didn't hear you 2 arguing, so how did you get angry? The rain clouds gradually dissipated, and half a day later, the sky began to clear momentarily. The 3 halted their carts. Chen Qianzi and Qian Shizhong lifted the rain cloths to clear the accumulated water, while Lingxi took down a small stove to boil water, preparing lunch. Noticing the silence, Qian Shizhong attempted to strike up a conversation. Miss, what are we having for lunch today? Just ahead is Shiliang River, a land of famine. Having a bowl of bread soaked in broth would be fortunate. Bread soaked in broth sounds fine, right, young Master Zhe? Chen Qianzi glanced at Lingxi, but remained silent. After he left, Chen Qianzi took the firewood from Lingxi's hands. I'll do it. No need, she replied coldly. You are the emperor. You need only to speak. Oh no. You just need to use your cleverness. Pushing Chen Qianzi's hand away. You don't need to use all your 800 clever schemes. Just a few will suffice to have a little girl like me dancing to your tune. What's that supposed to mean? Do you want to hear it? Lingxi chuckled, tossing the Buddhist beads into his arms. Then let us start with your beads. I wish to hear the details. From the very beginning you had plotted, which is why you told me that no matter what Qian said, I had to comply. Lingxi scoffed, her finger nearly poking the tyrant's face. You already knew he was from the Tsong clan, thus he could recognize what the beads were. Colorless rain. 130 years ago, the Tsong clan was exterminated. The Tsong emperor altered the ancestral Buddhist beads colorless rain into bracelets, giving them to his 7 sons and 3 daughters to escape and await the chance to restore their country. Chen Qianzi stroked the beads, his expression inscrutable. The Tsong emperor left a decree. Rain color supports dew on clothes. Any Tsong clan member wearing dew on clothes must not forget their roots and must serve the descendants wearing colorless rain beads, aiding them in restoring their country until death. After the fall of the Tsong clan, its members fled their homeland, integrating into various ethnic groups to survive and thrive. Yet, for over a century, the decree of restoring the Tsong clan remains etched in the bones of every member. So, you are of the Tsong royal lineage? Lingxi's anger lessened slightly. I am not. Chen Qianzi's eyes glinted with mockery. If I were, perhaps I wouldn't have ended up with a beheaded fate. Indeed. You are playing the role of the supporting male lead. If you were of the Tsong royal lineage, you would be the one beheading the male lead. Chapter 24. The tyrant's persona is crumbling. Lingxi curiously asked, if you are not from the Tsong clan, how do you possess this colorless rain? This? Chen Qianzi caressed the beads, his expression darkening. Naturally, it was given to me by my royal uncle. Royal uncle? What the hell? Is that the royal uncle I think it is? The great male lead, Chen Wangchuan? Chen Qianzi's brows furrowed slightly. Do you know my royal uncle? Of course. The late emperor entrusted him with regency, a man second only to the emperor, a king of immense power, capable of shaking the court with his intellect and commanding the battlefield with his might, handsome and noble, a gentleman like the moon. Before Lingxi could finish her description, Chen Qianzi's sharp, cold gaze silenced her. She wisely fell silent. I didn't say that. The great male lead is always portrayed like this. You're not too shabby yourself, at least you can match him in looks. Though perhaps lacking in scholarly pursuits, slightly inferior, but who cares? You are not the great male lead. Well, you're not bad either, for example. Lingxi bit her lip, trying hard to think of the tyrant's virtues. However, after pondering for a long time, she simply could not come up with anything. In the original narrative, the tyrant, like her, was merely a stepping stone for the male and female leads to level up. She was the stepping stone for the female lead, and the tyrant was for the male lead. Under such character settings, what brilliance could they possibly exhibit?
Hey,
Wait a minute. Lingxi suddenly realized something. In the original narrative, the tyrant was depicted as a foolish, lustful, and treacherous ruler who favored sycophants while executing loyal generals, utterly incompetent. She suspiciously scrutinized Chen Qianzi's profile. This guy doesn't seem like a foolish, lustful, incompetent tyrant at all. Although the tyrant could be brutal, beheading without a second thought and spilling blood without flinching, he still exhibited an astuteness in handling matters. Based on his way of doing things, couldn't possibly be incompetent? Could it be that his storyline has also changed? Strange, I feel like the tyrant's persona is crumbling. Or did I miss something? Finally, they could eat. I observed the sky. It will definitely rain again, so we should hurry. We must reach the main city of Shiliang River before dark tomorrow. The main city of Shiliang River is Fancheng, which is also Lingxi's destination. Along the way, they could see disaster victims digging graves to bury the dead. In a hushed whisper, Qian Shizhong remarked on the grim fate that awaited them. Digging graves for the deceased without knowing if, after their own demise, they would meet the same fate as those discarded by the Qi family dock, left with no resting place for their bones. Suddenly, Chen Qianzhi suggested they find a location to conceal their grain. Lingxi and Qian Shizhong exchanged startled glances, questioning whether the grain was not intended for the disaster victims. It was but a drop in the bucket, unable to resolve the larger crisis. And if the victims discovered their cargo, what might ensue? The thought was alarming. Those starved individuals would likely tear them apart for the grain. The trio sought refuge in a deserted temple, hiding the grain amidst a pile of firewood before entering the city unencumbered. Upon entering the city, they were met with a foul stench, the stench of decaying corpses. This was no trivial matter. Although the scorching summer had given way to the coolness of autumn, neglecting to handle the bodies promptly would lead to decay, breeding illness and pestilence. Lingxi bit her lip and asked Chen Qianzhi if he had a plan. If not for their tacit understanding, she would have sold him out at the Qi family dock. Chen Qianzhi, with a knowing glance toward the main city, replied, "We shall adapt to circumstances." Lingxi shot him a look, questioning whether he had faith in her or himself. With their limited intellect and no plan, were they truly brave enough to charge forward, unafraid of meeting their end? Chen Qianzhi smiled. "Fear not, for it is not yet time for severed heads, is it? Can he truly hear my thoughts?" She wondered. Chen Qianzhi quipped, "With your incessant chatter, it's hard not to. But I built a firewall." She protested. "The wall has crumbled," he countered. Lingxi glanced at Qian Shizhong, noting a hint of foolishness in his clear eyes, confirming her firewall still stood. Perhaps I overthought this," Chen Qianzhi remarked. "As long as you are content." In Fan City, at the ancestral hall of the Fan clan, the Fan banner fluttered in the wind as the clan members, led by Patriarch Fan Kong, carried out 2 iron cauldrons filled with thin gruel.
yet.
This meager portion was only enough for 100 individuals, leaving thousands without a single drop. "Form a line, everyone. 1 ladle each," Fan Kong called, urging his kin to distribute the gruel. The disaster victims, long famished, initially queued in an orderly fashion, but as the gruel dwindled, desperation set in among those at the back. "Seize it. If we don't act now, it will be gone." A shout rang out, and the crowd surged forward, toppling those in the front. The fallen were unable to rise, and chaos ensued with cries of anguish. "Do not push! Do not push!" Fan Kong shouted, but to no avail. He nearly found himself thrust into the cauldron. From a distance, Chen Qianzhi pointed out a man, Qian Shizhong. "Focus on the one wearing the tattered straw hat. Isn't he the one who shouted just now?" Lingxi asked. The man had called out to seize. Yet he did not rush for the gruel, but charged straight for the clan leader. With a robust physique and a glint of vitality in his eyes, he was clearly well-fed. Qian Shizhong understood. He is here to cause trouble. After creating a ruckus, the man slipped away amid the chaos. Qian Shizhong removed his outer garment, donned simple attire, and trailed after him. Chunja Lingxi, you want to guess where he is headed, he said. Chun Qianzhe raised a finger, shaking his head. To the city defense office. Lingxi sighed, the local magistrate. He wouldn't fear capture, for who else could disrupt the order in Fan City so brazenly? If not those officials at the city defense office? Chun Qianzhe nodded. Qian Shizhong felt disheartened. If you both already know, why must I follow? Lingxi looked at him with sympathy. In matters such as these, one must seek evidence to substantiate the truth. He must remove the thorn from his flesh. And only with justification can he act decisively. Qian Shizhong retorted, you two really are in sync. But what does that mean? Chapter 25. Suspicion. Fan Kong was pulled from the cauldron, grains of rice clinging to his hair. Unfortunately, before he could steady himself, he was knocked down again. His body stripped clean of rice by the ravenous disaster victims. Thank you. Thank you. He bowed repeatedly to an unfamiliar man, only to realize something was amiss. You are not a disaster victim? The others were gaunt, their eyes glinting with desperation, while this man exuded an air of refined elegance. I am Chunja, passing through, and seeing the distribution of gruel, I thought to lend a hand, but he gestured to the chaos surrounding them. It is inevitable. With so many and so little, Fan Kong adjusted his hairpin and bowed again. If you are passing through Fan City, you are welcome to my home for tea and a chance to refresh. Contrary to expectations, the patriarch of the Fan clan resided in a simple two-courtyard home. Lingxi questioned, didn't they say the Fan family was full of treachery? Yet this patriarch seems rather decent, with an air of a scholar. Qian Shizhong smiled knowingly. That is because you have not encountered the other members of the Fan family. Fan City was once barren land, cultivated by the ancestors of the Fan clan, who persevered through generations to develop it into what it is today. Although outsiders had settled there, the Fan clan still comprised the majority, effectively ruling the roost. Later, when the court-stationed soldiers, the military presence sparked dissatisfaction among the Fan clan, leading to numerous conflicts due to their substantial power. Fan Kong, a scholar, reluctantly accepted the position of patriarch under pressure, navigating the delicate balance between the court and his clan. As Fan Kong invited the three to sit, a commotion erupted outside. Fan Kong, come out. A voice called, Uncle San? Fan Kong quickly stood to greet. Uncle San, what brings you here? Outside the fence. Several strong men surrounded an elderly man with a white beard, storming in with an aggressive demeanor. Fan Kong, have you been distributing gruel again? Yes, Uncle San. Please let me explain. You have some nerve, using public resources for private favors. Uncle San's beard bristled with anger. Have you forgotten? Our own clan can barely feed itself. No, Uncle San. The rice for distribution is my own personal stock. Fan Kong insisted. Your own? Aren't you a fan? As long as you bear the Fan name, you are one of us. Our rice does not support outsiders. Uncle San's gaze fell upon Chen Qianzhe and the others, his eyes narrowing as they swept over Lingxi with a brazen look. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, she turned to leave, but Chen Qianzhe stepped in front of her, tilting his head. Beneath his refined demeanor, his gaze darkened dangerously, fixating on Uncle San.
No, uncle.
They are merely passing through. Fan Kong interjected awkwardly, introducing them. This is our esteemed elder, my Uncle San, and this is Chunja. And these two, he had yet to learn Lingxi and Qian Shizhong's names. Chen Qianzhe coldly interrupted, we are merely resting and shall be on our way. No need for names. Turning, he wrapped an arm around Lingxi's waist, positioning her in front of him to shield her from prying eyes. Uncle San ground his teeth, forcing a smile. The roads are perilous these days, especially for those accompanied by young ladies. Best to tread carefully, lest you find yourselves in dire straits. He glared at Fan Kong, warning him with silence, before departing with his entourage. Qian Shizhong spat, Patriarch Fan, your leadership is rather feeble. That old man has already trampled over you. To be frank, the position of the Fan family patriarch originally belonged to my third uncle. I am but a nominal figure, merely wishing to spare my kin from suffering. Enough said, let us enjoy some tea. Fan Kong had little of worth to offer, merely fragments of tea leaves, which, when steeped in hot water, released a faint aroma. Chen Qianzhe, adopting a casual tone, inquired about the old tales of Fan City. Lingxi, with nothing to occupy her, strolled around the courtyard with a cup of tea, taking a sip. She hummed softly, struggling to swallow the bitter liquid. What's wrong? Chen Qianzhe rushed over, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Nothing, just that this water tastes horrid. Horrid? Chen Qianzhe looked at her quizzically, then took a sip from her cup. After tasting it, he grimaced at the bitterness, astringency, and the peculiar flavor that even the tea leaves could not disguise. Qian Shizhong squatted by the well, tapping the brick wall. Look at this muddy water. A few months of drought followed by recent heavy rains have left the well barely filled, yet the water is still murky. But Lingxi seemed to disregard his words. Musing, I understand why this area suffers from drought the most. Despite several months without rain, the disaster is most severe near Shiliang River. Fan Kang's spirit jolted.
Why?
Saline alkaline water. Saline alkaline land is inherently poor for farming. However, the Shiliang River is an underground river, which significantly mitigates the soil's acidity and alkalinity, allowing crops to thrive. Saline alkaline water, Chen Qianzhe added thoughtfully, therefore, the issue here can be easily resolved. The south to north water diversion project can simply channel the water from Li River, fundamentally addressing the saline alkaline conditions. You are aware of the south to north water diversion? Isn't that a modern term? How could the tyrant know such a trendy concept? Chen Qianzhe's pupils involuntarily constricted, and he said nonchalantly, nonetheless, this is a monumental project that requires careful planning. Patriarch Fan, let us first discuss. Lingxi observed his retreating figure, her brow slightly furrowed. Am I overthinking? Why does the tyrant seem a bit peculiar? Chapter 26. If I trust you again, I shall be a dog. Qian Shizhong sat in silence by the well for a while, noticing Lingxi still standing. He approached her. Miss Ling, are you not going inside?
Huh?
Shouldn't this be your time to shine? They had endured so much on this journey. Was it not all for this moment? Indeed. The main event. Lingxi shook her head and, lifting her garments, entered the house. The show is about to begin. Inside, Fan Kong and Chen Qianzhe sat across from each other, both wearing expressions of distress. Master Zhe, it is not that I am unwilling. I truly have no choice. You witnessed the situation earlier. Although I am the patriarch of the Fan family, the real authority lies with my third uncle, leaving me powerless to provide aid. There is grain, of course. The Fan family has been in business for many years, with enough reserves to feed the entire population for 2 years. But, suddenly, Lingxi tossed an object in front of Fan Kong. He stared in astonishment. What is this? Grain vouchers. Lingxi sat beside Chen Qianzhe, casting him a discreet glance. The corners of Chen Qianzhe's lips turned down slightly. He was smiling. He understands what the grain vouchers signify. In an instant, Chen Qianzhe's smile vanished. And he composed himself, saying, This is what ensures your family's prosperity. He then raised his gaze, meeting Lingxi's eyes, his expression laden with meaning. Chen Qianzhe arched an eyebrow, signaling with his eyes. Only then did she nod with a semblance of a smile. Yes, you are right. Patriarch Fan. This can elevate the Fan family to even greater wealth. The tyrant is feeling guilty. There is indeed something amiss. He turned, adopting a serious demeanor. Fortunately, we share a tacit understanding. Thus, whatever she conveys, I can grasp immediately. A tacit understanding? Ha! If I trust you again, I shall be a dog. Foolish dog. Your Excellency, Your Majesty? The two of them. What is this, Your Majesty? Lingxi shot Chen Qianzhe a warning glance, conveying a silent message. We shall discuss your matters later. For now, let us proceed with the task at hand. Your Majesty, a 5th-rank official, equivalent to the magistrate here. Lingxi retrieved a scroll from a pouch at her waist and placed it before Fan Kong. Fan Kong was utterly bewildered.
Miss, what are you saying?
Is she mad? Or am I mad? How could I have possibly heard something so outrageous? Lingxi gestured for him to open the scroll and inspect it himself. Fan Kong, suspicious, hesitated before finally unrolling the document. Hereby, for your majesty, a 5th-rank position is granted, with an official salary, adorned in purple ceremonial robes. On the date of reporting to the capital, Within 30 days, you are to proceed to the capital to receive the official documents, personally inscribed by the emperor. He read it twice, finally comprehending its implications. This is the official appointment document, written by the emperor himself? Patriarch Fan. No wonder you are an accomplished scholar. You understood it after just 2 readings. Lingxi's tone was ambiguous, leaving it unclear whether she was genuinely praising or mocking him. But Fan Kong was too preoccupied to care. This is the emperor's appointment document, but why are you showing it to me? Naturally. A document intended for you must be shown to you. For me? Fan Kong was lost, pointing at the blank space on the document. But it has no name written. If it were a forgery, the appointment documents would indeed be inscribed on royal hidden dragon-patterned silk, a material exclusively used for such documents. Anyone daring to impersonate it would face the direst of fates, complete annihilation of their family lineage. No one in the world would dare commit such a grave offense. Using the hidden dragon-patterned silk for writing. But if it were genuine, it seemed rather frivolous. The document bore no name of an official. In other words, this was a blank appointment document, akin to an empty check, which could be filled out at will. Of course, the person filling it out would need to possess audacity. Lingxi glanced at Chen Qianzhe. Chen Qianzhe rubbed his nose, saying, well, the emperor is uncertain about whom to appoint, which is why it remains blank. He does not know who might be eligible for promotion, hence the temporary vacancy. But it is fine. We can fill it out now, Patriarch Fan. Do you have ink and brushes? I do, Fan Kong instinctively replied, rising to fetch the writing materials. After placing them down, he suddenly realized and quickly stopped Chen Qianzhe from grinding the ink. What? You intend to fill it out now? Chen Qianzhe pointed at the imperial seal below. Filling it out now is fine. This has the imperial seal, making it equally valid. No. This is not something to be taken lightly. Fan Kong was now terrified. If this is discovered, my entire family could be doomed. You are an accomplished scholar, correct? Yes, Fan Kong responded, utterly baffled. But everyone knows these processes. Even if you know the process, what does it represent? Chen Qianzhe did not explain further. He ground the ink, picked up the brush, dipped it in the thick ink, and wrote 2 characters on the side of the table. Personally reviewed. Ah, this is splendid. It is akin to a celebrity's signature. Each stroke is engraved into the essence, impossible for others to imitate. Seeing that Fan Kong was still in a daze, Lingxi tapped the table. Patriarch Fan, you must have seen the emperor's handwriting before, right? Does it seem familiar? With a crash, Fan Kong tumbled off his stool. Lingxi thought he was about to bow, but he instead scrambled and crawled out in a panic. Soon, he presented a wooden box wrapped in red silk. Cautiously opening it, he glanced at Chen Qianzhe once more, trembling as he opened the document. In contrast, cold sweat poured down his brow, and his knees buckled uncontrollably, bringing him to the ground. Student Fan Kong pays his respects to your majesty. Sure. Chen Qianzhe lifted him with one hand and deliberately glanced outside. Qian Shizhong was still seated by the well, utterly oblivious to the situation at hand. This time, I am in disguise, apart from Miss Ling. You are the second person to know my identity. He had kept his identity hidden from Qian Shizhong, fearing that the straightforward man might betray him unexpectedly and create uncontrollable chaos. Chapter 27. Your Majesty, such eloquence. Lingxi observed the two with a puzzled heart. He is rather compliant. I thought that, given the tyrant's persona, Fan Kong would rebel and strike down the tyrant. It seems the tyrant is not as deserving of death as I presumed. Chen Qianzhe feigned ignorance of her thoughts, which was a downside. He was always compelled to listen to her inner monologues. Most importantly, he could not reveal any sign of having heard her. He lowered his voice and said, "It is rare to see you exhibit a modicum of reverence for me. I had thought you would slay me instead." Lingxi. Oh? The tyrant shares my sentiments. It appears he is aware of his own despicability. Fan Kong bowed again, asking, "Why does your majesty say such things? Is it due to your previous tyrannical governance?" The student recalled having read the emperor's poetry back when he was merely 5 years old. The verses were resounding and powerful, and a few lines still lingered vividly in his memory. He raised his chin, a look of tragic resolve on his face, to cast oneself upon the edge of the blade. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Qianzhi suddenly interrupted with a heavy cough, cutting off Fan King's words. We are short on time, so let us not dwell on this. Are you willing to accept the official appointment I promised you to serve in this official capacity? Your Majesty's decree, I shall accept with my life. Fan Kong lifted his garments and knelt deeply, performing a formal bow of allegiance. I am willing to serve your Majesty with my insignificant life. Good. Chen Qianzhi nodded with assurance, turning to Lingxi. Little did he know, Lingxi was observing him with an amused glint in her eyes. His hand froze in midair. What is it? Nothing. I just find your Majesty's eloquence exceptional. He can even write poetry. But this poetry, haha, indeed. Let us return to the matter at hand. We shall discuss other matters at our leisure, Lingxi said with a knowing smile as she stood and adjusted her garments. Patriarch Fan, let us proceed. We have matters to attend to. Where to? The city defense office. The tyrant's identity was their trump card, and they could not reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, they could not allow anyone in the palace to know he had appeared at Shiliang River. Fan Kong stood at the entrance of the city defense office, nervously tugging at his clothing's hem. Lately, due to the desperate and ravenous refugees frequently attempting to storm the office, the authorities had summoned archers and reinforced their defenses. Entering without prior notification would likely result in dire consequences. Now that we are here, what shall we discuss? Lingxi noticed the archers atop the city walls and tossed him an object. With this in hand, no one at the city defense office will dare to stop you. Fan Kong looked at the item in his hand with confusion. It was a hand token made of green pine and black dragon, appearing quite impressive. After a moment's hesitation, he raised the token high. I am Fan Kong, patriarch of the Fan clan, seeking an audience with the city defense lord. The lord is busy. He will not see you. A voice called down from the gate. Whether he sees me or not, let us first present this. Fan Kong threw the token upward. The man above caught it, sneering, Patriarch Fan, I advise you to give up. Our lord has been preoccupied with affairs of state and likely has no time for random visitors. The Fan family had always been at odds with the officials, and from the city defense lord down to the gatekeepers, they were not fond of the Fan family. However, formal reports were still necessary. The guard took the hand token to the back office. My lord, Fan Kong seeks an audience and has sent this token for your review. Is it made of gold and silver? The city defense lord, Master Wu, did not even look up as he leisurely perused a game record. His advisor, however, glanced up in surprise. The Imperial Inspector's hand token? What? The Imperial Inspector's hand token, as if the Emperor himself had arrived. Is it truly the envoy of the Imperial Inspector? Yes. My heavens! Master Wu exclaimed, tumbling from his chair. The advisor rushed to assist him, but in a flurry, he examined the hand token more closely, his expression darkening further. My lord, it is indeed authentic. Master Wu's knees buckled, and he knelt again. Heavens! How could the Imperial Inspector's hand token end up in Fan Kang's possession? He grasped his advisor's arm in despair. The Fan family has always regarded me as a thorn in their side. Surely they do not intend to eliminate me now. My lord, do not panic. This situation is peculiar. Fan Kong is merely a jinshi and has been distributing rice for disaster relief in the city. How could he possibly have gone to the capital and obtained this hand token? With that reminder, Master Wu suddenly realized. Indeed, if he had been promoted to inspector, I should have known.
Who was it?
Did Fan Kong come alone, or was he accompanied by someone? The guard became aware of the unusual circumstances and dared not conceal anything. He came with a girl. A girl? What sort of girl? A very beautiful girl. The gates of the city defense office swung wide open. Master Wu, adjusting his official robes, hurriedly made his way outside. Just a few steps in, he heard a chilling laughter behind him. This inspector has been standing here for so long, and he hasn't even dressed properly. His Majesty was right. The officialdom requires a thorough cleansing. Perhaps we should begin with this Master Wu, but should it be a beheading? Or should he be demoted and exiled 3,000 miles? Master Wu's knees buckled as he collapsed to the ground. The advisor and others, still rushing outside, froze when they saw Master Wu suddenly kneeling. My lord, is it a bit premature to kneel now? However, Master Wu was too weak to rise. Forced to prostrate on the ground, I, Wu Yong, Pay my respects to the Imperial Inspector. The advisor and others quickly fell to their knees behind him. We greet the Imperial Inspector. Master Wu, in a courteous manner, replied, I am merely passing through. There is no need for such formality.
Please rise.
Murder must be justified. One cannot simply behead him for tardiness. What excuse can I find to execute him publicly? Perhaps it could be as simple as saying he is ugly and does not meet my standards. Wu Yong felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This inspector was determined to have his head. Being unattractive could become a reason for her to execute him.
No.
I must save my head. He nervously knocked his forehead to the ground. Imperial Inspector, I was preoccupied with disaster relief matters and failed to greet you in a timely manner. I beg your forgiveness. I have already stated, no need for formality. Please rise. Indeed. Disaster relief. The relief efforts here have been so poorly managed, with refugees rioting and corpses scattered everywhere. Isn't that a good reason to execute him? Yes, that will do. Lingxi's eyes brimmed with disdainful coldness as she spoke with the presence of death. Master Wu. Chapter 28. Selling official positions. Master Wu's forehead hit the ground. Imperial Inspector, I have prepared the relief grain and was about to dispatch it, since you are here. It would be a great honor for you to oversee the relief efforts. Master Wu, you truly have worked hard. Lingxi's laughter was laced with an unsettling chill. What a coincidence. The disaster here is severe and the authorities have not released any grain. How is it that as soon as we arrive, you are ready to distribute grain? Could it be a deception? Very well. If he deceives me and fails to provide grain for relief, it would be a perfect opportunity to execute him. Upon hearing this, Master Wu's heart, which had just settled, began to race once more. My lord, it is not troublesome for me. I implore you to personally dispatch the grain. Your efforts are commendable. My lord, shall we release the grain? Excellent. I would like to see how you will manage if no grain is forthcoming. Cold sweat broke out on Master Wu's brow as he quickly exchanged glances with the steward, urging him, hurry, prepare.
Ah?
The steward, bewildered, responded. He and the group of officials stared at Master Wu as if they had seen a ghost. They could not hear Lingxi's inner thoughts. They were unaware that Master Wu's mind was racing with trepidation. Seeing them kneeling and motionless, Master Wu grew anxious and kicked the steward. What are you waiting for? The situation is dire. The sooner we release the grain, the sooner we can save lives. I am the father of the people in Fan City. If the disaster victims perish, what face do I have to live on? His impassioned words grew increasingly fervent. The steward and the others could only grimace in response. Master Wu has truly lost his mind. The city defense office possessed its own granary, storing the tax grain collected over the years and the seeds reserved for planting. While Fan Kong and the accountant inspected the public grain, Lingxi stood at the granary entrance, her eyes scanning the surroundings. With such a large granary, surely some are pilfering the grain. If the accounts do not match, it could serve as grounds for execution. Master Wu cursed inwardly, yet his face betrayed no emotion as he approached, trembling. My lord, our granary has strict controls over the entry and exit of grain, ensuring every grain of rice is meticulously recorded, right, steward? Just as the steward opened his mouth to reply, he was interrupted by a derisive snicker. Master Wu is looking for someone to take the blame. Poor steward. Well, sacrificing the steward is also an option. Ultimately, someone must be punished to appease the spirits. The steward had initially thought he was imagining things, for Master Wu, and the others displayed no signs of discomfort. However, as the conversation progressed and Lingxi's gaze fell upon him, he realized the situation was complex. Seizing the moment while Lingxi examined the account book, Master Wu and the steward exchanged knowing glances. They were all seasoned in the bureaucracy. Deceit and theft could be executed flawlessly on the surface, unless one was genuinely involved. Identifying discrepancies in the accounts was nearly impossible. Indeed, Lingxi found no irregularities. However, Fan Kong noticed something amiss. There was too little grain. 70% was seed grain for spring sowing, which could not be touched, leaving only 30% as public grain. Calculating. It would suffice for the disaster victims for merely 10 days, and anything beyond that would be insufficient. They needed enough to last until the autumn harvest, which meant 5 to 8 times that amount. Otherwise, it would be a mere drop in the bucket, failing to address the root problem. By the way, Master Wu, I forgot to introduce you. Lingxi, seemingly oblivious, lowered her gaze and casually remarked, "This is Fan Kong, the new magistrate of Fan City of the 5th rank, equal in status to you, Master Wu." Fan Kong bowed respectfully. "Master Wu, I hope to receive your guidance in the future." "Your Excellency, when was this appointment made?" The steward boldly inquired. "Our city defense office has not received any official appointment documents." "Oh." "The documents for Magistrate Fan's appointment were brought by this envoy," Lingxi said, showing no signs of concealment. "He was just appointed an hour ago." Master Wu and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Since time immemorial, appointments to official positions usually required inquiries, assessments, palace examinations, and other procedural matters. Who had ever been appointed simply by proclamation? Fan Kong cooperatively presented his appointment document, proudly displaying it before Master Wu. "Master Wu, please see, this is the Emperor's own handwriting on the royal fabric adorned with hidden dragon patterns." Master Wu and the steward exchanged glances. This was, indeed, genuine. How could they contest it? Magistrate Fan, truly congratulations, indeed. This is a cause for celebration. Master Wu could hardly contain his emotions, expressing envy and admiration. Fan Kong smiled, modestly stating, "Oh, it is merely my good fortune. I encountered Miss Lingxi, who had an appointment document, and sold one to me. It is all luck." "What did you say?" "Sold." Everyone was taken aback. Did this Fan Kong even realize what he was implying? Holding the appointment document, Fan Kong earnestly surveyed the crowd, and following Lingxi's and Qin Qianzhe's instructions, emphasized each word. "Indeed, my position is purchased." The crowd gasped in disbelief.
What on earth was he saying?
Fan Kong maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, utterly serious. "Truly, I bought this position with grain." "What? You do not believe me?" Fan Kong, growing anxious, pointed at Lingxi. "If you do not believe me, you may ask Miss Ling. She has many appointment documents, and if you possess the means, you too may purchase one." The crowd's eyes suddenly brightened, fixating on Lingxi. Lingxi continued to examine the account book, her long lashes lifting as her cold gaze met theirs. "I have heard all your discussions. What Magistrate Fan said is true, but there is no need for you to take it to heart." She snapped the account book shut. "Because appointment documents are not something anyone can purchase. It requires a certain financial capability, and that financial capability must be something I, as the envoy, find acceptable." She tossed the account book to Master Wu. "For instance, what I am most interested in at present is grain. In simple terms, whoever possesses grain may purchase an official position from me, ranging from the 7th to the 5th rank, with varying prices, all fair and square." Chapter 29. Deception. The purchase of official positions. Instantly, the eyes of everyone grew fervent. To speak candidly, what man does not harbor dreams of becoming an official, amassing wealth, and having a beautiful maiden by his side? Now, the dream lay before them. All they needed to do was present grain to attain it. Who could resist? Even Wu Yong felt that a promotion was within reach. "Miss, may I inquire how much this official position costs? Are there positions higher than the 5th rank available?" "Master Wu, you are already of the 5th rank, wielding considerable power. Do not think too highly of yourself," Lingxi replied, her smile cool and detached. "Moreover, it is not that I look down upon you, but the price for these official positions is indeed quite steep. And unless you possess the backing of a family like Magistrate Fan's, it would be unwise to waste my time." The steward leaned closer to Fan Kong, brazenly greeting him. "Magistrate Fan, may I ask how much grain you spent for this 5th rank magistrate position?" Fan Kong mysteriously beckoned him closer. Once the steward approached, he lowered his voice a lot. "Isn't that stating the obvious? It's equivalent to saying nothing." Fan Kong whispered again. "Do you not desire an official position?" "Magistrate Fan, are you jesting? Who does not aspire to be an official?" The steward replied, feeling somewhat awkward. "But you just mentioned that the price for purchasing an official position is exceedingly high." Steward, you are unaware that some positions require grain, while others require eloquence," Fan Kong said, glancing toward Wu Yong mischievously. "Previously, The envoy disclosed to me a piece of information, mentioning a 7th rank merit official, advising me to consider whom to recommend. 7th rank? Merit official? The steward, having navigated the bureaucratic waters for a lifetime, had never heard of such a title. This merit official did not require grain but evaluated one's capabilities and contributions. The envoy mentioned that if one proved worthy, they would be taken to the capital in the future. The steward's eyes gleamed. Then, can Magistrate Fan reveal how one might? It is simple. Assist the envoy in selecting candidates for appointments, understand? Not quite, but somewhat. To put it plainly, it involves promoting and facilitating the sale of official positions for the envoy. The affair of Lingxi selling official positions seems utterly preposterous. Those merchants capable of providing provisions are all shrewd foxes, and they would not easily place their trust in a stranger like her in such a short span of time. However, the involvement of a scribe makes a significant difference. Though Wu Yong holds a certain authority as a local magistrate, his charm and renown pale in comparison to the effectiveness of the scribe. Thus, Lingxi deliberately bestowed upon him the title of a benevolent official, allowing Fan Kong to persuade him to assist in her endeavors. The scribe, being infatuated with officialdom, did not disappoint Lingxi, actively promoting her cause. Within half a day, news had spread throughout the villages and towns around Shiliang, centered on Fancheng. They dispatched individuals to gather information while simultaneously preparing the provisions necessary to purchase official posts. Lingxi and Qian Shizhong remained stationed at the city defense office, while Chen Qianzhe, accompanied by Fan Kong, brandished the imperial envoy's insignia and gathered over 20 officials and soldiers from various jurisdictions, marching grandly to the Fan family to collect provisions. On the way, Chen Qianzhe deliberately donned a mask. Uncle Fan had already received word and was waiting at the entrance with his kin. Upon seeing the official troops, he immediately commanded the Fan family members to prepare their weapons. Stop them. Uncle, what are you doing? What am I doing? Fan Kong, you are using the Fan family's silver and grain to purchase your high office. Do you think that's a fine idea? Uncle Fan, with his white beard, nearly wished to strike Fan Kong down with a shovel for being such a rebellious son. With so many descendants of the Fan family, how could he be the one to seize the opportunity and attain a 5th grade official rank? As the most authoritative elder of the Fan family, nearing his end, he had not managed to gain even a minor position. How could he not be envious and resentful? Suddenly, Chen Qianzhe interjected, "What about the Zhonglong general?" Uncle Fan was taken aback. What? Fan Kong, equally bewildered, stammered, "You mean the Zhonglong general, who is of a higher rank than the imperial envoy?" The Zhonglong general is a 4th grade position. Even Wu Yong would have to pay his respects upon meeting you. Chen Qianzhe coldly regarded his own fingers. Not sparing Uncle Fan a glance, "If you are willing, you may assume the position of Zhonglong general immediately." Uncle Fan could scarcely believe that the coveted position he had long desired was being offered to him so readily.
Who are you?
Can you truly guarantee this? Chen Qianzhe, disinterested in explanation, raised his hand to reveal the imperial envoy's insignia. Before Uncle Fan could comprehend the situation, Fan Kong had already knelt down. "Uncle, do hurry and kneel to pay your respects to the esteemed imperial envoy." "But didn't they say the envoy is a woman?" Uncle Fan cast a glance at Chen Qianzhe. Despite the mask, the features that were visible, high nose, thin lips, fair skin, betrayed a strikingly handsome visage. Whether the envoy is male or female is irrelevant. What matters is the authority to bestow you an official document. Fan Kong began to coax. "Do you not wish to become the Zhonglong general?" "Of course I do." "Then kneel down and express your gratitude." Uncle Fan, suddenly enlightened, hastily knelt and bowed his head. "I humbly thank the envoy for the opportunity." Chen Qianzhe smirked slightly. "Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. The position of Zhonglong general is not given freely. It requires a monetary contribution. Buy it, I must buy it." Uncle Fan was only eager to don an official hat, disregarding all else, and readily complied. Chen Qianzhe tossed him an official document. Fan Kong helped him unfurl it. "Uncle, look." The document was hastily penned by Chen Qianzhe during their journey. Upon hearing of Uncle Fan's opportunistic nature and greedy disposition, he had anticipated that this individual would pose difficulties. Thus, he casually drafted an official document. "Your Majesty, Miss Ling said that official ranks only range from 7th to 5th, and the Zhonglong general is seemingly a 4th grade, correct?" No matter. It is merely an official document without a seal. He would not know the difference. Besides, Chen Xianzhe remarked with a meaningful smile, he is quite aged. With only a few days left to live, what difference does it make to grant him the title of Zhonglong General? As events unfolded, it became evident that his assessment was accurate. Uncle Fan, elated with the official document, scarcely considered the absence of a seal, and hurriedly instructed for the provisions to be brought forth. With just a few fictitious titles, they successfully gathered all the provisions needed for disaster relief. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Chen Xianzhe smoothly acquired the provisions and transported them to the granary of the city defense office. Alas, calamity struck as rioters surged forth to seize the supplies, collapsing the granary and burying both people and provisions within. Chapter 30. 5 days left to live. The Fan family delivered the provisions to the city defense office, stirring the disaster-stricken populace. Unbeknownst to whom they owed encouragement, some individuals rushed into the granary to pilfer supplies. Just then, Lingxi and the guards were still present, and a clash ensued. Amidst the chaos, someone broke a rafter, causing the structure to cave in, trapping everyone beneath the rubble. Beneath the debris, anguished cries echoed as some took advantage of the situation to steal rather than help. "Help, help me!" A disaster victim, trapped beneath a beam and bloodied, clutched a man's clothing in desperation. Yet, the man not only refused to assist, but kicked him fiercely in the face. "Get away! Don't hinder me from taking the grain." With successive kicks, the man's neck snapped under the force. Unperturbed, the assailant heaved a sack of grain from the wreckage, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and fled. A flash of light, a spray of blood, a long sword pierced the man's chest. Chen Xianzhe, masked and stained with blood, appeared like a vengeful deity, his chilling gaze sweeping over the surrounding disaster victims. "City Defense Office, heed my command. With all your strength, rescue the trapped and protect the relief supplies. Should anyone dare to seize the provisions in this chaos, they shall be executed without mercy." Those who were clutching and carrying bags of grain hesitated at the command. However, a bold voice shouted, "Do not listen to him. There are so many of us, and he is but one. We could drown him with our spit. Fear not." Chen Xianzhe tightened his grip, letting the sword slip from his hand, impaling the defiant individual through the heart, pinning him to the ground. He slowly approached, grasping the sword's hilt, drawing it forth, blood splattering onto his garments. "Who else? The blade is ready. If anyone fears death and dares to act, I shall grant them their wish." His voice was low but devoid of warmth, each word a dagger piercing the hearts of those present. "If no one is willing, then lay down the grain and save the trapped." Fan Kong rushed forward, exasperated. "You fools. The grain is meant for you, to aid you. Now you've ruined everything. If anything happens to the esteemed envoy, not only will you be denied relief supplies, but the charge of rebellion will be enough to condemn you." The crowd exchanged glances, hesitatingly lowering their grain bags. Seizing the moment, Fan Kong rallied the guards from the city defense office, and they all joined forces to rescue those trapped. When Lingxi regained consciousness, a sharp pain throbbed at the back of her head. Instinctively, she reached to touch it, only to cry out in agony, "Do not move." Chen Xianzhe swiftly pressed down on her shoulder. "Your arm is fractured. The imperial physician has already cleaned the wound and reset the bone. You'll be fine with rest." Imperial physician? Lingxi closed her eyes. In this desolate mountain, where would an imperial physician come from? What? Lingxi abruptly opened her eyes, realizing that everything around her had transformed. She was indeed in the tyrant's palace, lying on the very dragon bed that had once belonged to the tyrant. She remembered being in the granary of the city defense office just moments ago. Chen Xianzhe sat beside her, crown absent, hair simply tied back, his frame appearing much leaner than before, his eyes slightly bloodshot, and his hair disheveled, resembling someone who had endured 3 days and nights of torment. "Your Majesty, has the young lady awakened? The medicinal soup is ready. Drink it while it's warm." An elderly attendant entered carefully, holding a bowl of medicine. "Ah, my lord? The young lady has awakened, which is a relief. Your Majesty, during these past few days, Wang," Chen Xianzhe interrupted, "she is awake. You may attend to her for now. I shall head to the study, where I have matters to attend to." As he departed, he cast a glance her way. Old Master and understood and nodded, placing the medicine cup down. Miss Ling, this potion is quite bitter. His Majesty has instructed that sweetened water be prepared for you. I shall fetch it. Lingxi sat up, discovering bruises covering her body. Her right hand, injured with a broken bone, was swollen and red, with blood seeping from under her nails. I must have been severely injured. She recalled the moments when the mob had surged, causing her to fall, only to be struck on the back of her head by a beam. After that, her memory faded. I was not present when you were injured, but you have been in a coma for 12 days. The imperial physician remarked that you had wandered before the gates of the King of Hell. Surviving is a blessing indeed. At that time, Lingxi was gravely injured, barely breathing. Had it not been for the Emperor's direct orders to save her, the physicians would have accompanied her in death, and she might have already completed her mourning period. However, the Emperor forbade the disclosure of these events to Lingxi. So Old Master and merely glossed over the matter. His Majesty mentioned that the mission was quite successful. The relief grain has mostly been distributed, and with the support of the Fan family, the disaster-stricken populace by the Shiliang River can now be managed. You need not worry about this matter any longer. Lingxi drank the medicine, nearly choking on its bitterness, and forced down half a bowl of sweetened water to quell the taste. Lingxi suddenly realized, how long was I unconscious during the journey from Fan City to here? 12 days? 12 days, she exclaimed, nearly spilling the sweetened water. Heavens! A chill washed over her as she grasped the significance of the date. What day is it today? The 6th day. Today is the 6th day, a most auspicious day. The 6th day. Sweat beaded on Lingxi's forehead as she stammered. Eighth month. The 6th day of the 8th month? Indeed, the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches. A day of good fortune. What fortune is there in this day? This is disastrous. Only 6 days left. No, wait. It's actually 5 days remaining. On the 6th day, it would be her end. Lingxi could no longer remain seated. Your Majesty. Ugh. The pain from her fractured arm was excruciating, causing her to gasp, but she brushed it aside. Where is His Majesty? In the small study. Chen Qianzhou was preoccupied with something when he heard the commotion and glanced over. Why are you up? Your health is still fragile. You need to rest. Rest? In just a few days they will execute me. I might as well take advantage of my remaining time alive to walk about. Chapter 31. As long as I am here, you shall not perish. Lingxi approached the desk, dragging a chair closer, scrutinizing Chen Qianzhou's expression. You appear unwell. I assume you haven't been eating or sleeping properly these past few days. Chen Qianzhou's eyes flickered. What did Ah Weng tell you? Nothing. I only noticed you've lost weight. Lingxi failed to notice the unusual glint in Chen Qianzhou's gaze. She murmured, Have you devised any countermeasures? None. Perhaps not. Chen Qianzhou pushed a document toward her. If we utilize this wisely, we may yet turn the tide. What is this? Do you recall the imperial banquet I mentioned before? Chen Qianzhou tapped the document. This is it. The Mid-Autumn Imperial Banquet? Yes. The Mid-Autumn Imperial Banquet. The climax of the tyrant's narrative. He stakes everything on the outcome of the Mid-Autumn Imperial Banquet. A desperate gamble. But can we truly turn the situation around? In the original text, the Mid-Autumn Imperial Banquet on the 12th of August escalated the tale of the tyrant and Lingxi, the female antagonist. During this banquet, the main characters made their entrances, leading to a palace coup, a peasant uprising, the fall of the imperial city, and the usurpation of the throne. Chen Qianzhou whispered, Lingxi, at this juncture, we must be forthright with each other. I need to know all the clues you possess if we are to find victory amidst peril. I understand the need for honesty, but it should not fall solely upon me. You must be forthcoming as well, Lingxi retorted. Do not think that your actions have gone unnoticed. I am fully aware of your past. Chen Qianzhou stiffened slightly, crossing his arms defensively, and smiled coolly. You can foresee the future so naturally. You are well acquainted with my past. Do not obfuscate the issue. I refer to your own personal history, not your identity as an emperor. Lingxi was unimpressed by his evasions. My past? Chen Qianzhou's eyes narrowed with a knowing smile. As an emperor, all that transpires around me, even the consumption of a morsel or a sip of water, is meticulously recorded. I speak of your life outside of this imperial identity. Lingxi bit her lip. You still refuse to speak the truth, do you? Very well, let me remind you. The poem you composed. We have only 5 days left to live. Why dwell on the past? Chen Qianzhe interrupted. Just as I have not pressed you for your history. Then let us make a pact. If Chen Qianzhe leaned in, his eyes glinting, if we both survive this palace coup, we shall be completely honest with one another. What say you? Lingxi did not refute. Indeed, if they were destined to perish at the mid-autumn banquet, knowing each other's secrets would hold no significance. In such a case, they would merely carry the weight of each other's knowledge into the afterlife. Agreed. Lingxi declared, biting her lip, her finger nearly poking the tyrant's nose. I will survive. And then we shall see how you explain that poem. However, this year's mid-autumn imperial banquet appeared to differ from those of previous years. On the 10th day, a notice was posted at the foot of the imperial city. By the emperor's decree, recently, drought has led to calamity, and the people suffer greatly. Hence, a prayer banquet shall be held at the Mingyue Tower, inviting eminent monks from the Royal Jew Temple to offer prayers for the populace. The emperor will undertake a fast and purify himself to atone for heaven's wrath and pay homage to the heavens. This mid-autumn imperial banquet would not feature lavish feasts or performances. The tyrant would instead seek divine favor through self-punishment, imploring the heavens to save the people. In addition to the royal family, eminent monks from temples nationwide and learned scholars from notable families were invited to participate in the prayers. On the 12th day, after awakening, Lingxi took her medicine and nibbled on some pastries. After the imperial physician changed her bandages, she made her way to the small study. Since her injury, Chen Qianzhe had moved to the small study to rest. Upon entering, she found old master and assisting him with his attire. Despite the royal banquet, Chen Qianzhe was dressed in plain garments of coarse fabric, his hair simply tied back with modest tassels, devoid of any ornate hairpins or jewelry. Lingxi chose not to disturb him, quietly sitting to the side as she waited. Old master glanced at her reflection in the mirror and remarked, Miss Ling, your hand appears to have healed significantly and no longer requires a splint. Fortunately, I can manage some simple tasks again. Then, might I trouble you for a favor? His Majesty needs assistance with a waist ornament, and I have other matters to attend to, Old Master suggested. Chen Qianzhe seemed to want to say something. Old Master chuckled. Of course, if your hand is uncomfortable, it can wait. It's nothing, just a small waist ornament. I can help. Thank you. Just a few ornaments. I can manage myself without your assistance, so you can rest. I am merely injured, not incapacitated. It's fine, Lingxi replied, retrieving the waist ornament and gesturing. Turn around. I can manage. Chen Qianzhe hesitated but eventually turned around. Lingxi fastened the waist ornament to his back, lowering her gaze. Before coming here, I often thought that if we were to be executed together today, it wouldn't be so bad to be buried side by side. Chen Qianzhe's back stiffened.
What do you mean by that?
It is merely a spontaneous sentiment, a thought that perhaps we shall share a coffin in the future, so that even in death, we might not suffer from solitude, and as wandering souls, we could still keep each other company. Chen Qianzhe slightly tilted his head, the delicate contour of his jaw catching the morning light. Fear not, for as long as I am here, I shall not allow you to perish. We shall both endure. You seem more optimistic than I. It is not optimism, but rather an unwillingness to succumb. Chen Qianzhe gazed into the mirror at his own reflection. His pupils narrowing. I refuse to resign myself to becoming mere bones. Even if the conclusion is inevitable, I shall fight for my own demise. My life and death shall be dictated by none but myself. Even in death, he intends to choose the manner of his passing. For this is the conclusion he has fought fiercely to obtain. Chapter 32, a thread in the relationship of the protagonists Mingyue Tower. Lingxi stood beneath the palace walls, her gaze fixed upon the towering structure in the distance. That is Mingyue Tower, the site of His Majesty's offerings to the heavens today.
Yeah.
Ling Zhaifu lifted the curtain of the carriage, grasping the driver's hand to alight, his countenance stern. Your sister is in the inner palace. It would not be proper for me to enter. When you see her, remind her to be cautious. Ever since she awoke, she had been recuperating in the depths of the palace, and he had neither seen her nor received any news. Lingxi obediently replied, Father, do not worry. Your daughter understands the importance of discretion. Discretion is a difficult thing to grasp. Ling Zhifu remarked with a sardonic smile, I do not wish for previous misunderstandings to arise again. Ling Xiniao's heart trembled. Father, regarding that garment, I assure you, it was not my doing. I truly did not create it. I have no knowledge of how my sister came to possess that gift box. She could never have imagined that the bait she had intended for the foolish waste would end up in her father's hands. When Ling Zhifu tossed the gift box before her, her heart was in turmoil, but fortunately, armed with the knowledge of her rebirth, she emphasized her innocence, barely managing to conceal the truth. She distinctly recalled that her father had said nothing at the time, appearing to accept her explanation. Yet his gaze was as piercing as a knife, sending shivers down her spine. Ling Zhifu observed Ling Xiniao, ultimately refraining from further questioning, instead proclaiming with gravitas, You are sisters. Your fates are intertwined. If anything befalls her, you shall not fare better. Do not allow selfish desires to bring ruin upon our Ling family. Indeed, the daughter noted her father's words. Ling Xiniao lowered her gaze, both aggrieved and obedient. However, the moment Ling Zhifu turned away, her eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Intertwined fates? When Ling Xi had humiliated her, did anyone consider that their fates were linked? If she were to let Ling Xi go, would that not be an affront to all the indignities she had endured over the years? Ling Xiniao gazed toward the pinnacle of Mingyue Tower. Ling Xi, today shall be your day of reckoning. Chen Qinjia, as the monarch, was to oversee the sacrificial ceremony today. Thus he had arrived at Mingyue Tower early. Ling Xi sat alone in her chamber, awaiting the maid to assist her with her makeup and hair. Miss, it's me. Hualuo, a voice called from outside the hall. Hualuo, this is a place of great importance. Do not make a racket. Yes, second Mississippi. The second miss? The eldest daughter. Ling Xiniao has arrived. Ling Xi immediately feigned a weak demeanor, reclining delicately upon the concubine couch.
Miss?
Upon entering, Hualuo was startled to see her in such a state. Miss, what has happened to you? Did the emperor strike you? Hualuo, your imagination is far too vivid. Hearing the critique, Hualuo pouted and stood still. Ling Xiniao strolled in with an air of grace, her cold countenance softening into a feigned smile upon seeing Ling Xi. Sister, I have come to visit you. Sister has arrived. Please sit, Ling Xi replied, her voice frail as a wilting flower, barely above a whisper. I am unwell and cannot greet you. Ling Xiniao was taken aback. Such courteous words from Ling she felt amiss. Given her temperament, she should be leaping with pride, eager to showcase her privilege of being favored by the emperor. Although this so-called favor was merely a guise for recuperation, yet the surprise was fleeting as Ling Xiniao quickly responded, Sister, you are too kind. It is I who should have attended to you sooner. However, as I have no title, I could not enter. This time, Father has permitted me to attend the banquet at Mingyue Tower, and I am quite delighted. I have prepared a gift for you, a fragrance appointment. Fragrance appointment? Is it milk tea? A young girl, around 12 or 13, rushed in, her fair skin and delicate features catching the eye, with a striking beauty mark on her brow. Fragrance appointment. A chill ran down Ling Xi's spine. This beauty mark. She must be called Yu Miu. Yu Miu is the standard female supporting character in the original text, commonly referred to as the second female lead, who later engages in intense rivalry with the main female protagonist and has a growth relationship with the male lead, becoming an integral part of the emotional arc. The young girl respectfully presented a gift box. Eldest Miss, this is a palace banquet dress specially prepared for you by our second Mississippi. Yet Ling Xi did not glance at the gift box. You are called Fragrance Appointment? Yes. That is not right. The girl stared, bewildered, her eyes wide with confusion. How strange. It seemed as though the eldest miss had spoken, yet she had not moved her lips. Ling Xi regarded her, a smile playing on her lips. I should call you Yu Miu. Yu Miu, being but a young girl, lacked the experience and composure. Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Ling Xi. Fragrance appointment. A wordplay. Fragrance is split in two, and with an additional stroke becomes, sounding like mu, thus Miu, and appointment rhymes with Yue. Yu Miu. Yu Miu trembled, causing the gift box to tumble to the ground. Fragrance appointment. Ling Xiniao's expression darkened instantaneously. Yu Mu hurriedly knelt, trembling with anxiety, unsure of what to say. Lingxi, with a smile that hinted at mischief, said, "Sister, why so fierce? She is but a young girl, newly entered into the palace, naturally nervous and frightened. Rise, do not be afraid. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Although uncertain if she could evade today's deadly fate, it was essential to extend an olive branch to the enemy's enemy. Lingxi cast a glance at Huoluo. The clever girl immediately approached to assist Yu Mu. "Fragrance appointment, do not fear. My miss may seem fierce, but she is very kind. You shall see in due time." Yu Mu reluctantly agreed, glancing nervously at Lingxi as she picked up the fallen gift box and opened it. Lingxi now remarked, "This is lake heart satin. Wearing it feels as if adorned in the shimmering waters of the lake, and combined with this vibrant red color, it will surely accentuate your charm," captivating the emperor. She recalled that in her previous life, Lingxi had been quite the seductress. Initially, she had harbored affections for the emperor's uncle, Chen Wangchuan, entangling him multiple times, proclaiming she would marry none but him. Later, after a sordid affair with the tyrant Chen Qinjia, she shifted her affections, shamelessly pursuing Chen Qinjia. Upon seeing the red attire, a cold sweat broke out along Lingxi's spine. In the original text, she had worn this very dress to accompany the tyrant as he executed a beheading. "This outfit is exquisite," Lingxi mused, touching her neck, a chill coursing through her. "Perhaps you may keep it for now. I have yet to prepare myself."
Huoluo.
"You and the second miss should proceed to Minghua Tower first. I shall arrive shortly." Chapter 33. He is the old fox in the imperial garden. The Empress Dowager sat by the window, trimming the fallen flower branches in preparation for arranging them. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow, snipping the branches with a decisive snap. Severing them all. "Your Majesty," Rue Gu, with a composed demeanor, bowed and presented a damp cloth. "Your heart seems restless today." "Restless? It is not just this old woman." The Empress Dowager removed her finger cots, wiping her hands. "Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Your Majesty, will you truly not attend the palace banquet tonight? The general situation has been decided. What else is there for me to do?" The Empress raised her gaze towards the distance. A smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown gracing her lips. "Tonight, it is their stage, and when the curtain falls, who knows who will be the victor? Regardless of who ultimately prevails, Your Majesty, you shall always be the final winner. For the moment it appears so." But the Empress paused, her expression darkening slightly. "I still prefer the current state of affairs." She suddenly turned around, beckoning for Lady Rue. "Come, sit down. Let us relax together. Your Majesty, this. Do not be anxious. We are merely here to sip tea, admire the moon, and converse until the story reaches its conclusion." The sun gradually sank in the west. Guests attending the palace banquet entered in succession, following the palace, maids to take their seats in the Minghua Pavilion. "Congratulations, Lingxi Fu. Congratulations, Master Ling. The Emperor admires the eldest daughter of your esteemed house, and the Empress wishes to facilitate this union. Surely, the wedding date is near, so I extend my early congratulations on your new joy." The court officials surrounded Lingxi Fu, collectively offering their congratulations. Lingxi Fu hurriedly expressed his gratitude, though his expression was a mixture of emotions. Lingxi's warning echoed in his ears, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, yet he could not articulate it. So, he merely feigned appreciation for their accolades. "Father, you're celebrating a bit prematurely. Beware of joy turning to sorrow. It could become a laughingstock." Lingxi's sudden voice fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. Lingxi Fu quickly rose to search, but after a long while, he could not spot Lingxi. "Father, over here. Do not search near the Emperor. Those around the Emperor are all prominent figures. How could you possibly find me? TSK. This way, this way. Look here, to the left. Turn, turn again, turn." Lingxi Fu's vision blurred from the commotion, but he finally spotted Lingxi among a group of maidservants. She wore a pale lotus-colored garment, seated behind a flowering tree, half her face obscured by blossoms, making her blend in with the crowd. Just as he was about to call out to her, Lingxi shook her head in warning.
"No."
"Don't let anyone know I'm here." Lingxi Fu had no choice but to maintain his composure, engaging with those around him until he could discreetly approach her. sitting behind her, pretending to be a stranger. Sheer, what are you up to? Why does father say this? Stop with the jesting. You've been in the palace for days without sending any word. I did send word, Lingxi replied, turning her gaze, her tone earnest. I had uncle and convey to you all as well, and that I am still alive. Still alive? Do you truly think I am deaf and blind? Lingxi Fu inhaled deeply, his tone serious. The emperor is employing a ruse in the palace, feigning illness to avoid court, yet everyone knows he has left the palace. What status does the emperor hold? Even a mere whisper in his dreams could be relayed. Such a prominent figure could not possibly leave the palace unnoticed. However, this time, the emperor's departure was shrouded in secrecy, without involving palace personnel, which is why no one is aware of his whereabouts. Lingxi Fu took a sharp breath, lowering his voice. Sheer, speak truthfully to father. Are you truly determined to assist him? Father, do you truly believe I have wasted these years merely waiting for death? Lingxi Fu shot his daughter a glare, speaking with disdain. I simply do not wish to partake in factional struggles, nor align myself with court officials, while remaining blind and foolish. Lingxi suddenly grasped the underlying truth. Indeed, her father, having achieved the position of a minister, must possess genuine talent and learning. Yet, since taking office, he only partook in the compilation of texts, wielding no real power, seemingly holding only a nominal title. But, in a broader sense, is this not a means of self-preservation? Her eyes widened in realization. Father, I have just discovered that you are quite the old fox. Even the oldest of foxes must remain vigilant when faced with a troublesome little wolf like you. Otherwise, our Ling family may truly be dragged into turmoil. For years, he had refrained from inquiring into court matters, solely dedicating himself to writing. Yet now, with Lingxi embroiled in the tyrant schemes, he had no choice but to emerge from his seclusion, fighting for their family's survival. As the moon reached its zenith, the Mingyue pavilion was adorned with bright lights, reflecting the full moon in the sky, creating a harmonious scene. High monks sat upon an elevated platform, reciting prayers, their chants filling the air. Chen Qianzhe, clad in simple white, sat at the forefront of the platform, just a step away from the grand banquet of court officials below. Lingxi sat beneath. If he were to fall from such a height, landing face first, such a handsome visage could be ruined. On the platform, Chen Qianzhe could not suppress a sneeze. Despite his efforts to stifle it, his body still reacted. Your Majesty, Uncle and hurriedly approached, whispering, It is cold tonight. Your Majesty's health is paramount. What time is it? It is already the hour of C. Nearly time. Chen Qianzhe gazed down the path he had come. My uncle should be arriving soon. He spotted Lingxi among the crowd. Though they were far apart, too distant to see each other's faces, they shared a moment of mutual understanding and nodded. Lingxi Fu continued to chatter away, and Lingxi stood, gently patting her father's shoulder. Father, I have listened to you speak at length tonight, and it brings me comfort. If we still share a bond as father and daughter, I would gladly shoulder some of Ling family's burdens. What do you mean? No, the emperor is up there. Where are you going?
Sure.
Lingxi abruptly turned, placing a finger to her lips, offering her father a smile as she slowly retreated. The tyrant prayed atop the platform while the officials recited below. What was once a lively and boisterous celebration transformed into a solemn gathering. Lingxi lowered her gaze and hurried through the crowd, making her way to the courtyard behind Mingyue Pavilion. Here, a few idle servants were gathered, napping, oblivious to Lingxi's swift passage. Today's events feel somewhat off. We must alter our plans. After all this time, we are changing course now, Your Highness. If we do so, everything we have done thus far will be in vain. Hearing this voice from behind, Lingxi halted abruptly.
Lingxi.
As expected, she was here. According to the story as original line, the female lead and male lead were currently plotting how to eliminate her and the tyrant. Chapter 34. Hiding thus. The man speaking with Ling Xian Yao must be the male lead, Chen Wangchuan. Lingxi quickly ducked her head, leaning out slightly to catch a glimpse of the male lead's demeanor. Unfortunately, his figure was obscured by the tree, revealing only half his silhouette. She scanned her surroundings, seeking a better vantage point. Just as she moved, a hand reached from behind, covering her mouth and pulling her into the shadows. She struggled in fear, grasping at the figure behind her.
It's me.
The tyrant? No, wait. ISNT, he currently in plain sight, reciting prayers? It truly was Chen Qianjia, albeit dressed in a young eunuch's attire, looking quite out of place.
Sure.
He pressed his lips together, signaling Lingxi to remain silent, pulling her in another direction. From this angle, the figures of the male and female leads were blurred. What is this position? A high-definition view, of course. It's worse than my previous bot. She inwardly complained but dared not move further, fearing discovery by the leads.
There.
Chan Wang Chuan brushed aside Ling Xi and Yao's hair. Xi and Yao, do not worry. After today, no one will be able to bully you again. Wang Chuan, after another hour, the situation will be settled, and you will be free to take your revenge. His long fingers caressed Ling Xi and Yao's head, ruffling her hair with an air of affection. Wang Chuan, thank you. Ling Xi and Yao stood on her toes, leaning forward to plan a kiss. Is this it? Curse this tree. It has obstructed the show. Separated by the tree, She could see nothing but the body language of the leads. Chen Wang Chuan, what are you looking at? I brought you over here to see this? Stop looking. Keep looking. Chen Wang Chuan furrowed his brow, his gaze imbued with complexity as he shook his head in mild disdain, poking at Lingxi with a gentle nudge of his finger, his left thumb gesturing behind them.
What?
Following the direction of his finger, Lingxi's pupils constricted in an instant. That is, Chen Qianjia exclaimed, the rabble aiming to sever our heads. Mingyue Tower, a sacred site of royal rituals, only opened its doors once a year during the year-end sacrificial ceremonies. On ordinary days, it lay desolate, devoid of visitors. This time, however, the tyrant had unexpectedly chosen this location for the palace banquet, and the eunuchs were unable to prepare the area adequately in such a brief period, leaving only the sacrificial tower in a presentable state. Behind Mingyue Tower, the monks' quarters stood as one of the forsaken places. This had once been a residence for revered monks, open only for 2 months during the winter solstice and the new year. Now it was overgrown with wild grass taller than a person, and amidst this towering foliage stood a throng of individuals, their dark heads arranged in tight formation, with glimmers of sharp blades visible among them. Indeed, the rabble had premeditated this. The original text did not elaborate on the mob. It commenced with their severing the tyrants and Lingxi's heads. Lingxi and Chen Qianjia pondered for a considerable time, struggling to comprehend how the imposing royal palace could be so easily breached by the mob. The only plausible explanation was that someone had facilitated their entry into the palace beforehand, lying in wait for an opportunity. Chen Qianjia sneered. Thus, this is not a mere rebellion, but a calculated coup. In the shade of the trees, the protagonists continued their inappropriate antics. After a while, Lingxi now reluctantly pushed Chen Wangchuan away, her tone as soft as flowing water. My lord, there are people nearby. Be cautious not to be seen by them. Fear not. Everyone is preoccupied with the emperor reciting scriptures ahead. No one notices us, Chen Wangchuan replied, cupping Lingxi Niao's chin and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. As for those people, they are my subordinates and dare not speak. He lowered his voice, whispering something in Lingxi Niao's ear, prompting her to playfully punch him on the arm. My lord, you are truly wicked.
Oh,
how cheesy. Cold. Lingxi felt a shiver run down her spine, rubbing her arms in discomfort, and upon glancing at Chen Qianjia, who was staring intently ahead, she elbowed him. Look over there, a splendid show. Why aren't you watching? Chen Qianjia lowered his long lashes, brushing away the elbow that had poked his attire. What is there to see? They are the ones who intend to sever your head. How can you indulge in their spectacle? Suddenly, footsteps approached. The two exchanged glances and quickly scanned their surroundings. They were hiding beside a Buddhist altar, which was square and unyielding. It was hardly suitable for concealing anyone, much less a rat. What should we do?
What now?
Why did you choose this dreadful place? There's no room to hide. Lingxi spun around in panic, hearing the footsteps drawing nearer. Just as she contemplated fleeing, she was suddenly grasped by Chen Qianjia, who effortlessly lifted her onto the altar.
What?
Are you afraid others won't see us? The altar bore a towering statue of a Buddha, devoid of any other objects for cover. In a fit of urgency, she abandoned her composure, lowering her voice, What are you bringing me up here for? To display me? Chun Qianjie supported himself on the edge of the altar and nimbly vaulted onto it. Before Lingxi could react, he embraced her waist and concealed them both behind the statue. The statue was solid, but where it connected to the altar, several iron pillars provided a half-hollow design, barely allowing for concealment. However, it was far too small, just enough for one person, not two. Yet Chun Qianjie shoved her inside before squeezing himself in as well. At this moment, the footsteps were nearly upon them. After a few hurried steps, they halted. Strange, I distinctly heard a sound. How is it that no one is here? Am I merely imagining things out of anxiety? Lingxi lay against the cold statue, with Chun Qianjie pressed atop her, both in discomfort, yet too fearful to move, even holding their breaths. Zhou Chang, what is going on? Chun Wangchuan called out from a distance. Nothing. The man promptly replied, rushing over. My lord, Miss Ling. His Majesty has finished reciting scriptures and is preparing the meal. Thus, they needed to proceed, for as a royal uncle, Chun Wangchuan was expected to be by the emperor's side at this hour. In the narrative, the protagonists were still secret lovers, with few aware of their relationship. Lingxi and Chun Qianjie remained motionless, especially Lingxi, who felt as though she might suffocate. Is it nearly over? I feel as though I might not last much longer. Chapter 35. Inexplicable Hush. Chun Qianjie urged, lowering his voice. Be cautious, not to alert those rabble. He attempted to turn, but after standing for so long, his movements were stiff. Lingxi, recovering from a recent illness and cramped in such proximity, felt her energy wane, swaying dangerously close to falling. Chun Qianjie, quick to react, caught her. What's wrong? No need, she began, though her exhaustion made it difficult to persist, and she leaned weakly against his shoulder, surrendering her resolve. Eunuch N, upon spotting them, was taken aback. Your Majesty, what has happened to Miss Ling? Summon the imperial physician. She must be faint from the pressure and insufficient blood supply. Pressure? Eunuch N glanced at the two. The tyrant appeared somewhat disheveled, but Lingxi was a sight, her clothing smeared with dark stains, her hair disarrayed, and her face, once adorned, now slightly smudged. He hurried to catch up. Your Majesty, how could you be so careless? I did not mean to. Who knew she would be so fragile under pressure? Oh, dear, Your Majesty. Miss Ling has just recovered from a serious illness. How could she withstand such strain from you? Chun Qianjie abruptly halted, his eyes narrowing at Eunuch N. You cannot possibly think I am to blame. I am not, Your Majesty. Miss Ling is in this state. You need not say more. We must prioritize her recovery. No. Eunuch, suddenly, Lingxi's hand slipped from his shoulder. Lingxi? Chun Qianjie's expression shifted. The girl had fainted. Eunuch N gasped. Your Majesty, could it be that your exuberance has harmed her? Chun Qianjie thought to himself, please be quiet. If you continue, I will be accused of everything. The imperial physician arrived promptly, and after examining her pulse, diagnosed that she had suffered a relapse of her previous injury, leading to slight bleeding. How could there be bleeding? Chun Qianjie's face darkened. Wasn't it said that she was healed? Your Majesty, please remain calm. It is not as you imagine. It is as if a wound that had healed has reopened due to external force. Reopened? That hardly equates to healing. Chun Qianjie's aura turned icy. You imperial physicians have grown complacent over the years, merely consuming resources without true diligence. You dare proclaim a cure when the ailment remains? And now, when complications arise, you claim it is a relapse. He leaned forward, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Perhaps next time, I shall sever half your head. It won't kill you, will it? Your Majesty, spare me. I acknowledge my mistakes. The imperial physician knelt, feeling both wronged and indignant as he attempted to defend himself. But Miss Ling truly has recovered. This relapse may be due to a new injury or an emotional upheaval. In short, it was a statement absolving him of responsibility for Lingxi's condition. Your Majesty, the time for the fasting banquet is approaching. Eunuch N has timely emerged to mediate. The seventh prince and the civil and military officials have all arrived and are waiting for Your Majesty to commence the banquet. How about I remain here to keep watch over Miss Ling, while Your Majesty attends to the banquet? Chen Qian, with a swift flick of his sleeve, seated himself beside Lingxi. I shall stay here, going nowhere. Since it is destined for us to perish together, it matters not where we meet our end. Let us await death in this manner. At the vegetarian banquet, an array of dishes and fruits awaited. All that was needed was for your majesty to join and commence the feast. Seated at the side, Chen Wangchuan furrowed his brow slightly, exchanging a subtle glance with Ling Xinyao at the far end of the table. Ling Xinyao shook her head. She too found it odd that Ling Xi had yet to make her appearance. Could there be an issue? Xinyao, father? Ling Xinyao smiled. Why is sister over there? That area is reserved for the maidservants. Upon saying this, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Maidservants? Father, did you not mention that you had already seen sister? She discreetly probed. What color is sister's attire today? I would like to know in advance. Oh, it is some plain color, neither distinctly white, nor red, nor green. Ling Zifu replied, rolling his eyes. After a lengthy discussion, Ling Xinyao could not deduce the color of Ling Xi's dress. However, she was certain that she had not donned the red gown she had sent. This foolish girl, has she finally become cautious? Or has someone advised her against wearing certain colors? Today marks the fasting day, a day of prayers for the populace. Should Lingxi appear in vibrant red garments, she would undoubtedly become the target of disdain. Alas, that simpleton has managed to avoid this pitfall. Ling Xinyao suppressed her irritation. Father, what kind of hair adornments is sister wearing? Is it a golden hairpin or a jade hairpin, or perhaps a stepping ornament? It seems she is not wearing anything. Ling Zifu contemplated before affirming, she has merely tied 2 strings with tassels. Oh, and that he suddenly pointed towards a man not far away. That tassel in his hand, did you see it? Your sister is wearing something quite similar. Ling Xinyao cast a careless glance at the man holding the tassel. Her pupils dilated in shock. Zhou Chong, a confidant of Chen Wangchuan, tightened his grip on the tassel and swiftly approached Chen Wangchuan. Your Highness, what news? He frequently recalled the voice he had heard before the statue, increasingly doubting that someone had indeed been hidden there. Zhou Cheng's expression was grave as he discreetly revealed the tassel in his hand. I found this. Chapter 36. Assassination. Chen Wangchuan's pupils constricted involuntarily. You mean to say, my subordinates carefully examined the area near the statue. The traces are fresh, indicating recent activity. I suspect that the voice we heard was not an illusion. Someone truly was concealed there. Additionally, I discovered this half-tassel underground. The individual hiding there is a girl. Chen Wangchuan whispered. The tassel emanated a faint fragrance, delicate and unusual, unlike the oils used by the palace maids. If it is not from the palace, then it must belong to a woman attending the palace banquet. Chen Wangchuan surveyed the crowd. The noble women adorned themselves with golden hairpins and jade hairpins. This small tassel is likely used by maidservants. Investigate this matter discreetly and do not alert anyone. Understood. Zhou Chong hesitated momentarily. If we find her, should we kill her? The conversation with Ling Xinyao must not be overheard by outsiders. Regardless of whose maid she is, she must die. Zhou Chong nodded, quietly exiting the banquet. Just a few steps away, he unexpectedly encountered Ling Xinyao approaching from the opposite direction. He discreetly pressed himself against the wall. 2nd Mississippi. Ling Xinyao walked past him without glancing. That tassel belongs to Lingxi. Zhou Chong was taken aback. Yet, there was no time to inquire further as Ling Xinyao had already moved past him, both parties acting as if nothing had transpired. Chen Wangchuan observed him, realizing that complications had arisen. He rose discreetly and retreated to a secluded area. What is it? My subordinate just encountered the 2nd miss on the way. She claimed that this tassel belongs to the eldest daughter of the Ling family. Lingxi? Indeed. Chen Wangchuan did not anticipate the situation to unfold in this manner and was momentarily taken aback. The tassel indeed belongs to Lingxi. Then, the one hidden within is Lingxi? Your Highness, should we? Zhou Chong gestured with a hand to indicate killing. Chen Wangchuan silently nodded. If she is heard, she cannot be left alive. Be cautious not to reveal any clues. Also, act swiftly. Do not let her jeopardize our plans. Understood. Zhou Chong swiftly departed. The prince had been strategizing for this day for quite some time. He could not allow a single Lingxi to ruin everything. He dispatched others to ascertain Lingxi's whereabouts while personally selecting individuals and planning routes and equipment. Lingxi had fallen ill again and was currently resting in the Suiyang Palace, but the emperor was also present. The emperor is there? Zhou Chang furrowed his brow slightly. What about security? The emperor's 12 shadow guards were absent. It was said that eunuch N had dispatched them to the altar in preparation for the upcoming palace banquet. The 12 guards are absent? Zhou Chang's pupils constricted instantaneously. This is a golden opportunity. If we succeed, we can eliminate the emperor as well.
But
Did not the prince say? We all understand the prince's intentions. Whether it is early or late, the outcome remains the same. Murder. Zhou Chang made a decision, waving his hand vigorously. Listen to me. This mission primarily targets Lingxi. If possible, we shall also deal with the emperor and eliminate the prince's greatest concern. He had followed the prince for many years and understood his thoughts best. Everything planned today was solely for that which rightfully belonged to him, the throne. Now, the opportunity lay before him. To kill the tyrant, the prince would take control, and everything would remain within his grasp. As for the prince's plan to use the populace to eliminate the tyrant, irrelevant. The final outcome is what truly matters. He barked an order, donning eunuch attire and concealing weapons, bending low as he stealthily made his way toward the Suiyang Palace. Silver needles for acupuncture. She suddenly sat up, startling the physician, who immediately knelt. Miss, please calm down. Your health has not yet fully recovered. It is best to avoid any intense activities and rest instead. Lingxi felt somewhat disoriented, her mind in a haze. She only remembered being pressed against the statue alongside the tyrant, feeling quite uncomfortable, but what transpired afterward was unclear. What happened? Chen Qian approached. Best not to be harmed. Otherwise, I shall ensure your entire family accompanies you to the grave. Begone. The physician hastily bowed and retreated in fear. Lingxi suddenly raised her gaze, asking eagerly, Has it ended? Chen Qian shook his head. Lingxi immediately clutched her chest. It has not ended yet? Oh my heart, if this does not conclude soon, I shall either be beheaded or die of fright.
Chen
Qian placed a finger over her lips, signaling toward the outside of the hall. Lower your voice. Lingxi promptly fell silent, nodding in understanding. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from outside. The footsteps were forceful and hurried. This is not the stride of a eunuch, Chen Qian murmured. No one in the palace would dare to walk so recklessly. The two exchanged glances, suddenly hearing a reprimand. Which palace do you belong to? Such audacity. The emperor is resting inside. How dare you trespass? With a thud. A few brief and urgent cries of distress pierced the air as someone fell to the ground. Immediately after, a group of eunuchs rushed into the chamber. Chen Qian instinctively shielded Lingxi behind him. You brutes! How dare you invade my quarters? Get out at once! The eunuchs were masked, but their towering figures and murderous intent revealed them to be assassins, not genuine eunuchs. A figure at the forefront gestured with a sword, commanding, Swiftly resolve this.
Kill.
Responding to the order, the others leaped into action, wielding their blades with deadly intent. Lingxi, startled, screamed and instinctively shielded her head, but as she crouched down, Chen Qianzhi seized her collar and deftly flung her aside. She stumbled awkwardly against a screen, still trying to regain her balance when Chen Qianzhi found himself forced back by several knives. Without hesitation, she grabbed her garments and hurled them towards the assassins. Though the clothing lacked lethality, it obstructed their vision, allowing Chen Qianzhi, now at an advantage, to turn his blade and wound a few of them. Intruding into the palace to commit assassination, you all bear the crimes of family extermination, he declared, unrelenting. Enough of the chatter, tyrant. Today marks your demise. No amount of words can change that. Zhou Chang wasted no time, ordering, the 12 guards must reach here within a quarter of an hour. We must sever the tyrant's head and retreat safely. With this command, the atmosphere thickened with murderous intent. Chen Qianzhi valiantly shielded the two, but soon found himself at a disadvantage. Lingxi was cornered against a wall, overwhelmed by the oncoming attackers. In her panic, she screamed, Qian Shizhong. Chapter 37. The male protagonist's divine countenance, a wave of sword energy descended from the beam above, ruthlessly cleaving through the assassins. They recoiled in agony, each sustaining injuries. Yet the scent of blood only heightened their ferocity. Together, eliminate them. With synchronized precision, they resumed their assault. Impudence. Qian Shizhong, hands behind his back, descended elegantly from the rafters, wielding his sword to repulse another wave of attackers. Those seeking death may come. Qian Shizhong, now is not the time for bravado. Life and death hang in the balance. Capture the thief to seize the king. Understanding the urgency, Qian Shizhong nodded, his sword poised as he charged forward. Chen Qianjia, gripping his bloodied sword, cast a dark glance at Lingxi. Mind your status. He is a man with a wife and children. What of it? Does that hinder him from saving lives? Lingxi shot back, bewildered by his logic. Are you dazed by the assassins? Chen Qianjia, with a sharp voice, advanced towards Zhou Chong, determined that capturing him would signal the end of this chaotic scene. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the wine cup in Chen Wangchuan's hand shattered unexpectedly. Your Highness, be careful. The serving maid quickly knelt, wiping the spilled wine from his hand. Yet, Chen Wangchuan appeared unfazed, his hand suspended in thought. An ominous sign. Could it portend today's events? He abruptly rose, nearly overturning the furniture. Your Highness? What troubles you? Shadows leaped from the darkness, rushing towards the Suiyang Palace. It was the 12 Dark Guards. The mobilization of the 12 guards indicated a grave situation had arisen. While everyone knew of their existence, none had ever witnessed their true forms. Their sudden appearance in front of the crowd signified that a significant calamity was at hand. Chen Wangchuan's grip tightened as he watched the 12 guards, Zhou Chong. He must have faltered. But what was his current state, if captured alive? His expression darkened, exchanging a glance with Ling Xinyao amidst the crowd. Before she could react, Ling Zhaifu pulled her away. Quickly, see if your sister is in trouble. Their sovereign had yet to appear, and Ling Xi was also absent. In such a critical moment, the absence of both individuals, coupled with the unprecedented appearance of the 12 guards, spelled disaster. Ling Xinyao stumbled as her father dragged her along, falling to the ground. Yaoer, are you alright? Do not worry. Go check on your sister. I will join you shortly. Ling Zhaifu, preoccupied with Ling Xi, urged her to be cautious and hurriedly followed the crowd towards Suiyang Palace. At the entrance of Suiyang Palace, Qian Shizhong single-handedly withstood the onslaught of all the assassins, maneuvering with grace and skill. Lingxi, hiding behind Chen Qianjia, cautiously retreated towards the palace doors. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept past her, filled with lethal intent. Before she could react, Chen Qianjia spun around, his blade positioned protectively behind her, absorbing a strike. Caught off guard, Lingxi turned to see a pair of striking yet menacing eyes. The assassin was a woman clad in red, her figure alluring, exuding an intimidating aura. Though her face was masked, Lingxi recognized those eyes immediately. Ling Xinya. She truly has come to kill. In the original text, Lingxi was targeted by a woman in red, leading her to flee to where the tyrant was, only to find herself facing execution alongside him. The original narrative left Lingxi oblivious to the identity of her pursuer, while her omniscient perspective now allowed her to deduce the truth. Chen Qianjia, hearing her thoughts, aimed his sword at Ling Xinyao's veil, but her agile movements allowed her to evade his grasp with a few deft leaps. Trying to escape? Chen Qianjia was resolute in tearing away her veil, pursuing her for another strike. Ling Xinyao did not engage, merely dodging. In a swift spin, she released her sword, sending it hurtling towards Lingxi. Lingxi watched in horror as the sword flew towards her. She wanted to evade, but her mind raced while her legs remained frozen. She stared, transfixed, as the blade approached. This is it. Am I really going to meet my end like this? Will it hurt if the sword pierces me? I'm finished. My face will be ruined. Tyrant, forgive me. If we perish, you'll have to bear my disfigured visage in the afterlife. In mere seconds, she seemed to pen her final words. Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared from nowhere, grasping the sword's hilt with a sudden force. The blade grazed the person's palm, stopping just shy of Lingxi's face, a trickle of blood escaping from the wound. The savior was a young man, his back to her, illuminated by the light as he turned, revealing a breathtaking visage. Are you all right? Lingxi instinctively shook her head, then nodded. touching her brow only to find blood. My face, your highness. Lingxi gasped, lifting her gaze, momentarily forgetting her injury. It is him, the emperor's uncle. The illustrious male protagonist, Chen Wangchuan. Good heavens. Truly, the main character. Such divine beauty. Though the tyrant is handsome, he has an air of innocence about him. But the uncle is different. His presence commands respect. He is the quintessential protagonist. Chen Qianzhe, unable to endure the scene any longer, stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, his fierce gaze demanding, "Wipe it."
Oh.
Lingxi took the cloth offered, about to dab her brow when Chen Qianzhe coldly interjected, "Your mouth." "My mouth? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm drooling?" "Please, I was merely taken aback. Who wouldn't be amazed by such a male lead?" Chen Qianzhe shot her a glance, pointedly touching his neck. "Amazed, are we? The main character, indeed. Yet do not forget, he was the one who intended to sever your head." Chapter 38. Have you also entered the book? Lingxi now gazed at Chen Wangchuan's bloodied hand, her eyes filled with disbelief and confusion, momentarily forgetting to strike again. Chen Wangchuan shot her a meaningful glance. Assassinating His Majesty is a grave offense.
Someone.
Lingxi now understood the implication in his eyes. She bent her slender waist and swiftly leapt onto the roof, disappearing without a trace. At that moment, the 12 guards were closing in, with some pursuing her while others surrounded Zhou Chong and his companions. The assassins, already under pressure from Qian Shizhong, found themselves in an even more precarious situation as they were besieged by the 12 guards. Chen Qianzhe sheathed his sword, inquiring, "Why has the emperor's uncle arrived?" "I have been waiting for you, yet I saw no sign of His Majesty, so I came to investigate. I did not expect to encounter this situation. How is it?" Chen Wangchuan looked at Lingxi with concern. "I am fine, thank you," Lingxi replied, rubbing her injured brow. "But my face is marred." Chen Qianzhe cast a cold glance. "It is merely a small scar. It makes no difference to you." Lingxi immediately retorted, gritting her teeth. "What does His Majesty mean by that? To say you are ugly?" Chen Wangchuan's eyes flickered with surprise. He was aware of his royal nephew's cold demeanor and cautious speech, having never engaged in frivolous banter. Yet now, he was exchanging jibes with a frivolous beauty like Lingxi. Chen Qianzhe seemed to realize something, his aura darkening like an abyss as he coldly snorted, "12 guards, I want a live capture." With a swift motion, Qian Shizhong's sword severed the throats of 2 assassins. Blood sprang onto him. Yet, as the blade turned, it was directed at Zhou Chong, flowing like water. Zhou Chong quickly retreated, his mind racing, realizing there was no escaping today. However, he must not be captured by the emperor. Thus, at that moment of retreat, he made a final decision. As he landed, he suddenly grasped his own face. Not good. Qian Shizhong quickly lifted his sword, severing Zhou Chang's tendons, but it was too late. White smoke began to emanate from Zhou Chang's face, filling the air with the stench of blood and rotting flesh. With a scream, chunks of flesh fell away from his visage. Lingxi instinctively leaned forward, wanting to see better, but a hand fell over her eyes, carrying a faint fragrance. "Do not look." Chen Qianzhe covered her eyes with his left hand and ushered her backward. 12 guards. One of the 12 guards understood the command, swiftly beheading Zhou Chong. Before long, his head became a pool of blood. "This is bone powder, used for corpse decomposition. He actually used it on his own face, a true man." Qian Shizhong respectfully bowed. Enemies are enemies, yet one must still show the appropriate respect. Such resolute steel-like character deserves acknowledgement. Chen Qianzhe remained expressionless. What does the emperor's uncle think? His eagerness to disfigure himself suggests that he might be known to His Majesty. Chen Wangchuan remained impassive, revealing no discernible emotion.
Indeed.
That is why he was so desperate to ruin his face. However, it matters not, Chen Qianzhe said with a half-smile. 12 guards, hang his corpse at the city gate. A generous reward awaits anyone who provides identifying information. He looked up, chuckling lightly. What do you think, Emperor's uncle? Chen Wangchuan nodded gracefully. That seems quite appropriate. Lingxi had been hiding behind Chen Qianzhe, and only after Zhou Cheng's body was dealt with did she cautiously peek out. What about the emperor's uncle? Do you not find it strange? Why did he save me earlier? Chen Qianzhe shrugged her hand off his shoulder, removing his blood-stained garment. A hero saving a damsel is something every man wishes to do. Perhaps he is captivated by beauty and has taken a liking to you. I wish he would take a liking to me. As the main female character, I would certainly not meet such a grim fate. Lingxi replied with a hint of bitterness. Alas, his heart is only set on my half-sister, not me. With a thud, Chenqinja tossed away his clothing. Indeed, following him would be splendid. He is handsome, possesses great martial prowess, and could ensure your longevity and prosperity, unlike me, who would only lead you to the guillotine. Clang. Clang, clang. The sound of the clappers suddenly rang out. Chenqinja's movements abruptly halted. Lingxi also held her breath. The two silently counted the clapper's toll. In an age without clocks, the clapper served as the best timekeeper at night. Did you hear that? How many times in total? 11. And you? 11. It is 11 o'clock. We have half an hour left. Lingxi looked at Chenqinja, her voice trembling. In half an hour, we shall face the guillotine. They would perish before midnight, due to the impending uprising. According to the original plotline, time was running short. What? What original world? Chenqinja averted her gaze, his demeanor calm and unruffled. What nonsense are you spouting? We're about to die, and you still wish to deceive me? Lingxi kicked him in frustration. Do not think I am unaware of your true nature. You and I are both individuals who have entered the book. Entered the book? Chenqinja's pupils widened in shock.
What do you mean by that?
Entering the book is simply that, an exceedingly popular trope nowadays. Do not feign ignorance. What trope? What does it have to do with entering the book? Chenqinja appeared genuinely confused, not at all pretending. Still pretending, are we? Lingxi grew agitated. The poem Qian Shizhong mentioned, the one you composed, the White Horse poem. Originally, she intended to discuss this matter with the tyrant after everything had settled.
But now.
He was still playing dumb, and she no longer cared. Abandoning oneself at the edge of the blade, can life be cherished? Parents disregarded. What of sons and wives? A name of a valiant warrior, not to be swayed by personal concerns. Sacrificing oneself for the nation's peril, facing death as if returning home. This poem, titled The White Horse, was penned by Chao Ji of the Wei and Jin dynasties. Do not think that I am ill-educated and know nothing. Fan Kong stated that this was a poem you composed at 5 years old. A mere 5-year-old child could not possibly understand the meaning of sacrificing oneself for the nation and facing death with indifference. 5 years old? 5 years old? Is that the 5 years old I understand? Lingxi caught another blind spot, staring at Chenqinja in shock and confusion. You were 5 when you... A 5-year-old child could never write such poignant and shocking poetry. Unless, Chapter 39, Everyone is Reborn. Only I have entered the book. Chenqinja stood with his gaze lowered, betraying no emotional fluctuations. It was only when Lingxi mentioned 5 years that his eyes slightly trembled, and he slowly raised his gaze. 5 years, boom. A sudden loud noise erupted from outside. Lingxi instinctively hid behind Chenqinja. That sound is the gates of the imperial city. The two exchanged glances. It has begun. What was destined to come had arrived. Before midnight, the mobs had commenced their uprising, following the original storyline. Could their heads truly be saved? Lingxi desperately clutched Chenqinja's clothing, her face pale. We won't he really die, will we? Of course I fear it. Decapitation is exceedingly painful. Do not worry, it won't hurt too much. How do you know? Lingxi felt tears prickling her eyes. You have never been decapitated. If the blade is swift, when it strikes you, the pain will last but a moment. Before you fully comprehend it, you will see your head severed. At that moment, you will no longer care about the pain. Instead, it will be the unwillingness. You will resent that your tragic yet laughable life concludes in such a manner. Lingxi was stunned by his words. What does the tyrant mean by this? It sounds just like a reflection after decapitation. He has not been decapitated, has he? Otherwise, how could he possess such first-hand experience? She looked at the tyrant's profile, trying to discern the truth of his words from his expression. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. An eunuch stumbled in, breathless and incoherent. It has started. It has started. Chaos reigns outside. What of the 12 guards? Outside, they remained vigilant, still harboring loyalty, while the emperor was present. Your Majesty, is it that you are pointing towards Eunuchin? Lingxi queried, perplexed. Chen Qianzhe shook his head. We have not yet reached that point. What are you all discussing? Lingxi was utterly confused. Awang, proceed as per our plan. Yes, your majesty. Unicorn, panting, dashed out again. Chen Qianzhe turned and sat firmly in the main hall, a dagger resting on his lap, resembling a deity, coldly observing the world outside. Lingxi, bewildered, exclaimed, Are you two playing charades? Or have I missed something? The rabble will storm the palace and kill me, correct? A hollow light flickered in Chen Qianzhe's eyes. Not just you, but us. We both shall meet our end together. As I had mentioned before, this is our destined conclusion, is it not? Our shared fate. At this moment, Chen Qianzhe appeared as a familiar stranger, rendering Lingxi uncomfortable. Your Majesty, what do you truly mean? Is there any possibility? Chen Qianzhe abruptly fell silent, as if grappling with an unspeakable secret, unsure how to proceed. Your Majesty? It's nothing, I was merely speaking offhandedly. We must leave. Suddenly, Chen Qianzhe drew the dagger, its sharp blade stained with a deep reddish-brown substance. It was dried blood from long ago, uncleaned. He thrust the bloody dagger into Lingxi's hands, declaring, if death is inevitable, I'd prefer that you be the one to kill me.
What?
What do you mean? Lingxi grasped the dagger, feeling its heat, utterly confused. We agreed to survive together. Why this turn of events at such a critical moment? Chen Qianzhe held her hand, gripping the dagger tightly. I fear pain. Slitting my throat would be the quickest way. This time, I choose to do so. Huh? What madness is this tyrant concocting? Why must it come to me killing him? What does he mean by this time? He chooses to slit his throat. Is there a previous time? Lingxi wanted to inquire further. But Chen Qianzhe had already fled, and by the time she pursued, he was surrounded by the 12 guards. Miss Ling, Qian Shizhong dropped from the rooftop, whispering, I just surveyed the area. It's swarming with riders, yet they seem to have no interest in combat and are headed straight for the Xiyang Palace. We must hide. Hide? What about the Emperor? The Emperor has the 12 guards. He will be safe. I'll ensure your retreat. Lingxi attempted to protest, but Qian Shizhong seized her and leaped onto the rooftop. Before they could steady themselves, shouts erupted. They are over there. In the next instant, countless arrows rained upon them. Lingxi, bewildered by her circumstances, felt as if she were a rag doll, tossed by Qian Shizhong, narrowly avoiding the incoming arrows. Upon landing, Qian Shizhong shoved her forward.
Run. Run?
Lingxi beheld the chaos of the advancing mob, disregarding everything else as she lifted her skirts and fled. She had no sense of time, but suddenly, a heavy blow struck the back of her head, and she collapsed, unconscious. After a long while, I thought you could change the outcome. It seems it is still a dead end. Your Majesty, why struggle? Lingxi Niao. Is that Lingxi Niao's voice? Who is she speaking to? The tyrant? Why does she believe the tyrant can change the outcome? Chen Qianzhe knelt on the ground, blood-stained garments, his gaze cold and averted from Lingxi Niao. She elegantly crossed her legs, her fingers gliding over the sword's edge, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. For years, the prince and I have kept a close watch on you, Your Majesty. We have seen all your little maneuvers. We chose not to act because we deemed your actions harmless. However, your successful suppression of the unrest at Shiliang River surprised me. But so what? The suffering populace you have tormented extends beyond just Shiliang River. Even without the rioters there, Your Majesty, you'll meet the same fate as in your past life, falling beneath the chaos of the mob's blades. To be frank, Chen Qianzhe, you have truly disappointed me. After a rebirth, how can you still arrive at a predetermined death? Rebirth. Past life. What a ridiculous plot twist. The tyrant is also reborn? Lingxi struggled to open her eyes. The moment she moved, a searing pain shot through her right arm, causing her to groan. Oh, sister is awake. Lingxi now approached with a smile, seizing Lingxi by the throat and flinging her beside Chen Qianzhe. The sudden impact dislocated Lingxi's shoulder, yet miraculously, it popped back into place. Before she could rise, her chin was once again grasped by Lingxi Niao. Initially, I thought you had grown wise, and perhaps you too had been reborn. But it seems I overestimated you. You remain foolish, still so close to the tyrant. Are you not courting death? What absurd setting is this? How is everyone reborn except me? The critical point is that those who are reborn possess golden fingers, while I, who traversed into a book, have nothing. Chapter 40. A gamble. Lingxi Niao's grip tightened, making it hard for Lingxi to breathe. Release me, you wretched girl. You are suffocating me. I am your sister. Sister? Lingxi Niao scoffed. Did you think of me as your sister when you tormented me? I was young and foolish. You were not foolish. You were inherently vicious. Lingxi Niao reproached, tossing Lingxi to the ground, turning away with cold disdain. Rest assured, I will not kill you myself. After all, you are my half-sister. I cannot taint my hands with your blood. How generous. What is she scheming? Lingxi massaged her throat, quickly concocting a plan. Both she and the tyrant are reborn. This is a setting absent from the original text. There must have been a mistake that allowed the tyrant to be reborn. Perhaps the key to resolving today's crisis lies with the tyrant. Exactly, the tyrant. She immediately cast a glance towards Chen Qianzhe, formulating her thoughts, and extended an olive branch to him. Stop posturing. Quickly tell me what to do. Aren't you reborn? How did you resolve the crisis in your past life? Even a hint would suffice. Chen Qianzhe knelt, hands bound with ropes, his back restrained, exuding an aura of restraint. However, this was not the moment to admire the tyrant's beauty. Lingxi nearly leaped up to consult him directly. Look at me. Give me a signal. Finally. Chen Qianzhe lifted his gaze, his eyes cold and devoid of warmth. Lingxi Niao, if you kill me, what benefits do you gain? Will your uncle be grateful? He knows nothing of your actions, just as he remains unaware that we are both reborn. Are you not afraid that I shall reveal your past deeds to him? I am not afraid because... Lingxi Niao withdrew a dagger from her waist, lifting Chen Qianzhe's chin with it. You will not live to see that day. Unfazed. Chen Qianzhe let his gaze fall, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. You wish to murder your sovereign? If you kill me, your uncle will be even less likely to marry you. He has grand ambitions and cannot wed a woman who has slain her sovereign, inviting scorn from all. Fear not. I also will not kill you myself. Lingxi Niao reversed the dagger and offered it to Lingxi, sister. What? If you kill him, our sisterly feud will be settled. And I will surely let you go. I will not kill you. Indeed, you will not kill me. Once I slay the tyrant, it will be regicide. Everyone in the world will hunt me down. Sister, your ploy to use a borrowed knife to kill is childish play. Lingxi Niao, noticing Lingxi's hesitation. Her gaze hardened. What, sister, do you not wish to? Very well. If you do not slay him, I shall kill you. No, it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I am afraid. Lingxi trembled as she accepted the dagger, her expression pitiful. But he is His Majesty. If I kill him, His Majesty will be replaced, so he cannot be considered His Majesty. What a bizarre theory. Am I really so dull that I cannot comprehend such illogical nonsense? I say, tyrant, do not just stand there in silence. What am I supposed to do now? Under the piercing gaze of Lingxi Niao, Lingxi, clutching the dagger, trudged towards Chen Qianzhe. Chen Qianzhe stared intently at the dagger, his pupils constricting. Is it the same? Lingxi Niao was momentarily taken aback. The same as what? Lingxi was also momentarily confused. What? But soon she understood his meaning. The tyrant was inquiring whether it was as described in the book. Of course it is not the same. In the book, I did not kill you. You died during the mob's attack. I was an innocent bystander, also beheaded. The plot is completely disrupted, so I do not know what to do. Chen Qianzhe furrowed his brow, seemingly speaking to himself as he lowered his head. In my past life, you used that dagger to kill me. Why do you not dare to do it in this life? Are you afraid of repeating the same mistakes, that you and the royal uncle cannot rekindle your past? Dagger? What dagger? That dagger. Lingxi suddenly recalled the dagger that Chen Qianzhe had given her, stained with blood. Chen Qianzhe continued. Back then, I was reborn with that dagger, and I have kept it ever since. The blood on it is the blood from when you killed me in your past life. What the hell? What you speak of from the past, I have no plot here. Tyrant, this is not a time for reading comprehension. Can you just tell me directly what you want me to do? Lingxi Niao clearly did not comprehend Chen Qianzhe's meaning. What exactly do you mean? What dagger? What blood? Chen Qianzhe finally looked up, smiling. If I were to use that dagger to kill myself, do you think we would be reborn once more? You madman! Lingxi Niao scoffed. Moreover, do you even have the dagger? I have searched your entire body. Sister, what about me? Lingxi, with her back turned to Lingxi Niao, suddenly whispered, Why didn't you search me? The familiar hilt and the bloodstains caused Lingxi Niao's heart to skip a beat. This was indeed that dagger. In her past life, she had used this dagger to kill the tyrant, resulting in both her and Qin Qinjia being reborn together. Lingxi, she shouted urgently. Are you out of your mind? What do you intend to do? Lingxi raised the dagger to Qin Qinjia's chin, the sharp edge cutting into his skin. Do not move. Lingxi Niao quickly halted. Sister, you do not understand what you are doing. Put down the dagger. And I promise I will let you go. We can forget the past and remain good sisters. Sister, I am fully aware of what I am doing. The dagger lifted Qin Qinjia's head once more, and Lingxi's gaze grew more mocking and fierce. The two of you were reborn together, and the catalyst for that rebirth may very well be this dagger and his blood. If I kill him with the dagger, then it is possible for me to be reborn with him, but you will not have the chance to be reborn. Is that not so, Your Majesty? This serious nonsense was a fabrication from Lingxi. After all, the original text did not contain any depiction of Lingxi Niao's rebirth. The narrative began from Lingxi Niao's perspective of rebirth, so she was entirely unaware of how or why she would be reborn, nor what the catalyst would be. However, one thing was certain. Both Qin Qinjia and Lingxi Niao believed that their rebirth was related to the dagger. Thus, Lingxi resolved to use the dagger to turn the tide. Sister, I do not care about His Majesty's life or death. I am indifferent to your affairs. As long as I can leave here unscathed, I will pretend that nothing has happened tonight. You have become clever, Lingxi Niao said warily. Or perhaps your previous foolishness was all an act. Have you been deceiving me this entire time? And you? Are you not also playing the part of a pig to eat a tiger? Lingxi calculated the time, estimating it was nearly time. She raised the dagger again to Qin Qinjia's chin. Otherwise, I will kill him once more and be reborn. Lingxi, how can you be so sure that killing him will guarantee rebirth? I am uncertain. Lingxi replied with a mischievous smile, but I am willing to take the gamble. After all, we are all destined to die. One wager, and if I win, I profit. The sounds of the mob erupted from outside. They were rushing this way. Lingxi had no time for idle chatter, and the dagger at Qin Qinjia's throat opened a gash. Will you gamble or not? Chapter 41. Surgical Instruments, Lingxi. Lingxi Niao's furious shot was filled with desperation. The murderous intent in Lingxi's eyes intensified. Yet her hand trembled, especially the hand gripping Qin Qinjia's back, shaking uncontrollably. What if I count down from 3 to 1, and she still does not withdraw? Am I truly going to kill you? No. My hand is shaking. Qin Qinjia's hands, bound behind him, suddenly reached out to grip her ankle tightly. This small action confirmed her current choice. She felt somewhat reassured. 2. Qin Qinjia's grip tightened further. Wait, when I say 1, if she still does not withdraw, I will cut your ropes and you escape first. Qin Qinjia looked at her, puzzled. What are you staring at? Be professional. You need not be too moved. I am not doing this for you. Her target is you. If you escape, she will focus solely on killing you. With this distraction, perhaps I will have a chance to slip away. According to the original plot, when the mob burst in, they would stab the tyrant with countless blades. But what if the tyrant is not present? Surely they would not kill her to vent their frustrations. Time seemed to stand still, the atmosphere thickening. Just as Lingxi was about to call out one, Lingxi Niao finally relented. Stop. Lingxi was an unpredictable factor, disrupting her plans. She could not allow a mere outsider to ruin her hard-won rebirth. Very well. I agree to your terms. Lingxi Niao took out a whistle and blew a distinctive note. Outside, the chaotic clamor of the mob quieted for a few seconds, and soon the uproar began to recede like a tide. Lingxi Niao extended her right hand, slowly approaching. Sister, now can you hand me the dagger? Once she had the dagger in hand, she would no longer be bound by anyone. At that point, whether the tyrant lived or died, it would be her decision. Lingxi looked at her, suddenly smiling, stepped back a half step, severed the ropes binding Qin Qinjia's wrists, and turned to flee with the dagger. I will take my leave. You all carry on. Lingxi, I promised you I would not kill him, and I shall not. I have kept my word. Now, it is your turn to settle your grievances with him, and it has nothing to do with me. Lingxi disappeared without a trace, yet her voice lingered. This was one of the plans she had discussed with the tyrant. As long as they controlled the mob and prevented them from killing the tyrant, the storyline would hold, effectively breaking the original narrative of the beheading. What followed would be the tyrant's moment of retaliation. The ensuing bloodshed would be beyond her control. What she could do was find a place to hide and protect her own head. Qian Shizhong timely appeared, using his strength to escort her to a desolate courtyard. This was the cold palace, devoid of living creatures except for rats. You can hide here for now. It is safe. I will return to rescue you when the time is right. Just as he was about to leave, Lingxi quickly grasped his wrist. No. You must stay here to protect me. But the emperor. He is fine. He has 12 guards. If you leave and a few reckless mobs come out and kill me, how unjust would that be? Lingxi dared not let him go. In the original text, it was Qian Shizhong who beheaded the tyrant. As long as he remained by her side, it was equivalent to breaking the original plot. Outside, chaos reigned. Yet there was not a sound in the cold palace. The two stood in the courtyard, listening to the commotion outside. A flicker of fire illuminated half the night. Miss Ling, are you certain you do not want me to save His Majesty? If you do not go to save him, His Majesty will be safer. Time passed minute by minute, and the noise outside gradually diminished. Soon, footsteps approached. Lingxi swiftly hid behind Qian Shizhong, who unsheathed his sword, guarding the two with a vigilant gaze toward the distant gate. The doors of the cold palace were pushed open one by one. Finally, there were footprints. Amidst the shouts, the courtyard gate swung open, and a group of armored guards rushed in, led by one of the 12 guards. Upon seeing Qian Shizhong and Lingxi, he let out a sigh of relief. Go tell His Majesty that Miss Ling has been found, and the young lady is unharmed. What about the rioters? They have all been captured. Rest assured, everything is under His Majesty's control. Under control, indeed. Was he not in control? Having been reborn with memories of a past life, and now possessing her divine perspective that could foresee everything, he could indeed grasp everything in his hands. Chun Qinjia was injured. When Lingxi arrived at Suiyang Palace, she found maidens carrying out basin after basin of blood. Eunuch rolled up his sleeves, clutching a small medicine box from the library, hurrying inside. What happened? She asked. His Majesty is injured. Young lady, you arrived just in time. His Majesty said you might have a way to help him. Come quickly. Eunuch pushed Lingxi into the inner hall without further explanation. Chun Qinjia sat at the table, a long gash on his back, deep enough to see the bone, bleeding profusely. Several imperial physicians were in a flurry, struggling to stop the bleeding. What to do? If the bleeding doesn't stop, His Majesty is in danger. Quickly, bring the hemostatic potion and the best hemostatic medicine. Chun Qinjia's complexion was poor, his lips pale, trembling from excessive blood loss. Your Majesty, Miss Ling is here. Eunuch shoved the small medicine box into Lingxi's hands and urged her forward. Lingxi was bewildered. I don't know how. Chun Qinjia glanced at her wearily. You all step back.
No.
Why are you sending them away? I'm not a doctor. I don't possess the golden finger to save lives. What am I supposed to do? Lingxi stood there, at a loss. Chun Qinjia sighed wearily. Open the medicine box.
Ha!
Lingxi opened the box in confusion. Inside were numerous bottles and jars. Which one should I use? The compartment below. Compartment? After much searching, she finally opened the compartment. Upon seeing its contents, her pupils contracted in shock, nearly crying out. How do you have these things? You really know them? Chun Qinjia laboriously lifted his hand, pointing to his back. Can you handle it now? I know them, but I don't know how to use them. I might know, but I've never used them. I'm not familiar. Lingxi stared blankly at the surgical instruments before her. Indeed, laid out was a complete set of surgical tools: scalpel, hemostatic forceps, curved suturing needles, suturing thread, disinfectant alcohol, small cotton swabs. Hurry, if you don't act quickly, I might truly bleed to death. Chun Qinjia turned and leaned down, tiredly closing his eyes. But I really don't know how. Lingxi's fingers trembled. I've just seen it. I've never really done it. Seeing is enough. Do it a couple more times. And you'll get it.
Come on.
Chun Qinjia expertly bit down on a piece of soft cloth, muffled. Go. His back wound bled more from the movement. Lingxi had no choice but to force herself to stay calm. First, what do I do? Right, disinfection. She grabbed the alcohol, ready to pour it on the wound. But Chun Qingja swiftly seized her wrist. Do you want to kill me? This stuff is like strong liquor. If poured directly on the wound, it will hurt unbearably. Then, what should we do? The wound can't go without disinfection? Lingxi stood there, holding the alcohol at a loss. Disinfect the instruments. The wound doesn't need it. Come on. Chun Qingja looked at her with a hint of disdain. How are you even worse than me? Lingxi had no mind to bicker with him. Threading the needle, gazing at the gruesome wound, she took a long time to prepare herself mentally, finally enduring her trembling heart, using the curved needle to pierce through flesh. Pulling out the suturing thread, clumsily tying a knot and cutting it. Not bad. Much better than I imagined. Chun Qingja turned to lie down again, closing his eyes, weakly saying, I remember when Eunuch first treated my wound, his hands trembled so much he couldn't muster strength, stabbing several holes before he managed to sew one. I've seen pigs run, but I've never done this. Lingxi steadied herself significantly with the second stitch. My father is a renowned chief surgeon. I've played with this since childhood, but I didn't study medicine when I grew up. Suddenly, she looked at the tyrant, puzzled. Aren't you reborn? How do you have these things? These things are not mine. They belong to my master, Li Dao. Chun Qingja turned the tray, revealing an inscription of a knife on its exterior.
Li Dao?
Lingxi's heart trembled, recalling. The former Grand Eunuch? You know him? Not much. Just that he was your personal Grand Eunuch, a powerful eunuch in the past. In the original text, the name Li Dao appeared only once, mentioned while introducing the tyrant's past, stating that his origins were mysterious, coming from a eunuch background, later self-taught to become the tyrant's mentor. However, the original text indicated that his ending was not a good one. He seemed to have died in a palace coup. The first person I encountered after my rebirth was Li Dao. At that time, he was the Grand Eunuch, and he taught me the poem White Horse, allowing me to attract my father's attention at the palace banquet, ultimately becoming the future crown prince, now the emperor. One could say, without Li Dao, there would be no Chun Qingja. Initially, I felt he was different from other eunuchs. He always exuded an indescribable compassion. Later, I learned he came from another world, one entirely different from ours. After his rebirth, Chun Qingja revered Li Dao as a mentor. His knowledge, poetry, and martial arts all stemmed from Li Dao's teachings. Honestly, while I have always respected him, I didn't entirely believe in his tales of coming from another world until I met you. I realized you both share a fundamental similarity. So, what do you mean by crossing into a book? Chun Qingja turned his head, puzzled. Li Dao never mentioned the term crossing into a book. What is it? She was left speechless. How could she explain? I can't just tell him that crossing into a book means being a character on paper. Chun Qingja frowned. Paper people?
What do you mean by paper people?
Forget it, I won't say anything. If he found out he was merely a supporting character in a book, an inconsequential stepping stone, he would definitely not take it well. Let him live happily with his reborn golden finger. After some thought, she stammered an explanation. Crossing into a book is just a term, somewhat similar to your rebirth. Yes, Li Dao is a crossing into a book person, so am I. It's not a big deal. Chun Qingja did not heed her explanation but pondered over Lingxi's earlier thoughts. Her implication was that he was merely a character in a book?
How could that be?
He felt emotions, could be sorrowful or joyful, felt pain when injured, and had a tragic past life with over a decade of struggle. How could he be a paper person? How could he possibly be just a fictional character? In Chun Qingja's memory, every day he lived was undeniably real. Every act of slaughter, every escape from a coup, was undeniably real. Why is it that a mere mention of Paper Man can so casually overshadow someone's life? The wound has been treated, yet one must remain vigilant to prevent infection, which would be quite troublesome. Lingxi suddenly recalled something. Did Li Dao not leave any special medicine for you? Chun Qianzheng replied laboriously. In the small bookstore. The reason his bookstore was off-limits to all was due to the multitude of secrets regarding Li Dao hidden within. Eunuch assigned 12 guards to escort Chun Qianzheng to the small bookstore, ensuring that personnel were openly stationed outside. Without His Majesty's permission, no one was allowed entry except for Miss Ling. He pointed out some specific locations within the bookstore to Lingxi, asking her to stay and care for Qin Xianzheng. With the emperor injured, it was crucial for him to rest, yet the outside world remained chaotic, and it was feared that only the royal uncle could handle it alone. Who? Lingxi was taken aback. Which royal uncle? My dear miss, who else could it be? Naturally, it is His Majesty's royal uncle. Unicorn guessed her thoughts and chuckled. This is also the emperor's wish. If you have any questions, you may ask His Majesty. Qin Xianzheng, weak and weary, lay on the soft couch, his back exposed. Eyes closed, drifting into a hazy sleep. Lingxi did not disturb him. After finding a thin blanket to cover him, she surveyed the small bookstore. The items within were haphazardly strewn about, filled with the tyrant's childhood toys and discarded belongings. In the special area designated by Eunuch N, Lingxi discovered a tattered diary. The diary was written in English, and judging by its faded color and handwriting, she surmised it must belong to Li Dao. Chapter 43. The main characters hold a sacrificial script. Lingxi turned to the first page of the diary. It bore a gruesome word written in blood, despair. The second page read, death. The third page declared, death. It wasn't until over 20 pages later that the font changed to rebirth. Following that were Li Dao's personal entries, written in English. When Qin Xianzheng awoke, he found Li Dao seated at the foot of the bed, engrossed in reading the diary. He did not disturb her, but quietly admired her profile. She still wore her plain attire, her hair disheveled, and blood adorned her. Yet these did not diminish the serene elegance she exuded. So, he is a medical student from Harvard. No wonder he possesses such knowledge. What a pity! A promising scholar reduced to a mere eunuch. If I were in his shoes, I too would find it unbearable. It's no wonder the early pages convey such a sense of death. Such a drastic fall from grace. If it were me, I would yearn for rebirth. Upon realizing he was a eunuch, Li Dao genuinely wished for death once more. He had wallowed in despair for quite some time, firmly resolved to seek rebirth. That was until the day he met Qin Xianzheng. At that time, Qin Xianzheng was merely 5 years old. Yet his demeanor and speech betrayed no signs of a child that young. Li Dao immediately sensed that something had transpired in his life. Perhaps he was no longer the weak and easily manipulated little prince. It was in that moment that they became each other's salvation. To help Qin Xianzheng establish his persona, he utilized all the knowledge acquired from his past life, guiding him step by step to stand before the late emperor and become the crown prince. Lingxi flipped directly to the last entry in the diary. The content mirrored the previous ones, resembling a mundane record of daily life with no significant revelations. It seemed to conclude abruptly, leaving no further continuation. They could not afford to gamble. They must live fully in this world. Suppressing her disappointment, she tucked the diary away and re-examined his wounds. How do you feel? The imperial physician has been waiting outside, claiming he wishes to check your pulse. Without your permission, I dared not let them enter. Help me sit up. Qin Xianzheng, using Lingxi's assistance, propped himself up, beads of cold sweat forming from the pain. We need to show ourselves to prevent the royal uncle from thinking we are dead. Speaking of which, why did you hand over the authority of the purge to Qin Wangchuan? He did not act. Qin Xianzheng cast a significant glance at her. Have you forgotten? When you were attacked previously, he appeared and saved you with his bare hands. Yes, I still can't comprehend why he would save me. Logically, the main male lead Qin Wangchuan and my half-sister Lingxi are a pair. Tonight's chaos was orchestrated by them. Why would Qin Wangchuan suddenly intervene to save me when Lingxi attempted to assassinate me? This is the brilliance of the royal uncle. Qin Wangchuan sneered. His act of saving you is a legitimate gesture of goodwill towards you and me, but that does not preclude him from plotting in the shadows. I understand now, Lingxi exclaimed as realization dawned upon her, jumping to her feet. If the uprising succeeds, whether he saves me or not becomes irrelevant. If it fails, he still possesses the capital to remain as the royal uncle wielding great power. If the rebellion succeeds, it follows the original storyline. He and the main female lead's sister would embark on their romantic journey, crafting the next act of love. However, if it fails as it stands now, he remains the royal uncle, second only to the emperor, unaffected by Lingxi in the slightest. Because, aside from her and the tyrant, no one knows of Qin Wangchuan and Lingxi relationship. Your royal uncle is quite remarkable. Lingxi lamented, her brow furrowed. The schemes of emperors are rife with cunning. Even if we manage to survive this round, the next phase remains uncertain. Previously, she had thought that as long as they overcame the plot of losing their heads during the mid-autumn banquet, the subsequent narrative would be smooth sailing. Little did she know that the threat posed by their royal uncle still loomed large. Moreover, he existed in plain sight, a presence they could not touch. I heard from A-Wing that my half-sister has fled and gone missing. She is quite clever. In this scheme, aside from her capturing me and forcing you to kill me, she has otherwise remained hidden. We lack sufficient evidence to issue a warrant for her. Even the tyrant must have a plausible excuse to eliminate someone, otherwise, he risks becoming a tyrant who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. Lingxi had concealed herself remarkably well during this uprising. Even though Chen Qianjing despised her, he had no justification to kill her. So, we can only swallow this bitter defeat? Lingxi's anger grew as she contemplated. The male and female leads truly possess a sacrificial script. Despite all this, they can both extricate themselves unscathed, leaving no trace of bloodshed. What infuriates me the most is that I must continue to feign ignorance and play my part. Ling Zifu and numerous ministers awaited news from the emperor outside the palace. With the populace in turmoil and the emperor injured, the very foundations of the regime could shatter. Throughout the entire imperial city, aside from the diligent Qin Wangchuan who was tidying up the aftermath, everyone else awaited the final outcome outside the emperor's palace. Finally, Chen Qianzheng, with Lingxi's support, trembled as he stepped outside. What are you all doing here? Are there no tasks to attend to? Your Majesty, we have heard you were injured. Fear not. I will not die. Despite his pale complexion, Chen Qianzheng's gaze remained sharp, his aura intact, still embodying the ruthless emperor of yore. The emperor also stated that the heavens will not turn upside down, so we must fulfill our responsibilities. Ling Zifu bowed alongside everyone and turned to leave. Father. Lingxi called out to stop him. Let us go together. Your father's news travels swiftly. Of course, I have been in court for many years, so I have some connections. Have your connections informed you that my sister has attempted to kill me twice? Chapter 44. The Empress Dowager bestows medicine what?
Ling Zifu alted abruptly.
His expression won a shock as he looked up. Xinyao? She attempted to kill you? Father, given your expression, it seems your connections did not inform you that the emperor nearly perished at the hands of my sister. As Lingxi's words trailed off, Ling Zifu's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Father, what are you doing? Get up, please. Ling Zifu, on the verge of tears, lamented, Sierra. Do not lead your father into despair. Speak honestly with me. This is merely a jest, isn't it? Father, do you truly believe I would jest about such a matter? The audacious girl seemed intent on dragging the entire Ling family to their doom. Lingxi, unreserved, recounted all that Ling Xinyao had done, placing particular emphasis on the coercion to murder the tyrant. Ling Zifu's beard quivered in fury, nearly causing him to explode in the carriage. Upon finally entering their home, he bellowed, "Where is Ling Xinyao? Summon her at once." Although he knew Ling Xinyao was likely in hiding, Ling Zifu felt it imperative to assert the Ling family's stance. He must convey to the tyrant that he was utterly unaware of Ling Xinyao's treachery, now that he was informed. It was only fitting that the rebellious daughter be apprehended to atone for her sins. Lingxi sat quietly, sipping tea and nibbling on fruit while observing her father's outburst. Once he had finished his tirade, she poured him a cup of tea and presented it to him. Father, do not be so agitated. His Majesty has declared that while my sister's actions are unforgivable, I have rendered service in saving the emperor. Thus, our family's merits and faults balance each other out, and we shall not face any repercussions. Ling Zifu's eyes brightened at this revelation. Had he known earlier that the Ling family would not face annihilation, he would not have been so consumed by anxiety. However, Sierra, even if His Majesty does not hold our family accountable, Xinyao is still your sister. What do you mean? Father? Lingxi replied, a smile playing on her lips. Surely, you do not intend to downplay her actions, as if her attempt on my life were inconsequential? This, Lingxi continued, you must understand, I stand here alive because of my fortune, not due to any mercy from my sister. I was mere moments away from losing my head, And now you wish for me to forgive Lingxi now? In that instant, Lingzeifu was rendered speechless. Deep down, he did not wish for his two daughters to turn against one another. Yet, they were already irreconcilable foes, and as a father, he found himself at a loss for words to mend their rift. After freshening up, Hualuo brought a bowl of warm medicinal soup. Miss, it's time for your medicine. This was a memory from the paper-thin Lingxi. Each morning and before sleep, she would consume a bowl of this concoction, which, in her recollection, was bestowed by the Empress Dowager. Hualuo, how long have I been taking this medicine? Perhaps 3 or 4 years. Hualuo pondered, recalling initially you took it twice daily, then once a day, and for nearly a year now, intermittently. It dawned on her. This batch was personally delivered by the imperial physician. As the Empress Dowager learned you were frightened during the palace upheaval and sent a calming soup. Miss, this is a soothing elixir. Soothing elixir? Lingxi observed the potion, which did little to inspire tranquility. The Empress Dowager is undoubtedly a villain. She has always treated me as a pawn. How could she be so benevolent as to grant a calming elixir? This medicine, even if not immediately lethal, certainly will not strengthen my constitution. Miss? Hualuo looked at the soup, then at Lingxi, with confusion. Is the residue still present? Yes. Bring me the residue. When Hualuo returned with the remnants, Lingxi had changed into male attire. Holding the residue, she instructed Hualuo to distract the doorman and stealthily left the Ling residence, hiring a carriage to head directly to Yuhu village outside the West City. At the village pond, a small clearing had been cultivated where various medicinal herbs were nurtured. A 7 or 8-year-old child was drawing water at the pond's edge. Xiao Duzi, is your mother home? Sister Ling. Xiao Duzi beamed, pointing proudly towards his home. Mother and father are talking. Lingxi pushed open the fence gate and called out from a distance. Qian Shizhong. After calling twice, Qian Shizhong, disheveled and flustered, rushed out, his expression awkward. Miss Ling? He quickly glanced inside, clearly embarrassed. What brings you here? I am not here for you, but for your sister Yu. Lingxi settled in the courtyard and poured herself a cup of cool tea. Yu emerged from the house, her cheeks flushed, awkwardly clutching several garments. I was tidying his clothes. Miss Ling, do you require my assistance? Could you help me discern the purpose of this medicine? Lingxi opened the residue. You. A trained physician who had once served the concubines in the inner palace had gradually distanced herself from her medical career after being betrothed to Qian Shizhong. Over the years of being confined by the tyrant, she had raised her son while tending to medicinal herbs, partly for diversion and partly for trade. After casually inspecting the residue, Yu's countenance darkened, and she regarded Lingxi thoughtfully, hesitating to speak. What is it? Is there an issue? Miss Ling, may I inquire if this medicine originated from the palace? Is it that obvious? This is the palace's most commonly used Haishan san, which, when taken over time, can drive one to madness. Yu paused, sighing. In the palace, when concubines vie for favor or wish to eliminate rivals, they often substitute the daily calming elixir with Haishan san. Beneath the facade of harmony, the palace is rife with treachery and life-and-death struggles. Where did you acquire this? Qian Shizhong leaned closer. The Empress Dowager bestowed it upon me. Lingxi recalled the previous medicines from the Empress Dowager and understood everything. I suspected as much. That old woman feigns concern for my health, all the while plotting my descent into madness. Miss Ling, how long have you been consuming this medicine? Yu asked with concern. If it has only been a few doses, it may not have severely harmed your health. But what if it has been years? Lingxi furrowed her brow. I seem to have been intermittently taking it for those years. In affluent households, it was customary for the women to take various tonics, not necessarily for illness, but for health. Soothing elixirs, whitening broths, body-slimming tonics, there are countless varieties. She could not ascertain precisely how long she had ingested the madness-inducing concoction. Perhaps I should check your pulse to ease my mind. Although Yu's medical skills could not rival those of seasoned imperial physicians, she was adept at pulse diagnosis. Lingxi was confident she had not lost her sanity, but the original owner of her body had engaged in enough erratic behavior over the years to warrant suspicion. Strange. Yu remarked, her expression puzzled as she felt Lingxi's pulse. What is it? Qian Shizhong inquired nervously. Is there a problem with her pulse? You shot him a glare, signaling him to remain silent, and diplomatically asked Miss Ling, "May I be so bold as to ask if you have ever felt that something was amiss? Perhaps in your mind?" Lingxi lowered her gaze. "Just ask directly. Why haven't I gone mad yet? You felt somewhat awkward. Forgive my boldness. But your pulse suggests that the poison has indeed permeated your very bones. Typically, those afflicted by such poison exhibit erratic behavior and speak nonsensically. Yet, you exhibit an uncommon politeness and humility." She recalled how, during Lingxi's initial visit, she had been informed of her status as an imperial official without any condescension despite Yu's status as a convicted servant, earning her respect and friendship. "You? Can this poison be cured?" "It can be, but it requires a considerable amount of time, and I cannot guarantee its complete eradication. I can only promise to protect you to the best of my ability, preventing you from losing your sanity." "Then let us proceed with the antidote." The original owner of Lingxi's body had already succumbed to madness. It was only after her soul had taken over that normalcy returned. Yet, she could not be certain whether prolonged exposure to these madness-inducing drugs might affect her. Having the opportunity to detoxify was indeed essential. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Gong Gong and rushed into the Soyang Palace, clutching something in his hand. Chen Qinjia was resting his head on a soft pillow atop the desk, perusing the documents before him. "What is the cause of such alarm?" he inquired. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Hospital has issued another prescription," panting. Eunuch N unfolded the document he held in his hands and placed it before Chen Qinjia. "Is this for Lingxi?" "Indeed." "Once again. Is it a prescription from the Empress Dowager?" "Yes." "Are we to commence this again?" A cold smile graced Chen Qinjia's lips as he scrutinized the prescription. In years past, when the Empress Dowager had bestowed medicine upon Lingxi, he had sensed something amiss with these concoctions. At that time, Lingxi had held little significance for him, so he had never given it much thought. However, the situation was different now. He took up his brush and inscribed an imperial edict, casting it toward Eunuch N. "You shall personally deliver this." The edict was directed at the Imperial Hospital, its intentions unmistakable. "The eldest daughter of the Ling family, Lingxi, has been chosen as the Empress by this lonely soul. Her health is of utmost importance. Thus, the imperial physicians must provide diligent care. Should there be even the slightest negligence, let it be known that the entire imperial hospital shall bear the consequences." This decree was not only delivered to the imperial hospital but also conveyed to the imperial kitchen, the garment bureau, the music department, and several other establishments, all under Eunuch N's direct orders. Lingxi, in the midst of slumber, sensed a gaze fixed upon her. This feeling of being observed was decidedly unsettling. She turned over. "Why does it feel as though I am being pressed down by a ghost? Is this what it means to feel pricked by thorns? How peculiar." As she lay there, the discomfort grew, an incessant sensation of being scrutinized from behind. Unable to endure any longer, she finally opened her eyes and slowly turned to look behind her. The next moment, what in the world? Before her stood an enormous head. "Shao Si, what are you shouting about?" The head barked angrily and swung a hand, preparing to strike. "Xiao Si?" "In the Ling household, it seems only third brother Ling Rui dares to call me that. Could it be him? It must be him. Only third brother Ling Rui could possess such a large head. The legendary Big Head Rui is here." Third brother Ling Rui was known in the family by this moniker. As the youngest male descendant, he had been doted upon by their grandmother, growing up chubby and round. One year, while trying to squeeze through a dog hole, his large head had gotten stuck, earning him the nickname Big Head Rui. "Who are you calling Big Head Rui?" Ling Rui did not witness Lingxi's lips move. Yet every expletive she uttered reached his ears. Before Lingxi could rise, he had her pinned down on the bed by her throat. "You little brat, after years apart, you dare to call me Big Head Rui? It seems I did not beat you enough when we were young. You have yet to learn your lesson." Among the three brothers, Ling Rui was the one most inclined to bully Lingxi, as they were closest in age and of the same lineage. Naturally, it was Lingxi who always bore the brunt of their fights. Fortunately, Hualuo entered just in time, witnessing the scene and rushing forward to intervene. "Third Master, cease this at once. The young lady is injured." You are injured?" Ling Rui released his grip, but kicked her, sending her tumbling into a corner. "I heard you were quite formidable, even threatening His Majesty with a knife." How could you be injured? Third master, what nonsense are you spouting? Hualuo sat behind Lingxi, hastily soothing her troubled heart. His Majesty was attacked, and it was the young lady who saved him. Otherwise, would His Majesty spare our family? She saved His Majesty? Ling Rui's expression remained one of disbelief. Did she not hold a knife to His Majesty and injure him? Third brother, Lingxi pressed her hand to her throat, coughing incessantly. Who told you that I held a knife to His Majesty? Everyone is saying so. That cannot be right. The matter of me threatening the tyrant is known only to the three of us still living. No one else knows. Moreover, I discussed it with the tyrant to maintain the Ling family's reputation and to avoid being caught by the Empress Dowager. We agreed not to mention Ling Xinyao. Could it be that Ling Xinyao leaked the information? Chapter 46. The author's favorite son Ling Rui, irritated by her musings, waved his hand dismissively. Everyone is spreading the rumor that you, Lingxi, threatened His Majesty with a knife and injured the dragon's body. However, His Majesty, in his benevolence, chose not to pursue the matter of your injury. Shall see. Do you wish for our entire family to accompany you to your doom? Lingxi stared at him momentarily. After a brief silence, she stepped barefoot onto the floor and examined the bruise on her neck in the mirror. Hualuo, see third brother out.
Xiaoxi.
What is this attitude? Third master, let us depart. Hualuo quickly intervened, pushing Ling Rui away. When she returned, she wore an expression of grievance. Miss, why did you not explain things properly to third master? What is there to explain? He has never believed me from the start. The more I speak, the guiltier I appear in his eyes. For someone who does not trust me, the best explanation is silence. Besides, with Father Guo around, he will naturally clarify matters with third brother. What is most urgent now is to ascertain the public opinion outside. Hualuo, go and inquire how the outside world is perceiving this palace upheaval. Hualuo, puzzled, obediently took some silver and left. In the wake of the recent turmoil within the palace, the common people displayed no fear. Rather, they were brimming with excitement. Whether in taverns or tea-houses, they were bustling with activity. The populace, invigorated as if by a fresh surge of energy, buzzed about the palace coup. Hualuo traversed over a dozen venues throughout the morning, initially entertained by the gossip. But her mood soured with each passing tale. When she encountered Lingxi, her face was nearly ashen. Miss, do those people have rocks in their heads? How could they be so foolish? What are they saying? Lingxi, munching on melon seeds, awaited the unfolding drama. They are claiming this palace coup occurred because of you, that you disrespected His Majesty and threatened him with a knife. The guards, in their attempts to rescue His Majesty, slackened their vigilance, allowing those rabble-rousers to invade. As Hualuo spoke, her anger mounted, her face reddening to a purplish hue, nearly fuming with rage. Do they not realize that the imperial city is not made of paper? Without guards, how could the mob storm in and wreak havoc? Clearly, someone facilitated their entry. Even I, with my limited intellect, can discern this fact, yet they remain oblivious? All right, let us not grow angry, Lingxi chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair while stifling her laughter. Besides, this is a good thing. It shows that our Hualuo is not lacking in wit. Miss, spare me your deceit. I know well enough whether I am clever or not. I may not be smart, but they are even more foolish. Nonsense. Our Hualuo is far from foolish. Little did she know, Hualuo disdainfully swatted Lingxi's hand away. Miss, your eyes betray your true thoughts. I know you are merely trying to placate me. I am not foolish. Indeed, they also claim that it was the Emperor's uncle who turned the tide. Controlling the situation at a critical moment, suppressing the mob, and saving His Majesty. Miss, does this not infuriate you? Not at all, Lingxi replied with a smile, casually cracking open a melon seed. For it was indeed the Emperor's uncle who acted to quell the mob. Chen Wangchuan was the protagonist endowed with extraordinary abilities. Every action of his yielded the utmost advantage. This metaphysical fortune bestowed upon him by the author's affection ensured that he would emerge unscathed from adversity. This upheaval, caused by Zhou Chang's reckless actions, disrupted the uncle's plans, forcing him to sever his own wings and personally eliminate the rabble. Firstly, this preserved his reputation and mitigated future concerns. Secondly, it upheld his persona as the noble protector of the emperor and the royal family. Now, as news spread, the world would come to know him as loyal and patriotic, a benefactor to his nephew, safeguarding the imperial lineage with great benevolence. Should there ever arise a conflict between sovereign and subject, the tyrant would risk being labeled ungrateful. In summary, this round, Uncle Chen Wangchuan emerged victorious. However, although she and the tyrant found themselves at a disadvantage, they managed to keep their heads intact and continue the storyline, thus emerging as significant victors. Father, father. Ling Rui hurriedly dashed into Ling Zaifu's courtyard and pushed the door open. Ling Zaifu was just stepping outside with a pot of flowers when a shadow suddenly flashed by, knocking the pot over.
Ah.
He flailed about, trying to catch it, but all he grasped was empty air, watching helplessly as the pot shattered into a million pieces. Father, what are you still doing here? Little Four's father? Ling Rui followed his father's gaze and noticed he was intently staring at the broken pot on the ground. It was an orchid. The orchid lay toppled, its delicate petals crushed, and the lone flower stem snapped, sending its red and white buds flying. Father, I'm speaking to you. Ling Rui waved his hand in front of him. What's so fascinating about this broken flower? Broken flower? Ling Zaifu nearly spat blood in frustration. Do you have any idea that this was meant as a dowry for your sister? It is the only flower seed your mother left behind, known as Phoenix's blood. It is a unique specimen, do you understand? The only one of its kind, and there will be no more. Father, Ling Rui was disinterested in flowers, but was taken aback when his father mentioned their mother. In his memories, his father seldom spoke of her. He glanced at the orchid and, still unconvinced, replied, It's just a flower, father. I'll find you another pot later. But you must take care of little Four. Father. He tugged at his father's sleeve, kneeling down to call for help to retrieve the orchid, carefully placing it back into its pot. Father, what does it matter at this point? Why are you still fussing over this flower? Ling Rui leaned closer, exasperatedly gripping his father's wrist. Our family is in dire straits. Can you not set aside the orchid for now? Ling Zaifu angrily shook off his hand and turned away, cradling the flowers as he left. Ling Rui followed closely behind. Father? Taking little Four to visit relatives? Are you jesting? Get lost. Chapter 47. A loving family. Ling Rui had intended to discuss the rumors circulating outside with his father, but to his surprise, the old man was completely unresponsive, instead demanding that he take Lingxi to visit relatives the next day. What relatives? Are we to embarrass ourselves? From childhood, Lingxi had been synonymous with disgrace. Wherever she appeared, relatives would have no other topic of conversation than her myriad of ludicrous antics, enough to fill days without repetition. Because of this embarrassment, her three brothers typically avoided taking her out. However, this time it was a command from their father, and Ling Rui dared not oppose it. Early the next morning, he ordered a carriage, packed with gifts, and summoned Lingxi to leave. After several calls, she finally emerged, yawning, without any makeup, dressed in simple attire, lazily stepping outside. Wait, Ling Xiaoxi, are you really going out like this? Ling Rui stared at her in disbelief. Can't you put on a little rouge? At that moment, Ling Rui contemplated numerous ways to strangle her. Lingxi climbed into the carriage and immediately fell asleep. As soon as Ling Rui sat down, she kicked him away. Get up, you're on my hair. Ling Rui, in disgust, fumbled beneath him, inadvertently tugging at a strand of Lingxi's hair, pulling and causing her to scream. It hurts. It hurts. My hair. What are you shouting about? Before Ling Rui could finish his sentence, Lingxi rained down several blows upon him. Let go. My hair, let go. In pain, Ling Rui retaliated, roughly pushing her away by the neck. It wasn't he intentional. Claiming to inform their father, she lunged back at Ling Rui, pulling and biting. And the siblings devolved into a fray. These two siblings seemed destined to clash. Whenever they were together, peace was never an option. Although it was always Lingxi who suffered, her resilience only grew stronger, ready to battle again and again. It had only been half a year since the third young master left, and after a brief period of calm, they were at it once more.
Ah, Ling Xiaoxi.
Are you a dog? You actually bit me. Let go, let go. No, wait, stop biting. De Tu Rui, will you bully me again in the future? I won't. I won't. Let go. If you don't let go, I'll be nice to you.
Huh.
No, no, no. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean it like that. Let go, let go. Ling Rui howled for quite some time, his face dark as he lifted the carriage curtain. Change the carriage. I refuse to ride with the mad dog. As he dismounted, he stumbled slightly on his right leg, rubbing his lower back while hopping about. As Hua Luo boarded the carriage, Lingxi was adjusting her attire. Hua Luo, you worthless girl. Why aren't you helping me? The third young master is too fierce. I'm scared.
Huh.
Lingxi paused. He is fierce, so you want to help me? Well, no. Regardless of how much the third young master suffers, he won't truly harm you. But we are different. We are servants. If the third young master is angry and has no one else to vent his fury on, he will certainly use us as punching bags. Hua Luo, with a silly grin, came over to help her dress. Lingxi shot her a knowing glance. Hua Luo, if anyone calls you foolish again, they are the real fools. In early autumn, the weather turned cooler. When Lingxi disembarked, she draped a light lotus-colored cloak over her shoulders, the hood hanging from her hairpin, with two dark green tassels cascading down her temples. A gentle breeze fluttered the hood, tousling the loose strands of hair and revealing her exquisitely beautiful features. Lingxi shot a disdainful glance and raised her eyes to the plaque above the estate gate. Sanxiang Academy. Is this the academy of our esteemed mentors? It certainly possesses an ancient charm, filled with scholarly ambience. As a woman, she attended a girls' school. However, her three brothers were enrolled in boys' schools, and their childhood tutor was from this very Sanxiang Academy. Sanxiang Academy was quite renowned in the capital, its first esteemed teacher being a venerable figure from 3 dynasties, a distinguished scholar and warrior. After retiring from public service, the esteemed scholar opened Sanxiang Academy, initially intending to teach the children of his clan. However, the noble families of the capital soon began sending their children to enroll. Over time, Sanxiang Academy evolved into the prestigious elementary school for nobility in the imperial city. Ling Rui, carrying a box of gifts, followed a young scholar to a waterside pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the esteemed scholar was engaged in discussion with several young disciples. Ling Rui did not dare to interrupt and stood aside, waiting respectfully. Lingxi accompanied him for a while, estimating that the old scholar would continue speaking for some time, and since she couldn't comprehend, she tugged at Ling Rui's sleeve, pointing towards the distant garden, indicating her desire to go there. Ling Rui was reluctant to let her go, but Lingxi ignored him entirely, lifting her skirt and quietly slipping away, much to the chagrin of the third young master, who rolled his eyes in frustration. Hua Luo followed Lingxi and, once they were far enough away, let out a sigh of relief. Miss, you never used to enter the academy claiming it was too dull. Why have you come this time? Is that so? Lingxi shook her head. I don't recall that much. The memories of a paper doll are quite faint, lacking the substance to form significant narratives. Lingxi's recollections of Sanxiang Academy amount to only a few phrases, with nothing further known. However, that was of little consequence now. The atmosphere at Sanxiang Academy was delightful, with young scholars scattered about, engrossed in their studies. They were not very old, the youngest being around 7 or 8, while the oldest were merely 14 or 15. Upon seeing her, they expressed their surprise but were all very polite in greeting her. A box of snacks was quickly consumed, and Hua Luo, noticing the abundance of flowers in the courtyard, grew excited. Stop your nonsense. These flowers were painstakingly cultivated and are not for us to pluck freely. No sooner had Lingxi spoken than several elegantly dressed children dashed into the garden, played for a while, and then plucked a few flowers before running off, leaving a trail of broken stems in their wake. Hua Luo lamented the wasted flowers and went to gather the discarded stems, carefully placing them in the box. What are you doing? Who allowed you to pick flowers here? Before Hua Luo could rise, a man rushed over, pushing her down and snatching the box away. You misunderstood. It was not us. Lingxi's explanation was far from complete when the box, along with the flower branch, came crashing down. You were caught red-handed, yet you still deny it. Chapter 48. The Emperor's subtle thoughts Lingxi instinctively dodged, but the box struck the back of her head, causing the world to spin uncontrollably, and she could no longer stand.
Miss!
Hua Luo screamed, rushing to support her, and they both fell together. Hualua was horrified, her face drained of color as she exclaimed, "Blood! Blood! Someone help! There's been a murder!" The assailants seemed equally taken aback by the bloodshed. After a moment of shock, they turned and fled. Ling Rui, hearing Hualua's cries, sensed something was amiss and abandoned his gift to rush over. Hualua was in tears, unsure of what to do. "I don't know. A man." He attacked and then ran away. Wowo, third young master. Will the miss die? Silence. Ling Rui, anxious and irritated, scooped up Lingxi and dashed away.
Lingxi.
Did I owe you something in my past life? Is that why you've come to collect debts this life? You can never have a moment of peace. Big-headed Rui. Be quiet. I'm just dizzy, not dead. Slow down. I feel nauseous. Lingxi, dazed from the blow to her head, could not utter a word. Her only desire was to expel the contents of her stomach. With Ling Rui carrying her and dashing forward, the motion overwhelmed her, and she could no longer suppress her breakfast, prompting an exclamation from Ling Rui. He was nearly sickened enough to drop her.
Lingxi.
For the sake of our shared bloodline, I'll remember this. Exhausted, she could barely speak. What?
Linghui shote.
Speak up. Don't shout. It hurts my head. Take me to the Imperial City to see the Emperor. I'll owe you another favor. Curious, Ling Rui marveled at Lingxi's ability to remain silent yet compose intricate thoughts. However, seeing her near death, he complied and headed for the Imperial City. Lingxi, I hope the Emperor will see you. Otherwise, I'll toss you by the roadside to feed the dogs and let you await your fate. Then you'll see if you dare to trouble me again. Grumbling, Ling Rui rushed to the palace, where he implored the young eunuch to inform the Emperor that his sister was injured and in grave danger, urging immediate action. However, his father had informed him of Lingxi's brave act of saving the Emperor. To be honest, he had a hard time believing his father's account of Lingxi's heroism. But given his father's insistence, he chose to believe it for the time being. Today would reveal whether the Emperor would summon the imperial physicians to save Lingxi, distinguishing truth from fiction. Soon, eunuch arrived with 2 physicians. Third young master. What happened to the young lady? Eunuchin? Ling Rui was taken aback and quickly bowed. Why are you here in person? My sister, she. Don't speak yet. Quickly take the young lady with me. Ling Rui was astounded. It seemed his father's version was closer to the truth. The Emperor genuinely cared for Lingxi's well-being. Lingxi was placed in the Suiyang Palace while Ling Rui stepped outside to rest, leaving the physicians to attend to her. He knelt, "Your servant, Ling Rui, pays respects to your majesty."
Linghui.
Chen Xianjia halted, contemplating. Lingxi's elder brother? Yes. How did she get injured? I don't know. After she was hurt. She insisted on being brought to the palace. Chen Xianjia's expression changed suddenly. Lingxi would never request to be brought to the palace without reason. Something must have happened. Without waiting for Ling Rui to finish, he hurried into the hall, leaving Ling Rui bewildered. He left. Hadn't he finished speaking yet? The 2 physicians treated Lingxi's wounds and took her pulse, leaving a prescription. Though her injury was not fatal, she insisted on seeing him. Chen Xianjia remained composed, dismissing everyone else and cautiously approached the bed. Did something happen? It's the Emperor's uncle. Lingxi, feeling weak, could barely open her eyes. What? The Emperor's uncle harmed you? Not him, but he is one of the conspirators. Lingxi struggled to lick her lips, weakly explaining, the one who hurt me was taken away by Chen Wangchuan. At that moment, after being struck on the back of her head, her instinctive reaction was to look at her assailant. Coincidentally, she saw the Emperor's uncle, Chen Wangchuan, emerging from behind a tree, swiftly taking hold of the assailant's wrist and departing. I sensed that Chen Wangchuan, having failed to eliminate us last time, would still take action. However, my family is no help, so I thought the tyrant's palace would be the safest. After all, it was guarded by the 12 guards and served as the center of imperial power. Chen Wangchuan, no matter how bold, would not dare to act openly in such a place. Chen Xianjia ordered medicine to be brewed and instructed eunuch and to add bedding in the adjacent warm chamber. I'll stay next door, just a wall apart. If anything happens, call for me. I still have matters to attend to in the court, so rest for now. We will talk later. Wait a moment. Lingxi quickly tugged at his sleeve. How is your injury? Do I look like someone who is unwell? He smiled. Rest assured. The imperial physicians know their craft. They are quite adept at caring for this royal body. Upon exiting the hall, he saw Ling Rui waiting, his expression darkening.
Lingxi.
Your servant is here. Do you know who harmed her? For now, no. You are her brother, and she was injured right under your nose. How could you not know? At this, Ling Rui felt utterly ashamed. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will certainly hunt this scoundrel down. My sister can be bullied by me, but no one else. The tyrant's expression noticeably shifted. At that moment, as he perceived the emperor's gaze, Ling Rui felt a chill run down his spine, an unsettling sensation. Something was off. Did the emperor harbor a different sentiment? Oh no, I must clarify. He quickly bowed again, forcing himself to explain. What I meant to convey is that my sister, Ling Rui, I will undoubtedly protect her with my life. I wouldn't even dare to bully her, let alone allow others to. Chapter 49. All I want is you. When Lingxi awoke, lanterns had already been hung outside. The entire hall was empty and eerily silent. She donned her clothes and descended from the bed, noticing the inner warm chamber was lit, with the faint sound of boiling water. In one corner of the warm chamber, Eunuch was dozing off, a small copper kettle steaming on the stove beside him. Lingxi wrapped the kettle with a cloth and lifted it down. Startled by the sudden silence, Eunuch awoke. Seeing her, he quickly rose. Miss, you're awake. How do you feel? I'm fine. It doesn't hurt if I don't touch it. Where is the emperor? He is still reviewing documents. Eunuch gestured towards the lit warm chamber. Lingxi tiptoed inside, and Eunuch rubbed his eyes, following her with the kettle and teacups. Upon seeing them enter, the emperor set aside his documents, appearing more relaxed. Awake? How is the injury? I'm all right. It's not a fatal wound. Nothing to worry about. Your Majesty, Eunuch cleared his throat, feebly continuing. I'm getting old and can't stay up late anymore. I wish to retire early tonight. Chun Xianzhe raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards him becoming rather peculiar. Eunuch chuckled helplessly. Cough, cough, Your Majesty, my health truly cannot withstand late nights. I need to rest. Miss Ling, what do you think of this? Eunuch held up the tea set, his face pleading, looking at Lingxi as if she would collapse if she declined. Lingxi readily agreed. Eunuch, please. I can still manage with serving tea and water. Thank you, Mississippi. Oh, by the way, there are some snacks prepared here. The emperor doesn't care for overly sweet treats. So, if you like them, please enjoy. If not, let the kitchen know. Eunuch continued to rattle on about trivial matters, bending his back as he exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. But as soon as he turned, his posture straightened instantly. The moonlight tonight is quite enchanting, Your Majesty. I shall assist you to this extent. Lingxi placed the teacup down, selected some tea leaves, and poured boiling water, pushing the cup towards Chun Xianzhe. Drink up. Chun Xianzhe gazed at the cup, biting his lip. Haven't you learned how to brew tea? Is there a need to learn? Lingxi was taken aback. Was there something wrong with her method? Wasn't it simply placing the leaves and pouring boiling water? You truly are not from our world, Chun Xianzhe said, breaking the teacup, pressing the lid down on the floating leaves. However, simplicity can be quite charming. What you mentioned, washing the tea, brewing it, wasn't it? Lingxi understood his jest and retorted disdainfully. The civilization of Huaxia has been passed down for 5,000 years. What endures is the essence. Some speak of etiquette and the art of tea for health, but for ordinary people, tea simply moistens the throat and quenches thirst. I am just that ordinary person. Chun Xianzhe chuckled softly and took a sip of tea. I haven't asked yet. What did you do before? A corporate slave. What? A worker, laboring for capital, like you. Chun Xianzhe smiled deeper. So now you are capital as well? Why are you still working for me then? Chun Xianzhe lowered his gaze, rotating the teacup. Speaking in a casual tone, you are to be my future queen, the mother of a nation. How can that not be considered capital? No, we are different. Lingxi said, stuffing her mouth with a pastry, analyzing seriously. You control the wealth. Even if I become queen, I will still be a worker receiving a salary from you each month. The consorts you will marry in the future will be my colleagues. And competition among colleagues for favor is simply a part of being a worker. Chun Xianzhe frowned, appearing perplexed, his deep eyes filled with clear confusion. Lingxi explained, what I mean is if I were capital, I would control life and death, but I am not. I will compete for favor among your numerous consorts. And if I rise, I eat well. If I fall, I might end up dead. Chen Qianzhe clearly did not grasp this metaphor. After pondering, he tentatively asked, "Are you telling me that in the future, for you, I should not take concubines?" Lingxi looked at him with disdain. "Your reading comprehension is lacking. Forget it. Just assume I said nothing, as you wouldn't understand anyway." Lingxi grew tired of explaining and focused on eating. "I understand. You mean that if I marry you as my queen, I shall take no other wives, only you." Chen Qianzhe's explanation came out hurriedly. Lingxi raised her eyes lightly. "Well, you got a small part of the reading comprehension correct, but what does it matter? You are the emperor, destined to wander among the flowers without a single leaf touching you. What you may lack by your side is anything but women." Chen Qianzhe leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing, each word deliberate. "We can be together for a lifetime, just the two of us. I only want you." Lingxi stared at him. The candy in her mouth suddenly lost its sweetness. What kind of look is this from the tyrant? Chen Qianzhe's heart skipped a beat. Why are you starting to write a little essay again? Why does he look a bit off when he says that? What's wrong with me? Why is he suddenly fuming? What on earth is this Yun Wusong nonsense? Is it a pastry name? Perhaps a cloud cake? Or is it the name of some romantic interest? What romantic interest? Where would I find one? If I had one, you would be in trouble. Chapter 50. Dreamwalking. The more Chen Qianzhe thought about it, the angrier he became, his gaze taking on a sharp edge. "I want Yun Wusong. Your Majesty. You must first tell me what Yun Wusong is." Lingxi paused, testing her inquiry. "Is it a young lady's name?"
Tea.
Chen Qianzhe nearly ground his teeth.
Oh, there.
"I thought it was a lady's name. Just drink the tea. Why shout as if I were sending you away?"
There.
"Where is the tea?" Yet seeing the tyrant's face dark and foul, as if someone owed him 2 billion, Lingxi refrained from questioning further and began searching around the warm chamber. Before long, she found the tea storage. One of the blue and white porcelain tea jars bore the name Yun Wusong. She replaced the leaves and brought over fresh tea. "You have an injury and are still taking medicine. The tea can counteract the medication. Drinking so much isn't good for you. What does it matter if it counteracts or not? If I die, won't you be freer to roam outside the palace seeking other men?" Chen Qianzhe's voice was icy. This tyrant's words sound rather off. It seems like he heard my previous complaints. That shouldn't be. I built a firewall. I must be overthinking. It's just a coincidence. Your plan to find crooked trees outside has fallen flat on my face, and yet you dare say you built a wall. That is a hollow wall. Why are you angry again? Did I brew the tea incorrectly? That shouldn't be. I do recognize the characters Yun Wusong. Never mind, I shall endure. After all, I need to cling to the tyrant's leg. Otherwise, wouldn't the royal uncle kill me? Your Majesty, is the tea not to your liking? Should I change it for you?" she asked softly and gently. Chen Qianzhe's expression darkened. "No need. 2 cups of new tea in one night. Do you want me to sleep? Why are you blaming me again? You're surely not sleeping well because the bed is crooked. The tea is what you wanted to drink, making it seem as if I forced it upon you." Chen Qianzhe had already lain down, the blanket pulled over his head. Lingxi extinguished the candle and was about to leave when Chen Qianzhe suddenly sat up again. "Where are you going?" "I need someone to keep me company at night." "Find someone, or you can figure it out yourself." Sure enough, Lingxi began another internal monologue. The tyrant is acting quite strangely today. Has he taken something, or is there a hormonal imbalance? Why is he suddenly so furious? And for no apparent reason. However, strangely, it seemed as if all the eunuchs and palace maids in the entire Suiyang Palace had collectively taken a holiday. She searched several halls without finding a single living soul. Just as she was about to leave the palace in search of someone, a figure emerged from the darkness. "Miss, please wait." She recognized him as one of the 12 guards. I just want to step out for a moment to find Master, and this is His Majesty's sleeping quarters. Without His Majesty's command, no one may enter or exit at will. "Miss, do you have a decree from His Majesty?" "I do not." "Then I am afraid, miss. You must stay." She was at a loss for words. It seemed that if she persisted, she would become the villain. What kind of place is this? where even a companion for the night cannot be found. Is the royal family truly so short-staffed? She remembered that in other palace courtyards, eunuchs and palace maids were everywhere. Why is the Sun Palace so extraordinary? Chun Qianjia appeared to have succumbed to slumber, sprawled upon his pillow, his breathing steady. The plush blanket slipped to the floor, revealing a glimpse of his slender waist. Lingxi retrieved the blanket and draped it over him. Indeed, the man's words were deceptive. He had claimed during the day that he would be nearby, ready to assist if needed, yet by nightfall, he transformed into someone who required company for the night watch. Why must she listen to him? She too bore wounds. Regardless, he was asleep. And what did it matter what he did? Just as he was lost in his dreams, he was startled awake by the sound of footsteps. Chun Qianjia approached the grand bed, a book in his left hand and a pillow in his right, his bare feet padding softly on the ground. Lingxi turned over and was about to inquire, but suddenly noticed the tyrant's gaze was peculiar. He stared intently at the bed, his expression vacant, as if entranced. Could he be sleepwalking? As this thought crossed her mind, Chun Qianjia climbed onto the bed, unceremoniously pushing her pillow aside, positioning his own, and opening the book to place it neatly beside his pillow before lying down. Throughout, he did not cast a single glance in her direction. Soon, his breathing returned to its even, gentle rhythm. Indeed, he was sleepwalking. Lingxi, now wide awake, observed the pillow that had fallen to the floor, picked it up, and carried it to the warm pavilion. The sun was blinding. She turned over, feeling something pressing against her waist, instinctively reaching out to touch it. Was that a hand? Where did this hand come from? Instantly alert, she opened her eyes to find herself face to face with the tyrant's handsome visage. He seemed to have just awakened because of her, gazing at her with sleepy eyes. She let out a startled cry and hastily recoiled, only to find herself tumbling off the bed. Chun Qianjia attempted to catch her, but Lingxi's sudden and vigorous movement thwarted his attempt.
And he could only let it be.
He sat up leisurely, stretching. How did you end up on this side? Lingxi, sore from the fall, retorted. What do you mean this side? You came to my side. With effort, she climbed back up. You were sleepwalking last night and ended up in your own bed. Hey, suddenly realizing something was amiss, she froze. How did she end up back in the warm pavilion? Unbeknownst to her. Chun Qianjia looked at her quizzically. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you still half asleep? His eyes were clear, genuinely perplexed by her words. It is common knowledge that a sleepwalker is unaware of their actions. However, to sleepwalk twice in one night was excessive. Chapter 51. He could rebel at any time upon seeing her enter. He immediately stood up. Do you know Liao Hu? Liao Hu? The name rang a bell. Lingxi sat down at the small stove, lifting the small copper kettle. But I can't recall. What happened to him? He has returned in triumph. Triumph? A sudden storyline flashed in Lingxi's mind, her expression darkening. Does he have a title? Something like the Grand General? The Blood Banner Grand General. Yes. That's the one. Lingxi's hand trembled, nearly burning herself with the hot kettle. What does his triumph mean?
Not much.
Lingxi felt tears welling up. He belongs to the Emperor's uncle's faction.
Bang.
Chun Qianjia slammed his palm down, overturning the teacup on the table. As I thought. In the original text, Liao Hu's victorious return gave the male lead, Chen Wangchuan, the impetus to rebel. Because he covertly provided protection and support for Chen Wangchuan, the latter was able to decapitate the tyrant and her with merely a few rabble-rousers. Wait, let me think. Lingxi's mind felt foggy as she sat at the table, striving to untangle the storyline. Chun Qianjia sat cross-legged across from her, intently observing the documents. After a while, he murmured, So, the events that are meant to transpire will still occur, but due to your intervention, the timeline has shifted, yet the nature of the events remains unchanged? In principle, yes. They both fell silent for a moment. He gestured. Lingxi, feeling cold sweat trickling down her back, replied, I don't know. This is my first time encountering such a situation. If the implicit loyalty is the pinnacle of combat strength in the original text, then Liao Hu, the Blood Banner Grand General, represents the zenith of military power. He is adept at military command, maintains strict discipline, and possesses a remarkable talent for warfare, almost achieving victory in every battle. He is a supporter of Chen Wangchuan and a pillar of the military in the latter part of the dynasty. If this person were to rebel, it would not be something she and the tyrant could suppress with mere cunning, nor could it be matched by a handful of rabble-rousers. He commands absolute military strength and wields great influence over the court. Your Majesty, we cannot be this unfortunate, can we? Lingxi looked at Chen Qianzhe with a pitiful expression, seeking some comfort. Yet Chen Qianzhe appeared more helpless than she. You ask me? The one who controls the original text is not me. Seeing her pale face, he moved closer to her, soothingly patting her arm. Do not be too anxious. Perhaps because of your intervention, the timeline has shifted. Besides, you are the one who oversees the grand scheme and controls everything. There are some matters you can anticipate. And it is not as if you must sit and await your doom. Overseeing the grand scheme, a god's perspective. Lingxi suddenly recalled something, excitedly grasping his wrist. Captives? Military banners? Palace banquets? Chen Qianzhe was taken aback. Why would I do that? That is a palace banquet. The powerful and the noble are all present. Revelry abounds. He would never kill for no reason. Chen Qianzhe could not fathom why he would commit murder at a palace banquet. It is not you who wishes to kill. It is the emperor's uncle who incites you to do so. In the original text, as the palace banquet was drawing to a close, everyone was inebriated. When the tyrant was drunk, Liao, who presented a captive and recounted the horrors of battle, successfully igniting the enmity of all present. Chen Wangchuan seized this opportunity to incite the tyrant to perform a blood sacrifice with the captive to appease the spirits of the frontline soldiers. Without a moment's hesitation, the tyrant personally wielded the knife to behead the captive. The next day, he awoke from his stupor to realize that this captive was none other than the prince of the eastern frontier. As an emperor, to have personally beheaded the prince of an enemy state is an act of profound humiliation beyond mere blood debt. From that point on, the eastern frontier seemed to go mad, retaliating against the dynasty, leading to military unrest, compounded by the inadequate relief supplies triggering a revolt among the disaster victims. The two events intertwined, ultimately becoming the catalyst for the tyrant's demise. Now, though the unrest among the disaster victims has been temporarily suppressed, who can guarantee that Liao will not incite a military coup? Lingxi pondered. How about we address the issue at its root? She made a gesture. Let us kill Liao Hu. Chen Qianzhe looked at her with exasperation. That is too absurd. True. Lingxi chuckled self-deprecatingly. He has just returned in triumph. If we were to kill him now, without anyone lifting a finger, the spittle of the world would drown us both. The Blood Banner Grand General is a celebrated hero. Killing a hero would be akin to digging our own graves.
So,
what now? How about we follow the implicit loyalty route, cut off the source, and turn him into our ally? However, Chen Qianzhe was not optimistic about this proposal. You are neither a soldier nor a politician. You wouldn't understand that for them. Reputation is the most cherished thing in their lives. They would rather die than commit treason. Liao Hu follows Chen Wangchuan because the latter once commanded Liao Hu's army and shares a relationship of both mentor and subordinate. In Liao Hu's eyes, Chen Wangchuan is his master, which is why Liao Hu would support his rebellion at any moment. Lingxi, Liao Hu is indeed the Blood Banner Grand General. But he is merely the emperor's uncle's general, not the dynasty's. Lingxi smiled bitterly. I understand. He is the male lead after all. Resources are always in the best hands. Chapter 52. Insults. Dark clouds loomed overhead. The oppressive sky was unsettling to the heart. The Grand General has issued orders. The troops are to rest and await further instructions. The message was relayed by a galloping messenger, racing from the front to the rear, conveying the Grand General's military orders. General Liao, who entered the city to report to His Majesty. Without the Emperor's military orders, no soldiers or arms were permitted to enter the city. The troops, accustomed to setting up camp, began to prepare their meals. At the rear of the procession, several soldiers struggled to extract the wheels of the prisoner cart from the mud, cursing under their breath. What a dreadful road! The wheels sunk in without a trace. One lamented. It's all due to the torrential rains from just days ago, compounded by our march. It's a wonder the road is even passable. Another chimed in. Look at this weather. A few months back, we faced a severe drought, with not a drop of rain in sight, which brought calamity upon the people. And now, a deluge follows another. One soldier remarked bitterly. The only ones truly unfortunate are us common folk. Those in power remain unscathed by drought or flood. Not necessarily, another retorted. The person in that cart is also powerful, yet here he is, our captive. Do you even know who he is, to say he's powerful? Someone scoffed.
Who knows who he is?
The general only instructed us to keep a close watch on him, without revealing his identity. I wonder, who is he? As the soldiers jested, they prodded the captured warrior in the cage with muddy sticks. However, the general had not disclosed his identity, merely ordering for him to be kept in a separate cell, well cared for, ensuring he could neither escape nor perish. The captive remained silent throughout the journey, enduring the jeers and abuse of the soldiers without a sound. The stick struck his recently scabbed wounds, causing them to bleed anew, sending waves of pain through him. Yet, he remained mute. His dark, piercing eyes, hidden beneath his unkempt hair, scrutinized the laughing soldiers, memorizing their faces. Look, someone from the palace has arrived. Someone exclaimed. From the palace? Song Yuhua's expression darkened as he lifted his gaze. Approaching from the direction of the city gate was a sturdy man leading a horse, upon which sat a young eunuch, bouncing along, followed by several guards clad in golden armor and masks. Golden armor? The 12 guards. His Majesty's 12 guards? They have left the city? The 12 guards, the Emperor's secret protectors, had never been seen outside the palace walls, tasked solely with safeguarding the Emperor's safety. This was their first venture beyond the city. The young eunuch, with rosy lips and a fair complexion, elegantly dismounted beside the prisoner cart. Song Yuhua squinted, fixating on the eunuch, whose eyes subtly twitched. It's a girl. Lingxi swallowed hard, striving to quell her rising anxiety, and approached the prisoner cart with an air of nonchalance. Who is your highest-ranking officer here? She inquired. The crowd murmured and Qian Shizhong, displeased, scoffed. The general is absent. Who is in charge? He Tsongong, General He, came the reply. He Tsongong, Liao Hu's son-in-law, held considerable influence despite being a deputy general. Upon hearing that someone from the palace had arrived and was heading directly for the prisoner cart, he sensed something was amiss. While others were unaware of Song Yuhua's true identity, he was acutely aware that he was the prince of Dongjiang. His father-in-law had warned him of the prince's significance, emphasizing that nothing could go awry. Now that someone from the palace had come directly to the prisoner cart, it was surely unusual. He donned his leather armor, storming towards the scene with a fierce demeanor. Who dares to act recklessly in our 4th Alley Army? He observed Lingxi's slender figure and smirked disdainfully. A little eunuch are you? Pray tell, what brings you to our 4th Alley Army? Lingxi did not deign to glance at him, simply waving her hand. Qian Shizhong produced the imperial edict, his expression impassive as he unfurled it. We are here on the emperor's orders to interrogate the prisoner. The emperor? He Tsongzhong sneered, refusing to accept the edict, his sword crossing Qian Shizhong's hand dismissively. You must be fabricating an imperial decree. Our general has just entered the city to meet with the emperor. By the time he arrives at the palace, he likely hasn't even seen His Majesty's face. Yet the imperial decree has already reached you? Of course, if Liao Hu were here, we wouldn't need to come to reclaim anyone. He Tsongzhong's expression stiffened suddenly.
Who spoke?
Why, it is us. Lingxi slowly turned, mischief gleaming in her eyes. What? Can't hear me clearly? Then allow us to clarify. Listen well. We are here to seize him. What of it? Not allowing us to take him? Then try and stop us if you can. These musings of Lingxi remained unheard by all but He Tsongzhong. To the onlookers, He Tsongzhong appeared possessed, his features contorting into a menacing grimace. With a sudden roar, he drew his sword against Qian Shizhong. I'll see who dares. Qian Shizhong readily loosened his grip, the edict falling to the ground with a thud. The crowd was momentarily stunned by He Tsongzhong's reaction, and before they could process it, he had drawn his sword and struck the edict. At that moment, everyone instinctively touched their necks. He Tsongzhong, do you realize what you have done? That was the emperor's edict. You dared to strike the emperor's decree. What an act of contempt. Such an affront to the emperor's authority could warrant the destruction of his family and the annihilation of his clan. He Tsongzhong, still unaware of the gravity of his actions, believed everyone had heard Lingxi's taunts and continued to shout, "What are you all standing around for? Did you not hear them say they were here to see someone? The general has commanded us to be on high alert. We must not allow anyone to take this person away. What are you all doing? Move, capture them, and let the general decide their fate later." In that moment, silence fell upon the crowd, some understanding the gravity of the situation while others remained bewildered. "Deputy General, you have the support of our fearless general. But must you drag us down with you? If you continue, we might all lose our heads. Deputy General, cease this at once." One rushed forward, gripping He Tsongzhang's wrist. "They are from the palace, His Majesty's emissaries. What are you doing?"
Indeed, stop this.
"If you hand them over and let us depart, you may yet preserve your lives." "Deputy General, the General, haha. No matter your past glories, before His Majesty, you are but a mere nothing. And I, without power, am merely pretending to be grand. You insolent soldiers, do you think you can challenge us?
Bah!
You who flaunt authority." This time, He Tsongzhang had found the true instigator. With a flick of his sword, he pointed at Lingxi. "You dare to insult." Chapter 53. Speak as you wish. Lingxi clutched her heart, feigning panic. "I did not." "You lie. With such foul language, do you think we cannot hear?" "I truly did not." Before He Tsongzhang could finish, others rushed to restrain him. "Deputy General, what are you saying? She has not uttered a word. Have your ears been blocked? Did you not hear her vile words? She truly did not curse?" No one could comprehend what He Tsongzhang had experienced. They only knew he had suddenly erupted, brandishing his sword against the emperor's envoy. He Tsongzhang looked around bewildered. "Have you all lost your minds? Such clear insults, and you heard nothing?" Everyone shook their heads. Just as he was about to explode with fury, "I did insult you. So what? Come and strike me if you dare. If you lack the ability, then keep your tail tucked. Listen, hear her. She has begun again." He Tsongzhang pointed at Lingxi. "You wretched eunuch, silence yourself." "I shan't. What can you do? Hit me."
Come on.
He Tsongzhang could no longer endure it, roaring as he lunged for Lingxi. Qian Shizhong stepped in front of her, allowing He Tsongzhang's hand to grasp his shoulder, tearing his sleeve with a swift motion. He slowly raised his head, a shadowy smile creeping across his face. "He Tsongzhang, you have first discarded the imperial edict, then assaulted the envoy who issued it, and even torn my clothing. Do you truly hold the emperor in such contempt?" Lingxi crouched behind Qian Shizhong. "So, the one surnamed, he is finally cowered. You are doomed. What did you say?" He Tsongzhang roared at her. Yet, to outsiders, it appeared as if he was merely questioning Qian Shizhong's earlier remarks. Even He Tsongzhang's trusted subordinates could not endure the shock, hastily coming forth to persuade him. However, the 12 guards showed no mercy, their swords drawn, effectively barring their way. "Do you wish to rebel as well?" Qian Shizhong's gaze swept over them, his disdain palpable. "Do you truly believe the 4th Ali Army belongs to your general?" "The 4th Ali Army serves the emperor. It is the imperial army, not the personal retainers of the Blood Banner General. Do you dare to confront the emperor's 12 guards directly?" "Of course not," He Tsongzhang hastily interjected, his voice deep. "We are loyal subjects of the emperor. The general governs the 4 armies on his behalf. How could we harbor rebellious thoughts?" Qian Shizhong sneered. "That is for the best. Otherwise, even if the general boasts unparalleled merit, he cannot shield you from the charge of treason." "Oh, so now you're speaking softly? I thought you could hold your ground. I was about to commend you for your manliness. What a disappointment. Turns out you're merely a pretty facade with no substance. No wonder your wife strayed, putting a green hat on you. You truly are a coward." Silence. Silence. He Tsongzhang initially intended to tolerate Lingxi's insolence, but to his dismay, she struck a nerve by mentioning his wife. Although he was the son-in-law of the Blood Banner General, such noble sons-in-law have their own dilemmas, particularly the inability to impose demands upon their wives. If a wife dotes on you and obeys, one must express gratitude. If she disobeys and associates with others, one must display magnanimity, for a chancellor's heart can accommodate a ship. This unspoken rule among sons-in-law was understood but never openly discussed, maintaining a semblance of face. Yet, this wretched little eunuch dared to slap his face in front of him. How could he endure that? If you do not cease, I will kill you. He Tsongzong bellowed as he charged towards Lingxi. However, she hid behind Qianshizong. Just as Qianshizong was speaking, He Tsongzong's interruption was brutal, and his intent to harm was evident. Consequences were inevitable in the eyes of onlookers. The 12 guards swiftly took action, employing a single technique to set an example. Before the crowd could comprehend their movements, He Tsongzong was trampled into the mud. Lingxi let out a breath. All done. The mission is accomplished. Her primary objective for entering was to capture He Tsongzong, the sole son-in-law of Liao. Having him in her grasp was indeed a bargaining chip. As for the secondary mission, while the 12 guards dealt with He Tsongzong, she approached the prison cart, leaning slightly forward, her smile radiant. Song Yuhua, would you care for a cup of tea? She tossed the bloodied cloth into the water, where the blood spread in swirling patterns. Lingxi placed a vial of medicine before Song Yuhua. This is a healing ointment, the finest in the palace. Do give it a try. Song Yuhua lowered his head slightly but suddenly grasped Lingxi's neck, pressing her against the table.
Clang.
Qianshizong's sword rested against the back of his neck. Release her. You let go. Song Yuhua refused to yield, tightening his grip until Lingxi's face turned a shade of purple. If you do not wish for me to kill her, step back. Qianshizong pressed his sword closer, breaking the skin. Then let us see whether your hand is swifter or my sword. Song Yuhua sneered, his gaze cutting. It seems your servant does not care for your life. Lingxi struggled to pry his fingers apart, whispering breathlessly, that is because he knows his sword is faster than your hand. Trust me, do not provoke his sword. Blood dripped from the sword's edge. And Qianshizong showed no sign of retreat. Outside, several members of the 12 guards merely glanced over, but did not intervene. Song Yuhua, his eyes sharp as blades, scanned the guards before finally releasing his grip. You know who I am. Why go to such lengths to rescue me? Upon hearing his name from Lingxi, he realized the situation was dire. In this distant and unfamiliar land, his adversaries were well acquainted with his background, leaving him feeling vulnerable and uncertain. Because we respect every opponent. Lingxi produced a letter from her sleeve, placing it before Song Yuhua. He caught sight of the royal seal in red wax, and his pupils contracted. This is the emblem of your royal family. Not the royal family, but the emperor. Lingxi adjusted the envelope. This is a diplomatic letter from our sovereign to the Prince of Dongjiang. A diplomatic letter? Song Yuhua scoffed coldly, gesturing to his wounds. So, these injuries are your royal family's hospitality. Prince, you are esteemed as a prince in Dongjiang, yet you were forced onto the battlefield and became our captive, were you not? Lingxi retorted defiantly. Our emperor is the same. Sometimes, certain matters are beyond his control. So, my injuries have nothing to do with your emperor? Otherwise, he would not go to such lengths to rescue you and grant you the respect you deserve. Chapter 54. A deadly grip rescue me? Song Yuhua glanced at the 12 guards outside and then touched the wound on his neck, coldly laughing. Your emperor truly goes to great lengths. Qianshizong sat at the door, polishing his sword. Upon hearing this, he turned his head, casting a cold glance. Next time, remember to keep your distance from Our Lady. Song Yuhua snorted but did not take the letter. Instead, he turned to tend to his wounds. Though he had numerous injuries, none were fatal. Liao was quite discerning in this regard. Lingxi tapped the letter. Shall I read it to you? No need. I fear you may not recognize the characters from our land. Of course not. This is from my family's estate, a little-known place. You may recuperate here for the time being, and I have arranged for someone to care for you. Before Lingxi could finish her sentence, the door was kicked open. Ling Xiaoxi, you called me here mysteriously, Ling Rui stood at the door, his expression shifting through several emotions as he stared in astonishment at Song Yuhua. After a long moment, he furrowed his brow. Xiaoxi, he isn't that barbarian whom the emperor took away, is he? When he entered, the 12 guards had swiftly concealed themselves. Qianshizong also slipped out through the back window. The entire residence now housed only Lingxi and Song Yuhua. Lingxi rushed to close the distant door, her face filled with disdain. Third brother, could you not be so dramatic? He is still a guest. What guest? This is an enemy. Ling Rui's face was full of hostility. Look at his clothing. He reeks of barbarism. Song Yuhua's hair was styled in the standard braid of Dongjiang, and he wore dark green dyed silk. Upon hearing the derogatory remarks, his uniquely deep eyes brimmed with animosity. Snorting, he grit his teeth and retorted, "Yellow-skinned rat." The dynasty was situated in the northeast of Dongjiang, characterized by its primitive, savage ways, referring to those from there collectively as barbarians. In contrast, those from the dynasty were dressed elegantly and were adept at embellishment, seen as pretentious by the people of Dongjiang, earning them the moniker yellow-skinned rats. With both sides now at odds, civility was cast aside. "Barbarian, dare you utter another word? Yellow rat, I relish cursing you to death. You are the one seeking death. You will die." Within the brief moment Lingxi took to close the distant door, Ling Rue and Song Yuhua were already entangled in a scuffle. Though Song Yuhua's injuries were not fatal, they had persisted for a long time, and his prolonged malnutrition left him weak. In less than 10 exchanges, he was pinned beneath Ling Rue, his wrist firmly grasped. "Damn barbarian. I thought you could fight. Aren't you all supposed to be wild savages who feast on raw meat? Killing and eating. Feared warriors? Why are you so useless? You can't take a hit. I have wounds, if you dare. Wait until I heal, and then we can fight one-on-one." "Humph, is that even a wound?" Ling Rue, freeing one hand, lowered his collar to reveal the scar on his chest. "Do you see this? This is what I call a wound. Those little scratches on you are nothing more than bug bites." Zhang Yuhua seemed to have stumbled upon a new world, suddenly biting Ling Rue's wrist, her sharp teeth tearing at him, as if she intended to rip his flesh from the bone. Ling Rue screamed in pain. "Let go." But how could Zhang Yuhua release her grip? She held on fiercely, her beautiful eyes glinting with defiance. Furious, Ling Rue swiftly bent his right index finger, aiming directly at Zhang Yuhua's throat. If he struck, her windpipe would surely shatter. She would either die or be left crippled. Third brother, Lingxi, was horrified. Among the 3 brothers, Ling Rue was the most handsome, the most gentle, yet he was also the most violent and ruthless. He practiced external martial arts, excelling at bone-crushing strikes. Those hands, elegant and beautiful, could cause severe injury with just a single blow. If he hit Zhang Yuhua, she would be finished. Lingxi, not having time to think, shielded Zhang Yuhua just as Ling Rue's finger was about to fall. Zhang Yuhua's pupils dilated as she stared in shock at the girl who had rushed in front of her, instinctively releasing her bite.
Lingxi,
Taken aback by Lingxi's reckless bravery, hastily withdrew his attack. The ground trembled and cracked like spiderwebs. But at that moment, Ling Rue was too preoccupied to consider anything else. He quickly grabbed Lingxi. "You foolish girl, are you alright?"
I'm fine.
Lingxi felt a bit dazed, unaware of any injury. However, in the next moment, her ear felt as if it had been skinned, a sharp pain coursing through her. "My ear, it hurts so much." She wanted to touch it, but the pain was unbearable, and she dared not. Zhang Yuhua also sat up, reaching for her earlobe. But as soon as she lifted her hand, Ling Rue slapped it away. "Get away. What are you touching?" Zhang Yuhua longed to punch him but held back. "I was injured for her sake."
I'm hurt.
Lingxi panicked. "Third brother, my ear isn't going to be gone."
Is it?
"Is your ear made of paper? Does it fall off with a touch?" Ling Rue retorted angrily. "Can't you feel if it's gone or not?" "It hurts so much. How could I feel anything else?" Tears brimmed in Lingxi's eyes, and she fantasized about ending Ling Rue's life.
Lingxi,
"You hurt me and are still scolding me." Ling Rue pulled a small mirror from his waist and handed it to her. "Look for yourself." Zhang Yuhua grimaced, her eyes filled with disdain. A man carrying such a feminine item. What feminine item? It's just a mirror. Men can use it too. Ling Rue gritted his teeth in anger. "Look at yourself, unkempt and filthy, smelling worse than a pig in our royal city." Lingxi, watching the bickering duo through the mirror, silently shook her head. "Forget it. Doesn't tea matter? 1-1 survived the palace banquet, and the other's fate is about to change. Let them fight it out. With the level of animosity between them, they must have either dug up an ancestral grave or slept with each other's wives." Who dug up his ancestral grave? Who slept with his wife? The two suddenly turned and bared their teeth at Lingxi, yelling in anger. "Lingxi, I was careless. I forgot to silence them while I was complaining. It seems I need to enhance my skill of blocking my thoughts to do as I please."
wait.
Ling Rui suddenly had an idea and swiftly covered Zhang Yuhua's mouth. Shut up. Chapter 55. The tyrant says he knows nothing. Is that so? Lingxi feigned innocence, her expression wide-eyed. Third brother, are you confused? What nonsense are you spouting? Ling Xiaoxi, as she spoke, handed Ling Rui the letter from Qin Qianzhe. Remember to read it. I'll be leaving first. A letter? Is this a message from His Majesty? Hey, Ling Xiaoxi, Lingxi, stop right there. The more Ling Rui shouted from behind, the faster Lingxi ran. Stop shouting. What you hear is what it is. Don't ask why. The answer is simply unknown. Zhang Yuhua is the future of our Ling family. Protect her and ensure she doesn't die. Lingxi's little essay echoed clearly in Ling Rui's ears. He was momentarily stunned, incredulous. What on earth is this girl doing? Turning around, he caught sight of Zhang Yuhua glaring at him with hostility, her eyes filled with animosity, and he quickly concealed all emotion, tossing Qin Qianzhe's letter into her arms.
What are you looking at?
Look at His Majesty's letter. I-1T. Are you looking for trouble? Do you dare? Barbarian. Do you want to see if I dare? Ling Rui was inherently rebellious, a force to be reckoned with. In the imperial study, Qin Qianzhe lay languidly on the soft couch, his spirit drained, his gaze unfocused and weary. Upon seeing Liao Hu enter, he struggled to sit up. The general has arrived. Your Majesty. Liao Hu hurried forward, kneeling on one knee, supporting the tyrant's arm with his shoulder. What troubles you, Your Majesty? I heard on my way to the palace that you were attacked by rioters and injured. Is it serious? The court physician says there is no immediate danger to your life. Do not worry, General. Qin Qianzhe leaned heavily on Liao Hu's shoulder. Almost collapsing entirely onto him, I heard the general has returned victorious and captured a significant figure. This news has lightened my heart, making my injury feel less severe. It is thanks to Your Majesty's might that I can triumph on the battlefield. My accomplishments are merely fulfilling my duty as a subject. All credit goes to your brilliant leadership. General, it has been some time since we last met. You have become more eloquent. Qin Qianzhe smiled faintly, settling back with the help of Unicorn. But have you seen the imperial uncle? Liao Hu's body visibly stiffened. Qin Qianzhe's eyes darkened slightly. Subtly probing, why hasn't he, the imperial uncle, come with you? I returned from afar and naturally should first pay my respects to Your Majesty before greeting the regent. I will visit the imperial uncle later. No need, General. You've just returned. It would be best to rest. Qin Wangchuan entered without announcement, his presence imposing. Your Majesty, I apologize for intruding. What is this, imperial uncle? Qin Qianzhe gasped for breath, his weariness more apparent. I do not place any restrictions on your entrance to this palace. You may come and go freely, without needing to apologize for intruding. Liao Hu stood, greeting Qin Wangchuan. The air around Qin Wangchuan was tense. Your Majesty need not say this. You have matured, and as your imperial uncle, I can no longer speak ill of you. However, some matters should not be taken lightly. What do you mean by that, imperial uncle? The identity of the captive in the general's possession is unusual. Concerning our negotiations with the Eastern Jiang Kingdom, how could your Majesty privately allow someone to take him away? What? The tyrant looked bewildered. Imperial uncle?
What are you talking about?
Liao Hu's expression shifted. What do you mean, Regent? The general is unaware? Qin Wangchuan's gaze was icy. His Majesty ordered the 12 guards to take your captive away.
What?
Liao Hu was taken aback. That captive was still of great use to him. Moreover, how could the tyrant act so quickly? He had just entered the palace, and the captive had disappeared right after? He looked towards Qin Qianzhe in confusion. Little did he know, Qin Qianzhe was even more bewildered. Imperial uncle, what are you saying? What captive? What 12 guards? The 12 guards have been in the palace. Without my secret order, they would not leave the palace. How could they have taken a captive? Qin Wangchuan and Liao Hu exchanged glances. The tyrant's expression was innocent and pure, seemingly devoid of deceit. If he was not extraordinarily skilled at feigning ignorance, then he truly knew nothing at all. CH and Qi NZH remained utterly bewildered. Your Highness, General, it appears that the captured individual possesses an unusual identity. Who exactly is this person? However, that person has vanished, and knowing their identity now serves little purpose. The most pressing matter is to locate them. Your Majesty. CHNW and Chu En bowed respectfully. I implore you to discern this matter with keen insight. This is no ordinary situation. Should it truly have no connection to the 12 guards, I urge you to summon them forth. Their presence will reveal the truth. The tyrant furrowed his brow slightly. How could the royal uncle, having never encountered the 12 guards, ascertain their presence? They don the palace armor of your majesty's 12 guards. This cannot be feigned. If the armor is present, it confirms their existence. The identity of the 12 guards is shrouded in mystery. Apart from the tyrant, no one knows who they truly are. Typically, these individuals conceal their faces beneath their armor, rendering them unrecognizable. Nonetheless, CH and Shi NZH said nothing further and nodded in silent agreement. Your uncle makes a valid point. In that case, say W-ing. Eunuch N had been waiting for quite some time. Upon receiving the summons, he promptly delivered the imperial decree. Mere moments later, 12 guards clad in palace armor stood before CH and W and Shu N in unison. CH and Shi NZH cleared his throat a few times. Your Highness, I kindly ask you to personally verify the armor to ensure that none may infiltrate undetected. If there are any, they must be exposed. I will not tolerate deception. As the 12 guards appeared, CHNW and Shu En felt a sudden sense of unease. Sensing that something was amiss. Calculating the time, it was evident that the 12 guards could not have matched his speed. Yet now all 12 armored figures stood before him. Undeniably authentic. Your uncle, what do you make of this? Fortunately, CHNW and Shu En maintained his composure. None among the 12 guards is false. That is good to hear. The tyrant gestured for the 12 guards to withdraw, still displaying his characteristic lethargy. Since the 12 guards here are genuine, it follows that those outside the imperial city must be impostors. Royal uncle, someone has impersonated my authority, using the identity of the 12 guards to forcibly abduct the captive. Chapter 56. Your Majesty has grown wiser and is not easily deceived. CHNW and Shu En fixed his gaze upon the tyrant. Although he lacked any tangible evidence, he felt deep down that this matter was intertwined with CH and Shi NZH. Hearing the tyrant's profound words, he immediately bowed. Indeed, this individual possesses remarkable audacity to abduct prisoners of war right beneath your Majesty's gaze. Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to bring this person to justice. Then, I shall rely on you, Royal Uncle. Your Majesty is too courteous. This is the duty of a subject. Since you say so, General, I must trouble you to instruct your subordinates to cooperate fully with the Royal Uncle. Complacency is not an option. CH and Shi NZH pretended to steer the conversation back to Li OH, engaging in trivial, weak banter. CHNW and Shu En attempted several times to interject and take his leave, but the tyrant restrained him. Before long, Eunuch N brought over a bowl of calming medicine. Your Majesty, it is time for you to take your soothing potion. He turned to bow at CHNW and Shu En and Li OH. CHNW and Shu En remarked, do we not wish to depart? It is the tyrant who prevents us. The two exchanged glances, each bowing before retreating.
What? Abducted. Liuaka exclaimed in shock.
What of HC and GZHing? Did he not put up any resistance? Are the forces of the 4 allies merely idle? And what of the 4 allies? What could HC and GZHing possibly do? The 12 guards were deployed by Your Majesty, accompanied by the eunuch with the imperial decree. It was all quite official. If a mere HC and GZHing dared to defy the decree of the imperial inspector, do you think we would still be standing here? Setting aside the inspector's decree, openly using the forces of the 4 allies against the 12 guards would have resulted in their demise at CH and Shi NZH's hands. Li OH understood the gravity of the situation. He pondered for a moment. Your Majesty seems more formidable than before. However, my lord, did you not verify earlier that the 12 guards are indeed present? Precisely because they are present, something feels amiss. Li OH suddenly remembered the eunuch and gasped.
Ah!
What of the eunuch holding the inspector's decree? Does he possess any distinguishing characteristics that might assist in identifying him? Just a eunuch, with red lips and white teeth. Short in stature, resembling a young woman. How do you propose we investigate this? Searching for a eunuch within the palace is akin to seeking the 12 guards. Which eunuch in the palace does not have red lips and white teeth, resembling a woman? Thus, the lead on the eunuch is of little use. Unless we apprehend that young eunuch and have HCNGZH ing personally identify him, it is futile. CHNW and Shu, and adjusted his sleeves. We cannot simply bring HCNGZH ing to the palace for identification, can we? Suddenly, his expression shifted. Of course, we can bring him to the palace. HCNGZH ing entering the palace? Li OH immediately shook his head, not even considering it. He is an outsider, without your majesty's imperial decree. He cannot even cross the palace gate. My lord, CHNW and Chu N replied confidently, I have a way to allow him entrance. When the time comes, let him open his eyes wide and identify the eunuch who dared to flaunt the inspector's decree. Eunuch N set down the calming potion. Your majesty, will you drink it? Yes. Is everything well? All is well. They used a secret passage, and Miss Ling, along with the 12 guards, are safe. No one has discovered them. The calming potion served as a signal between CH and Chi NZH and Eunuch N. If Ling X and the 12 guards returned safely, the calming potion would signal the tyrant that all was well. Your Majesty, the regent is astute. He will likely deduce soon that there may not only be 12 among your Majesty's 12 guards. And so what? CH and Chi NZH rubbed his temples. The game between my uncle and I has progressed to this stage. Both sides have revealed their cards. I know his hidden strengths. And how could he not perceive the secrets of my 12 guards? Now, it is merely a matter of who makes the final move first. From exiting the palace to entering it, Ling X hurriedly traversed the route, fearful of making a misstep that would expose her and lead to her demise. The tyrant's chambers were always devoid of attendants. She had to manage everything herself. Just as she removed the young eunuch's outer robe and turned to retrieve a gown from the screen, she noticed that the dress she had just draped over the screen had vanished. Something is not right. I distinctly remember taking a deep blue gown and placing it on the screen. How could it suddenly disappear? Could it have fallen to the ground? She leaned down to look, but suddenly, a shadow flitted past, and a gown was thrown over her head, followed by someone pressing her to the ground. Ling X had no time to think. In the instant she fell, her fingers grasped something, and without hesitation, she struck it against the assailant's head. Your Highness? A young maid's voice called from outside. Your Highness? Ling X paused in surprise. Princess Yu? FIY. In the entire harem, the only one who could play with the original's foolish self was the simple-minded and innocent princess FIY. She was the tyrant's biological sister, having sustained a head injury at birth, rendering her sometimes foolish, yet endearingly sincere. Sheer, you hit my head again. Princess FIY sat on the ground, cradling her head and weeping. You promised not to hit my head anymore. Woe is me. I was already foolish, and now I've become even more foolish. Nonsense. Who dares to say our princess Y is foolish? Ling X hurriedly rubbed the bump on her forehead, indignant. We must expose this scoundrel who dared to call our FIY foolish. I will have her tongue. FIY pouted, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Ling X, yet she remained silent. Ling X, realizing what had transpired, finally connected the dots. Oh, was it me? I remember now. The only one who dared to insult the princess's intelligence was that original self who relied on the Empress Dowager's support to run rampant in the palace. After a moment of contemplation, she adopted a serious expression. FIY, when I previously called you foolish, I was not truly insulting you. Have you not heard? To hit is to show affection. My rebuke was born from love. I care for you. Inari. From her expression, one could see she seemed to understand, yet perhaps she did not fully grasp the meaning. Chapter 57. A new storyline. Lingxi gently wiped away the tears from Feiyu's cheeks and smiled, saying, from now on, you must not sneak in without my knowledge. Do you understand? I didn't sneak in, Feiyu pouted, feeling aggrieved. I came here first to find you. When you weren't here, I just had to play. Lingxi remarked, the original paper doll was quite mischievous. To escape your clinginess, she often tricked you into playing hide-and-seek, with you hiding while she searched. However, once you hid, she would go about her own business, sometimes even taking a nap, before coming to find you. The maidservants and eunuchs attending Feiyu would be quite content as long as the sweet princess did not cause any trouble, thus they paid her no mind.
All right.
Sister was wrong. I shouldn't have hit you on the head. I was foolish. By the way, did you come to the Xiang Palace to find me, or to see His Majesty? To find you, of course. Have you forgotten? Feiyu's spirits lifted immediately. She glanced outside mysteriously, pulled a gold hairpin from her head, and exclaimed, "Last time you said I should give this to you in 33 days. I've been counting the days. A hairpin? 33 days?" Lingxi thought to herself, what is this? The original's mind had no recollection of this detail. Could it possibly be another unexpectedly extended storyline? Since the sudden appearance of Songyu Hua, Lingxi had been fervently piecing together the plot, striving to remember every storyline without missing any clues. Because while the timelines of the entire book may vary, they would inevitably unfold, never absent. Hairpin? Hairpin. As she looked at the hairpin, a string in Lingxi's mind suddenly tightened. It seemed she was beginning to remember. This hairpin did not belong to the original character, but was, in fact, a gift from the Empress Dowager. As for why the Empress Dowager would bestow such a gift, Lingxi shivered.
If I remembered.
This is part of the Empress Dowager's storyline. Oh no! Why has the Empress Dowager's plotline also surfaced? Next time the plotlines emerge, could they not do so all at once? This chaotic influx of storylines is overwhelming. What benefit do you gain from this? Sier, Sister Sier? Feiyu sensed something was off with Lingxi and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Have you forgotten about the hairpin?" "No, I haven't tea," Lingxi quickly replied, carefully taking the hairpin. "You've kept this hairpin safe all this time, have you not?" "Of course. You told me to keep it for 33 days, and after that, I should bring it to you. During this time, I couldn't come to play with you. I've been counting the days, and now that it's time, I came. But you weren't here, so I hid," Feiyu recounted earnestly. Lingxi smiled and gently rubbed her forehead, asking, "Does it hurt?" "Yes. Really? Will you come to play with me?" Feiyu's eyes brightened. "Indeed. How about in 1 hour? Let us meet in our secret little garden, all right?" Lingxi coaxed, finally persuading Feiyu to leave as she hurried to meet the tyrant with the hairpin in hand. Chen Qinjia was engrossed in drawing something on a scroll when he received the announcement from Eunuch N and put away the scroll. After Lingxi entered, she closed the door and windows, cautiously retrieving the gold hairpin from her sleeve and placing it before Chen Qinjia. He paused for a moment, asking, "What is this?" "A gift for me? It's from the Empress Dowager." "The Empress Dowager?" Chen Qinjia gasped, murmuring to himself, "I never mentioned the Empress Dowager rewarding you." "It wasn't now. It was over a month ago, before I came," Lingxi explained, grasping the hairpin, pinching the floral top, and giving it a gentle twist. With a snap, the flower opened, releasing a cloud of white powder. Chen Qinjia's expression changed. "What is this?" "Over a month ago, the Empress Dowager summoned me and gifted me this hairpin. She personally opened this little mechanism, inserted poison, twisted it shut, and bestowed it upon me. Guess what she wanted me to do? To poison the air?"
"Precisely,"
Lingxi exclaimed, snapping her fingers in excitement. "I'll tell you, she also devised a detailed plan, arranging everything meticulously. Before it was revealed, that foolish paper doll thought the Empress Dowager was acting in her interest, crafting a thorough scheme for her. Now, in hindsight, it's clear that this elaborate plan was entirely for the Empress Dowager's own benefit. The hairpin is a gift from the Empress Dowager, concealing poison within. If it had been used on the tyrant immediately, he would have been poisoned and could have suspected the Empress Dowager. After all, it is well known that the Empress Dowager and the tyrant are at odds. However, a month later, that may no longer be the case. Previously, the Empress Dowager advised me not to keep the hairpin in my possession, as it would be hard to clear my name if something went awry. Instead, I was to leave it with Feiyu, ensuring she wore it while moving in and out of the palace. This way, everyone would know I gifted the hairpin from the Empress Dowager to Feiyu. That old witch of an Empress Dowager is using a knife to kill someone if I..." Suddenly, the intricately carved small fan in the study was blown open by the wind. A fierce gust rushed through the window, scattering papers everywhere, and the recently spilled poison powder instantly flew into the air. Lingxi was taken aback. "Oh no, this stuff is poisonous. Should I escape?" However, Her eyes were fixed, her mind racing, yet her limbs felt uncoordinated. She sensed that her hands and feet were just starting to catch up with her brain, which was already crafting a 1,000-word essay in her thoughts. Yet her gaze remained transfixed on the powder, watching it drift closer, and she found herself unable to move. Suddenly, a hand covered her face, lifting her entirely off the ground and spinning her around to evade the dust. However, Chen Qinzhe was not so fortunate. Realizing the danger, he swiftly covered Lingxi's mouth and nose with one hand while cradling her to safety, but he inhaled a mouthful of the poison himself. In an instant, his expression froze. His eyes lost their luster, and he collapsed backward. "Your Majesty!" Lingxi scrambled forward, managing to protect Chen Qinzhe's head just in time, preventing it from hitting the ground.
Someone!
Awing help. Chapter 58. The gears of fate began to turn. Eunuch N, hearing the commotion, rushed in, and upon seeing Chen Qinzhe's condition, was so startled that he fell to the ground. "Your Majesty! What has happened?" He scrambled toward Chen Qinzhe in panic, but before he could reach him, a sword blocked his path. "Do not touch him!" Qian Shizhong leapt through the window, sheathing his sword with a swift motion. "Miss Ling, hold the Emperor tightly, and do not move. The more he moves, the faster the poison spreads."
What?
"What do we do?" Lingxi knelt beside Chen Qinzhe, clutching him and on the verge of tears. "He has been poisoned." Eunuch N's face grew even paler.
Poisoned?
"Then I shall summon the imperial physician." "The physician is of no use." Qian Shizhong tore open Chen Qinzhe's clothing, revealing a dark line emerging from his chest. Fortunately, it is not too late. He swiftly removed the hairpin from Lingxi's head and plunged it into Chen Qinzhe's heart, halting the poison's spread. Black blood oozed from the wound, and a foul odor permeated the air. Qian Shizhong appeared quite knowledgeable about the properties of the poisonous herbs, skillfully applying pressure around the heart until bright red blood was expelled before he released his grip. "All right, the poison is mostly cleared." Eunuch N, "I recall there is the Buddha heart incense in the palace?" Eunuch N, a beat slow to respond, quickly nodded vigorously. Yes. It's over by the Imperial Ancestral Hall. How much do you need?" "I will fetch it for you." Qian Shizhong ignited the Buddha heart incense, crushed the ash, and sprinkled it over Chen Qinzhe's wound. The brownish ash slowly turned white as it absorbed the blood. The Buddha heart incense contains a secret bug that specifically counters the heart corrosion grass, and the ash can also stop bleeding. A stick of incense is replaced with each use, and once the ash no longer turns white, it indicates that the residual poison has been completely eliminated. As Qian Shizhong spoke, he kept his gaze on Lingxi. "Do you understand?" Lingxi felt a mix of anxiety and confusion. "But what does it mean? What do you want me to do?" "What about you?" The residual poison within the Emperor had been cleared, yet the toxins already absorbed still required an antidote. And she needed to find one. "All right, I will take care of it," she hastily agreed, nodding. Suddenly recalling something, she called out to Qian Shizhong. Qian Shizhong turned in confusion.
Thank you."
His expression shifted slightly as he nodded and swiftly leaped out the window. Lingxi and Eunuch N took on their respective tasks. One lit incense while the other replaced the ash. After several attempts, the incense ash finally transformed from white to black. They exchanged relieved glances. He handed her a bundle of fresh herbs. "Crush this, mix it with the ash, and prepare a potion for His Majesty." "Thank you." Lingxi expressed her gratitude once more, her gaze filled with concern. "You're injured too."
"How are you?"
"I'm fine, just a bit tired. I just need to rest." Qian Shizhong replied, collapsing onto the ground, breathing heavily as he waved his hand dismissively. After taking the antidote, Chen Qinzhe, within half a tea's time, expelled a mass of dark, viscous substance. Lingxi personally fetched water to clean him up. "Eunuch N, please keep an eye on His Majesty. I'll fetch him some clean clothes." Chen Qinzhe groaned softly, his eyelashes fluttering as he struggled to open his eyes. "Your Majesty? You're finally awake. I was so worried." Eunuch N restrained his excitement, trembling as he wiped away his tears. Chen Qinzhe emitted a low grunt, glancing around. Weary, he closed his eyes, barely nodding in response. Eunuch N whispered in his ear, "Miss Ling has been here the whole time, watching over you. She was so worried when you were unconscious." Chen Qinzhe slowly opened his eyes, casting a vague glance at him before shutting them again. Seeing this, eunuch and smiled gently, relieved. However, upon seeing Lingxi enter with the clothes, his expression shifted to one of urgency. Miss Ling, it's almost time for the morning court. I must arrange a leave of absence for His Majesty, so I will leave him in your care. Chen Qianzi, still recovering from his injuries, appeared visibly fatigued even in the sunlight, wrapped in a thin garment. Lingxi sat beside him, offering him peeled green fruit on a bamboo skewer. He shook his head. I have no appetite. You're injured and need sustenance. If you don't replenish your vitamins, you won't recover, she insisted firmly, pinching his chin and forcing the fruit into his mouth. You must eat, or I will poke you. The skewer poked at the back of Chen Qianzi's hand. He smiled helplessly, the taste bland and unappealing. A young eunuch approached with a folded document. Your Majesty, the regent requests an audience. Uncle? Chen Qianzi tightened his garment and gestured for Lingxi to take the note. The letter was written by Chen Wangchuan himself. It began with inquiries about Chen Qianzi's health and proceeded to discuss General Liao Hukai's triumphant return, proposing a celebratory banquet in the western imperial city. A celebratory banquet, Lingxi murmured, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. The wheels of fate begin to turn. What is meant to be will inevitably come. Chen Wangchuan's gaze was cold and piercing. This uncle of mine is ruthless in his dealings. When he decides to act, it is with meticulous intent. I hear he has been searching for the Zongyu flower. Without the Zongyu flower, this banquet would lack soul. Tell your third brother to stay alert. We cannot let it fall into his hands. The Zongyu flower was crucial, as it was tied to Liao Hu's achievements and was pivotal in the narrative of Chen Wangchuan's rise to power. Outskirts. Village. Hey you. Wash up and change. That smell on you is unbearable. Ling Rui threw a garment at Zongyu Hua. Perhaps due to his excessive consumption of mutton, Ling Rui found the odor emanating from Zongyu Hua repugnant. Having been injured recently and unable to move, he felt much better now and was eager to urge him to wash. Zongyu Hua glanced at the garment and tossed it aside. I want tea were the clothing of foreigners. Do you think I want you to wear our clothes?
Lingxi scoffed.
Look at that rough cloth you wear. It screams barbarism. Wearing our clothes would be an elevation for you. Humph. What s with the huffing? Go wash. I won tea. Will you wash or not? I won tea. Ling Rui, frustrated, was about to take action when he recalled Lingxi's words and forced himself to suppress his anger. Fine, you won tea wash? Then I'll wash you. Chapter 59. Capturing a living man before Zongyu Hua could retort, Ling Rui grabbed him and dragged him to the courtyard. Stop.
Lingxi.
Is that how you call me? Suddenly, the water tank burst and water gushed out, knocking Ling Rui over, causing both of them to tumble into the mud.
Zongyu Hua.
You dare break my water tank? Ling Rui shouted, lunging at Zongyu Hua. Zongyu Hua impatiently met him with a palm strike. It wasn't me. With that, they both slipped apart, their expressions shifting to one of bewilderment as they turned to the shattered tank. An arrow stood firmly embedded in the ground where the tank had broken. Just then, another arrow shot toward Ling Rui, who rolled to the side to evade it. Simultaneously dodging the arrow aimed at Zongyu Hua, they swiftly positioned themselves back to back, alert to their surroundings. What's going on? Are they after you or me? Though they bickered, they instinctively relied on each other in the face of danger. What do you think? Ling Rui retorted, remaining vigilant. Is there a difference in being killed whether it's for you or me? It's likely that neither of us will escape today. Before he finished speaking, more than a dozen figures clad in black suddenly soared from the rooftops. Each masked individual wielded a large blade, charging at them menacingly. Zongyu Hua immediately assumed a fighting stance. How do we fight? Ling Rui hesitated for 3 seconds before turning to flee.
Run.
Run. Zongyu Hua had never learned to run. He was taught to fight. Regardless of the opponent, if they encountered one, they would battle to the death. It was the tradition of their eastern borders. He wouldn't run.
Come on.
Zongyu Hua roared defiantly, eager to confront the black-clad assailants. But Ling Rui slapped him on the back of the head.
What are you talking about? Run.
Without waiting for Zongyu Hua to resist, he seized his shoulder and took off. Zongyu Hua stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Are you even a man? If you want to fight, then run. You're a coward. Coward your whole family. I'm practicing self-preservation. It's just us two against a whole group. That us asking for trouble. You're just scared. Shut up, barbarian. Ling Rui shoved Zhang Yuhua against the wall, leaped onto the rooftop, and fled. Zhang Yuhua hesitated briefly, but ultimately followed. However, still nursing his injuries, he soon found himself slowing down. You really are slow even when fleeing. The black-clad figures wielded their swords to block, but the two managed to escape into the streets. Chase them. They were undeterred, showing no fear of the pedestrians, swiftly weaving through the crowd. Splitting into multiple groups, they cornered the two into a dead end. After running for so long and still getting caught, Zhang Yuhua clenched his fists. Had I known it would come to this, I wouldn't have run. You know nothing. Ling Rui stood his ground calmly. In a fight, if one comes, kill one. If two come, kill two. If a group comes, we run. Zhang Yuhua rolled his eyes. What if we can't escape? If we can't escape, then it's simple. Ling Rui began rolling up his sleeves. If we can't escape, we fight. Against a group? How do we fight? Head on. Ling Rui's wrist flicked, and a soft sword flew toward the nearest black-clad figure. The black-clad individual nimbly dodged, raising a hand.
Kill.
A fierce battle was about to commence. Ling Rui moved with remarkable agility, his soft sword akin to a serpent, rendering those who approached him at a disadvantage. However, the situation for Zhang Yuhua was far more dire. Despite having rested for a few days, his combat prowess remained insufficient. While he was not entirely powerless, the escalating confrontation revealed his increasing vulnerability, making his capture inevitable. The leader of the cloaked figures, having discerned this, remained calm and merely observed the fray while holding his sword. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the end of the street. The passers-by had long since scattered, save for a pair of riders galloping forth, led by He Tsongzong. This is bad. Ling Rui also spotted He Tsongzong and shouted to Zhang Yuhua, I'll cover you. Retreat now. The cloaked figures, intent on capturing Zhang Yuhua, swiftly commanded, stop playing around, seize him alive. Their tactics transformed from individual skirmishes to a synchronized assault, swiftly overwhelming Ling Rui in mere moments. He Tsongzhong's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhang Yuhua under siege, almost bursting with excitement. It's that captive.
Quick.
Capture him. We cannot let him escape this time. Ignoring all else, the group charged forward, swiftly alleviating Zhang Yuhua's predicament through sheer numbers. Zhang Yuhua attempted to flee, but was directly blocked by He Tsongzhong. Little prince, where do you think you're going? Before he could resist, he ordered his subordinates to secure him. Damn it! The leading cloaked figure spat in frustration, whistling to signal a retreat. These are the soldiers of the Fourth Alley. We cannot provoke them. Withdraw. With the pressure lifted from Ling Rui, he sought to rescue Zhang Yuhua, but the collective assault from the Fourth Alley soldiers rendered him powerless, forcing him to watch helplessly as Zhang Yuhua was bound. I'm sorry, my friend. I must retreat. If they capture me, my father will not let me off easily. He feigned a move, leaped onto a rooftop, and fled. He Tsongzong paid little mind to Ling Rui. His sole focus was on capturing Zhang Yuhua. The regent had issued strict orders to ensure Zhang Yuhua's capture at all costs. He was just lamenting his lack of leads when fortune smiled upon him by chance. After hearing He Tsongzhong's vivid recounting, Liao Hu felt something was amiss. You truly captured him on the street? What a coincidence. They searched for days without finding any trace of Zhang Yuhua, yet you stumbled upon him? Chapter 60. A captive unworthy of bargaining, however, that was of little consequence. Zhang Yuhua was now in their grasp, not hindering their next move. Upon receiving the news, Chen Wangchuan concealed his identity and quietly entered through the back door. Liao Hu, having learned of this, hurried to greet He Tsongzhong. My lord, I have verified his identity. He is indeed the little prince of Dongjiang. Draped in a cloak that obscured his features, Chen Wangchuan remarked, Little prince, it has been a long time. Do we know each other? Zhang Yuhua, bound on a cross, coldly lifted his head at the sound. Years ago, we fought in Dongjiang. Is that so?
Ha!
I have fought with many unsightly ghosts like you. How embarrassing. Zhang Yuhua cast a disdainful glance at Chen Wangchuan before slowly closing his eyes. Little prince, you are now my captive. Your life or death rests in my hands. Then make your decision swiftly. Whether to kill or maim, I submit to your will. Song Yuhua, you truly possess a stubborn tongue. Liao Hu approached with a scowl. We are offering you a chance at life. Do not fail to recognize the favor. You. As Liao Hu was about to explode, Chen Wangchuan discreetly gestured for him to remain calm, maintaining a neutral tone. As the little prince of Dongjiang, how did you fall into the hands of the enemy? Was it merely an accident? Although Song Yuhua remained silent, he slowly opened his eyes. You are an astute individual, capable of deducing that your capture was not due to your ineptitude, but rather because someone betrayed you. What do you want? Song Yuhua was finally intrigued. Will you release me? That depends on your cooperation. At that moment, a subtle change washed over Song Yuhua's expression. He fixed his gaze on Chen Wangchuan for a moment, then lowered his eyelids to mask his emotions. After a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply, as if having made a final resolution. If you wish for my cooperation, you must first reveal your identity. Otherwise, how can I trust you to rescue me? That is unnecessary for you to know. Chen Wangchuan pointed to Liao Hu. Few can command him within the great dynasty, and I am one of them. Therefore, do not doubt my capabilities. Isn't that rather unfair? Song Yuhua scoffed. You seek something from me, yet refuse to disclose your identity. You are already a captive. What more fairness do you expect? His words struck a nerve with Song Yuhua, whose expression darkened. After a long moment, he let out a self-deprecating laugh.
Indeed.
I am a captive. Do I still have the right to negotiate terms? Suddenly, he looked up, determination shining in his eyes.
Speak.
What do you wish to obtain from me? Quite simply, I need to know the identity of the one who will save you. Isn't that obvious? Song Yuhua rolled his eyes. The 12 guards and the imperial decree eunuchs, are they not part of your great dynasty? You dare come and ask me? Chen Wangchuan's breath hitched. Are you suggesting that it truly was His Majesty's people who came to your aid? Otherwise? Song Yuhua chuckled coldly. Am I to believe they are spies from Dongjiang? If they were truly my people, would you have been able to capture me again? Chen Wangchuan's pupils contracted. He ceased to press further and merely stood, gazing intently at Song Yuhua. The atmosphere grew heavy. Suddenly, he sighed softly. Little prince, I wish you good fortune. What do you mean? Song Yuhua was taken aback, then anger surged within him. Are you reneging on your words? Reneging? Our collaboration hinges on your honesty.
Now.
You can hardly muster even a feigned reply, so what is there left to discuss? How do you know I haven't spoken the truth? Song Yuhua snapped, rattling the chains binding him. You accuse me of dishonesty while you, the great dynasty, are the ones lacking integrity. Chen Wangchuan dismissed him, turning to leave. Liao Hu, perplexed, hurried after him. My lord, what does this mean? Did you extract any information? Nothing of consequence.
What?
Yet he is lying. Chen Wangchuan smirked. We have personally seen the 12 guards. They are all present. If you were truly His Majesty, having dispatched the 12 guards to rescue him, would you not ensure his protection rather than allow him to be hunted down? Certainly not. I would find a secure location, hide him well, and ensure the 12 guards safeguarded him, leaving no trace of his whereabouts, let alone a pursuit. Liao Hu inhaled sharply, realization dawning upon him. My lord, I have investigated. The cloaked figures pursuing Song Yuhua left no clues behind. As it stands, we remain ignorant of their identities. Those who sought to kill Song Yuhua must have devised a meticulous plan. Otherwise, how could they escape unscathed in a foreign land? A foreign land? Liao Hu questioned. Are you suggesting these assassins hail from Dongjiang? Who else, if not us, would desire his demise within our great dynasty? That makes sense. Liao Hu nodded vigorously. Song Yuhua's survival, even as our captive, poses a threat to certain individuals in Dongjiang, far more so than his death would ensure safety. In any realm, the pursuit of power among princes is invariably ruthless. As long as he perishes in a foreign land, the danger will dissipate forever. These cloaked figures are likely spies from the eastern frontier kingdom, hidden within our grand empire. This time, their activation was forced, which explains our inability to trace their whereabouts. Chen Wangchuan pondered. It is evident that once this matter concludes, we must thoroughly cleanse the eastern frontier of these infiltrators. However, the most pressing concern at the moment is his plan. Since Chun Qianzhe was injured during the uprising, his health has not recovered, and he frequently takes leave from court, delegating important state affairs to others. Thus, he can conveniently arrange a grand welcoming banquet for Liao Hu as per his own desires. As for the emperor's nephew, a simple invitation will suffice. Compared to the last palace banquet, this one is undoubtedly far more extravagant. With the osmanthus flowers in full bloom, Chen Wangchuan chose the theme of an osmanthus banquet. He commanded the planting of vast groves of osmanthus trees in the imperial garden, adorned with colorful glass lanterns and embellished with golden bells and jade ornaments, draped in sheer fabric. Under the shimmering lights, the entire banquet hall appeared resplendent, resembling a celestial realm. Initially, Qin Qianzhe intended to forego attendance, but unable to resist Chen Wangchuan's personal invitation, he reluctantly dragged his ailing body, supported by Lingxi, into the banquet. "Look how splendid it is. Welcome, Your Majesty." The officials knelt in reverence, their voices resounding in unison. The harmonious and powerful chorus seemed to rattle Qin Qianzhe. His legs weakened, and he nearly stumbled but was steadied by Lingxi and eunuch. "Rise, rise," he uttered feebly, his voice lacking strength. Eunuch promptly interjected, "Your Majesty has decreed that today the officials shall celebrate the general's return. There is no need for formality. Enjoy yourselves freely." The crowd expressed their gratitude and rose, casting curious glances at Qin Qianzhe's retreating figure. "Did you notice? The emperor seems somewhat off, does he not? Not just somewhat. Something is indeed amiss. His vitality appears diminished. Indeed, once fierce, his gaze now resembles that of a feeble old sheep. Just months prior, he had been decisive, executing a group for a single offense. At that time, the emperor radiated vigor and vitality, but now he appeared as a mere specter, languishing upon a sickbed. I heard just days ago, the emperor fell ill again, but did not summon the imperial physician. Yes, I heard that eunuch and the young lady from the Ling family kept vigil over him all night. I believe you are overthinking this. The emperor is still in his youth, and the Ling girl possesses charm. You know how it is with a solitary man and a woman. Speaking of which, it seems the emperor had not favored anyone before the Ling lady, right? Exactly. Once a man tastes the fruit, he craves it endlessly. Especially a spirited young man like him. He must indulge daily. Strangely enough, it seems the emperor's health has declined since the arrival of the Ling lady. As the saying goes, a weary ox does not ruin the field. The emperor, still recovering from his illness, surely cannot withstand the nightly exertions of spring. In no time, the conversation veered off course, as whispers of the emperor's private affairs filled the air. All eyes on Qin Qianzhe held a knowing ambiguity. Curiosity and gossip began to circulate. Wait, where is Lingxi Fu? I heard he fell down the stairs and injured his leg, recuperating at home. Recuperating? More like hiding from embarrassment. What do you mean? Think about it. His daughter has yet to be formally betrothed, yet she sneaks into the palace to be with the emperor. Lingxi Fu, a man of honor, could hardly bear such disgrace. And what are the rumors about his daughter from days past? What do you all think? What rumors now?
Well,
It's said that the Ling lady injured the emperor. That's pure nonsense. If they were truly at odds, would he keep her by his side? Perhaps. But with the foolishness of Lingxi, it's possible she inadvertently harmed the emperor. That's absurd. During such chaos with the rabble, was she even in the right mind? Others may not, but the eldest daughter of the Ling family might have different thoughts. True, her intentions could have diverged from the rest. Thus, the narrative shifted once more as discussions turned towards the motives behind Lingxi's alleged injury to the emperor, speculating on romantic entanglements. Lingxi suddenly sneezed. Are you cold? Qin Qianzhe gently grasped her hand. No, I'm fine. Just a sneeze. She rubbed her nose and sneezed again. Perhaps they are discussing us, Qin Qianzhe whispered weakly, glancing at the gathered ministers. Lingxi sneezed several more times, suddenly feeling a tightening in her arm. Here he comes. At last, Chen Wangchuan approached. Dressed in a light satin robe, his dark hair adorned with a feather crown, he entered the imperial garden with an ethereal grace. This must be the fabled celestial being descending to earth. How splendid! Lingxi marveled inwardly. Truly, As the leading man, his entrance was marked by an aura of brilliance that captured all attention. It's splendid. Your sister is indeed remarkable. Chen Qianzhe openly displayed his emotions. You. Lingxi shot him a disapproving glance. How dull. I was merely observing and commenting. I'm not foolish. Chen Qianzhe scoffed. Control your infatuation. No matter how handsome, he may still bring you peril. Is it wrong for me to admire the emperor? What if I gazed intently at another woman? Would you not feel jealousy? Not at all. You may look freely. Suddenly, Chen Qianzhe bit his lip, his countenance visibly darkening. This feeling was disconcerting. She quickly grasped his wrist. Your Majesty, remain composed. The regent has yet to make his move. You may tremble when the time comes. Am I trembling because of him? Chen Qianzhe remained silent, his gaze fixed on the emperor, yet the faint whispers of doubt reached Lingxi's ears. Lingxi was bewildered for a few seconds. Is it not because you fear the regent? Chen Qianzhe shot her a piercing look, his gaze sharp enough to cut. You do not understand my fears, do you? My trembling is due to the emperor? It is anger. Without asking, you surely do not comprehend why. Lingxi sensed his frustration but did not reach the boiling point. Have I spoken out of turn? Angering the tyrant? Surely not. I feel I have said nothing. Then why the displeasure? Speak freely. But you remain silent, leaving me to guess. Am I a mind reader? Had you but spoken, we need not be at odds. Both engaged in a silent battle of wills, their gazes locked, neither willing to relent. Chapter 62. The beginning salutations to His Royal Highness, the Regent. The official's respectful bows finally broke the tension between the two. He calmly shook off Lingxi's hand and staggered to his feet. Your Highness, he murmured, unsteady on his feet, nearly losing his balance. Eunuch and hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, steadying his steps. Your Majesty, be cautious. Take your time, take your time. Chen Qianzhe gently waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, slowly pushing her away and standing firm. Uncle, is everything in place? Chen Wangchuan bowed respectfully. Everything is as your Majesty commanded, and is properly arranged. Well, that's good. Let's begin. Chen Wangchuan flicked his hand and turned to take a seat. But Chen Wangchuan stepped forward once more, bowing again. Your Majesty. Chen Qianzhe's movements froze in midair. Is there something else, Uncle? Your Majesty, before we proceed, I would like to request an audience with someone. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chen Wangchuan bowed again and turned. Bring forth the general and the esteemed guest. Liao Hu, clad in a dignified gray official robe, appeared somewhat awkward due to his robust stature. He seemed uncomfortable, walking with a certain restraint. Following him was He Tsongzhong, escorting a person whose eyes darted around slyly, particularly eyeing the young eunuchs in attendance, not missing a single glance. The individual being escorted had their face covered, stumbling as they walked, nearly falling several times. The three approached the platform and knelt in reverence. However, the masked person stubbornly refused to bow, ultimately being forced down by He Tsongzhong's hand on their head. Chen Qianzhe leaned slightly, resting one hand on his knee, deep in thought. General, who is this person? Liao Hu commanded, removing the mask from the individual's face and pinching it in a show of intimidation. The person, Zhang Yuhua, was gagged and unable to speak, only managing to emit muffled sounds of anger, clearly cursing vehemently. He struggled to break free from Liao Hu's grip, attempting to rise, but He Tsongzhong restrained him from behind. Kneel before me. How dare a captive act so brazenly in the presence of the emperor? Kneel properly. This individual is? Chen Qianzhe seemed intrigued. They look somewhat familiar. Liao Hu added, Your Majesty, he is my son-in-law, serving as my deputy in the army. Oh, now I remember. I have seen your daughter at her wedding. Quite commendable. A father-son duo in battle. Although you are not blood relatives, you are still kin by marriage. Quite good. Chen Qianzhe lazily raised a hand, signaling. Bring forth a reward. A reward? Is it already time for that? Even He Tsongzhong was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't the reward begin with the father-in-law? Liao Hu, being a general and his esteemed father-in-law, surely should not be overlooked. He looked to Liao Hu for help, uncertain of how to proceed. Despite his thoughts, the anger in his eyes was barely contained. He had returned victorious, and even if the emperor were to bestow rewards, it should have begun with him.
Now.
His own son-in-law had surpassed him, receiving the emperor's favor first. What did this mean? A slap to his face?
Yet.
He had to swallow his anger and let He Tsongzhong express gratitude. He Tsongzhong bowed deeply. I, He Tsongzhong, thank your majesty for the reward. I will repay my country with my life. Never faltering, Eunuch approached with the reward list. Your majesty's grace includes a measure of pearls, a measure of emeralds, 3,000 taels of silver, 100 gold ingots, 10 maidservants, and 30 criminal slaves. Thank you, your majesty. He Tsongzhong bowed again. Yet, Chen Wangchuan gently waved his hand. No need to rush to thank me. I have not finished bestowing rewards yet. As the general is advancing in years and has only a daughter, I presume you wish for him to pass on the grand family estate to you. Therefore, I appoint you as the Xinglong general, a first-rank official, and from now on, beneath the general, you shall hold the highest position in the army. He Tsongzhong's pupils involuntarily contracted. Although he held the nominal title of deputy general, he was afforded respect mainly due to being the general's son-in-law. However, in certain specific matters, his deputy status was still inferior, particularly in the presence of court officials, where it was hardly worth mentioning. Now, it was different. He had become the emperor's personally appointed Xinglong general, a first-rank general, even if brought to the court. This was a position of great honor, overshadowing numerous officials. I, He Tsongzhong, kneel and thank your majesty. Henceforth, I shall act with utmost diligence, placing your majesty's commands above all, willing to face fire and water, willing to die. Eunuch delivered the insignia of the Xinglong general, smiling, congratulations, General He. I must seek a good omen here. Indeed, indeed. He Tsongzhong's face lit up with excitement as he generously offered 3 gold ingots. A small token for tea, a humble gesture. Please help arrange for the palace eunuchs to enjoy tea. He was overjoyed, completely oblivious to the regent's disconcerted expression. The plan had been for He Tsongzhong to use the banquet as an opportunity to meet someone in the palace. Instead, he was solely focused on receiving titles and rewards, forgetting the purpose of the gathering altogether. Chen Wangchuan cast a glance at Liao Hu. Liao Hu felt equally troubled. At that moment, He Tsongzhong was surrounded by a throng of officials, receiving congratulations, nearly losing himself in the moment, leaving no time or focus for their plan. Moreover, Zhang Yuhua was still left on the platform, and he dared not act recklessly, only able to raise his voice. Your Majesty, how do you intend to deal with this captive? A captive? The tyrant rubbed his nose thoughtfully. What do you think is appropriate, General? The Eastern Jiang Kingdom has waged war against our dynasty for many years, barbaric and uncivilized, continually provoking our limits. In my opinion, we can use this incident to send a warning to the Eastern Jiang Kingdom, allowing them to experience our dynasty's might. General, it would be wise not to act too hastily, Chen Wangchuan interjected calmly. Currently, it is your victory banquet. I have also prepared songs and dances for you. Why not enjoy the performances and drinks first? Discussing the matter of captives after the festivities would be much more agreeable, would it not? It has begun. Be careful. They're going to make you drink. Lingxi knelt beside the tyrant, petite and soft, not drawing attention. After the drinks, you'll be forced to kill while intoxicated. Chapter 63. What is a nurturing system? According to the original storyline, the tyrant is about to make a mistake. Although Lingxi and Chen Qianzhi had previously compared notes on the storyline and pondered their responses, at this critical moment, she could not help but feel anxious. They will certainly find ways to force you to drink. You must hold your ground and absolutely cannot drink. Also, have you noticed the little maid beside the regent? The one with the beautiful appearance, wearing an orange dress and sporting a hairpin. Chen Qianzhi followed Lingxi's reminder, his gaze drifting toward his uncle.
Chen Wangchuan.
Chen Wangchuan sensed his gaze and raised his cup in acknowledgement. Which maid? There were many around his uncle. The one with the stunning appearance. The maids looked quite similar. He couldn't see who was particularly beautiful. Lingxi shot a sharp look at the tyrantess profile. Your Majesty, perhaps you should consider donating your eyes. How can you not see such a beautiful girl with fair skin and delicate features? The tyrant lowered his eyelashes. Do you misunderstand my taste? Humph. Not every woman can catch my eye. Still pretending? That girl looks like that. And you're claiming there's a misunderstanding in your taste? Chen Qianzhe remained silent, merely casting her glance. There is a misunderstanding. I have my own taste. What are you staring at me for? Look at that girl in the light orange dress, with tassels hanging from her hair. The third from the left and the fifth from the right. That should be clear now, right? Chen Qianzhe lazily lifted his eyelids, glancing over. You should have said it like this from the start. Who knew you had issues with your taste? In solitude, the esteemed figure glanced towards her once more, asserting that his own vision was unimpaired and that he could discern beauty for himself. You are looking at me again, she protested. Did we not agree that I would no longer be the focus of your attention, instead serving as your discreet strategist? Do not gaze upon me. Turn your head away, she insisted, her annoyance evident. Yet despite her reprimands, a faint smile betrayed him, a fleeting curve at the corner of his lips that he quickly suppressed. Now, tell me, what of that girl? Her name is Xiang Yu, also known as Yu Muhi, a cherished companion nurtured by the regent, he replied. Wait a moment. I understand the term cherished companion, but what does nurtured entail? It is a realm favored by men, he explained, where a young girl is raised closely, from childhood to adulthood. Isn't that rather pathological? Before she could elaborate, the tyrant interjected abruptly. A daughter is a daughter, and a wife is a wife. They are entirely distinct concepts. How could anyone conflate them? Lingxi furrowed her brow in exasperation. What concern is it of yours if they are pathological or not? This is merely a whimsical game devised by the author to add intrigue. You need not comprehend it, you only need to be aware. With a noncommittal arch of his brow, he encouraged her to continue. Yu Muhi will serve as a potential obstacle between the regent and Lingxi now. If leveraged wisely, it could be to our advantage. Keep an eye on her. You may find her useful in due time. At this suggestion, an idea sparked within him, and he spoke softly indeed. She is slightly more attractive than your sister. Did you not claim she was unattractive? It depends on whom she is compared to. He retorted playfully. In comparison to your sister, she is indeed more pleasing to the eye. Ha! Is she not permitted to be more attractive than my sister? Then, who surpasses her in beauty? Suddenly, he turned to face her, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Alas, just as the warmth of spring began to blossom. She pinched his ankle sharply. I have told you not to look at me. Look again, and I shall make you regret it. He winced at the sudden pain, a cry escaping his lips, which drew the attention of those nearby. He quickly elongated his yelp, drawing puzzled glances from the onlookers. The esteemed figure mused to himself about the emperor's splendid coordination of the evening's festivities. Following the discontent of the recent mid-autumn banquet, which had led to considerable unrest, the emperor had organized such a grand celebration to uplift the spirits of all present. The tyrant raised his goblet, a gentle smile gracing his features. Come. Let us raise a toast in honor of our valiant general's triumphant return from battle. The ministers echoed their agreement. Yet, some expressions among them shifted, for it seemed the emperor's praise of the regent carried a hint of sarcasm. It appeared he was alluding to the chaos wrought by the commoners, suggesting that while calamity had subsided, the emperor's indulgence in merriment was somewhat indifferent to the plight of the people. Chen Wangchuan, a man of remarkable intellect, perceived the underlying implications immediately. He maintained a composed smile, responding, Your Majesty speaks truthfully. The general has fought valiantly for many years, shedding blood to protect our great dynasty as borders. It is only fitting that we toast this victory. Your Majesty, your uncle is subtly critiquing your pettiness. The regent's finesse is unmatched. He can deliver insults without resorting to vulgarity. Seizing the moment, Chen Qianzhe cast a fierce glare at him. His handsome visage seemed to convey a litany of unspoken curses. I shall drink first as a show of respect. Lingxi's anxiety manifested in her clenched fists. Here it comes. They are beginning to press for drinks. Maintain your resolve. Do not yield. I cannot drink. I must refuse even at the cost of my life. Be quiet. Chen Qianzhe dismissed the noise. He ignored Liao, whose gesture of respect, taking his seat instead. General, I am unwell and unable to partake in excessive drinking. Just as he was about to set his cup down, Liao, who knelt with a thud. Your Majesty, what is your intent? Chen Wangchuan feigned innocence.
I arbonoi l'intentions.
What does the general mean? Upon returning from my campaign, I must toast your majesty, yet you refuse to drink. Do you deem me unworthy of this honor? Your words are excessive, the tyrant replied coolly. Have I not made my position clear? I am injured and have recently recovered from a severe illness. The royal physician has advised me against alcohol. However, Liao Hu remained undeterred, kneeling with a look of grievance. Your majesty, uncle. The tyrant's voice rose sharply, interrupting his plea, and he cast a frail glance at the regent. Surely, you are aware of my condition. And the royal physician has likely informed you that I cannot drink. Indeed, Chen Wangchuan seemed to anticipate the tyrant's maneuver, smiling as he added, Yet your majesty has also stated that the general's return warrants a celebratory toast. You must partake. I cannot drink. Absolutely not. This is akin to drawing a bow. Once the first cup is raised, there will surely follow a second and a third. I must absolutely refuse. Amidst Lingxi's worried murmurs, Chen Qinjia gradually lifted his cup. He thought, the regent speaks wisely thus. Just when the assembly believed he would drink, he instead passed the cup to Chen Wangchuan. Let my uncle take this on my behalf. Taken aback, Chen Wangchuan hesitated, then promptly declined. How can this be? This toast is made to your majesty, as a subject. I cannot take your place. What is there to prevent it? Chen Qinjia smiled lightly. For the duration of my illness, you have administered the affairs of state. How then can you not drink on my behalf? Your majesty, has my uncle grown distant, failing to show care for me in my weakened state? Chen Qinjia feigned a cough. I believed you to be the one who cared for me most. With these simple yet pointed words, he redirected the focus towards the regent. Before the assembled officials, should Chen Wangchuan refuse the drink, it would indicate a lack of concern for the emperor. Chen Wangchuan smiled, casting a fleeting glance at the tyrant before stepping forward to accept the cup. Since your majesty insists, I shall drink on your behalf. To you, my lord. At this juncture, Liao Hu had no choice but to maintain his composure and dutifully consume the drink. Your uncle is generous, and the general is formidable. Chen Qinjia coughed as he took the wine jug from the young eunuch's hands, proclaiming, Let us toast together, dear uncle and general. I shall personally serve you both. Exchanging glances, Chen Wangchuan and Liao Hu realized this diverged from their original plan. Their intention had been to intoxicate the tyrant during the banquet, yet here he was, orchestrating the drinking himself. Chen Wangchuan set down his cup. Your majesty, this is too much, Before he could withdraw his hand from the cup, the tyrant suddenly grasped his wrist. Are you distancing yourself from me? With a firm grip, he seized both the regent's hand and the cup, lifting them together. The strength he exhibited astonished Chen Wangchuan. How could one so frail possess such vigor? Was he feigning illness? Surprised, he glanced at Chen Qinjia, who merely smiled enigmatically. Filling the cup once more. Uncle, since you have already drunk, you must raise another in my stead. Your majesty. Chen Wangchuan observed his hand, contemplating. Just as he was about to speak, the tyrant erupted into a fit of violent coughing, helplessly waving his hand. I fear I shall not be able to drink for several months, dear uncle. I must trouble you once more. Turning around, he was about to pour wine for Liao Hu. Come, general, he coughed. Liao Hu, not daring to let him pour, quickly knelt down, holding the wine cup with one hand and taking the wine jug with the other. I shall serve myself. I dare not trouble your majesty. Chen Wangchuan cast a deep glance at the wine jug and clinked glasses with Liao Hu. General, please. Your Highness, please. After one cup of wine, before either of them could turn away, Chen Qinjia continued, Uncle, the general has returned victorious. You should reward him as well. Chen Wangchuan immediately looked at him. Chen Qinjia smiled innocently, devoid of the tyrant's former ruthlessness, resembling a naive young lad unacquainted with the world. Your majesty, you mustn't drink more, Liao Hu hastily interjected. This is drunken immortal. Its potency is fierce, and it has a strong aftereffect. Drinking too much will lead to intoxication. It is of no consequence. Today is a joyous occasion. What harm could come from being drunk once? Chen Qinjia waved his hand with a playful smile. Uncle, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely not. Liao Hu insisted again. Your majesty does not realize how intoxicating this wine is. Too much will lead to a headache. Uncle, if the general refuses to drink, it is a slight against me and you as well. What do you think we should do to preserve our honor? Chen Qianzhe directly posed the question to the regent uncle.
E.
I dare not. Liao Hu stammered, at a loss for words. To ensure the evening went smoothly, they had chosen the most potent wine, drunken immortal, believing that a few cups would intoxicate the tyrant. However, it now felt like a self-inflicted wound. He fumbled for words, unable to articulate a solution, and could only look helplessly at Chen Wangchuan. Chen Qianzhe followed his gaze. Uncle? His tone was teasing, laced with mockery. Your Majesty, could you tone it down a bit? Look at your expression. It's as if you have Schadenfreude written all over your forehead. Be discreet, be discreet. I must admit, the leading male character is indeed remarkable. If it were anyone else, our regent would not be so composed. Truly, being the author's favorite gives one unparalleled confidence. Lingxi, who was writing a little essay while watching the spectacle, was caught off guard when Chen Qianzhe casually turned and glanced at her. You're looking at me again. Focus on the story. Otherwise, not even a spoiler could save you. Chen Qianzhe exclaimed, You are far too talkative. The pressure shifted to Chen Wangchuan. Continuing to drink, Liao, who was clearly reaching his limit. Alcohol was prohibited in the military. Having spent years in the army, Liao, who seldom drank more than a few sips and was not adept at handling strong spirits like drunken immortal. If he continued, he might succumb to intoxication before their plans came to fruition. But if he refrained, the tyrant was watching him intently. To drink or not to drink? Uncle, why are you not speaking? Chen Qianzhe began his sarcastic writing again. Just moments ago, you urged me to drink without hesitation. Why hesitate with the general? Chapter 65. The tyrant's tea-talk. Lingxi silently approved in her heart.
What was that saying?
When men indulge in tea, women have no place in their affairs. Seeing these words render the tyrant speechless makes me want to slap both of them, with sarcasm and tea-talk. Indeed, the tyrant excels at this. Chen Qianzhe replied, Could you remain quiet for just a moment? Also, what do you mean by tea-talk? What does tea have to do with sarcasm? Never mind. I one tea dwell on her. He rubbed his ears with one hand and smiled. Why are you not speaking, uncle?
No.
I was just thinking that both the emperor and the general have valid points. Today's banquet is indeed to welcome the general, so we must drink heartily. Chen Wangchuan poured a cup of wine for Liao Hu, giving him a knowing glance. Your Majesty's favor, General, please. And no, Your Highness, I truly cannot handle any more wine. It's all right. You have only to drink this cup, and afterward, the general shall present the spoils to Your Majesty. Chen Wangchuan subtly indicated that this was the final cup. Understanding the implication, Liao Hu sighed in relief, steeling himself to accept the cup. As he raised it to drink, he bowed to Chen Qianzhe. Thank you for the wine, Your Majesty. The tyrant responded nonchalantly, General, you are too polite. You may express your gratitude after you finish 3 cups.
Puffed.
But there was no time to waste. Wiping his mouth, he asked, Your Majesty, what did you say? Did I not make myself clear? Chen Qianzhe said gently, gesturing to the eunuch, You may express your gratitude after you have finished my gift of wine. The eunuch presented 3 cups of wine. General, please. And no, why are there 3 cups? Liao Hu glanced at the 3 cups and then at his empty one. Your Majesty, why are there 3 cups? What I bestow upon you is 3 cups of wine. Surely, I cannot be seen as stingy by only offering 1 cup. Chen Qianzhe smiled, looking at the other courtiers. What do you think, my esteemed ministers? The tyrant openly sought affirmation, and who among them would dare to dissent? One by one, they chimed in. General, the emperor bestows wine. How can you refuse? The emperor's gift is a tremendous honor. Even if it leads to intoxication, one must drink. General, quickly express your gratitude. Their collective insistence left Liao Hu feeling guilty. He glanced helplessly at Chen Wangchuan, who wore a displeased expression, powerless to intervene. After all, it was the tyrant's wine, and 3 cups, not 3 jars or casks. To refuse 3 mere cups would indeed be unreasonable. Liao Hu had no choice but to swallow hard, steeling himself to raise the cup. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your wine. Gulping it down in one go, he felt a fiery sensation and a strange aftertaste. He glanced at the cup again. Is this drunken immortal? Why does it taste different from before? The eunuch presented the 2nd cup. General, please. Liao, who had no time to ponder further as he took the second cup and downed it. General, please have another. The eunuch wasted no time and immediately offered the third cup. After consuming 3 cups, Liao, who distinctly felt a small flame flickering in his abdomen. Simultaneously, a buzzing sensation filled his head, making him feel lightheaded. He shook his head, realizing the wine was affecting him rather swiftly. Chen Wangchuan noticed something amiss and promptly asked, General, are you intoxicated? No, of course not. Liao, who belched and swayed, signaling that he was fine. Bring the prisoner over here. On one side. Zhang Yuhua lifted his head, visibly impatient. Although his mouth was gagged, he still cursed as he was dragged over, though no one could hear his words. Chen Wangchuan kicked him, forcing Zhang Yuhua to kneel before them. Your Majesty, do you know this person's identity?
Huh?
The tyrant seemed momentarily perplexed. He sat there like a bystander suddenly called to the stage, unable to catch up with the conversation. Isn't he a prisoner? Does a prisoner acquire an identity? Your Majesty, this person is Zhang Yuhua, a little prince of the eastern Jiang nation.
What?
Chen Xianjia exclaimed in shock, springing to his feet. However, he stumbled from the sudden motion, nearly falling over. The eunuchs rushed to assist him, but he paid them no mind, excitedly pointing at Zhang Yuhua. Uncle, tell me, who is he? Lingxi face-bombed, overwhelmed. The performance was overly theatrical, lacking subtlety and restraint, a mere display of exaggerated force. You, a tyrant, someone remarked, emphasizing the need to maintain one's character. As a ruler, one must exhibit composure and decisiveness, embodying the formidable presence of a sovereign. Observing the current demeanor. Where is the aura of the former tyrant? This time, Chen Xianjia absorbed the criticism and stood there, rubbing his nose. So, he is the little prince of the eastern frontier. It was evident that such audacity could only belong to someone of notable status. He gradually settled down, his hand resting on his heart, his arm propped on his knee, leaning slightly forward. General, capturing the little prince of the eastern frontier is a significant achievement.
Speak.
What reward do you desire? Liao Hu, lifting his garment and feeling the buzzing in his head, replied, Your Majesty, I seek no reward, only that you avenge the 1,000,000 fallen soldiers. Chen Wangchuan's expression shifted, and he focused on Chen Xianjia, who remained composed. Lingxi instinctively tightened her grip on her clothing. Now we are on track. The storyline is unfolding correctly. Your Majesty, continue the performance. The moment for acting has arrived. Now it is your turn. Chen Xianjia, seated upon the dragon throne, tilted his head slightly. The general speaks truth. The stability of our great dynasty today is earned through the sacrifices of countless soldiers. Therefore, I cannot claim the credit for myself alone. As you have stated, the peace we enjoy is forged from their blood. Liao Hu spoke passionately, and Chen Xianjia nodded earnestly. Then, according to the general's perspective, what must I do to appease the spirits of the fallen soldiers? I believe, Your Majesty, that you should execute this man, using his head as a sacrifice for our banner, to honor all the brave souls of our great dynasty. Chapter 66. Beheading for Sacrifice. A head for the banner. Chen Xianjia nodded repeatedly, a smile on his face, his gaze drifting towards Zhang Yuhua. Little Prince, my general proposes using your head as a sacrifice for the banner. What do you think? Zhang Yuhua, still gagged, immediately shouted in protest, though his words were muffled and unclear. Chen Xianjia showed no inclination to remove the cloth from his mouth. Instead, he playfully dug at his ears. You seem to disagree. To which the crowd thought, isn't that obvious? You intend to behead him for a banner. Who would agree to that? Chen Wangchuan and Liao Hu exchanged glances, perplexed by the tyrant's intentions. Did he expect Zhang Yuhua's consent? The tyrant seemed to sense their thoughts and relaxed, leaning back in his throne. I believe he would be unwilling. What do you think, General? Liao Hu cleared his throat. Your Majesty, whether you execute him or not, why seek his consent? He will certainly disagree. So the general means we should proceed directly with the beheading? Naturally. Oh, then may I inquire, General, what is the significance of this sacrifice? Liao Hu paused, then stated, It is to enhance our military prestige and bolster our dynasty. Well said, Chen Xianjia applauded. In such circumstances, would the addition of a vengeful spirit not bring ill fortune? A vengeful spirit? Liao Hu was bewildered. Your Majesty, we are discussing a sacrifice. Why mention vengeful spirits? Chen Qianzhe continued. Song Yuhua is the little prince of the eastern frontier. If he were to perish under our banner, what would his sentiments be? He would bless our great dynasty for eternity, ensuring our military unrivaled strength? No, Your Majesty, he would not bless us. Liao Hu interjected, but Chen Qianzhe interrupted, asserting, at that moment, what significance would the sacrifice hold? Do we require such a vengeful spirit for our banner? Liao Hu, a military man and somewhat inebriated, was easily swayed by Chen Qianzhe's serious discourse. Following the tyrant's statement, he naturally concurred, indeed, we do not need that.
Right.
Chen Qianzhe exclaimed, clapping his hands.
See.
The general now shares my perspective. This head is unnecessary for our banner. What say you, Regent? Upon hearing this, Chen Wangchuan finally grasped Chen Qianzhe's intent. The tyrant wished to spare Song Yuhua's life, hence this discourse. Faced with the tyrant's inquiry, he replied with an ambiguous smile. Since both Your Majesty and the esteemed general share the same view, I have nothing further to say. With all the officials present, how could the regent oppose the consensus of the emperor and the illustrious general? That would be counterproductive. He must maintain the facade of familial loyalty. Yet, his gaze darkened as he glared at Song Yuhua. Little prince, you must be grateful to our emperor. Were it not for him, your life would have been forfeit. Song Yuhua shot him a defiant glance, muffled protests escaping his lips. Chen Wangchuan sneered. Once, countless valiant youths of our great dynasty perished on the battlefield. Many soldiers forever laid to rest in foreign lands, their souls unable to return home. This time, we vowed to use your head as a sacrifice, yet you have survived. You are indeed fortunate. Lingxi, observing from the side, shook her head. Listen, he has truly grasped the essence of nuance. Oh, dear, Your Majesty. Is this royal eloquence hereditary? The regent's rhetoric is no less impressive. Truly, he is the main character with a script from his mother. Indeed, following the regent's remarks, the expressions of the ministers shifted subtly. A weak nation has no diplomacy. For years, the great dynasty has been besieged by the two powerful nations to the east and west, both eager to annex it, while the troublesome eastern frontier has persistently sought to provoke conflict. To preserve the realm, thousands of soldiers must be buried in foreign soil each year. Now, at last, an exhilarating opportunity has arisen, yet the emperor hesitates, leaving the ministers disheartened. In a moment, ministers exchanged glances, silently criticizing the tyrant's inaction. Chen Qianzhe observed their demeanor and sighed softly. The regent has a point yet. His tone shifted, his voice turning dark and somber. I believe that fostering good relations between nations is more vital than perpetual warfare. He waved his hand, instructing Gong and to swiftly descend and remove the rag from Song Yuhua's mouth. Song Yuhua, I ask you, would you prefer perpetual warfare between our nations, with citizens living daily in the turmoil of conflict, displaced and suffering? Song Yuhua's expression darkened as he glanced at Chen Wangchuan. Of course not. I believe no one wishes to witness daily battles. Chen Wangchuan narrowed his eyes, but remained silent. Chen Qianzhe continued. Indeed, any ruler would wish for peace, that their people may thrive and live in prosperity, untroubled by war. What are you implying? Song Yuhua scoffed. Have we not been at odds with your great dynasty for more than a day or two? Now you speak of peace and prosperity, while we suffer. What of you? Chen Qianzhe leaned in slightly. As far as I know, you in the eastern frontier are not faring any better. Your resources are scarce, and in winter, many perish from the cold. With unstable borders and continuous warfare, your treasury must be emptier than ours, no? And so? Song Yuhua stood tall, displaying a hint of defiance. Does this mean we should submit to your great dynasty? Why should we submit to the great dynasty, rather than seek a mutually beneficial outcome? Song Yuhua furrowed her brow in disbelief and asked, What did you just say? Chen Qianzhe replied, We can declare a truce for 10 years, allowing both sides to recuperate, facilitating trade across our borders, fostering commerce, and enriching our people, providing them with a foundation for a stable existence. As for what will transpire after 10 years, whether we shall engage in war or peace, who can truly predict? At that moment, Chen Wangchuan's heart skipped a beat. What? What is he saying? A 10-year truce? Mutual trade? Recuperation? Then war after a decade? This aligns perfectly with my own thoughts and plans. How does His Majesty know? Everything he speaks of is what I have envisioned countless times and strived toward. Even a worm in my belly could not know my intentions so clearly. Could it be that someone close to me has betrayed my secrets to the Emperor? Otherwise, how could he possibly know my innermost thoughts? Internally, Chen Wangchuan was in turmoil. Yet his exterior remained unperturbed. He sat there like a mountain, his gaze lowered in silence. 10 years? Song Yuhua's heart stirred, whispering to herself the words, recuperation, foundation for existence. Song Yuhua, war is a double-edged sword. It injures both your Eastern Jiang nation and our great dynasty, does it not? Chen Xianzhe stood with profound intent, the majesty of the emperor emanating from him. My intention is not born of fear, but from a desire to avoid a conflict where the clam and the snipe contend, allowing the fisherman to profit. Song Yuhua's eyes flickered. The clam and the snipe, the fisherman. He spoke wisely. Over the years, our Eastern Jiang nation and the great dynasty have engaged in relentless combat, yielding no true victor, yet never experiencing a single day of peace. Prolonged warfare has strained our border relations, leaving us vulnerable even to neighboring nations. Observing Song Yuhua's expression, the tyrant pressed further. The Eastern Jiang nation borders 4 capitals. Although the others are minor states compared to our great dynasty, your nation must be overwhelmed by the provocations of these smaller nations due to our entanglements, rendering you unable to manage your own affairs. Though the Eastern Jiang nation is smaller than the great dynasty, it is surrounded by 3 even smaller states. Each neighboring capital tacitly agrees not to instigate a war, yet border skirmishes are inevitable, leading to incessant minor conflicts that drain national resources and military strength. Suddenly, Liao Hu fell backward, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol, lying there while burping incessantly. Oh, dear! What has happened to the general? Grand Eunuch and exclaimed dramatically, hurriedly approaching with small steps. Your Majesty, the general is drunk. I shall assist him to rest. He signaled to several young eunuchs, who lifted Liao Hu and carried him away. Passing by He Tsongzhong, he did not forget to cast a glance. General He, might I trouble you to check on the general first?
Ah?
Yes, certainly. He Tsongzhong awkwardly replied, following behind. The general truly cannot hold his liquor. Your Highness, are you well? Chen Xianzhe inquired with a cold, yet seemingly amused gaze directed at the regent. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am fine. Then let us prepare a bowl of detoxifying broth for the regent, Chen Xianzhe said, rolling up his sleeves as he settled into the dragon throne. Today's discussion with the young prince of the Eastern Jiang nation requires your presence. The emperor cannot afford to be intoxicated. A young eunuch brought detoxifying broth to Chen Wangchuan. Unable to fathom the tyrant's intentions, Chen Wangchuan claimed it was too hot, holding the broth without drinking, merely sitting in silence. Your Majesty, regarding the matter of mutual trade with the Eastern Jiang nation. Your Majesty, I have long harbored such thoughts, yet lacked the opportunity to discuss them with you in detail, Chen Xianzhe skillfully interrupted, not allowing the regent a chance to speak.
Today,
with the palace banquet underway and ministers present, along with a young prince from the Eastern Jiang nation, we shall engage in a thorough discussion on this matter. Indeed, the plot of a 10-year truce and mutual trade between the Great Dynasty and the Eastern Jiang nation existed within the original narrative. The only difference being that it was the male lead, Chen Wangchuan, who orchestrated this initiative. Before the banquet, Lingxi had informed the tyrant of the original storyline, and after much deliberation, they decided to intervene in the plot to fundamentally alter its course. In simpler terms, they intended to seize the narrative from the male lead,
Chen Wangchuan.
If he wished to cultivate goodwill with the Eastern Jiang nation and establish a truce for 10 years, then they would take that opportunity for themselves. For Song Yuhua, this was an advantageous position. Thus, upon learning of Song Yuhua's identity and significance, the tyrant secretly penned a letter for Lingxi to deliver, expressing the Great Dynasty's desire for a truce with the Eastern Jiang nation. To demonstrate his resolve, he sent Lingxi and the 12 guards to covertly rescue Song Yuhua, granting him a reprieve. Song Yuhua's task was straightforward, to cooperate with the tyrant in performing a grand spectacle at the palace banquet. Initially, when informed of this plan, Song Yuhua opposed it. As a prince of the Eastern Jiang nation, Why should he collaborate with the emperor of a rival nation? However, after considering the benefits of a 10-year truce, he ultimately chose to cooperate. As Chun Xianzhi stated, no ruler desires to witness their subjects living in perpetual suffering. Song Yuhua wished for the people of the eastern Jiang nation to have food to eat, clothes to wear, and shelter to dwell in, allowing them to labor peacefully by day and sleep soundly at night, rather than live in constant fear of impending death. Even someone of his status yearned for a decade of peace. Song Yuhua gazed at himself coldly. Your Majesty, I believe there is little to discuss. After all, I am still your captive. Is it not a touch ironic to discuss truce and prosperity with a prisoner?
What does your Majesty imply?
Does he wish to release him? Chun Wangchuan asked with a smile that carried a hint of irony. He was captured with great effort by the general. Song Yuhua scoffed, smirking derisively. Rest assured, I still have my pride. Even if you release me, I will not escape clandestinely. This implied that while he would not flee, whether he was released was entirely at the emperor's discretion. Chun Xianzhi nodded noncommittally. What say you, uncle? Chun Wangchuan hesitated momentarily. For both sides to negotiate a 10-year truce, they must at least be on a somewhat equal platform. If one is a captive and the other an exalted emperor, what could there possibly be to discuss? It would merely be a dictate. He understood this principle well. Does my uncle find my proposal for a 10-year truce to be laughable? Chun Xianzhi resumed his subtle inquiries. If you deem it unsuitable, we can continue to fight. After all, our treasury remains ample, our soldiers healthy, and the general still capable of waging war for several more years. Such words suggested that if the two nations engaged in conflict, it would be Chun Wangchuan's refusal to agree to a 10-year truce that would prolong the war. Throughout history, warfare has always inflicted suffering upon the populace and drained resources. From the highest official to the common citizen, no one genuinely desires war. If a 10-year truce could resolve troubles, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome. At that moment, who would dare to voice dissent? Such a person would surely be labeled as opposed to peace. Chun Wangchuan was well aware of this truth. Before the tyrant could finish his words, he immediately interjected, Your Majesty is overthinking. Your intentions align with mine. I was just pondering. He turned to look at Song Yuhua, a smile playing on his lips. Although he was a small prince of the eastern border kingdom, he was one among many, and not the future heir. Even if he agreed to a 10-year truce, the king of the eastern border kingdom might not concur, right? Your uncle's reasoning holds merit, Chun Xianzhi nodded in approval. However, I believe that every venture begins with difficulty. Even if our future negotiations with the eastern border kingdom fail, it does not hinder your uncle's agreement to a truce today. Correct, uncle? Of course, I naturally agree. Chun Wangchuan expressed his stance, bowing respectfully. Regarding the matter proposed by your Majesty, I shall follow your will without question. Then I thank you, uncle, the tyrant said, his tone revealing his anticipation. Send the young prince to rest. I need to discuss further matters with him. And I shall require your assistance in orchestrating the larger scheme. Song Yuhua nodded slightly, exchanging a glance with Chun Wangchuan before departing. In the crowd, Lingxi quietly retreated, disappearing unnoticed. Song Yuhua followed the old eunuch, curiously surveying his surroundings. So this is the imperial city of the Grand Dynasty? It is indeed far more extravagant than our eastern border kingdom. The old eunuch smiled without speaking, leading him through the opulent corridors until they reached a secluded area. Stopping before a desolate courtyard. Your Highness, please enter. What is this place? Song Yuhua questioned, eyeing the dilapidated courtyard suspiciously. Jinga? What lies within? Nothing much. Just a small yard that once housed the gardeners, but has since fallen into disrepair. A deserted abode? Song Yuhua surveyed the surroundings with vigilance. What does your Majesty summon me here for? You will understand once you step inside, your Highness. The old eunuch pushed open the courtyard door, inviting Song Yuhua in. Rest assured, this is the imperial city. Everything is quite safe. Nonsense. I fear not the jaws of dragons or tigers. Why would I fear this small courtyard? Song Yuhua retorted, walking into the abode with his head held high. The old eunuch did not follow but closed the distant door behind him. Though Song Yuhua felt no fear, he clenched his fists in readiness, feigning nonchalance as he leisurely entered the room. In the center stood a woman with a refreshing demeanor and an ethereal grace. Miss, may I ask who you are? Lingxi.
Ling?
Song Yuhua's heart skipped a beat, recalling Lingxi. While this girl's features lacked Lingxi's innate allure, there were similarities in their expressions, suggesting a familial connection. Yet he wisely refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead surveying the surroundings. Miss, we are not acquainted, and meeting here seems rather inappropriate. I am here on someone else's behalf, specifically to meet with you. Song Yuhua smirked.
Oh.
I wonder who is so keen to engage with me? The regent. The regent? Song Yuhua's eyes widened. What does he mean? Is he not satisfied with nearly eliminating me and now wishes for you to enact further schemes? Your Highness, you are overthinking. I am merely here at the behest of the regent to clarify matters. Lingxi produced a letter and handed it to Song Yuhua. He harbors no ill intentions toward you. The specifics are outlined in the letter. Once you read it, you will understand. Song Yuhua grasped the letter, his gaze revealing a hint of intrigue. However, he remained silent, tucking the letter away. Please inform the regent that I shall examine this letter thoroughly. But we can discuss specifics only after I have read it. Will you not read it now? Miss, do not rush. Some matters require patience. Song Yuhua was astute enough to perceive the discord between the regent and the tyrant. It was quite normal. Was it not the same in our eastern border kingdom? Brothers and uncles alike played their roles to perfection, each harboring daggers behind their smiles, eager to eliminate one another. Now that the tyrant had extended an olive branch, the regent naturally sought to strengthen his ties with Song Yuhua. Lingxi was about to speak again when an old eunuch's cough echoed from outside. Song Yuhua nodded noncommittally, watching her escape through the back window, vanishing from sight. Before he could turn, the old eunuch chuckled, Miss Ling, what brings you here? As he spoke, Lingxi pushed open the courtyard door, spotting Song Yuhua stepping out of the main room. Your Highness, our Grand Dynasty's restroom is over there, she pointed to one side. The old eunuch, standing behind her, desperately cast Song Yuhua anxious glances, fearing for his life. If Song Yuhua denied her statement, it would spell doom for him. Song Yuhua surveyed him before slowly descending the steps. Oh, after visiting, I found it much improved, so I took a casual stroll. Miss, do the gardeners here truly reside so well? The cultural distinctions between the Eastern Border Kingdom and the Grand Dynasty were evident. It was hardly astonishing to find a gardener's residence that was so remarkable. Lingxi entered the room with a playful smile, her eyes glancing toward the window. Have I disturbed the young prince? What? Song Yuhua was taken aback as he stood in the courtyard. Miss, how could I be disturbed? Lingxi lowered her gaze. A beauty meeting in secret, escaping through a window. Does that not count as a disturbance? Miss, you jest. In this desolate place, where could one find a beauty? Song Yuhua feigned calmness. Are you referring to yourself? Your Highness, I possess no talent for leaping through windows. Lingxi approached the window, her fingertips brushing against the thick dust. It seems I have intruded upon a beauty. This was merely an accident caused by Lingxi departure. He realized he could no longer conceal the truth. Yet curiosity bubbled within him. Miss, forgive my boldness, but how do you determine the other party is a beauty? Could it not be that I left this print myself? Song Yuhua gestured. Lingxi raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a knowing look. Is your mind quite sound? Such a delicate footprint. Could it belong to a towering figure like yourself? One of your hands is likely larger than this lady's foot. Song Yuhua remained oblivious to her inner musings, appearing perplexed. Why do you look at me like that? Your Highness, your foot surely surpasses this size, does it not? Song Yuhua glanced at the footprint on the windowsill. But this print is barely noticeable. If this is but a single step, then all the other prints on the ground cannot be footprints? Although the ground was in disarray, one could still discern the differences in the sizes of the prints with careful observation. Song Yuhua bit his lip. Miss, your discerning eye is quite remarkable. That is not extraordinary observation. It is merely basic awareness. Lingxi waved her fingers lightly in front of him. Do you not detect a fragrance? A bit. Song Yuhua suddenly blushed, stepping back. What do you mean, miss? What expression is that? No, what are you suggesting? Are you afraid I wish to woo you? Not at all. You seem charming, yet your thoughts are rather base. I merely seek to clarify your doubts. Please, I beseech you, do not think too much. Smack. Young prince, upon entering this room, I immediately sensed a fragrance. It emanates from your presence, faint yet distinct, and in such a dirty place. The presence of a lady's fragrance is a clear indication of a clandestine meeting. Fragrance? Song Yuhua inhaled deeply. Indeed, there was a hint of floral essence. However, it seemed more akin to that of the lady before him. And miss, forgive my boldness, but while there is a fragrance, it seems more like yours. What does this fellow mean? Is he testing me, or refusing to admit the truth? With such evidence before him, he still refuses to acknowledge it. Does he wish for me to produce proof to condemn him? Very well. You possess a multitude of inquiries, and today I shall graciously impart a lesson upon you. From a medical standpoint, each individual emanates a distinct scent due to the variability of their glands, which are influenced by both innate and acquired factors. For instance, you Southerners, fond of consuming copious amounts of fish and meat and indulging in the consumption of fresh blood, tend to carry a notably potent and unique aroma. Upon hearing this, I raise my arm to catch a whiff of my own scent. Is it true? Why do I not detect any remarkable fragrance about myself? I did not refer to you. You are a prince. Your dietary and hygiene habits undoubtedly differ from those of ordinary folk, hence the absence of any pronounced scent. My point is merely that these odors vary. I trust you understand. While I grasped a fragment of her explanation, it was still insufficient. Nevertheless, having listened to her extensive discourse, I felt it prudent to feign comprehension. Hence, I refrained from admitting my ignorance, opting instead to act as if I grasped the matter fully. Thus, the young lady who came to visit you possesses a different scent than mine, one that is infused with a hint of medicinal fragrance, a scent that is truly unparalleled. Suddenly, Lingxi turned to gaze intently into my eyes, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. It is Lingxi Niao. What is there that I do not know about Lingxi Niao? Yet, Lingxi gently shook her finger, insisting, no, you are lying. I am not. Yes, you are. I am not. I steadfastly refused to meet her gaze, adamantly denying the accusation. The moment you heard that name, your pupils reacted, an involuntary response triggered by shock, indicating that the name profoundly affected you, causing your body to react instinctively. Once again, she employed a sophisticated rhetoric that I had never encountered before, leaving me astonished as I lifted my head to stare at her. Are you implying, why do I possess such extensive knowledge? Because I have access to Baidu, the encyclopedia. However, utilizing my expertise alongside the information gleaned from Baidu merely expands my knowledge base. Rest assured, I am not merely fabricating tales. This is the essence of my profession. Lingxi tilted her head, observing me with an amused expression. So, Prince Flower, shall we continue our discourse? My breath faltered, yet I remained silent. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself, Lingxi remarked. I am Lingxi. The one who assisted in your care that day was my elder brother, Ling Rue, and we have another sister named Lingxi Niao. I presume you have already met her. She is your sister? At this juncture, I ceased to pretend ignorance, allowing a thoughtful smile to grace my lips. The relationships among your siblings are indeed quite intricate. Likewise, Prince Flower, your connections with your brothers seem rather tenuous. I scowled. You truly know how to exploit my vulnerabilities. Alas, knowing oneself and one's adversaries is crucial for survival. To endure, I must comprehend both my allies and foes. Lingxi extended her hand toward me. Is that not so, ally? Uncertain of her intent, I glanced at her hand, mimicking her gesture by extending my own. Lingxi gently entwined her fingers with mine, affirming, so, we are allies, not foes? With a radiant smile, Lingxi declared, since we are allies, I shall be forthright. I have come to see you on behalf of His Majesty, who wishes to inform you that he can aid you in seizing the throne. The corner of my eye twitched involuntarily. Is your Majesty not being a tad presumptuous? He is unaware of my circumstances. His Majesty would not offer assistance without considerable thought and understanding of the situation. Surely, you do not believe he would blindly support a hopeless cause? Then His Majesty truly holds me in high regard. Not only does His Majesty value you, but our esteemed regent must also think highly of you. Or else he would not have sent you a letter expressing goodwill and seeking to establish some form of agreement. Lingxi's words pierced through my attempts at concealment. Indeed, I looked at her with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation, instinctively covering my sleeve. Do not be anxious. His Majesty is a reasonable individual. After all, the regent is also a member of our great dynasty. Collaborating with him, or with His Majesty, will yield the same outcome, as the ultimate goal is the well-being of our people. Such grand proclamations left me feeling rather embarrassed. I covered my sleeve, feeling like a petty individual. Regardless of how Lingxi deduced the existence of a letter, her mention of it rendered further concealment unnecessary. To deny it would be akin to a thief caught red-handed refusing to acknowledge their crime, ultimately an exercise in self-deception and a loss of face. After a brief contemplation, I produced the letter from Chen Wangchuan. Your Majesty speaks truly. Whether I engage in a transaction with him or collaborate with the regent, the outcome remains the same, merely a matter of diplomacy for the benefit of our citizens. Thus, I abruptly tore the regent's letter to shreds. I choose His Majesty. Having revealed my trump card, further obstinacy would only lead to disgrace. It appeared that the tyrant held an advantage over the regent. Moreover, the tyrant had pledged to assist me in claiming the throne. Thus, it was only natural to align with the stronger party. As for the regent's letter, its destruction was merely a gesture of basic sincerity towards the tyrant. Lingxi silently exhaled in relief. She had suspected that the story would veer off course upon witnessing the significant glance exchanged between Chen Wangchuan and me before parting ways. Consequently, she discreetly instructed Qian Shizhong to keep a close watch on me. Indeed, Qian Shizhong soon informed her that Lingxi Niao had approached me directly. Though the subject of their discussion remained unknown, Lingxi promptly arrived to interrupt our meeting, exerting her utmost effort to sway me back to her side. As I departed from Jinga, I did not encounter the previous old eunuch, but rather another matron, suggesting that the former had been dealt with. Without further inquiry, I followed the matron and left. Lingxi continued to watch my retreating figure until I was out of sight before turning to depart herself. However, she had not gone far when a figure obstructed her path.
Hui?
Lingxi's heart sank. What is meant to happen will inevitably occur. Today is quite lively. Indeed, Miss Ling, Aunt Rui knelt in greeting, maintaining her haughty demeanor. The Empress Dowager requests your presence for a conversation. During today's banquet, the regent had invited the Empress Dowager to join. However, she had declined, citing her advanced age and poor health, preferring to rest quietly instead of participating in the festivities. Now, Aunt Rui had come to summon me, and I had my suspicions. I followed Aunt Rui obediently to the Empress Dowager's chambers, kneeling as I entered. Lingxi, humbly kneel before the Empress Dowager. Lingxi, it is truly not easy to see you today. The Empress Dowager languidly reclined on her imperial couch, two little palace maids kneeling beside her, massaging her back and legs. Upon observing them, I gestured for the palace maids to depart and personally approached the Empress Dowager to offer my services. This gesture not only surprised the palace maids but also left the Empress Dowager and Aunt Rui momentarily speechless. In the past, I would have considered it a victory merely to have two palace maids attend to me without reprimand, yet now, I was audacious enough to offer my assistance to the Empress Dowager myself. The Empress Dowager scrutinized me, pondering. No wonder some say you have undergone a transformation. You are indeed quite different from before. Your Majesty, it seems Miss Ling has changed considerably since the last time you met. Aunt Rui interjected with a sardonic tone. Previously, in order to maintain the facade of the paper-thin persona of Lingxi, I had deliberately preserved my tone and mannerisms from my former self. However, she has now completely shed any trace of her former self, transforming into an entirely different individual. This sensation leaves the Empress Dowager quite unsettled. She lifts Lingxi's chin, gazing into her eyes. Indeed, you are not the same as before. The former Lingxi was beautiful, yet she resembled a mad beauty, acting erratically in all her endeavors. In contrast, the girl before her possesses clear eyes and a profound smile, though the hint of joy does not quite reach her eyes. Perhaps it is because I have been feeling better lately and no longer take my medicine. Lingxi meets the Empress Dowager's gaze, smiling gently. The Dowager's hand visibly trembles. The insane medications Lingxi had been prescribed were specifically concocted by the royal physician under her orders to maintain control over her. Now Lingxi speaks candidly before her. Is she warning her that she is aware of the poison's potential to drive one mad? Yet the Empress Dowager, being who she is, possesses remarkable psychological resilience and adaptability. What could she say? Has Lingxi become disobedient? Lingxi's long eyelashes flutter, her gaze dimming, but within her heart, her feelings for the Dowager remain unchanged, unwavering.
Is that so?
Are you still the obedient little Xia? Of course. The Dowager then inquires, her tone suddenly turning cold. I once gifted you a golden hairpin. Where is it? The golden hairpin? Lingxi blinks innocently, resembling a pure little rabbit, her expression full of innocence. Are you inquiring about the poison contained within? She addresses the matter directly, pinpointing the sensitive topic. The Dowager's pupils contract instantly. What poison? Miss Ling, do not speak nonsense. Aunt Rui quickly reacts, commanding those present to leave immediately. Once the room is empty and the doors are shut, she lowers her voice. Lingxi, what nonsense are you spouting about poison in front of them? Lingxi glances at them casually. What is there to fear? After all, I have already administered it to His Majesty. What did you say? The Dowager stands in shock, nearly stumbling due to her anxiety. Aunt Rui hurriedly supports her, incredulously questioning Lingxi. Did you truly poison His Majesty? When did you do this? Just a few days ago. Lingxi replies with feigned ignorance. His Majesty fell ill, but did not summon the physician. Did you not hear any rumors about it? The Dowager exchanges a glance with Aunt Rui. They had indeed heard about the tyrant's illness a few nights ago, but they never anticipated it was due to poison. But you mentioned poisoning him? Why is His Majesty unharmed?
Henri presses urgente.
How would I know? Lingxi retorts with displeasure, tinged with reproach. Why didn't you tell me that the substance wouldn't be lethal? Impossible, the Dowager instinctively exclaims, but quickly realizes her slip and falls silent. What's wrong with that medicine? Would it kill him? Lingxi presses on. Lingxi, how dare you? Aunt Rui perceives her aggressive tone and hastily admonishes her. Lingxi, however, merely smiles and says, Aunt Rui is jesting. How could I dare to be reckless before the Empress Dowager? I simply don't understand. I remember you once said that as long as it was given to His Majesty, it would you speak nonsense. The Dowager suddenly shouts, when did I ever say to administer poison to His Majesty? She could devise means to poison Qinqian, but she must leave no trace. This is precisely why she chose the fool Lingxi for the task. Even if the scheme were uncovered, and Lingxi confessed her actions, no one would believe that the esteemed Empress Dowager would stoop to such treachery. Without evidence, she could effortlessly manipulate Lingxi, ensuring the fool demise. How could you treat me this way, Your Majesty? You're breaking promises. Lingxi exclaims in anger. You clearly stated that I should Lingxi.
Henri soudaine roars.
Her commanding presence, silencing Lingxi. She sulks and falls silent. Aunt Rui continues. Let me ask you, if you indeed poisoned His Majesty, why is he still unharmed? I already told you, I don't know. Perhaps there is something wrong with your medicine, or maybe it lost its potency over time. Or perhaps His Majesty is simply fortunate enough to survive. Regardless, I did administer the poison. Lingxi leaps up, her clear eyes sparkling with excitement. If not, Empress Dowager, why don't you give me some more poison? I could try again. Perhaps this time it would be fatal. The Dowager suddenly realizes that this foolish girl remains as usable as before, a complete simpleton. You want more poison? Do you think that poison is as common as cabbages on the street, available at will? Moreover, given Lingxi's current state, the Dowager wouldn't dare to provide her with any. Who knows if she is genuinely foolish or merely pretending? She could easily turn around and betray her after receiving the poison, making it a futile endeavor. Enough, there is no poison. You're just spouting nonsense. The Dowager dismissively waves her hand, rubbing her temples in silence. Aunt Rui understands. Miss Ling, please leave. Where to? Lingxi asks, bewildered. I'm escorting you out. Where else would you go? Wait, I want to talk to the Empress Dowager. The Dowager needs to rest. Leave now. Aunt Rui, don't pull me. I just want to say a few more words. Aunt Rui, be gentle. You're pulling my hair. It hurts. Lingxi cries out as Aunt Rui drags her out of the Dowager's chambers.
No, Ah oui, she.
Lingxi stands at the door, looking aggrieved. Aunt Rue. I haven't finished speaking yet.
Bang.
Aunt Rue firmly shuts the palace door. Outside, Lingxi mutters something before turning to leave. Frowning, the dowager ponders Lingxi's retreating figure. What do you think? She inquires, slowly approaching Aunt Rue. What does the Empress Dowager mean? Does this Lingxi still hold any value? The dowager gazes at her meaningfully. Do you think so? It's as if she is deliberately showcasing her foolishness.
Yes.
Aunt Rue quickly nods. Sometimes she knows precisely how to measure her words, yet at other times, it's as if her mind is clouded, racing with thoughts that cannot be contained. What do you think the dowager is contemplating?
Ah oui, gas.
Tentatively suggesting, does she not seem like someone who has lost her sanity? Aunt Rue's features twist in disbelief. Your Majesty, forgive my impertinence, but at times I feel her intellect is beyond our reach, yet that does not imply she has lost her sanity. The dowager, upon hearing this, feels a wave of disappointment wash over her. She stands for a moment, shaking her head. So, this pawn is utterly useless? Your Majesty, it would be best to discard her. A worthless pawn only serves to hinder our progress. Indeed, that is sound reasoning. It is merely regrettable. The dowager sighs once more. After years of planning, just as we were about to employ her, we must abandon her. Not at all, Your Majesty. The pieces you have laid out over the years are not limited to Lingxi alone. If this one proves unfit, simply replace her. Yes, replace her. As night falls, Eunuch instructs his men to deliver the banquet to the Suiyang Palace, handing it to Lingxi before retreating. Lingxi carries the food to the terrace. Enjoy your drinks and conversation. If you feel hungry, just let me know, and I shall prepare noodles for you. Song Yuhua politely rises and nods. Thank you. Chen Qianzhe lounges on the mat, picking up a hairpin and tracing patterns in the sand table. The Sim River flows between our two nations, serving as a vital resource. However, due to the fierce battles between us, the river has turned against us, causing drought during dry seasons and floods during heavy rains, an unfavorable situation for both parties. They were discussing the possibility of a truce lasting 10 years, while Lingxi sat quietly, preparing the ingredients for noodles. Chapter 72. Treacherous Ministers, Execute Them. Chen Qianzhe was unaware of what he and Song Yuhua had spoken of, but they both suddenly burst into laughter. Let us make a toast, Chen Qianzhe raised his cup, to the fact that we can sit here tonight and converse freely. Cheers. Song Yuhua downed his drink in one go, exclaiming, everything here is splendid, except for these small cups. They hardly suffice for drinking. Unlike our eastern frontier, where we drink from large bowls, devour meat heartily, and tear into lamb legs with our hands, now that is truly satisfying, though I may not favor your barbaric customs. Chen Qianzhe raised his cup once more. To your traditions. They clinked their cups with a resounding thud, spilling some wine, yet they continued to gaze into each other's eyes, laughing as they drank. Actually, we could consider the simplest method for a truce. Song Yuhua suddenly turned to Lingxi. What? A marriage alliance. Chen Qianzhe's expression darkened. Song Yuhua quickly added, do not misunderstand. I am not suggesting a marriage between you and our great dynasty. It merely crossed my mind upon seeing her. Is that so? Chen Qianzhe retorted coldly. I have a sister, also exceptionally beautiful, though perhaps not as stunning as Miss Ling. Yet, she resembles our mother, and is indeed a beauty. If your Majesty is willing, I could facilitate this arrangement. This way, our 10-year truce would be even more convincing. Chen Qianzhe remained silent, merely observing Lingxi's busy figure. After a long pause, he murmured, I have yet to appoint a consort, thus I will not marry another woman. No matter, Song Yuhua replied. As long as your Majesty has this intention, I can bring my sister over. No need, Chen Qianzhe lifted his gaze, his eyes icy. I seek to achieve my goals independently, without the involvement of women. Song Yuhua raised an eyebrow in surprise. Song Yuhua, you have somewhat disappointed me. Chen Qianzhe's voice turned frigid. I previously thought you to be broad-minded, yet you have proven otherwise. Haha, Song Yuhua suddenly laughed, lowering his head while swirling his wine glass. Do you know why I am here?
Why?
Chen Qianzhe scoffed. Surely not to propose this marriage alliance and act as a matchmaker? In the eastern frontier, my mother was born a dancer, without any influential background, only a bit of favor from my father. However, beauty fades. And there comes a day when even she will lose her allure. Song Yuhua's smile vanished, his eyes growing cold. From the day my mother lost favor, my sister and I began to lose our standing as well. Thus, there were suggestions to marry my sister off, but not to you, rather, to that 60-year-old man next door. Song Yuhua gestured behind him. Chun Qinja nodded thoughtfully. You disagree? Hence, you wish to marry your sister to me? Of course not. My sister is not a commodity to be traded. I wish to go to war, to establish my merits. Once I achieve that, my voice will matter. And my sister need not be subjected to a marriage alliance. Only to become our captive, Chen Qinja teased with a smirk. In that case, would you not have even less say? Who says I wouldn't? Song Yuhua began, but suddenly, Chen Qinja let out a muffled groan. The wine cup slipping from his fingers and crashing to the ground as he coughed up blood. Song Yuhua was caught off guard, splattered in blood. Before he could react, Chen Qinja collapsed to the side, unconscious and bleeding. Lingxi, startled by the scene, rushed over. Your Majesty. Chen Qinja continued to cough violently, choking on his own blood. His breathing becoming labored. Lingxi hurriedly turned him on his side to prevent him from choking. Qian Shizhong and Gonggong. As Qian Shizhong and Gonggong rushed in, they were equally horrified by the sight. I will fetch the imperial physician. And Gonggong stumbled, nearly rolling out the door. But before he could escape the inner hall, a group of armored guards burst in, led by none other than the Empress Dowager. Capture those treacherous ministers. The guards, obeying her command, drew their swords and charged forward. Who dares? Qian Shizhong brandished his sword, standing defiantly in front. The Empress Dowager sneered. A mere servant dares to act so arrogantly before me? Kill him. Stop, Lingxi shouted, smashing a wine jug on the ground to quell the ensuing chaos. And Gonggong, go fetch the imperial physician. Do not leave. Aunt Rui blocked in Gonggong's path. Until the treacherous ministers are apprehended, no one is permitted to leave the Suiyang Palace. And Gonggong trembled with anger. Aunt Rui, you call them treacherous ministers. Who are they? Why, it's Song Yuhua and Lingxi. Everyone turned their gazes toward Lingxi and Song Yuhua. Aunt Rui declared triumphantly, Song Yuhua, a captive from an enemy nation, dares to drink and converse with the emperor here, all because of this witch Lingxi's seduction. They conspired together to poison the emperor's wine, attempting to murder him, and now they've been caught red-handed. Is this not treachery? You speak nonsense. Whether it is nonsense or not, the wine and food will reveal the truth. Aunt Rui pushed past Gonggong, heading straight to the table, pulling out her silver hairpin and dropping it into the food and wine. The hairpin visibly turned black.
Can't-tu ajouter véhémentement? Impossible.
I drank the same wine and ate the same food. How am I unaffected? The poison was yours, so, of course, you would be fine. The Empress Dowager seized upon this moment, declaring, you poisoned it, and Lingxi helped you cover it up, thus murdering the emperor. Take them away and execute them as a warning to others. The guards surged forward again. However, as 12 figures descended, the guards hesitated, holding their ground. The 12 guards. The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes. Are you plotting rebellion? The 12 guards standing your way. I need time. Lingxi hastily removed her outer garment and rushed into the side hall. Song Yuhua, make the emperor vomit up the wine, quickly. Aunt Rui, thinking Lingxi was trying to escape, ordered the guards to stop her. But the guards acted swiftly, while Qian Shizhong's sword was even quicker. The long sword whizzed through the crowd, embedding itself in the ground to block the pursuing guards. I dare anyone to move. Lingxi, what are you doing?
Enrubarked.
Lingxi seemed not to hear, smoothly kneeling beside Chen Qinja. Song Yuhua, help me.
Ha!
How can I help? Song Yuhua was at a loss, frantically trying to assist. Chapter 73. The Scapegoat. Soon, Chen Qinja began to vomit violently, expelling the contents of his stomach. The Empress Dowager realized the situation was turning dire and immediately shouted, What are you waiting for? Kill them. Kill her. Kill them both. These treacherous ministers dare to obstruct us. They shall be executed for treason. Qian Shizhong and the 12 guards wasted no time. Unsheathing their swords, they united to fend off everyone. After the poisoned wine was expelled, Chen Qinja's complexion improved somewhat, yet he remained unconscious. Qian Shizhong leaped down, swiftly checking Chen Qing's pulse, shaking his head. This does not appear to be a simple poisoning. There seems to be more, but I cannot discern it. What do you mean? Song Yuhua's expression darkened. Are you saying he is doomed? This was clearly a setup to frame him and Lingxi. If the tyrant were to survive, everything could be resolved. But if he dies, there would be no further discussion. Quiet, let me think. Lingxi raised her hand, rapidly contemplating. And Gong, do you know any physicians who are not loyal to the Empress Dowager? We cannot use the imperial doctors.
Huh.
And Gong, momentarily taken aback, soon understood. The emperor's health has always been managed by the palace's imperial physicians, and if the emperor is ill, only they can treat him. This is a rule passed down from our ancestors. Even if a deity were to arrive, they must report and wait in line. This is royal protocol. Why can we not use the imperial physicians? Zhang Yuhua was perplexed. Isn't the imperial physician the most skilled in your grand dynasty? Why not use him? The imperial physician is often constrained, hesitant to employ potent remedies when faced with matters of life and death. Moreover, we can control the imperial physician. The Empress Dowager certainly can as well. The current Empress Dowager is not the same as before. After Qin Qianzhe was poisoned, she arrived so promptly, and her first words were to apprehend her and Zhang Yuhua. Even a fool could discern that this old woman is the mastermind behind the tyrant's poisoning. Having survived in the palace's power struggles for so long, she must possess a comprehensive view of the situation and foresee all possible outcomes. Unicorn pondered. Miss Ling, are you concerned that the imperial physician has already been bought off by the Empress Dowager, leaving His Majesty at her mercy? Lingxi sighed. We must prepare for the worst. We may not have the imperial physician available. Awing Luo Xian grass. Qian Shizhong suddenly interjected.
What?
Zhang Yuhua was confused. Is it a type of herb? Can it save lives? Qian Shizhong shook his head and turned to Lingxi. I know someone who might be able to help.
But...
He glanced at the tyrant, furrowing his brow. I need time. Time? What the tyrant needs right now is time. Lingxi contemplated for a moment and then suddenly grasped Zhang Yuhua's arm. The regent wants you. He won't let you die.
What?
The unexpected statement left Zhang Yuhua utterly bewildered. Qian Shizhong. Lingxi offered no further explanation, looking at Qian Shizhong. I will buy you some time. Qian Shizhong nodded in understanding. I will do my best. Wait. What on earth are you talking about? Zhang Yuhua was completely lost. The next moment, he was yanked to his feet by Lingxi. It was him. He poisoned His Majesty.
What?
No. Zhang Yuhua was completely stunned. Aren't they in cahoots? How did he suddenly get sold out? Lingxi pinched his waist and lowered her voice. If you confess to the poisoning, I will find a way to save you.
Ha!
Zhang Yuhua did not comprehend her meaning. Before he could respond, Qian Shizhong's sword was pressed against his throat. Don't move. This unusual action left even the Empress Dowager perplexed. Are they turning against each other? Your Majesty. His Majesty invited him to a banquet, and he took the opportunity to poison him. I saw it with my own eyes. Lingxi pushed Zhang Yuhua forward, her fingers rummaging through his waistband, producing a white paper package. Zhang Yuhua's mind was racing. What is this? Don't speak. It's poison. I just wrapped a bit of mud when I went to fetch water. Lingxi's inner voice suddenly exploded in his ears. The Empress Dowager set a trap to kill us both. You don't want to die, do you? If you don't want to die, you must listen to me. Zhang Yuhua gazed at her in shock. You. Forget the mind reading for now. The content is what matters. Are you saying that putting me out there to take the blame is your plan? I told you you're valuable to the regent. He won't let you die. Are you so sure? If I were in his position, I wouldn't let you die either. Saving you now would earn you a significant favor. The regent isn't foolish. He will act. Zhang Yuhua shook his head vigorously. But what if he doesn't save me? Being pushed out as a scapegoat like this? Rest assured, he wants to earn a reputation for a decade of peace with you. So, he will surely save you. In truth, Lingxi was also uncertain whether Chen Wangchuan would adhere to the previous narrative and continue the decade-long peace storyline. The tyrant being poisoned by the Empress Dowager was not part of the original plot. In the original narrative, after the tyrant's downfall, the Empress Dowager's main adversary became the regent, the future new Emperor Chen Wangchuan. Moreover, in the original storyline, There was no plot of the Empress Dowager poisoning Qin Wangchuan. Thus, what lay before Lingxi was an entirely new narrative. In this narrative, Lingxi was also a mere piece on the board. She lacked omniscient insight and was unaware of how to preemptively guard against calamity. All she could do was utilize any available resources and strive to survive. The foremost principle of survival was to ensure the tyrant's safety. If something happened to Qin Qianzhe, she would undoubtedly bear the charge of treason. The Empress Dowager was also thrown off by Lingxi's audacious maneuvers, watching her push Song Yuhua closer. Your Majesty.
On which Melly reminded.
In front of everyone, Lingxi handed the poison to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, puzzled, opened the paper package. What is this? Is this poison? It's dark and damp. This is dirt, isn't it? Aunt Rui sneered. Lingxi, you claim this is poison? If such poison were to be mixed into the wine, would His Majesty not notice? His Majesty isn't blind. How could he fail to recognize such poison? Chapter 74. Saving oneself. She pinched Song Yuhua. He coughed slightly. That is indeed poison. And I did put it in His Majesty's wine. Aunt Rui was infuriated, practically jumping. You're lying. You two are clearly in cahoots. Whether His Majesty is blind or if we are speaking nonsense will be evident once he awakens. Lingxi's cold gaze fixed on the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, we have brought both the poison and the culprit to you. What more do you need? Why not summon the imperial physician? Do you wish to wait for His Majesty to take his last breath? The pressure was now on the Empress Dowager. Lingxi calculated that she would not dare let the tyrant die before so many witnesses. The Empress Dowager sought power and legitimacy. If she intended to bear the crime of regicide, she would not have waited until now to act, especially not through poisoning. She could have arranged for an assassination long ago. Thus, Lingxi gambled that the Empress Dowager would not dare to remain inactive. Indeed, the Empress Dowager's expression darkened. Lingxi, I do not require your guidance in my actions. Aunt Rui understood and reluctantly turned. Someone, summon the imperial physician. Eunuch and immediately added, all imperial physicians must be summoned at once to the Suiyang Palace to treat His Majesty. Aunt Rui looked at the Empress Dowager. Summon all imperial physicians to treat His Majesty. The Empress Dowager gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. This Lingxi had truly surprised her. Given this, she could not afford to let her live. Her gaze darkened, glaring fiercely at Lingxi. Lingxi, now it is your turn. Your Majesty. While I have played a role in saving His Majesty, you need not reward me. It is my duty. Lingxi seized the opportunity to claim credit before the Empress Dowager could speak. The Empress Dowager could no longer contain her fury. What did you say? After His Majesty was poisoned, I rushed to wash his stomach and dilute the toxin to ensure His Majesty's health to the greatest extent possible. Therefore, this can also be seen as a contribution to His Majesty's rescue. Lingxi, I have discovered that your face, like before, remains impenetrably thick. Thank you for the compliment. Your Majesty, I am not praising you, the Empress Dowager sneered. I merely wish to inform you that although your so-called contributions to His Majesty's rescue exist, you have failed to protect him. I shall punish you, not reward you. With a wave of her hand, she signaled the guards to act. Qian Shizhong immediately positioned himself in front of Lingxi, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone. The 12 guards surged forward once more to confront the guards. The guards were once again compelled to halt. The 12 guards were truly ruthless. In less than a tea's time, the guards suffered countless casualties while the 12 guards remained unscathed. Should they engage in a true battle, they could not fathom how many more lives would be lost. Fear gripped them. The guards dared not act rashly. Lingxi, I truly underestimated you. You can even command His Majesty's 12 guards. Your Majesty, the 12 guards are here to ensure His Majesty's safety. Their actions stem from the belief that your behavior poses a threat to His Majesty, not due to me. Qian Shizhong, do not be disrespectful to the Empress Dowager. Lingxi gently tugged at Qian Shizhong's garment, signaling him to step back. The Empress Dowager, this old woman, undoubtedly intends to take action against me today. She cannot allow her personal matters to hinder Qin Qian's fate. If the Empress Dowager seeks to punish me, I have no words to defend myself. I simply remain uncertain of her intended course of action. Lingxi tilted her head slightly. Is it to kill me? How so? Do you think I lack the courage? That is not the case. It is merely that His Majesty is still alive, and the matter of poisoning has not been definitively settled. If the Empress Dowager were to kill me, and His Majesty were to recover and inquire about it, it would inevitably create discord between them. Of course, if the Empress Dowager believes that His Majesty is doomed, irreparable, then killing me to resolve one of her concerns might not be out of the question. Everyone present was tense on Lingxi's behalf. Each of her utterances danced precariously on the edge of peril, especially Eunuch N, whose forehead was slick with sweat, and it seemed as though his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. Miss Ling, you are compelling the Empress Dowager to eliminate you out of spite. If she loses her temper and dares to confront His Majesty, you will surely meet your end. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager's gaze upon Lingxi was nothing short of lethal. Lingxi, are you wagering that I would hesitate to kill you out of fear of His Majesty? The Empress Dowager wields the power of life and death over everyone. Must I gamble on that? Lingxi raised her eyes. I am simply informing the Empress Dowager that while killing me is an easy task, the aftermath would be troublesome. It would be wiser to confine me until His Majesty awakens. Eunuch N and the others immediately turned their gaze toward the Empress Dowager. Their expressions were nothing short of remarkable. This is the Empress Dowager. With His Majesty currently poisoned, she is the highest authority in the great dynasty. A mere daughter of a minister dares to instruct the Empress Dowager. Are you certain that the Empress Dowager is too cautious to execute you? Even Zhang Yuhua could not help but recoil slightly, almost whispering, Enough already. If you die, who will save me? Fear not. She dares not kill me. Zhang Yuhua asked. So confident? You poison His Majesty. I am a witness. As long as His Majesty is ill, if she kills me now, it would be an act of silencing a witness. She wouldn't dare. Zhang Yuhua frowned. Are you truly so assured? The most crucial point is that the regent has yet to arrive. She must keep me alive to deal with him. Zhang Yuhua furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The Empress Dowager wishes to kill His Majesty to seize power, and the regent also desires to do the same. However, they are not united. Each wishes to eliminate the other. My existence serves as evidence against both, while simultaneously substantiating the need to eliminate the other. Zhang Yuhua, perplexed, exclaimed, This is so chaotic and convoluted. I cannot comprehend. You foolish thing. Is it not possible that your poisoning was not of your own volition? Could there not be someone behind you who compelled you to poison him? The old eunuch who lured you out of the palace was aligned with the regent. What if he provided you with poison and instructed you to assassinate His Majesty? If the Empress Dowager seeks to topple the regent, would this not serve as an ideal pretext? Moreover, the regent, wishing to negotiate a 10-year truce, would not easily allow your death. Thus, before the Empress Dowager, you must resolutely insist that someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Zhang Yuhua's gaze toward Lingxi shifted, filled with admiration. He truly admired her. While he found himself at a loss in this situation, she, a lady, had managed to contemplate all possible escape routes in such a short time. In that moment, he realized that abandoning the connection with Lingxi Niao and the regent in favor of the tyrant and Lingxi was seemingly the right choice. Neither of these individuals was to be underestimated. They were a formidable alliance, attacking from both within and without. Suddenly, he pondered the 10-year truce. After a decade of peace, while both sides would have restored their strength, would they be able to defeat this powerful duo? Perhaps a lasting peace was the true path for the Eastern Jiang Kingdom. At the very least, while these two were alive, engaging in conflict was not a wise strategy. To achieve a permanent truce, he must adopt a friendly demeanor to win the favor of the tyrant and Lingxi. The Empress Dowager seemed indecisive about how to deal with Lingxi, her silence casting a heavy atmosphere over everyone. Zhang Yuhua lowered his gaze, deep in thought. Empress Dowager, my act of poisoning was not of my own volition. Someone instructed me to do so, but that person is not Miss Ling, and she bears no responsibility in this matter. There is no need for you to trouble her. The Empress Dowager inhaled sharply, her eyes brightening. Who is it? She needed only to ascertain that the individual was not Lingxi. Zhang Yuhua slowly lifted his head. A man must take responsibility for his actions. To falsely accuse others is the act of a coward. This matter has nothing to do with Lingxi. Why should you make things difficult for her? Ah, young Prince Hua, you are indeed teachable. Continue this act. Do not cease. The more casually you dangle the truth before the Empress Dowager, the more she will crave knowledge of the mastermind. Utilize every available resource to negotiate. Only then can you seize the initiative. Moreover, the key is that the mastermind is your bargaining chip for survival. At the right moment, you can offer a hint of the information they seek. Lingxi's incessant commentary flowed into Zhang Yuhua's ears without a single word lost. He quickly adjusted his tone and casually raised his eyes. How about this? Let us make a deal. You release her, and I will reveal to you who that person is. The Empress Dowager, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. In comparison to dealing with the troublesome Chen Wangchuan, Lingxi's reckless behavior was hardly a concern. She gestured for her attendants. Take Miss Ling out of the palace. Her expression darkened as she glared at Lingxi ominously. Issue the command. Without my permission, Lingxi is forbidden from setting foot in the palace again. Empress Dowager, how can you do this? Let go of me. Lingxi attempted to argue, but several matrons rushed forward, seizing her arms and dragging her away. She struggled and protested, yet she was still forcibly removed. Once her shadow vanished, the Empress Dowager eagerly inquired, "What now? Who is that person?" Zhang Yuhua gazed down at his hands. Empress Dowager, this person is my lifeline. Would you reveal it so readily if you were in my position? The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. But you just spoke of a deal. I proposed a deal, yet I never said I would divulge the identity immediately. Do you dare play games with me? Do you not believe I could kill Lingxi and then you? The Empress Dowager could kill whomever she wished. If I divulged the information, I would lose my leverage. And you would surely kill me, while the mastermind would do the same. Empress Dowager, until I have absolute security, I will reveal nothing. For some unknown reason. At that moment, the Empress Dowager felt as though Zhang Yuhua was possessed by Lingxi. Especially those T-words and expressions, carefree and reckless, seemingly intent on driving her to the brink of despair. She suppressed the urge to lash out. Very well. I shall ensure your safety. Bring him away. The imperial physician finally arrived, accompanied by a throng of 20 or 30 people, bustling into the Suiyang Palace.
Wait.
The leading 12 guards unsheathed their swords and declared coldly, "One by one, enter, one by one, take your pulse, one by one, write down your prescriptions, and one by one, wait in line." Unicorn, bewildered, inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" His Majesty has always had the physicians act together. After taking Chen Qianzhi's pulse, they would discuss a reliable treatment plan before procuring the medicines. This method of one at a time is unprecedented. Unicorn, this was specifically instructed by Miss Ling. She mentioned that these physicians are untrustworthy and cannot guarantee their allegiance to the Empress Dowager. For the sake of caution, they must be dealt with individually. Miss Ling? Unicorn was momentarily startled but soon reassured. Miss Ling is indeed thoughtful. I did not consider such complexities. You remain here, and I shall seek loyal assistance. He departed hastily, claiming time was of the essence to rescue His Majesty. Lingxi harbored doubts about the palace physicians. Even under the coercion of the 12 guards, they might not exert their utmost efforts in treating Chen Qianzhi, especially with the Empress Dowager exerting pressure from the other side. For the sake of safety, she needed to find someone beyond the Empress Dowager's influence to counteract Chen Qianzhi's poison. Chapter 76. The present situation, Father. Could there be trouble in the palace? Need I say more? Surely, there is trouble.
Lingxi hurriedly exited.
Wait, Father. You're not wearing your shoes. Ling Rui rushed after his father, hastily putting on his shoes, and together they made their way to the hall. The palace staff had already departed, and Lingxi was chatting with Hua Luo. Yes, yes. This is the flavor I've longed for in the palace. They say the chefs in the imperial kitchen are the best in the world. Yet they cannot replicate this taste. It's still my Hua Luo's culinary skills that surpass all. Then, miss, the next time you enter the palace, please take me along. You never bring me, and I have no one to attend to you. No need for that, Lingxi said, her mouth full, speaking indistinctly. Not for the time being. If His Majesty were to die, it would be even less necessary. Just then, Ling Zifu entered and heard her last remark, causing him to collapse to his knees in shock. Father? What's wrong? Rebellious daughter. Rebellious daughter. Lingxi Fu, disregarding his son's support, stumbled into the hall, still holding his shoes. What have you done to His Majesty? What do you mean by life and death? Did the Empress Dowager? Have you done something treacherous against His Majesty on her behalf? Father, it's not like that. Before Lingxi could explain, her father's shoe was hurled at her. Sensing the situation was dire, she quickly shielded her bowl and fled. Father, what are you doing? I finally managed to enjoy a bowl of ice pastry.
Eat. Eat.
I'll let you eat. Lingxi Fu, removing his other shoe, prepared to strike. I'll teach you a lesson. Do you dare eat again?
Lingxi.
Let go of me. Lingxi Fu attempted to break free from his son, but Ling Rui's grip was too strong. He could only wave his shoe in a symbolic gesture, shouting at his daughter, Lingxi, don't you know why you deserve to be hit? Lingxi feigned innocence. Father, this is unreasonable. I have no idea why I'm being punished. You deserve it because you've done something wrong.
Speak.
Have you done anything to His Majesty? I haven't done anything at all. You make it sound as if I have a history with His Majesty. Are you trying to drive me mad? Lingxi Fu, infuriated, threw his shoe again. What have you done to His Majesty? Are you not aware? Reflecting on how he felt when he first entered the palace and saw His Majesty in such a pitiful state, he wished he could eliminate his own daughter.
Now.
She had the audacity to claim she had done nothing wrong. Were it not for the consideration of her reputation, he would have pressed Lingxi to the ground. Ling Rui, go shut the door and make sure everyone leaves. Father, what are you planning? Ling Rui sensed an ominous premonition and exchanged glances with his sister. Lingxi, realizing the situation was perilous, clutched her ice pastry and rushed toward the door, only to hear Lingxi Fu's frantic shout from behind. What are you doing? I'll deal with her first and clean house. Lingxi had been evading him until he received news from other sources about the palace's situation, prompting Ling Rui to summon her. Lingxi initially hesitated to come, but could not resist Ling Rui's persistent pulling and was dragged into the study.
Bang!
The door slammed shut. Lingxi instantly regretted it and tried to back away, but was caught by Ling Rui and pulled to the desk. Father, Xiao Si has arrived. Lingxi Fu, his face darkened, did not utter a word. Lingxi forced a smile. Father, I heard you confronted the Empress Dowager in the palace and nearly faced dire consequences. How could you dare to stand against her? Father, there seems to be a misunderstanding regarding this matter, Lingxi awkwardly explained. Even if I didn't confront the Empress Dowager, she would still find a way to eliminate me, for I am aligned with the tyrant. No, I mean His Majesty. Lingxi Fu, seasoned in court affairs, was acutely aware of the relationship between the Empress Dowager and the tyrant. However, witnessing such open confrontations was unprecedented. Although no concrete evidence existed regarding Lingxi's romantic entanglements with the tyrant, the rumors were plentiful. Lingxi Fu, recognizing his daughter's burdens, cleared his throat. Indeed. Haven't you heard about the little prince from Dongjiang who suddenly appeared in connection with His Majesty? Father, third brother, if you trust me, then ignore these rumors. Just know that the little prince is currently on our side, but whether he will align with the regent in the future remains uncertain. What does the regent have to do with this?
Lingxi gasped.
One Empress Dowager is enough trouble. Now we have to contend with a regent as well? Lingxi Fu's expression darkened. So, the regent is involved too? Being an astute old fox, he could sense the regent's ulterior motives. Yes, it's quite chaotic. Lingxi sat at the desk, took out a brush, and drew a small circle on the paper. This represents His Majesty. To the left, she drew a large circle. This represents the Empress Dowager. To the right, she drew an even larger circle. This represents the regent. The circles spiraled outward, gradually engulfing the small circle. The Empress Dowager and the regent were two opposing forces, both eager to consume His Majesty, who had become the meat on their chopping board, ready to be divided at any moment. Father, Lingxi raised her gaze, her eyes darkening, devoid of her earlier levity. We are within that small circle. If His Majesty falls, we too shall perish. Ling Rui bit his lip, glancing at their father. Father, is Xiao Si perhaps exaggerating? Lingxi Fu shook his head. Throughout history, the struggle for power has always been like this. Large fish devour small fish, and small fish devour shrimp. His Majesty is now but a small shrimp. He spoke gravely. We are but mayflies. Mayflies are the most inconspicuous beings. And only by not clinging to any power can we survive the tides of change. Chapter 77. The grim fate of third brother becoming a prominent figure in the court may bring power and fame, but every grand edifice must eventually face its collapse. In such times, the powerful have never met with a good end. Lingxi Fu understood this principle well, which is why he, despite his vast knowledge, settled for a position without real power. Yet now, the situation was different. Whether he liked it or not, Lingxi was now tied to the tyrant, and the Ling family would rise and fall together with His Majesty. Third brother, said Lingxi, the Ling family still exists today because His Majesty is still alive. They refrained from eliminating us out of fear of consequences. His Majesty remains alive because the Empress Dowager and the Regent wish to monopolize him. Viewing him as a mere pawn, Lingxi Fu took the brush and intertwined two large circles. If they had shown even the slightest retreat and united forces, His Majesty would have long been devoured. Father is right, Lingxi continued in a hushed tone. Over the years, His Majesty has been maneuvering between the Empress Dowager and the Regent, appearing obedient while subtly aligning with the Regent's wishes, living as a tyrant, violent and incompetent, a ruler easily replaceable. Everyone perceives him as a capricious despot, prone to fits of rage and bloodshed, but these traits serve as his camouflage for survival. He must exhibit the temperament of a tyrant, so that both the Regent and the Empress Dowager feel at ease, believing they can replace him at any moment. Only in this way can he avoid their wrath, allowing him to cling to life until today and gain a fragile capital for self-preservation. What are you talking about? Ling Rue exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you suggesting that His Majesty's past actions were nothing but an act? What else could it be? Lingxi replied. If His Majesty had been a wise and benevolent ruler from a young age, concerned for the people and capable of commanding the world, do you think the Empress Dowager and the Regent would have allowed him to survive this long? Lingxi's words struck home. Such an admirable sovereign is what the people desire, but it is not what the Empress Dowager and Regent wish to see. They prefer a tyrant, unpredictable and ruthless. A puppet they can control. Lingxi Fu regarded his daughter thoughtfully. If my intuition serves me right, the Regent and the Empress Dowager have sensed something amiss, perceiving His Majesty as slipping from their grasp, which is why they have taken matters into their own hands. Lingxi hesitated, lowering her gaze with a sigh. In truth, the recent turmoil instigated by the commoners was aimed at both His Majesty and me. We should have perished in that palace coup, but we managed to reverse the situation and survive. Lingxi Fu was well aware of his daughter's precognitive abilities. Hearing her speak thus, he involuntarily inhaled sharply, his expression growing somber as he lowered his head, lost in thought. However, Ling Rue was different. Most of his knowledge about Lingxi came from their father's warnings, leaving him unaware of his sister's extraordinary talents. Confused, he shook his head. What are you saying? What do you mean you and His Majesty should be dead? There's no such thing as what should die in this world. Third brother, Lingxi suddenly turned to him, tilting her head thoughtfully. You come from Shijiao City, don't you? Yes. What of it? Ling Rue replied, baffled by her sudden inquiry. Shijiao City. You must have met Xian Song and his junior sister, Chong Sun Yan. How do you know? Ling Rue was genuinely astonished, incredulous as he stared at her. Wait, I don't think I've ever mentioned Shijiao City, let alone Xian Song and his sister. How do you know about them? In the next moment, he narrowed his eyes suspiciously, filled with hostility.
Lingxi.
Have you been investigating me? Third brother. Lingxi Fu scratched his neck and sat down, watching his children bicker. Perhaps your sister's investigation is not what you think it is. Third brother, you overestimate me and yourself. I have no power or influence. How could I investigate you? Besides, Shijiao City is about to close its gates. How could I possibly conduct an investigation? Ling Rue began to realize something was amiss. No, I only had a fleeting encounter with Xian Song and his companions. We hardly interacted. How could you know so much about them? Lingxi replied earnestly, third brother. You may have only had a passing encounter with them, but soon you will meet again, and during that encounter, you will develop feelings for one of them, ultimately forming a lifelong bond. What nonsense are you spouting? Ling Rui laughed. You've never even met Chang Sun Yan. I can't judge a woman's appearance. But she is certainly not my type. Ling Zifu's eyes widened, filled with curiosity. Third brother, some things cannot be stated so absolutely. You must trust your sister. She possesses a certain foresight. He well understood the weight of Lingxi's prophetic ability. Hence, if she claimed Ling Rui would have entanglements with one of them, it would undoubtedly come to pass. Lingxi fixed her gaze upon Ling Rui with deliberate emphasis. I am not referring to Chang Sun Yan. Ling Rui's pupils dilated in shock. Ling Zifu's smile gradually faded, both father and son standing there, astonished. Their expressions a mix of disbelief. Lingxi shrugged. I am speaking of Xian-song, third brother. Your destined partner is Xian-song. Ling Rui's throat constricted. You're talking nonsense. Yet his protest trembled, lacking conviction. Ling Zifu, the astute observer, sensed the unusual shift in his son's demeanor.
No.
What are you two discussing? He stroked his chin, his lips trembling. Xian-song is he isn't man, is he? Father, she is spouting nonsense.
Lingxi snapped.
His face darkening. Ling Xiaoxi, stop this madness. Chang Sun Yan harbors hatred towards you. One summer afternoon, she will drug you, and then, Lingxi gestured dramatically, sliding her hand from her forehead down her face. She will peel your skin inch by inch. Stop. Don't say any more. Ling Rui could no longer endure it, rising abruptly to retreat. Father, Ling Xiaoxi has gone mad. You must do something. It is indeed true. Will his future be so grim? Grim, indeed. Lingxi turned to Ling Rui once more, her expression a blend of sympathy and innocence. After his skin is peeled away, Chapter 78. One more insane than the last enough. No more. Ling Zifu suddenly shouted, his voice low and commanding. There is no need to say anything further. Since the incident with concubine Huang, he had revered Lingxi's prophetic abilities. If she said it would happen, it surely would. With trembling hands, he cleared his throat. Sheer, you must tell me truthfully, if you can alter your fate with His Majesty, surely you can also change third brother's destiny. Yes, father? Ling Rui felt a surge of disbelief. One instance of Lingxi's wild talk was tolerable, but how could their father also have succumbed to her madness? Lingxi shook her head. I cannot be certain. Uncertain? But you are standing right here before me. Have you not survived that perilous ordeal? Father, how can I explain to you the concept of the butterfly effect? Lingxi struggled, unsure how to convey the complexity of her thoughts. I have evaded that calamity with His Majesty, but a greater trouble looms ahead, an unending series of challenges. I may help third brother avoid Chang Sun Yan's treachery, but I cannot guarantee his future will be smooth sailing. No one can predict the future, yet since there is a danger to be averted, we must unite to assist him. Ling Zifu resolved, taking a deep breath. Just as we have helped you this time. As a family, we must strive to live in harmony. He would do everything in his power to ensure his children survived until the end. The calamity of complete annihilation, the destruction of their entire family, was simply unacceptable. Ling Rui regarded his father as if he were a madman. Father, have you also fallen prey to Ling Xiaoxi's delusions? Before he could finish, he felt a sharp slap across his forehead from Ling Zifu. Silence. Father, during those days you asked me to observe the temperament of the person caring for Tsang Yuhua. Did I not ask you how your observations were progressing? What captives? That could very well be our family's salvation. Ling Zifu had always prohibited his sons from participating in court politics, forbidding them from engaging in factional disputes. Thus, despite their intelligence, his three sons lacked the sensitivity to navigate the murky waters of the court, far less than Lingxi, a mere girl. Ling Rui, listen well. From now on, whatever your sister asks you to do, you must comply without question. If you dare to ask, just follow her instructions. Father, she has barely read any books. Before Ling Rui could finish his protest, he was met with a barrage of punches and kicks from his father. I told you to act according to your sister's words, not to stand here and argue. Do you understand? Ling Rui endured the blows in silence, unable to resist, while Lingxi stood by, watching with a smug expression. He shot a few threatening glares, but was promptly grabbed by the ear by his father. Don't you know a few rascally friends? Go find them, smooth over some relations, and locate where Tsang Yuhua is being held, ensuring he is alive.
Oh.
Ling Rui replied with an air of expletives and left in a huff. Ling Zifu suddenly remembered something and turned to put on his shoes. I need to step out for a moment. After all these years. I wonder if those old geezers are still of any use. With someone else handling matters, Lingxi seized the opportunity to indulge in a blissful nap. By the time she awoke, it was already noon the following day. Stretching lazily in bed, she suddenly recalled the tyrant's poison and got up to seek her father. Ling Zifu was in the study, engrossed in writing something, and upon seeing her, he immediately rose. Ling Shaoxi, how audacious of you. Yesterday, His Majesty was poisoned, and you didn't inform us? What good would it have done you? Lingxi rolled her eyes. Can you neutralize the poison? Or can you constrain the Empress Dowager to hand over the antidote? She pushed Ling Rui aside. Father, is there any news from the court? His Majesty is ill and not attending court, thus everyone remains relatively at peace for now. Ling Zifu furrowed his brow, recalling something. However, the Empress Dowager has taken control of the palace guards. Now, aside from His Majesty's Xiyang Palace, which is still under the 12 guards' watch, all other places are under her control. What about the regent? That's the strangest part. He has done nothing. Ling Zifu murmured. I thought he would contend with the Empress Dowager for control of the palace guards. As long as His Majesty lives, everything is meaningless. The regent is simply biding his time. Lingxi anticipated Chen Wangchuan's actions and remained largely unfazed. Moreover, his inaction places pressure on the Empress Dowager. She knows full well that the regent will seize power, yet he remains inactive, putting her in a position where she cannot make any preemptive moves, thus making her wary of acting recklessly. Their mutual restraint is, in fact, beneficial for the tyrant. Father, what do the imperial physicians say? For the time being, His Majesty's life is not in danger, but whether he can awaken, when he will awaken, and what will happen afterward, none of them are willing to divulge. Lingxi scoffed. It's understandable. These individuals are merely waiting to see whether His Majesty or the Empress Dowager will perish, so they can choose their sides anew. Presently, these people dare not let the tyrant die, yet they also dare not allow him to awaken. This way, they neither offend the Empress Dowager nor the tyrant. All while silently observing. But isn't that absurd? Ling Rui could not comprehend such behavior. Isn't the safety of His Majesty the most important thing? As imperial physicians, shouldn't they exert every effort to save His Majesty? How can you all just watch idly as I struggle? Both his father and sister regarded him with expressions akin to those reserved for a simpleton. Ling Zifu. Third, after all this talk, how can you still not understand? Lingxi. Brother, His Majesty is merely a tool for these people to rise in power and wealth. They are simply assessing where their interests lie. Ling Zifu. If His Majesty awakens, the Empress Dowager will be at a loss, and she may seek retribution against them. However, if His Majesty dies, they cannot bear that weight on their shoulders, so they must tread carefully and await developments. Lingxi, brother, do you understand now? Ling Rui shook his head, his expression more bewildered than before. So, we can't just wait idly? For the physicians, naturally, waiting yields greater benefits. But for us, Lingxi's lips curled into a cunning smile. It is an opportunity. The lifeline sought by Qian Shizhong has yet to arrive. The Empress Dowager and the physician's tug-of-war has provided the tyrant with a chance for salvation. Chapter 79. Declaration of Death, Imperial City. Empress Dowager's Palace.
Bang.
The bird's nest porridge shattered on the ground, fragments splattering onto the 3 imperial physicians, yet none dared to stir. All I want from you is a word. Why is it so difficult? Do you not see me at all? The Empress Dowager rose angrily, her sharp crimson nails pointed at one of them. Xia Chong, are you now evading my questions? I dare not. What I ask is, what is the state of His Majesty's health? Will he die? I dare not say. Xia Chong was the first to bow his head to the ground. The other 2 quickly followed suit. Empress Dowager, forgive us. We dare not utter such treasonous words. The Empress Dowager had pressed them for 2 consecutive days, forcing the imperial physicians to issue a statement declaring that His Majesty's poison had seeped into his bones and that his time was short. However, the head physician, Xia Chong, persistently refused to release the statement, instead feigning ignorance about the reasons for His Majesty's inability to be saved, claiming it was due to the unavailability of the antidote. My 3 loyal ministers, the Empress Dowager understands your intentions, but the country cannot be without a ruler for a day. The court must not lack a guiding force. If we wait until His Majesty is utterly depleted, it will all be too late. I must lay out my plans beforehand to stabilize the Grand Dynasty. The Empress Dowager suppressed her fury, earnestly explaining her grand strategy. Yet, Xia Chong and the others remained unyielding, kneeling with their eyes focused on the ground, not uttering a word. The Empress Dowager, exasperated, shattered another set of cups.
Get out.
All of you get out. Xia Chong and the others, as if granted amnesty, quickly retreated, crawling away. Aunt Rue approached and whispered, Empress Dowager, why must we rely on the imperial physician's documents? Why not proceed directly with our plans? What do you understand? Only when His Majesty is in dire straits can our subsequent actions be justified. Otherwise, it would be seen as a power grab, giving the regent ammunition against us. The Empress Dowager snapped, suddenly recalling something. By the way, he is unharmed, right? You must keep a close watch on him and remind him to behave, unlike His Majesty, so that I won't have to worry. Rest assured, maidservant understands. Everything is under my control. Xia Chong nearly sprinted out of the Empress Dowager's palace. Lord Xia, take care. Wait for me. Lord Zhao, hurry up. This is not a place for idle chatter.
Sure.
Don't speak carelessly. We are in the palace. The 3 shared a tacit understanding and fell silent. Only when they were far from the pavilions and surrounded by emptiness did they relax. What a nightmare. Lord Xia, having to pressure for a statement day after day, who can withstand that? Indeed, at this moment, who would dare issue that statement? It would be tantamount to declaring His Majesty's demise. What difference does that make? The Empress Dowager wants us 3 to bear the blame, while she brazenly establishes a new sovereign. Let us tread carefully and speak less. The 3 were now enveloped in clouds of worry, sighing helplessly, unsure of how to proceed. The Empress Dowager's intentions were as transparent as Sima Zhao's ambitions. Known to all, she merely awaited His Majesty's breath to fade before supporting a puppet emperor to ascend. Yet the regent was also watching closely. If the 3 of them were to announce His Majesty's death, and he were still alive, the regent could accuse them of murdering His Majesty. This accusation could then be wielded against the Empress Dowager, entangling them all in one fell swoop. What a grave injustice that would be. Regardless, we are but pawns in another's power struggle. Xia Chong surveyed his surroundings, his voice low. Gentlemen, at this time, we must not act rashly. Understood. As long as His Majesty breathes, the Empress Dowager and the regent cannot act recklessly, and we will remain safe. However, we indeed cannot resolve the poison afflicting His Majesty. Lord Xia, what shall we do? What to do? Let us take it one day at a time. We'll figure it out as we go. Xia Chong currently finds himself in a state of disarray, akin to a headless fly, desperately seeking ways to ensure his own survival. As for the Empress Dowager and the regent, they will remain indecisive, swaying with the unfolding situation. The 3 individuals once again aligned their thoughts and, having reached a consensus regarding subsequent matters, parted ways. Lord Xia, a soft call echoed from behind a tree, causing Xia Chong to shudder involuntarily and halt his steps. Gong Gong and the slow-moving and Gong Gong emerged, casting a knowing glance at the retreating figures of Zhao and Wu. A smile gracing his lips that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. I assure you, my intention was not to eavesdrop on your conversation, but rather, I was merely seeking refuge behind this tree due to an unfortunate bout of stomach distress, inadvertently overhearing your discourse. Xia Chong felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hastily bowing. And Gong Gong, I did not mean, what did you mean, Lord Xia? Are you suggesting that His Majesty is doomed, and you are anxiously seeking a successor? Or, do you believe His Majesty can still be saved? Xia Chong's mind raced as he attempted to formulate a response, awkwardly forcing a smile. Though His Majesty has yet to regain consciousness, there is presently no immediate threat to his life. I have already reported this to the Empress Dowager and His Highness the Regent. I am aware of this. What I inquire of you, Lord Xia. Is your personal opinion. Do you think His Majesty can indeed be saved? If so, how? Perhaps I could invite another individual to converse with you? Another person? Xia Chang's anxiety heightened, instinctively retreating. And gong gong. Surely that is unnecessary? Do not fret, my lord. The 12 guards are stationed here, and the Empress Dowager's spies cannot perceive this location. And Gong Gong stepped aside, bowing with a smile. Please, my lord. Xia Chang's nerves tightened once more. The implications of Ngong Gong's threat were all too clear. The 12 guards were nearby. If he refused to comply, they would take action. Faced with such blatant intimidation, he dared not utter a word of dissent. Reluctantly, he followed Ngong Gong towards a side palace gate, exiting the imperial city through a small side door. Outside the palace walls stood a water-dragging cart, atop which loomed an enormous water barrel. The driver appeared somewhat familiar.
Who are you?
What is this barrel? Lord Xia, please, the driver urged, dismounting to lift the barrel's lid, his voice impatient. There are eyes from the Empress Dowager and the Regent. We must hasten. No, this is inappropriate. Xia Chang protested, hastily retreating.
What ist?
Who knew whether this barrel contained water or was, in fact, his coffin? If they harbored malicious intent and intended to kill him, he would perish without a sound, leaving even the ghosts puzzled as to how he met his end. Chapter 80. Choose between tea or a slap, Lord Xia. We should hurry. The driver, lacking patience, seized Xia Chang by the shoulder and flung him into the barrel. Xia Chang screamed as he fell to the bottom, his cries abruptly silenced.
Zhao, Darren?
Wu Darren? To his astonishment, he found himself alongside the two physicians he had separated from earlier. Their faces bore even graver expressions than his. One sported a bruise, while the other had a swollen cheek.
What happened to you?
Xia Chang began to inquire further, but the barrel lid clapped shut with a resonant thud. Zhao Yue grimaced. Lord Xia, is that even a question? Wu Yue, on the brink of tears, added. We barely had time to say anything before we were knocked unconscious and tossed in here. Zhao Yue assessed Xia Chang through a sliver of light. It appears you are fortunate, Lord Xia. You have not sustained any injuries. Xia Chang offered an awkward smile, realizing that had Ngong Gong not been present, he too would likely have received a similar fate. Do either of you know where we are headed?
Zhao Yue shook his head.
How could we know? Wu Yue lamented. We dare not ask. After that slap to the face, my head is still ringing. I wouldn't dare utter another word, let alone inquire about our destination. At this point, even if they were leading us to the guillotine, we would not dare to protest. The cart jostled and bumped along for quite some time before finally halting in front of a courtyard. The driver dismounted, lifted the lid, and announced, "Get out." The three exchanged glances, yet found themselves with no choice but to steel themselves and clamber out of the barrel. Brave men. Where is this place? We are court officials. You cannot treat us this way. Zhao Yue spoke firmly, though his voice trembled with evident fear. The driver remained silent, pushing open the courtyard door. Esteemed lords, please proceed. At this point, Xia Chang and his companions shared glances, sighed, and entered the courtyard one after another. The small courtyard was clean and simple, with only a few basic pieces of furniture, lacking any signs of long-term habitation. Esteemed lords, please wait a moment. The water will soon boil. A gentle voice called from the kitchen. The driver, his expression dark, gestured towards the room. In there, please. Xia Chang nodded awkwardly, nearly stumbling as he ascended the steps. Inside, a man in his 30s or 40s, with dark skin and a scruffy beard, sat barefoot on the ground, grinding herbs with a stone mortar. Upon noticing their arrival, he merely glanced up briefly before returning to his task. The trio exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, and each found a seat. The driver removed his hat and silently sat on the threshold, his back to the light. For some reason, all three felt a subtle yet undeniable aura of menace emanating from him. Here we are. Last year's tea leaves are somewhat coarse. I fear that the delicate throats of the esteemed lords may not be accustomed to them. However, in this rural setting, it is all we have. So I hope you will not find it displeasing. A young woman in a simple linen dress entered, her smile brightening the room. Upon seeing her, Xia Chang and the others jumped in shock. Lingxi? Miss Ling? It's you. To their astonishment, it was indeed Lingxi. The realization dawned on them, and they turned to the driver, standing in shock. In that moment, everything became clear to them. He is Qian Shizhong, one of His Majesty's 13 guards. Unlike the 12 guards, Qian Shizhong accompanied the tyrant without an official title. Yet, he possessed the freedom to enter and exit the imperial city at will. In the minds of many, he was regarded as the 13th guard, unbound by any constraints imposed by others. Xia Chong and his companions had long heard of him and had seen him from a distance, but they were not well acquainted, hence their earlier failure to recognize him. Now that they saw him alongside Lingxi, comprehension washed over them. Lingxi set down the teacup. Esteemed lords, please sit. We have matters to discuss. Miss Ling, why have you brought us here? Xia Chong inquired, his voice subdued. Are you unaware, Lord Xia? Lingxi's eyes twinkled with mirth. I had thought you were astute enough to grasp it without my needing to explain. Xia Chong hesitated. Is it regarding His Majesty's condition? Is there any other reason? Would I invite you three to tea for no purpose? Lingxi's demeanor appeared pleasant, her voice soft and melodic, yet for reasons unknown. All three felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from her that was suffocating. Miss Ling, concerning His Majesty's situation, we have already reported to the Empress Dowager Zhao Yui began, but was interrupted by the thud of documents being tossed onto the table. Qian Shizhong tossed a stack of records onto the floor, raising clouds of dust. His expression remained impassive. Is this what you refer to? What? These are the medical records from the Imperial Hospital. How could they be here? Wu Yui exclaimed, rising in disbelief. These are confidential documents meant to be sealed away. How could they be brought out so casually? Qian Shizhong's gaze silenced Wu Yui, who suddenly found himself at a loss for words, sheepishly resuming his seat. Lingxi snapped her fingers. Esteemed lords, do not be anxious. The reason I have invited you here today is quite simple. I merely wish for you to rewrite His Majesty's medical records. What? Why? The three men's expressions shifted dramatically as they stood in shock. Sit down. Qian Shizhong retorted sharply. Xia Chong and the other two were still quite apprehensive of him. They exchanged glances and lowered their heads, silently taking their seats. Qian Shizhong turned and fetched a basket from outside, pushing it to the feet of the three men, filled with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones, instructing them to use it themselves. The three men exchanged glances, but did not make a move. Lingxi sat across from them, leisurely preparing tea. Gentlemen, do not worry. Once the medical case is written, I will burn it afterward, ensuring it does not leave this room. Miss Ling, what do you mean by this? Xia Chong bit his lip, trembling as he spoke. The details of His Majesty's condition are documented in the medical case. Why must we take the time to write another? Since it was already recorded, and the three of you were the ones treating His Majesty, writing a few more words would merely be a reiteration. How much effort or time could it possibly take? Lingxi smiled, her eyes sparkling with a hint of malice. Are you saying that the three of you have forgotten how you administered the medication? Or perhaps you don't recall how you carelessly prescribed the medicine to His Majesty? Her final words pierced the hearts of Xia Chong and the others like a sharp blade. Their breaths momentarily halted, and they stared at Lingxi in terror, as if she could see through their very souls. Chapter 81. There lying Lingxi paid no mind to their fearful gazes and pushed the brewed tea towards them. The Empress Dowager was furious and smashed the bird's nest porridge. She likely did not offer you gentlemen any tea. After kneeling for so long and conversing with her, you must be parched. Why not moisten your throats before writing? The pupils of Xia Chong and the others widened. Lingxi's implication was a blatant warning that she was fully aware of what had transpired with the Empress Dowager. An inexplicable chill crept up their spines, causing the three men to tremble involuntarily. They instinctively picked up the paper and brush, but were at a loss as to how to begin. Lingxi leisurely lit an incense stick. We shall set a limit of 1 incense stick. If any gentleman has not put pen to paper by the time it burns out, or if your writing does not meet my satisfaction, then I am afraid. With a metallic sound, Qian Shizhong drew his sword and placed it on the table. This blatant threat made Xia Chong and the others' pupils constrict once more, and their hands holding the brushes trembled, unable to move. Lingxi did not rush them. She sipped her tea at a leisurely pace. The incense burned slowly. soon reaching its midpoint, yet the three men showed no signs of writing. She lowered her gaze. Qian Shizhong. The three men immediately looked up, and before they could react, the brush in the hands of Physician Wu was suddenly gone. He instinctively opened his hand, and the brush swiftly pierced through his palm, nailing it to the table. Blood splattered, causing Xia Chong and Physician Zhao to stumble back, knocking over their chairs in shock. Physician Wu's scream finally escaped his lips.
Ah!
My hand! A physician relies on his hands for his profession. An injury to his hand would render him incapable of taking pulses, treating illnesses, or fulfilling his duties. Lingxi, you have gone too far, Xia Chong shouted, mustering his courage. Lord Wu is the court physician. How dare you harm his hand? Not harm, but render it useless. Lingxi replied, lowering her long lashes, not lifting her gaze, casually swirling her teacup. And, Xia Chong, you still have the presence of mind to concern yourself with his hand?
Ha!
She mocked, lifting her gaze slightly, her eyes filled with provocation and malice. He merely has a hurt hand, yet one among you may soon be blinded. She glanced at the incense. When the incense burns out, one of you two will have your eyes gouged out.
Who will it be?
Leaning slightly forward, a maniacal smile spread across her face. Could it be you, Physician Zhao? Physician Zhao fell to the ground in a panic, paralyzed with fear. Lingxi's gaze turned fierce as it fell upon Xia Chong. Or perhaps it will be you. Physician Xia. Xia Chang's lips trembled once more, yet he could not utter a word. Lingxi's smile remained. As for who that person will be, it depends on your actions. Among you, who deserves my mercy? Of course, you could remain silent as you are now, writing nothing. It matters not, after all. You still have family, wives, concubines, and children. That is enough for us to play with for a long time. Lingxi, you dare? Do not involve our families. Come at us directly. Xia Chong stammered, both terrified and alarmed. I am coming for you indeed. But since you refuse to cooperate and insist on dragging your families into this, what can I do? I can only oblige. Lingxi's gaze returned to the incense. Gentlemen, your time is running out. Will you choose to continue arguing with me, or will you strive for the sake of your families? Xia Chong steeled himself and picked up the brush, yet he could not write a single word. Physician Zhao and Physician Wu were in the same predicament. They were clearly desperate but wrote nothing. Lingxi stared intently at the incense. You gentlemen truly have character. Very well, Qian Shizhong, prepare to take action. The expressions of the three men instantly shifted to terror. Qian Shizhong flexed his fingers, eyeing the three men, then suddenly reached for Physician Zhao. Wait! Don't do it! Physician Zhao could no longer hold back, screaming in desperation as he threw down the brush. I will speak. I will tell the truth. Stop. You must not lose your eyes. Xia Chong shouted urgently. Qian Shizhong gripped his head tightly. It seems you no longer value your eyes. In his hand, a curved spoon appeared, coldly aiming for his eyes. Xia Chong was paralyzed with fear, clutching Qian Shizhong's wrist. No. Don't do it. Speak. Quickly. Lingxi took a sip of tea, a smile playing on her lips. You see, one can be brave until it comes to their own eyes. Yet when faced with their own fate, where is their courage? Qian Shizhong pinned Xia Chong to the ground and gestured to Physician Zhao. You speak. Physician Zhao nodded repeatedly, a mournful expression on his face. It is not that we did not write, we simply do not know how to write, because the prescriptions in His Majesty's medical case were all written carelessly by you, right? Lingxi revealed the truth with a single sentence. These wretched physicians. They did not wish to offend the Empress Dowager or the Regent, nor did they dare to let Qin Qian die. So they chose to use nourishing medications to sustain the tyrant's life, ensuring he would not die, but also not awaken. That is not entirely true. We still used the finest medicines to preserve His Majesty's life. Xia Chong explained, trembling. He still wished to preserve his own life and did not dare admit to carelessly prescribing medicine. So you intentionally prevented His Majesty from awakening? Lingxi rose, her killing intent surging forth. You allowed His Majesty to be poisoned while watching idly. How is that any different from murdering him? Qian Shizhong, don't do it. Take it slow. Xia Chong was most terrified of hearing Lingxi call Qian Shizhong's name. The moment she did, it meant he would take action. We are not unwilling to save him, We truly cannot. Physician Zhao cried out in despair. No one knows what poison His Majesty has been afflicted with. Even we can only attempt to use medication, but no one can guarantee a cure. Indeed, our greatest effort now is to preserve His Majesty's life. Physician Wu added, trembling. They are lying. A man grinding herbs in the corner suddenly spoke up. Qian Shizhong's eyes flickered, and he slapped Xia Cheng's face with a resounding crack. You dare to lie. And no, I did not. Xia Cheng's eyes sparkled with stars, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I swear, I did not lie. Who do you think you are to speak nonsense here? The man did not lift his eyes, flipping through the tyrant's medical case and pushing it aside with his toes. Lying. Xia Chong attempted to retort, but Qian Shizhong's slaps came one after another, leaving him dazed. Physician Zhao and Physician Wu fared no better. After dealing with Xia Chong, Qian Shizhong equally delivered a thorough beating to them as well. Chapter 82. His fate is sealed. The three men were beaten into a pulp and thrown together in a heap. However, they only dared to exchange furtive glances, muffling their cries of pain for fear of inciting another round of brutal punishment. Miss, if I may suggest, these three are utterly useless. It would be more efficient to burn them to ashes and bury the remains, Qian Shizhong proposed, gesturing towards a wilting peach tree nearby that seemed to be lacking in nutrients. If we place them beneath its branches, next year it could bear an abundance of peaches. The eyes of the three men widened in horror as they nervously turned to Lingxi. She cast a cool, indifferent glance in their direction, saying, You may proceed as you see fit. Without hesitation, Qian Shizhong seized Xia Chong by the hair and began dragging him away. You're first. Xia Chong screamed in protest. Thrashing about, I am a court official, a royal physician. You cannot bury me. Qian Shizhong spat back. Rest assured, once you are dead and buried here, no one will ever know. It dawned on Xia Chong that they had been shoved into a water barrel and dragged to this forsaken place. Aside from the three of them, no one was aware of their predicament. Zhao and Wu, the royal physicians, huddled together, trembling in fear and despair as they watched Xia Chong being dragged beneath the peach tree. Qian Shizhong delivered a punch that knocked Xia Chong unconscious and tossed him to the ground. Just as he picked up a shovel to begin digging, Lingxi interjected, Wait. Zhao and Wu involuntarily sighed in relief. It seemed she still held some reservations and was not willing to actually bury them alive. But in the next moment, Lingxi raised her hand and pointed at them. Since the two of you are idling about, why not have them dig the grave? What? This cannot be. Is this the work of decent men? You expect us to dig a grave for our own burial? Zhao and Wu struggled to evade the situation, but Qian Shizhong marched forward, brandishing the shovel. Gentlemen, if you would be so kind as to dig a bit deeper. It would be rather cramped for the three of you otherwise. Zhao collapsed to the ground, paralyzed and unable to utter a word. Wu trembled violently, instinctively accepting the shovel, only to kneel before Lingxi moments later. Miss Ling, we are the Emperor's royal physicians. If we perish, who will save the Emperor? Yes, yes, Zhao exclaimed, clinging to this last thread of hope. If we die, the royal hospital will be left without anyone competent. Lingxi chuckled softly, leisurely crossing her legs and resting her foot on Zhao's chest. Do you truly believe that the Emperor relies solely on you? Zhao's eyes darted around. Indeed, there are others in the royal hospital, but their skills are inferior to ours. Have you heard of the herbalist Luo Xianchao?
Luo Xianchao?
Zhao and Wu exchanged bewildered glances, stammering. Isn't he the legendary healer capable of mending flesh and bone? Being in the medical field, they had certainly heard of his name, but could not fathom why Lingxi would bring him up. Lingxi approached the man grinding herbs and politely nodded. Allow me to formally introduce you both to Luo Xianchao.
What? Impossible.
After their initial shock, Zhao and Wu shook their heads in unison. Miss Ling,
Do not be deceived by him.
they implored. He cannot possibly be Luo Xianchao. He is nothing but a charlatan. Luo Xianchao, without lifting his gaze, remarked. I examined the herbal residue and found a fragment of snake heart fruit peel within. This indicates that the patient has remained in a state of unconsciousness due to the paralyzing effects of the snake heart fruit. He produced a piece of herbal residue the size of a broad bean. You are cautious. Knowing the snake heart fruit has paralyzing properties, yet its effects are fleeting. Continuous administration over time is required for efficacy, hence you meticulously chopped the peel into tiny bits and mixed it with hundreds of other herbs. You lie, Zhao exclaimed, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, panic-stricken and agitated. We did no such thing. We have no knowledge of snake heartfruit. You are fabricating stories. Luo Xianchao chuckled lightly, lifting his gaze, while the snake heartfruit is diminutive. It is nearly impossible to identify among the multitude of herbs unless one is exceedingly observant. However, you overlooked one crucial detail. What? Wu instinctively replied, not yet realizing that his response had sealed their fate regarding the illicit drugging. Lingxi exchanged a knowing glance with Qian Shizhong. What is this thousand mechanism vine? Zhao murmured. We are unaware of any thousand mechanism vine. The thousand mechanism vine is the poison that afflicts the patient. Its intent is to gradually erode the body, leading to a slow death by blood depletion. However, your administration of the snake heartfruit has hindered the absorption of the thousand mechanism vine's potency, allowing our emperor to still be alive. Luo Xianchao deduced the nature of the poison merely by reviewing the tyrant's medical records, confirming that he had been poisoned with the thousand mechanism vine. Fortunately, the royal physicians, each with ulterior motives, attempted to outsmart the Empress Dowager. Unable to cure the tyrant's poison, yet fearing his awakening, they clandestinely added the snake heartfruit to the medicine. Unexpectedly, this miscalculation had inadvertently saved the tyrant's life. Meanwhile, Qian Shizhong had finished digging the grave and tossed Xia Chong inside, leaving only his head exposed, resembling a radish being planted. Xia Chong, having regained consciousness, began to scream once more. Qian Shizhong, irritated by the noise, struck him with the shovel, knocking him out again, and continued to dig for the other two. Luo Xianchao carefully wrapped the crushed herbs and handed them to Lingxi. Using Niu Bao as a catalyst, incinerate it to ashes, administer it all at once. Then induce vomiting, and follow up with another dose. 5 hours later, a third dose will dispel the remaining toxins.
Thank you.
However, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose. Luo Xianchao glanced at the medical records, hesitating. Please, speak freely, esteemed healer. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Xianchao sighed deeply and murmured, I have examined his medical records and based on the symptoms, it appears he has been poisoned since childhood, developing a certain resistance to toxins, which is why he did not perish immediately from the effects of the thousand mechanism vine. Lingxi's pupils dilated in shock. You mean his current condition? Luo Xianchao nodded gravely. The toxins are accumulating, merely awaiting the right moment to erupt. I have not personally examined him, so I cannot ascertain when his body will reach a breaking point. However, judging by the current pulse and medical records, it seems he is not destined for longevity and may meet an untimely demise. Chapter 83. The cycle of death. Tears welled up in Lingxi's eyes, her heart feeling as though it were pierced by 1,000 needles, making it difficult to breathe as she sank into a chair. Luo Xianchao gently patted her shoulder. My dear, life and death are predetermined. Each of our fates is inscribed in the heavens, unattainable and unalterable. Even if you evade this death, there will inevitably be another cycle of fate, for none of us can escape the inevitability of death. Lingxi was consumed by thoughts of Chen Qianzhe's poison, wholly neglecting his words. She pleaded fervently, is there truly no antidote? You are a divine healer. Surely you must know some secret remedies or hidden treasures. Is there not one that could save him? Luo Xianchao regarded her with inscrutable eyes. Suddenly, he let out a sigh. Why can you not comprehend? Sometimes, his death is his destiny. If you wish to avert it, you must be willing to pay a price. A price? Why must I pay a price to save him? What price? If fate decrees that only one of you can survive, will you choose him to live, or will you sacrifice yourself? Lingxi was taken aback. She pondered for what felt like an eternity, struggling to understand this twisted logic. Divine healer? What do you mean? Are you suggesting that to counteract the thousand mechanism vine's poison, I must risk my own life? The tyrant's poisoning has nothing to do with me. Am I to follow the tropes of drama, engaging in romantic entanglements to break the curse? But are those not all taboo remedies? Cough, cough, cough. Luo Xianchao suddenly coughed, his ears turning slightly red as he pointed at the medicine in Lingxi's hand. It's not as convoluted as you think. Just take this medicine, and it will counteract his poison. The enigmatic Qian Shizhong, I still owe you 2 lives.
With that,
He took flight, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only a fleeting shadow before Lingxi. Such swiftness, it felt akin to a bullet in flight. Shaking her head, she sensed that his words contained a deeper, almost zen-like wisdom. But never mind that. First, I must detoxify the tyrant. Qian Shizhong, are you done? I'm on my way. Qian Shizhong had already prepared 3 pits, placing the 3 individuals within, leaving only their heads exposed. Upon seeing Lingxi approach, they begged for mercy. Miss Ling, we did all this to save our lives. We couldn't offend the Empress Dowager nor the Regent. It was beyond our control. So you believed that poisoning His Majesty was permissible? Lingxi looked down upon them with a cold smile. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. Your fates will be determined once His Majesty awakens, provided, of course, that you are still alive by then. In the Suiyang Palace, Eunuch handed the prepared medicinal ash to Lingxi, anxiously watching the pale-faced tyrant on the bed. Miss, will this medicine truly save His Majesty? If the falling immortal herb claims it can heal, then it certainly will. Lingxi reassured Eunuch N, though she was also attempting to comfort herself. The 2 of them carefully assisted Qin Qianjia, administering the medicine and silently awaiting the outcome. Miss Ling, please eat something and rest for a bit. Eunuch offered a bowl of warm congee. Qian Shizhong mentioned you hadn't eaten much all day. Thank you, but I'm not hungry, Lingxi replied, genuinely lacking an appetite. After a moment's thought, she tentatively asked, Eunuch N, has His Majesty's health always been poor? Eunuch N's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of unease. Why do you ask, miss? Just curious. I overheard the falling immortal herb say that His Majesty has been ill for years. Lingxi refrained from directly mentioning Qin Qianjia's accumulated poison, uncertain of how much Eunuch knew. According to the medical records, His Majesty had fallen ill almost every month, yet he was still in his prime. The tyrant was a youthful, vibrant man, yet the medical documents meticulously chronicled his deteriorating condition. Eunuch lowered his head, managing a bitter smile as his eyes reddened. Miss Ling, had it not been for you, I would never have spoken of this. It is truly remarkable that His Majesty has survived to this day. Is it the Empress Dowager? Eunuch nodded solemnly. He was poisoned from a young age and has been attempting to detoxify ever since, but with little success. Before meeting you, miss, I was the only one with whom he could communicate. His heart has borne a heavy burden. Lingxi gazed at Qin Qianjia. So it is that even in this second life, you could not escape the poison. The Empress Dowager truly fears your growth, having poisoned you from such a tender age. If you knew that the poison had seeped into your very marrow, would you still strive to survive? Should I reveal the truth to you, allowing you to live your days in peace? But if you cease to fight, would I not also face doom? In this case, should I still divulge the truth? In the narrative, her life and death were intertwined with the tyrant's. She was uncertain if Qin Qianjia's demise would also lead to her own. However, knowing that the tyrant's time was limited, was it not cruel to allow him to struggle for survival? Perhaps, quietly savoring the tranquility of the moment while awaiting death was the wisest choice. Eunuch followed her gaze, hesitating before finally mustering the courage to ask softly, Miss, what is the name of the person who can save His Majesty? The falling immortal herb, as Qian Shizhong mentioned, did he not? But are you certain it is the falling immortal herb? How would I know? I have never met him. Lingxi found Eunuch inquiry peculiar. But Qian Shizhong knows him. If he says so, then it must be true. Then may I be so bold as to ask, what does this falling immortal herb look like? What does he look like? Lingxi pondered for a moment, realizing something was amiss. Yes, what does he look like? Strangely, I cannot recall the visage of the falling immortal herb. I only remember he wore a wide-brimmed hat, was in his 40s, thin and dark, with a scruffy beard, resembling a weary farmer rather than a physician. Eunuch interjected suddenly. Yes, that sounds about right. Lingxi felt something was off. Eunuch do you know the falling immortal herb? Eunuch nodded. When His Majesty was 5, he fell gravely ill. Have you ever heard His Majesty speak of this? I have heard of his illness, but why do you ask, Eunuch? Chapter 84. It begins again. At the age of 5, the tyrant was reborn. Before his rebirth, he had suffered a severe illness. But was it not due to that illness? Could it be? She gasped, disbelief washing over her. Could the one who saved His Majesty back then have been the falling immortal herb? Eunuch nodded firmly. That year, it was a day of torrential rain. At 5, Chun Qianjia was an overlooked prince, seemingly of no consequence. During his grave illness, the royal physicians merely paid lip service, waiting for him to take his last breath. Eunuch had tried several times to force his way into the palace to see the late emperor, but he was blocked by the Empress Dowager's men. The palace staff were tacitly awaiting the early demise of this young prince. Despairing, Eunuch wept for Chun Qianjia. Feeling utterly helpless, he held the feverish, frail tyrant in his arms, sitting on the threshold, gazing hopelessly at the darkening skies. At that moment, a disheveled man clad in a raincoat burst into the courtyard. My apologies, I got lost in the storm and sought refuge here. The man glanced at the young tyrant and then at Eunuch. I hope I'm not intruding. Eunuch, feeling despondent, was indifferent even to the man's presence, whether he was there to seek shelter or cause harm. The man, however, made himself at home, rummaging through the house to find clean clothes to change into. He even produced some pastries, sitting beside the two, silently eating while watching the rain. After finishing, he clapped his hands and spoke. If you don't save this child soon, he will surely perish. Eunuch could hold back his tears no longer, but he said nothing, only tightened his embrace around the young tyrant. The man, taking note, wiped his mouth and said, well, one cannot be stingy after having eaten and taken. I, with the surname Luo, cannot just stand idly by and watch him die. With that, he beckoned Eunuch to hand over the young tyrant. Rolling up his sleeves, the man lifted the boy's shirt and began to massage his frail abdomen, pressing it until the young tyrant's skin turned a crimson hue, as if blood were surfacing. As the skin reddened, the pale and lifeless young tyrant suddenly contorted in pain, and soon he expelled a torrent of black water. Good, the major issue is resolved. The man took out a few pills from his satchel, crushed them, and mixed them with water to feed the young tyrant. These will ensure he lives for 10 years. But what happens beyond that is uncertain. It all depends on his will to live. After saying this, the young tyrant coughed and began to cry. Eunuch was overjoyed, quickly cradling the little master who had just escaped the brink of death, comforting him. By the time the young tyrant calmed down, the falling immortal herb had vanished. Later, I inquired about anyone named Luo in the martial world who possessed miraculous healing skills, and the only person I found was the falling immortal herb. However, Eunuch expression darkened at this point. But what is it? According to age, the falling immortal herb should now be 120 years old. 120 years? I understood the meaning of the young lady's words. At the time I heard them, I too was skeptical. After all, when he rescued His Majesty, he must have been over 100 years old, yet he appeared to be no more than 30 or 40. No one knows how the man managed to enter the imperial city, nor how he treated the young tyrant. He seemed to materialize before them like a celestial being, only to vanish mysteriously afterward. Neither the eunuchs nor the palace maids, nor the city guards had ever laid eyes on him. Lingxi recalled the words spoken by Luo Xianchao before his departure, and immediately called out, Qian Shizhong. With a few leaps, Qian Shizhong soared through the window into the hall, his sword drawn, alert and vigilant. Lingxi gestured with her hand. It's nothing serious. I merely wish to ask you something. Is it about Luo Xianchao? Qian Shizhong seemed to have anticipated her confusion, sheathing his sword. To be honest, I am not well acquainted with him. His origins are shrouded in mystery, his identity unknown, and his age indeterminate. He suddenly emerged over a century ago, instantly rising to fame. He possesses miraculous medical skills capable of reviving the dead, yet his temperament is capricious. He saves lives based on his mood. Hence, what he said about owing you 2 lives. Oh, that is because I once saved him. As he pondered, Qian Shizhong's gaze turned peculiar. Well, I suppose it wasn't exactly a rescue. At that time, I had not yet entered the service. I was merely a shepherd boy in the mountains. I was about 5 or 6 years old, helping the head of the village tend to the sheep. One day, while passing a pauper's grave, I heard a noise coming from a coffin. As a wild child, I was completely unafraid. I followed the sound to the coffin and, using my wood-cutting knife for protection, I broke it open and rescued the person inside. That person was Luo Xianchao. I distinctly remember his stunned expression upon seeing me, followed by a wry smile. Here we go again. Curious, I asked him what he meant by that, and he simply patted my head with a smile. This time, I should grant you 2 requests, and for every 3 lives saved, I will teach you something. What do you wish to learn? Upon hearing this, Luo Xianchao was taken aback. You, child, still have the same wish to state things one by one rather than all at once. Little Qian Shizhong could not comprehend such matters. He merely gazed at him with hopeful eyes, awaiting his reward. At this point, Qian Shizhong chuckled ruefully. You may not believe me, but everyone thinks I possess great talent, a martial genius. In truth, my abilities are quite ordinary. It's just that the skills seem engraved in my mind. Anything he has taught me, I can master at once, as if I had learned it in a past life. Lingxi suddenly interjected. Qian Shizhong nodded. Yes, that's precisely how it feels. It's a strange sensation. One I have questioned countless times, yet as a child, many things have blurred over time, leaving only this peculiar feeling. Chun Qinja suddenly let out a soft grunt, and his breathing became more even. Lingxi glanced at the time and fed him medicine for the second time. Half an hour later, he expelled some viscous yellow liquid and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood before finally stabilizing. Chapter 85. I like you. As evening descended, Chun Qinja consumed his 3rd dose of medicine and finally regained consciousness. However, he felt extremely weak, unable to utter a single word, and merely opening his eyes required tremendous effort. Qian Shizhong checked his pulse. There is no major issue. His Majesty has merely suffered from excessive energy depletion and requires nourishment. Allow me to prepare a medicinal meal for him. Eunuch and promptly followed behind. I will assist you. No need, I can manage. Qian Shizhong was about to refuse when a glance from Eunuch and made him understand instantly. Looking at Lingxi, he raised his voice. Well, it would be best if the eunuch helps me, as some ingredients require careful selection. The 2 of them left the Suiyang Palace together, heading to the imperial study to prepare the medicinal meal, instructing the 12 guards that no one else was to enter unless His Majesty cried for help from within. Chun Qinja felt utterly weak, as though his flesh and skin were unraveling, tingling and powerless, unable to muster even the slightest strength. He moved his lips, forming a faint smile. How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. 3 days. He seemed to recall something, his eyes fluttering open slightly to glance at her before weakly closing again. Struggling, he managed a bittersweet smile. Did I frighten you? His fingers twitched, attempting to grasp her hand, but he could do no more than lightly caress her fingers, letting out a weary sound of acknowledgement. They remained silent, quietly accompanying one another. After a long while, Eunuch entered with the medicinal meal. Your Majesty, Qian Shizhong said, this meal nourishes energy and blood. You must finish it.
Give it to me.
Lingxi said, taking the medicinal meal. Eunuch assisted Chun Qinja to sit up, then turned to fetch a blanket. However, Lingxi positioned herself behind the tyrant. Lean on me. She supported Chun Qinja with one shoulder while stirring the porridge with her right hand. Awung, I can manage just fine. Eunuch smiled knowingly, though subtly, and bowed before exiting. Chun Qinja was extremely frail. Even eating porridge was a struggle. It took him nearly half an hour to finish a small bowl. After eating, his breathing improved somewhat. Has the Empress Dowager made things difficult for you?
No.
No? Chun Qinja narrowed his eyes. Then why are you wearing a eunuch's attire? Lingxi was taken aback, but then laughed. Truly, she did not. She merely imprisoned Song Yuhua, claiming he poisoned you. But she didn't trouble me, only forbidding me from entering the palace again. Forbidding you from entering the palace? Chun Qinja scoffed. She is trying to cripple me. Your Majesty. Lingxi hesitated. Chun Qinja noticed her change in mood, tilting his head to look at her. What is it? After a pause, with a hint of displeasure, he asked, did the Empress Dowager do something to you? No. She just forbade me from entering the palace. She did not harm me. It's just. In that moment, Lingxi longed to persuade him to abandon all efforts. to enjoy a peaceful life while he still had his health. Yet, when the words reached her lips, she could not bring herself to say them. Chen Qinjia had been reborn with the sole intention of seeking revenge. This was his motivation for survival, as well as his obsession in this new life. She could not impose her own beliefs upon him, coercing him to retreat. With this thought, she felt much more at ease, smiling as she sat beside him, speaking softly, "It's all right. I merely wish to tell you that no matter what you choose to do, I will be by your side, assisting you in every way I can." Suddenly, Chen Qinjia grasped the back of her head with one hand and, without warning, kissed her lips. This unexpected kiss left Lingxi's mind momentarily blank, frozen in a state of confusion. What is happening? Why is he kissing me? What should I do? Should I push him away or slap him like the innocent damsels in dramas, crying and running away? Oh, dear. Should I react in some way? Quiet. Chen Qinjia released her lips, his eyes burning as he gazed into hers. I like you.
What?
He likes me? The tyrant says he likes me? Did he take the wrong medicine? How could he possibly like me? Is he masochistic? Has he forgotten how I force myself upon him? Isn't that an irreparable shame for a man? How could he transform shame into affection? Does he have Stockholm Syndrome?
No.
What should I do now? I can't just stand here like a fool, staring at him. Lingxi's heart was in turmoil, and Chen Qinjia's head was spinning. He bit his lip, his cheeks flushed. You don't like me, do you? No, Lingxi blurted out. Chen Qinjia's complexion shifted visibly. Then you. Neither do I. Lingxi hastily denied. So, which is it? Chen Qinjia's smile froze on his face. So, do you like me or not? Brother, how am I supposed to explain this? I do like you, but it's not the kind of liking you think. The liking I speak of is the bond of comradeship, not the romantic affection between men and women. That is love. Love between men and women. I like you, but I do not love you. Lingxi noticed the light in the tyrant's eyes gradually dimming. It was as if he had heard a death sentence. Sinking into despair as all hope faded away. That cannot be said. He is unwell. What if he takes it badly? If he becomes despondent, would that not be my sin? Moreover, he is your majesty, a ruler with countless women by his side. He must have spoken out of impulse. Perhaps he will forget these words once he recovers. Well, I suppose I should just soothe him for now. With this thought, Lingxi immediately switched to a smiling demeanor. No, I meant to say, I like you too, but I am well aware that I am unworthy. She chuckled awkwardly. My past reputation was rather dreadful, wasn't it? And the Empress Dowager wouldn't allow me to enter the palace again. So, what do you think? Chapter 86. The Lonely Do Not Die. Disappointing you. Chen Qinjia seemed not to comprehend, merely gazing at her in silence, as if waiting for a definitive answer. Lingxi sighed inwardly. As long as you like me for a day, I shall like you for a day. Chen Qinjia smiled, as if he had received the response he desired, gently embracing her, his fingers brushing against her back. I vow, by the bloodline of the dynasty, as long as I live a day, I shall like you a day, and you alone.
Ah.
A man's words are but deceit. Indeed, infatuation is to be avoided. Although I know the tyrant is unreliable, hearing those words still brings me joy. Fine, I shall play along with your act. Lingxi wrapped her arms around his waist, lowering her gaze softly. I vow that as long as you like me for a day, I shall like you for a day. If you ever fall in love with another, I shall cease to love you. This vow should not conflict, right? After all, he will eventually find someone else. When that day comes, my vow shall not be broken. Chen Qinjia's fingers entwined in her hair, caressing the delicate skin of her neck, whispering in her ear, Lingxi, trust me, I shall not fail you. His soft voice drifted into her ears, and at that moment, something deep within Lingxi stirred. She responded softly, resting her forehead against his neck. Yet, the Empress Dowager would never allow them to be together. Some matters were beyond her control. A strange light flickered in Chen Qinjia's eyes. I previously did not care because there was no one to care for, but now, this vast imperial city, and indeed the entire dynasty, seems to belong to him. Yet, apart from a Wang, there is no one else to warm his heart. He had been reborn solely for revenge, to survive. But now, things were different. He had someone to protect. Thus, a new strategy was required. As the morning bells tolled, the imperial physicians stationed outside the Suiyang Palace began to awaken from their slumber. Since His Majesty had fallen gravely ill, the physicians had kept vigil outside the palace day and night, unable to leave except for basic necessities. It has been days since we last saw Physician Xia and the others, hasn't it? It seems they haven't emerged since entering to attend to the Emperor's illness. Even if they had the courage, they wouldn't dare neglect His Majesty. It had been 2 days since anyone had seen Xia Chong and Physician Zhao. Everyone speculated they were inside the Suiyang Palace, tending to the Emperor. After all, since the night before last when Qianji had cooked a bowl of congee, no one had seen them again. As a group debated, Aunt Rui arrived with a retinue from the corridor. The crowd immediately fell silent, rising to pay their respects. Aunt Rui approached with a fierce demeanor. "Where is Xia Chong?" The physicians exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The Empress Dowager had been unwell these past few days and had sent for Physician Xia to attend to her. Yet where was he? Since Xia Chong left the Empress Dowager's chambers, he had not reported back. After 2 days of waiting, the Empress Dowager had grown impatient and sent Aunt Rui to summon him for questioning. "Not seen? When was he last seen?"
Aunt Hui scoffed coldly. "Does he not need to eat or sleep?"
"Aunt Rui, not only has Physician Xia been absent, but Physicians Zhao and Wu have also not appeared for several days." Someone cautiously glanced at the palace gate and whispered, "Perhaps they are inside attending to His Majesty's illness and cannot come out." Can 3 physicians attend to a single illness for days on end? Well, we do not know that. Aunt Rui sensed something was amiss, but could not discern what. After a moment's thought, she signaled to her companions and pushed open the palace doors herself. As the doors swung open, a figure stood within, hands clasped behind his back. "Your Majesty!" Aunt Rui gasped in shock, her voice trembling. Chen Qianzhe, clad in a dark green robe, with his long hair tied back and adorned with a jade hairpin, stood tall and imposing. Though his complexion remained pale, his gaze was sharp, cutting through Aunt Rui like a knife. "What? Aunt Rui, you are disappointed that I have not perished?" "And no, Your Majesty was jesting." Aunt Rui quickly regained composure, kneeling. "This servant greets Your Majesty. May Your Majesty enjoy good health." The physicians outside the palace also snapped to attention, hastily kneeling. "We pay our respects to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty enjoy good health." In private, they exchanged bewildered glances, all in shock. 3 days prior, they had all examined the Emperor's pulse and knew the tyrant's condition. Not to mention whether the poison could be cured, his physical state could not possibly allow him to stand before them, as if nothing had transpired in just 2 days. Aunt Rui's features involuntarily twitched, followed closely by Eunuch N. His Majesty commands the attendance of all officials for court. Hearing of the tyrant's presence, Chen Wangchuan's brow furrowed. He had been unaware that the tyrant had awakened. However, he quickly composed himself, rising from the side table to greet him. "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." The civil and military officials followed suit, bowing in reverence. Chen Qianzhe stood at the palace entrance, observing the kneeling assembly, slightly lifting his chin. His step steady as he approached the dragon throne. "Uncle, please rise, all of you." Chen Wangchuan's seat was positioned beneath the dragon throne, piled high with a stack of memorials, some of which were already opened, clearly under review. He walked over, casually pulling one from the stack. "Uncle, you have worked hard these past days. One does not dare to speak of hardship. Serving the great dynasty with utmost dedication is my duty." "Then I must trouble you to work a bit harder," Chen Qianzhe said, slowly ascending the dragon throne, turning to sit down, his eyes narrowing. "What news?" Chen Wangchuan could not fathom the tyrant's thoughts, his smile inscrutable. "Your Majesty overstates. To labor for the great dynasty is no hardship. Please, command as you wish." "Then I must trouble you to handle the matter of Zhang Yuhua." Chen Qianzhe leaned slightly forward, a smile playing on his lips. "I have heard he is still detained. Hasn't he perished, has he? He is the mastermind behind the attempt on Your Majesty's life. He will not die before you awaken to question him." "That is well. Then I leave it to you to take care of." Chapter 87. The Tyrant's Scheme. Yes. But Chen Wangchuan tentatively inquired, "What outcome does Your Majesty desire? Shall he be executed or—" "Why should he be executed?" Chen Qianzhe suddenly retorted. This strange inquiry left the ministers utterly perplexed. "Your Majesty?" Chen Wangchuan could not fathom the tyrant's intentions and cautiously remarked, "Should he not face death if he poisoned His Majesty? Did not my royal uncle assert that no interrogation had yet taken place?" Without questioning, "How can one so firmly accuse him of administering poison to me?" "Your Majesty may be unaware," replied Qin Qianzhe, his demeanor calm, "but on that fateful day, he confessed to having poisoned His Majesty." "Is that so?" Qin Qianzhe nodded lightly. "Then let him be brought forth, and my royal uncle shall personally interrogate him in my presence." The tyrant's actions left Chen Wangchuan even more perplexed regarding his intentions. "Your Majesty," the regent began, "autumn has now arrived, and I trust that this year's salt administration has found its footing?" Chen Qianzhe interjected, maintaining a composed facade. "What reports have come from the salt office? Salt and grain are the bedrock of a nation's stability. This year, grain shortages nearly incited rebellion. Another salt crisis could further destabilize the foundation of the state." A knowing smile graced Chen Qianzhe's lips as he regarded Chen Wangchuan with significant meaning. Grain and salt are the lifeblood of the common people. By controlling this lifeblood, one can hold sway over both their lives and hearts. It appears my royal uncle is well aware of this truth. The reduction of salt supply is hardly a positive development. My royal uncle, Chen Qianzhe leaned against the table, smiling. "How do you believe I should address this matter?" "In my humble opinion," the regent replied, "the salt office's annual reductions, diminishing year by year, suggest a fundamental issue that warrants thorough investigation." "Are you implying that we should dispatch a special envoy to examine the salt office?" Chen Qianzhe elevated his voice, drawing attention to the regent. "Have you all heard my uncle's proposition? Is there any minister willing to investigate the salt office?" A profound silence enveloped the assembly. It was well understood that the salt office was shrouded in corruption, with influential figures entangled in its machinations. Even with the emperor's direct intervention, uncovering the truth would be challenging. For mere officials such as themselves to investigate would be tantamount to courting disaster. Aware of the dangers, no one dared to speak. "Is no one willing to step forward?" Chen Qianzhe's tone grew increasingly icy. "It appears I am, Your Majesty." A figure boldly stepped out from behind the courtiers. Upon seeing him, expressions shifted dramatically. Only Chen Wangchuan's countenance turned grave. Lingxi Fu. It was indeed the father of Lingxi, the man of hollow prestige. Why had he appeared? His sudden emergence likely heralded ill tidings. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Lingxi Fu knelt, saying, "I am willing to undertake the investigation of the salt office on behalf of Your Majesty." "General Liao, who," Qin Qianzhe suddenly called out. "What are your thoughts on the salt office?" "Well, I am merely a soldier and lack expertise in such matters," Liao, who scratched his head, feigning ignorance. "Perhaps Your Majesty should consult others. But I am inquiring of you." Qin Qianzhe's demeanor darkened. "What is this?" "I merely suffered an illness. I am not dead."
"Now,
"I wish to ask the general a few questions, and you cannot be bothered to respond?" Liao, who hastily knelt. "I would not dare, Your Majesty."
you misunderstand me."
"I truly lack knowledge regarding the salt office. If you were to inquire about military deployments or martial arts, I could speak to that. But the salt office," he pointed toward Lingxi Fu, "you should ask him. He surely knows more than I." This statement stirred all present. They understood that unless a purge from the top down occurred, replacing every individual with loyalists, breaking the salt office's stronghold was virtually impossible. The court fell into a profound silence, each person lost in their own thoughts. The tyrant's gaze swept over everyone. "So, aside from Ling Aiqing, are there no other officials willing to conduct a thorough investigation of the salt office?" The assembly remained mute. Chen Qianzhe nodded silently. "General." Liao, who hastily waved his hands. "No, that won't do. I truly cannot. You just said that if I inquired about military strategy or martial arts, you would be able to assist?" "Yes," Liao, who gasped, realizing he had fallen into the tyrant's trap. He instinctively sought help from Qin Wangchuan, but the latter subtly shook his head, clearly unable to decipher the tyrant's intent. "Well then," Chen Qianzhe remarked coolly, "you shall escort Ling Aiqing to thoroughly investigate the salt office."
"What?"
Liao, who was taken aback. He had not anticipated the tyrant's unconventional approach. Despite his efforts to deflect, he found himself ensnared in the affair of the salt office. To make matters worse, Lingxi's father, the future father-in-law of the tyrant, had become an unexpected ally. Before Liao, who could voice his objections, Lingxi Fu had already knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. With General Liao, who providing protection, I shall ensure that this mission to the Salt Office transforms peril into fortune, alleviating your concerns upon my honorable return." "Isn't that right, General?"
No.
"That is not what I meant," Liao Hu quickly attempted to clarify. The tyrant's demeanor turned icy. "What do you mean, General? Do you intend to resist the decree? Or do you doubt my intentions?" Liao Hu found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate that he did not wish to escort Lingxi Fu to investigate the Salt Office. There was no personal vendetta. Why would he refuse? Yet, he also could not go. "Oh, that is of little concern. Did I not promote your son-in-law to the position of general?" Chen Qianzhe smiled coldly. "The general is aging and should pass the reins to the younger generation. Consider this an opportunity for your son-in-law to gain experience. After all, we are family, and he stands to benefit, so you lose nothing." In that moment, Chen Wangchuan suddenly recognized a crucial reality. It seemed that from Liao Hu's triumphant return to the current dispatch regarding the Salt Office, this royal nephew had orchestrated an elaborate scheme. When he conferred the title to He Zhang, he had already envisioned a replacement for the elder father-in-law. Liao Hu too grasped this implication, his expression darkening. "Your Majesty, General," Chen Wangchuan interjected, interrupting Liao Hu, "since His Majesty has already arranged this, you should not refuse any longer." Given that the tyrant had orchestrated the situation to this extent, he had prepared for every possible outcome.
Today,
regardless of how Liao Hu protested, he must hand over military authority to He Zhang and join Lingxi Fu in the investigation of the Salt Office. Otherwise, he risked being branded as someone who overshadowed the sovereign, a tyrant protecting his military power. Rather than face that, it was better to acquiesce to Chen Qianzhe's wishes and proceed. With the regent stating such, Liao Hu could not object and merely nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty's generosity is overwhelming, and Lingxi Fu trusts me. I shall accept this task to escort Lingxi Fu in the investigation of the Salt Office. Then I shall rest easy." Chen Qianzhe's face broke into a smile. "However, General, I must say something first." "Your Majesty, please proceed." Regarding this investigation of the Salt Office, Chen Qianzhe warned, "The prospects are grim. I am not concerned for you, General, for you are well versed in both civil and martial matters, with many connections. However, Ling Aiqing is but a frail scholar." Hearing this, Lingxi Fu bowed and clasped his fists, apologizing, "Your Majesty, I am weak and cause you worry. But please rest assured, I will risk my life, my frail body, to ensure the Salt Office is thoroughly investigated." With both the tyrant and Lingxi Fu expressing such sentiments, what could Liao Hu say? Even a fool could discern the unspoken implications behind the tyrant's words. Clearing his throat, Liao Hu solemnly stated, "Your Majesty, you need not worry. With this old minister present, I shall ensure Lingxi Fu's safety." "Your Majesty." At this juncture, what more could Liao Hu say? Could he admit he could not guarantee Lingxi Fu's survival? Certainly not. That would be shirking responsibility and inviting trouble. Thus, he knelt once more, vowing, "Your Majesty, I swear to do my utmost to protect Lingxi Fu." "No," Chen Qianzhe interjected, "you must guarantee it with your life. With the lives of your entire Liao family." Every word, uttered from the tyrant's lips with an air of nonchalance, pierced Liao Hu's heart deeply. "Your Majesty." His smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling intent in his gaze. "I shall use the heads of your entire Liao family as an offering to honor my beloved Ling." The expressions of all the ministers and attendants shifted simultaneously, especially that of Chen Wangchuan, whose eyes reflected a mixture of confusion and sternness. He had not anticipated that Chen Qianzhe would resort to such tactics. The fact that he could leverage the lives of over 700 members of the Liao family to compel Liao Hu to protect Lingxi Fu was astonishing. Consequently, anyone intending to assassinate Lingxi Fu, including Liao Hu himself, would have to contemplate the fate of those 700 lives. Liao Hu's face darkened, but he found himself devoid of the privilege to refuse. "I accept the decree." Chen Qianzhe's smile returned, glimmering with satisfaction.
Now,
"Is there any pressing matter that requires my attention?" At the Ling residence, Lingxi sat quietly in a rattan chair, observing her father as he prepared the books to take with him. Father, you need not involve yourself in the murky waters of the salt department. Did I not mention that certain deeds can be exchanged for lives? Lingxi Fu replied, meticulously cleaning a book before placing it into a chest. Did you not say that our Ling family would face complete annihilation in 3 years? If I accomplish this task, it will provide me with leverage to negotiate with His Majesty. Rest assured, I remember all that you have told me. I will utilize what is beneficial and discard what is not. Lingxi had shared much about the salt department, some of which he did not fully comprehend but foresaw potential developments, thus committing them firmly to memory. He chuckled, moreover, with Liao Hu accompanying me. You 3 shall also join. With them present, what is there to fear? Suddenly, he recalled the matter of the tyrant's poisoning, and his smile faded. Your elder brother and second brother are entangled with their own affairs and cannot come. Being alone in the capital, especially with the Empress Dowager plotting against you, is worrisome. Do not fret, father. As long as His Majesty or the Empress Dowager do not act against me, I shall remain unharmed. I am not part of His Majesty's harem. How could she touch me? Lingxi smiled brightly. Moreover, she has explicitly prohibited my return to the palace, making the intrigues of the harem even less relevant to me. Lingxi Fu wished to voice his concerns, but ultimately restrained himself. Only through personal experience does one grasp the profound implications of such matters. In the absence of experience, words are mere rhetoric, ineffectual and hollow. He could only pray that after his departure, the Empress Dowager would focus her attention on court affairs and spare Lingxi, whom she deemed a useless child. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that Lingxi would struggle against that old hag. In the Empress Dowager's palace, she mused, Lingxi Fu is actually inspecting the salt department for His Majesty.
How amusing.
She twirled the peony in her hand, smiling. He is paving the way for his daughter's entry into the palace. This old fox, who has never taken sides, is surprisingly willing to risk his neck for this endeavor. If he wishes to become the father-in-law of the nation, we shall ensure he fails. Picking up her scissors, she snipped off the flower stem decisively. Inform everyone. We are ready to act. Chapter 89. The operation commences. Lingxi responded obediently. Do not worry, father. I will be cautious. I have taken note of your words. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. She ushered her father into the carriage and waved to her guard, Ling Rue. Third brother, be careful on the road. Remember my advice. Keep a low profile and send me a letter daily. With a grunt, Ling Rue turned on his horse, his handsome face cold. Yet his words were filled with concern for her. Lingxi felt warmth in her heart as she smiled and waved. Third brother, you are so verbose. Off you go. I know my limits. The carriage of Liao, who awaited outside the city, ready for the two of them. Lingxi waved goodbye, feeling a tinge of reluctance as they departed. Once their figures disappeared around the corner, her smile vanished. Send my orders. The entire residence is to be on high alert. The servants shall patrol day and night. Any intruders shall be dealt with ruthlessly. With her father and brothers gone, she was now a solitary girl. She feared those with malicious intent would soon stir. Shortly after, notices were posted around the Ling residence. The defenses of this residence have been heightened. Intruders risk death. Friends from the Jianghu, take heed. As night fell, after washing up, Lingxi settled into a reclining chair. Flower Luo brought forth a fragrant warming pot for drying her hair, kneeling to untangle her damp locks. Miss, I overheard something. She hesitated, as if burdened by unspoken concerns. What is it? Lingxi casually inquired, flipping through a book. They say that the notice we posted seems to invite trouble. Flower Luo furrowed her brow. Miss, does this mean we are inviting wolves into our home? What do you mean? Lingxi asked with mild amusement. Well, I guessed it. Otherwise, what else could it mean? Surely not actual wolves. Indeed, Flower Luo continued. They also mentioned that others wouldn't have known our father and third young master are not at home. But with this notice, everyone will be aware. Exactly, Lingxi said, concealing her eyes behind the book, murmuring, Flower Luo. Let me ask you this. Will people eventually learn that my father and third brother are away? Of course. They left so conspicuously. It won't take long for anyone to find out. Then why not let them know sooner? Miss, I'm not quite following, Flower Luo admitted, slightly perplexed. Why the urgency? Because if they know earlier, they may seek to establish their dominance, perhaps even to extort a little profit, Lingxi explained. I'm still confused. You see, Lingxi rose, playfully tapping the book against Flower Luo's head. You need not understand. Just remember this. In the coming nights, regardless of any noise you hear, even if I shout murder, do not get up to open the door. Do you understand? Flower Luo rubbed her head, beaming with delight. I won't open the door. I've got it. She slept in the warm chamber adjacent to Lingxi's room, separated by a single door. Her sleep was usually deep, undisturbed. However, in the midst of slumber, the sound of shifting tiles above startled her awake. She quickly sat up, about to call out, but suddenly recalled Lingxi's warning and turned back to sleep, though her heart remained alert to the noises outside. On the roof, four figures clad in black moved stealthily, cautiously lifting a tile to peer into the chamber below, signaling to their companions. Inside the room, the bed was draped with curtains, obscuring the view of its occupant. Yet, the rhythm of breathing indicated someone was peacefully asleep. Without hesitation, one of them produced a vial of sleeping powder, igniting it and casting it down into the room. The mist quickly spread throughout the chamber. Estimating the time, they believed the occupant would soon succumb to slumber and swiftly entered through the back window, stealthily advancing toward the bed. Behind the gauzy curtains, the person beneath the covers was breathing heavily. The four exchanged glances. Two lifted the curtain, while the other two lunged forward, enveloping both the person and the bedding, hoisting them onto their shoulders to flee. Are you all not even going to take a look at who you are abducting? A teasing voice echoed from the shadows. The four halted abruptly, instinctively adopting a defensive stance as they beheld the figure emerging from the darkness. It was Lingxi. What have we captured? Before they could react, the person concealed beneath the covers had already struck, swiftly drawing a dagger to slice through the throats of two assailants. They fell silently, blood gushing and staining the bedding, causing the person within to be thrown aside. Qian Shizhong, one of the remaining assailants, recognized the figure under the covers, his face paling as he turned to flee. He possessed enough awareness to know that struggling against Qian Shizhong was futile. Yet he was too slow. Qian Shizhong was faster. Before he could take a third step, the dagger pierced his heart, blood spilling forth and splattering against the wall opposite. At this moment, the third individual finally reacted, dashing towards the skylight. However, Qian Shizhong leaped forward, seizing his ankle and yanking him down with a force that sent him crashing to the ground like a salted fish. Don't move. Qian pressed his head firmly into the ground. Be careful, or I'll crush your skull. He knelt on the man's lower back, quickly searching him and then shaking his head at Lingxi. It was to be expected. Had I been in his shoes, I too would have refrained from carrying any identification. Lingxi approached slowly, withdrawing a dagger from the wall and standing beside the man. Spare me the chatter. Do as you wish, whether to kill or to maim. The man, equally fierce, defiantly retorted, I know nothing, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. On the contrary, Lingxi said, running the dagger across the man's face, drawing a thin line of blood. I might even let you go. The man scoffed, disdain etched on his features. I want to say a word. Qian Shizhong, release him. Qian grunted in response, flinging the man's arm aside and casting him out. Get lost. The man, with a dislocated arm, tumbled on the ground, incredulous. You really let me go? Will you leave? Or not? Qian retorted impatiently. If you don't hurry, I might just take your head. You would show such kindness. The man instinctively sensed something was amiss. Chapter 90. We are merely using a knife to kill Lingxi smiled faintly. What, you feel wronged for being allowed to leave? The man, gritting his teeth and cradling his injured arm, shouted in anger, I want to let you succeed. What do you take us for? Bodhisattvas? We spare you not out of kindness, but because you are already doomed. Why bother to expend effort in killing you? The man gasped, clearly not comprehending the implication. Fool. Qian regarded him as one would a simpleton. 4 of you acted, 3 are dead, and you're the sole survivor. If you were in your master's position, what would you think? The man suddenly understood. So this is Precisely as you interpreted, using a knife to kill. Lingxi gestured as if to escort him out. We are indeed using your master's hand to eliminate you. Then, why should we dirty our hands with blood? The two harmonized, rendering the man's expression increasingly grim. Lingxi casually flung open the door. Take care, no need for formalities. However, the man instinctively took a step back. At that moment, he realized he would meet his end. No, that's not right. It would be a fate worse than death. It would also implicate his family. With that, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes as he suddenly roared, raising his hand to strike his forehead, intent on ending his own life. Yet, as his palm neared his head, he involuntarily released much of his strength, resulting in a slap that left him unharmed but disoriented. Qian chuckled. What are you doing? Trying to end it all? Lingxi tossed the dagger toward him. It takes courage to commit suicide. If you can do it, you're a real man. Come on, we'll send you off. The man screamed, grasping the dagger and aiming it at his heart. Yet he could not bring himself to stab down. Lingxi reclined against the desk, leisurely swinging her feet. As the saying goes, once, twice, thrice, and then exhaustion. Self-termination is no different. In moments of despair, the brain releases stimulating substances that provoke uncontrollable and extreme behaviors. However, as those hormones gradually dissipate and calmness returns, it becomes challenging to muster such courage again. Had the man witnessed his companions perish initially, he might have felt compelled to act. But now he lacked that bravery. Thus, she remained unhurried. She and Qian Shizhong stood watching, akin to spectators at a performance, waiting to see how he would proceed. Under their scrutiny, the man's grip weakened, his resolve wavering. Ultimately, he hurled the dagger away, glaring fiercely at Lingxi and Qian Shizhong as he clutched his arm and stepped out, one slow foot after the other. Qian Shizhong. Lingxi cast a glance at Qian. He understood and quietly departed. Lingxi then summoned the family servants to lay the three corpses at the main entrance. When dawn broke, passers-by discovered the bodies and promptly reported the matter to the authorities. Soon, the area outside the Ling residence was bustling with onlookers. The steward, Mr. Chow, stood smiling at the entrance. Captain Zhang glanced at the list, the three lifeless bodies on the ground, and then at the beaming Mr. Chow.
Mr. Gao.
It seems your esteemed household was well prepared. The implication was clear. The situation was as it appeared, and whatever you were told was what you were to believe. What was unnecessary to know should remain unasked. Captain Zhang, having risen to his position in the capital, understood the rules of the game among noble families. He huffed, signaling his men to take the bodies away. But, we didn't even go inside. Wouldn't leaving like this tarnish our reputation? His subordinate looked puzzled. Captain Zhang, exasperated, retorted, Do you not understand? Only a fool would dare to steal from the Grand Chancellor's residence. That's courting death. These thieves are not simple characters. Delving deeper may lead to unforeseen complications. It's best to handle them as petty criminals, which will also benefit their higher-ups. Foolishness. In the capital, every matter is interconnected. Do you truly believe these three were mere petty thieves? Which petty thief would have the audacity to steal while openly posting notices at the Ling residence? Naturally, they were backed by someone formidable. Those individuals were far beyond the reach of their authority. It was best for matters to conclude here. If the Ling family persisted in their inquiries, it would be their heads on the line. Inside a dilapidated straw hut, the man bit down on a wooden stick, straining to reposition his dislocated arm. With great effort, he twisted, attempting to realign it, but his technique was lacking, causing him immense pain, nearly rendering him unconscious, and he failed to restore his arm. Just as he was about to attempt again, footsteps approached from outside. Instinctively, he became alert, clutching the dagger and hiding behind a pile of firewood, remaining utterly still. A figure entered, slowly removing a long cloak.
It's me, come out. Hui?
The man exhaled in relief, stumbling out and kneeling.
Hui.
I failed in my duties, I messed up. Please forgive me. Chapter 91. Silencing witnesses, Aunt Rue approached him, tilting her head to examine his arm. You're injured? It was Qian Shizhong. The man dared not meet her gaze. He was too powerful. The four of us were no match for him. I know. The bodies have already been taken to the court.
What?
Then their identities. Do not worry, in no time. The court will announce that their identities are untraceable and then send them to the mortuary for handling as unclaimed corpses. That's a relief, the man sighed. At least they will have whole bodies and can be honored on the 15th of each month. You still think of them being worshipped? Aunt Rue's expression darkened. Not only did you botch the task, but you also exposed yourselves. The Empress is extremely furious. Whether or not you know, it no longer matters. Aunt Rue turned her back to the man, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Regardless, even if they wish to investigate, they will find nothing. That's good. Just as the man felt a surge of relief, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, as if something had pierced him. Instinctively, he reached back and felt something slick, pulling it forward to discover blood and something else.
Ennui.
His gaze shot up, only to see Aunt Rue holding a long steel needle, stained with blood and something white. Suddenly, he grasped something in horror and reached for the back of his head once more. Fear not. You shall not feel much pain, Aunt Rue said as she wiped something off the steel needle and turned to leave. I merely stirred your brain with this needle, ensuring your death is devoid of sensation. Behind him, the man stood dumbfounded, staring at her retreating figure until he could no longer withstand it and collapsed. Just as Aunt Rue stepped out of the door, her pace halted abruptly. She squinted at a figure on the road, turned away from her. Qian Shizhong. She suddenly realized something and glanced back at the man's corpse. You let him go to find me? Qian Shizhong slowly turned around, silent, yet his eyes brimmed with an escalating murderous intent. Aunt Rue understood. You wish to kill me? Yet, she was not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, she chuckled softly and leisurely removed her cloak. Qian Shizhong, they say your skills are unparalleled, that no one can rival you, but that is only because you have yet to encounter me. Black Spider? It has been many years since anyone has called me that. I truly did not expect that after all these years, my name, Black Spider, would still echo in the martial world. 2 decades ago, the Qin family of Fushan was annihilated, 77 souls perished under steel needles. Since then, Black Spider had vanished from the realm of martial arts. Some claimed she had died from injuries sustained in a battle with the head of the Qin family, while others suggested she had retreated into obscurity, fearing retribution from the righteous sections. Little did they know she had hidden herself within the royal palace, becoming the confidant of the Empress Dowager. 20 years prior, Black Spider and the head of the Qin family had been embroiled in a passionate affair, with Black Spider yearning to usurp the position of the legitimate Mrs. Qin. However, a man unfaithful to his wife, who made grand promises to another woman, was destined to be untrustworthy. Soon enough, the head of the Qin family grew weary of her and cast her aside like refuse. Thus, Black Spider became the butt of jokes in the martial world. Unable to swallow her indignation and enraged by his treachery, she single-handedly stormed Fushan under the cover of night, exterminating the entire Qin family without leaving a single survivor. Yet, from that moment on, she vanished from the martial art scene. Many self-proclaimed righteous warriors issued hefty bounties for her head, yet not a trace of her was found. Over the years, people presumed she had perished. Who would have thought she was hiding within the palace? Aunt Rue gazed at Qian Shizhong with a smile, unfazed by his revelation of her identity. Do you think that my absence from the martial world for 20 years means I am at your mercy? The needle slips from between her fingers. Let us see if this needle can pierce your sword. Qian Shizhong merely shook his head with a smile. You wish to engage me in a one-on-one battle? I prefer a more chaotic confrontation. Aunt Rue's smile faltered. Her gaze darted around, alarmed. The 12 guards. Surrounding the thatched cottage were the silhouettes of the 12 guards, appearing out of nowhere. Qian Shizhong sneered. You are a target the Emperor has marked for capture. It would be unwise for me to act alone. Therefore, the Emperor has dispatched the 12 guards to assist me in eliminating you. Aunt Rue was the right-hand woman of the Empress Dowager. When the Empress Dowager decided to eliminate Lingxi, the tyrant had already issued a death warrant for her.
Today,
Aunt Rue was certainly not destined to leave alive. Aunt Rue took a step back, twirling the steel needle in her hand before launching herself forward. Qian Shizhong raised a hand, and the 12 guards drew their swords, closing in for the kill. Night descended. In the Empress Dowager's chamber, the young maid whispered cautiously, "Your Highness, the silver pearl soup is cooled. Shall I fetch you another bowl?" The Empress Dowager's expression shifted. "What time is it?" "It is past the hour of you." "The hour of you?" The Empress Dowager's breath caught in her throat. An ominous premonition washed over her. "Have you seen Aunt Rouet?" she asked in a hushed tone. If she had not arrived, that would mean something had happened to Aunt Rouet. But what could possibly occur? She was not a woman who could be easily dispatched, unless the assailants were fully prepared. "That is impossible," the Empress Dowager murmured as she slowly sank into her seat, speaking to herself. Even if those few individuals joined forces, they would not be her match. Besides, she would not be foolish enough to act overtly. No one could rival her in the art of assassination. The young maid's eyes flickered, but she feigned ignorance, taking the cooled soup and retreating. Soon, darkness enveloped the outside world, and the young eunuchs lit the palace lanterns one by one. For some unknown reason, they felt an inexplicable heaviness in the air of the chamber today. No one dared to utter a word. They merely busied themselves in silence. "Your Highness, the Emperor has arrived and is making his way here." "The Emperor?" The Empress Dowager's sense of foreboding deepened. Chun Qianche instructed his men to remain outside the hall, received the food box from Eunuch N, and stepped over the threshold. "I heard that the Empress Dowager's appetite has been poor today, so I personally prepared a bowl of meat soup to honor you." "Meat soup?" The Empress Dowager's heart sank as she scrutinized the food box in Chun Qianche's hands. He set it down, opened it, and presented a black porcelain bowl. "Is it for me to serve the Empress Dowager, or—" As he stirred the meat soup with a silver spoon, Chun Qianche's gaze turned slightly provocative as he approached the Empress Dowager with a smile. Leaning slightly, he placed the meat soup before her. "Your Highness, please indulge." The Empress Dowager's eyes remained fixed on him, attempting to discern the meaning of the soup. However, as she lowered her gaze to the meat soup, terror erupted across her face. She screamed and stood abruptly, toppling the black porcelain bowl. The bowl rolled away, shattering into pieces. A small finger mixed with blood scattering across the floor. The palace maids and eunuchs outside heard the commotion and rushed in, but were halted by a mere glance from Eunuch, and inside the hall, the Empress Dowager was petrified, collapsing to the ground, unable to believe her eyes as she stared at the bloodied finger. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? How dare you defile my eyes with such a thing? Do you not recognize it?" Chun Qianche teased, picking up the finger and slowly presenting it to the Empress Dowager. "This hand has served you for 20 years, killing so many for you. Oh, and by the way, in my youth, this very hand poisoned me countless times. Did you not recognize it, Empress Dowager?" Of course, the Empress Dowager recognized it. At the moment she saw the finger, she surmised that Aunt Rouet was in grave danger. Yet at this moment, she could not afford to admit it. "Your Majesty, what nonsense are you spouting? Who would dare poison you? You have been ill for 2 days and must be delusional." "Ha! How clever of you, Empress Dowager. I have never been more lucid than I am now." Chun Qianche smiled faintly, showing no signs of anger at her denial. It was expected that she would not admit it. He could not possibly depose the Empress Dowager because of Aunt Rouet's predicament. After all, the power of her maternal clan was formidable, an existence he could not shake. What he aimed to do was to intimidate her. "Empress Dowager, my earlier forbearance was not due to ignorance or cowardice, but rather disdain. However, now, those who wish to kill me will not be permitted." "What are you saying, Your Majesty? I do not understand." The Empress Dowager's eyes flickered, her defiance unwavering. "I have never sought to harm you. I have harmed no one. Whether you have or not, we both know the truth, and there is no need to correct it here." Chun Qianche placed the finger against the Empress Dowager's hand, gently folding her fingers over it. He whispered, "From this day forth, we may coexist peacefully, each minding our own affairs, or we may tear each other apart. And you shall reap the consequences." The Empress Dowager's pupils trembled slightly, but she said nothing. Chun Qianche did not seek an answer. He elegantly wiped the blood from her sleeve, rose, and strolled away. The lonely one is about to wed. Has the Empress Dowager decided on a gift for the occasion? At that moment, the Dowager's hands clenched tightly, her eyes ablaze with uncontainable malice. After the tyrant's marriage, she would relinquish power to the emperor, a tradition handed down by their ancestors. At that point, she would truly have nothing left. At the Ling residence, following a forceful display of corpses, the entrance of the Ling family appeared notably desolate. Not a single living soul dared to approach, not even the dogs, who skirted around in fear of the lingering aura of death. Lingxi donned a simple linen gown, her hair wrapped, and with a vegetable basket in hand, she slipped out through the back door, keeping her head lowered. Once assured of her solitude, she climbed into a cart that had halted at the end of the street. The car was laden with fresh vegetables, and the driver, a tall, slender man with a low-brimmed hat obscuring his face, seemed unusual to Lingxi at first glance. Is this driver a tad too pale? She mused. Whose driver has shoulders like that? Could it possibly be the tyrant? No. Upon closer inspection, she realized it truly was him. Why did you send word to me about an urgent matter, instructing me to disguise myself as a peasant and exit through the back door without mentioning that you would be the one driving? Chen Qianzhe expertly maneuvered the reins, guiding the cart slowly along the roadside. Aunt Rui has passed away. The Empress Dowager will not remain idle, so be cautious. There may also be movements from the royal uncle. Stay alert. I am aware, Lingxi replied, settling comfortably into her seat. You did mention it before. You didn't summon me just to deliver this news, did you? According to the customs of our great dynasty, with the young emperor in power and the Empress Dowager acting as regent, once the young emperor marries, the dowager must relinquish her political authority, never to interfere again. Chen Qianzhe, glancing at her discreetly, added, You understand my meaning, do you not? Indeed, Lingxi nodded earnestly. So the dowager chose me to be your empress because I am naive and easily manipulated, allowing her to exert influence over me post-marriage and indirectly meddle in your affairs. This is the very purpose of my existence, as a mere supporting character. Little did she know, a glimmer of light flickered in Chen Qianzhe's eyes. That is not what I meant. I was referring to the marriage itself. After our wedding, I will finally wield absolute power. I know, you just mentioned it, Lingxi responded. Suddenly enlightened, she sat upright. You can't be implying that we are to be wed, are you? Yes, I believe the time for our marriage is opportune. Chen Qianzhe's voice held a slight wavering of confidence. We think. However, given our current predicament, the dowager is unlikely to permit our marriage easily. They have just dealt with Aunt Rui, essentially issuing a challenge to the dowager. Just tell me if you are willing. I will handle the rest. Chen Qianzhe tightened his grip on the reins. I will manage the dowager. Your Majesty, are you proposing to me? Lingxi recalled the sight of the cart filled with vegetables. I never anticipated that my first proposal would be in such an environment, without candles, flowers, or even a grand ring. What a situation. Chen Qianzhe's eyes twitched slightly. What are you implying? Are we not the legendary couple engaged in a sham marriage? Chen Qianzhe suddenly turned his gaze toward her. Is that truly what you think? Of course. It's for you to seize power. Then it is indeed a sham. Chapter 93. The sole benefit of entering a novel for reasons unknown. Upon hearing this response, Lingxi felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, reflecting on their perilous circumstances, she reasoned that if marriage could ensure her safety and grant the tyrant greater power, it would indeed be a favorable outcome. However, with my father absent, I cannot decide this matter unilaterally. Lingxi thought of her late father. Moreover, her elder brother and second brother were not at home, and by tradition as a daughter, she had no right to determine her own marriage. The eldest brother is like a father. Furthermore, her elder brother, with his resolute character, would be the one to formally accept the marriage proposal on behalf of their father. Lingxi couldn't help but glance at the tyrant once more. Didn't you come to discuss the marriage? Yet I can't shake the feeling that you are here to inform me. Why do I feel as though I am being sold off? Well, it's not quite selling, since our fates are intertwined, both struggling to survive. A marriage could aid him in seizing power and ousting the dowager, which is a clever strategy. Chen Qianzhe suppressed a smile. So, does that mean you agree? Of course. To be an empress, I would certainly agree. What woman wouldn't he desire to be an empress? The empress, the mother of the nation. I would welcome it with open arms. News of the impending marriage began to circulate. When people learned that the future empress was indeed the daughter of the Ling family, They deemed the emperor mad. After all, their impression of Lingxi was still rooted in her reputation for being boisterous, vain, and unruly. Even Lingxi's own elder brother, Ling Chongfan, believed that his sister was unworthy of the title of empress. Having just settled his family upon returning home, he swiftly took charge of the Ling family ancestral hall, commanding that Lingxi be brought forth. Upon hearing that her elder brother awaited her in the ancestral hall, Lingxi felt a wave of foreboding. Her brother, Ling Chongfan, was the paragon of virtue, the embodiment of the ideal child. Among the 4 siblings, he bore the closest resemblance to their father in intellect, yet he was even more upright than Ling Zifu. Lingxi was unafraid of her father, yet she dreaded this elder brother, whose strictness surpassed even that of their father. The aroma of bamboo incense wafted through the ancestral hall, creating a serene atmosphere. Elder brother, Lingxi timidly called out as she spotted Ling Chongfan standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as stern as she had imagined. Come here and kneel, he commanded. Lingxi, taken aback, felt compelled to obey and knelt on the mat. Unbeknownst to her, her innocent expression only served to provoke Ling Chongfan further. Lingxi, what has become of you? Do you think I am unaware of your behavior? You, with your meager stature, how can you possibly be worthy of the title of mother of the nation? Lingxi thought to herself, elder brother, this is hardly fair. Ling Chongfan was known for his seriousness at home. When he unleashed his fury, even their father would not dare to confront him directly. At this moment, even if he were to poke her forehead, Lingxi dared not retort, confining her thoughts to silent musings. Elder brother, this isn't how you should treat me. Insulting others without foul language is still an insult. You are a refined gentleman. You must be humble. Moreover, what kind of elder brother belittles his sister like this? I am your own sister, after all. How does this benefit you? Besides, I am to be the empress, and you will be the royal uncle. Royal uncle? How splendid! What are you muttering about? Ling Chongfan caught her whispered thoughts. His temper, already flaring, could no longer be contained. Lingxi, have you grown bold? Discussing matters behind my back, thinking I am deaf. Oh no! Lingxi realized too late that she had neglected to guard her thoughts from her elder brother. Ling Chongfan, oblivious to any misstep in her musings, pointed angrily at the ancestral tablets. Go kneel there for an hour. You may not rise without my permission. Lingxi, alarmed, attempted to explain, but Ling Chongfan's fury only escalated. 3 hours. Elder brother, that's unreasonable. 5 hours. With a loud thud, Ling Chongfan slammed an object down before the ancestral tablets. Upon seeing what it was, Lingxi's defiance and silent protests were swiftly quelled. It was the Ling family's ancestral punishment, a 3-tailed whip made of soft leather. How extraordinary! The ancestral family law of the Ling family rests firmly in the hands of the eldest brother, Ling Chongfan, and even their father, Ling Ziyu, has never laid a finger upon it. This is due to the grandfather, who, on his deathbed, entrusted the family law to his eldest grandson, Ling Chongfan, believing him to be just and impartial, far better suited to govern the Ling family than the cunning Ziyu. In her childhood, Lingxi, the paper doll, often bore the brunt of the family law's discipline. Although she has since transformed, the deep-rooted sense of fear from her past still pierces her heart, compelling her to kneel obediently before the ancestral hall. After Ling Chongfan departed, Hualuo stealthily entered. Miss, where is my elder brother? He has left the residence. Oh, my leg. Upon hearing that Ling Chongfan was not home, Lingxi cried out in pain, rubbing her knee. What misfortune have I encountered? While others benefit from the trees planted by their ancestors, I seem to be the one cursed. The burdens of the paper doll's past were not lost on her. She has repaid them in full. What troubles her most is that, until now, she has yet to reap any rewards from the paper doll's past. The only possible benefit seems to be her encounter with the tyrant of divine beauty. But that isn't accurate. It was the paper doll who encountered the tyrant, not her. Lingxi's thoughts spiraled into distress. Do you know where my brother has gone? Chapter 94. The unpleasant cousin's child. Hualuo pondered for a moment before responding. I heard he headed towards the imperial city. Miss, do you think he has entered the palace? Hualuo gently massaged her knee while bringing forth warm tea and pastries. Miss, you should eat a little.
Why?
It sounds as if I am about to perish, as if I need a last meal. Hualua's expression reflected her confusion. What last meal? Every time you kneel in the ancestral hall, don't you need to eat something? Suddenly, unfamiliar images flashed through Lingxi's mind, including memories of the paper doll being punished to kneel and Hualuo secretly bringing her food. Could it be? Is a new storyline emerging? It seems that since I survived, I have acquired various unwarranted storylines. Yet, she sensed that these new narratives rendered her life more vivid and substantial, making her feel more human.
Miss?
Hualuo observed Lingxi lost in thought and waved her hand. Aren't you going to eat? Of course. How could I not eat? Who knows what kind of trouble my brother has stirred up or how long he will be confined? Should I wait to starve? Lingxi picked up a piece of pastry, but before it could reach her lips, a dark shadow darted over, swatting the pastry away and striking her face.
No eating. Ah.
Fan, young master Fan, what are you doing? Hualuo exclaimed in horror, rushing to Lingxi's side and tenderly stroking her cheek. Miss, are you alright? Does it hurt? Lingxi was completely taken aback and, in that moment, recognized the boy who had struck her, a peculiar-looking child of about 10. His features were unusual. His eyes were set wide apart, asymmetrical, and he lacked eyebrows, giving him an odd appearance. Yet, despite his young age, his eyes gleamed with a twisted malice as he reveled in the chaos he had created. Ling sister, you don't remember me? Fan Guodong? You are Fan Guodong. Fan Guodong was the younger brother of sister-in-law Fan Malian. The two were orphans, relying solely on each other. Ling Chongfan, feeling pity for his brother-in-law, took Fan Guodong under his wing after marrying, intending to educate him personally. However, due to sister-in-law Fan Malian's protective nature and Fan Guodong's youth, Ling Chongfan gradually allowed him more freedom. After striking Lingxi, instead of feeling remorseful, he arrogantly mocked her. Ling sister, do you know why I hit you? Lingxi's heart battled within her. Could it be that I harmed this child in some way? Oh, dear. This wretched memory. Am I to clean up the mess for the paper doll again? Lingxi genuinely could not recall any wrongdoing to deserve a child strike. Unsure of how to respond, she forced a polite smile. And why is that? Because you deserve it. My brother said that if you kneel in the ancestral hall, you must do so properly, and if you do not, you shall be punished. Lingxi found it hard to believe, pointing to her own face. You mean you hit me, because I knelt in the ancestral hall? Of course. You deserve to be hit, Fan Guodong boasted. As a woman, if you err, you must kneel properly before the ancestors. How dare you sneak food? In our Fan family, that would warrant a severe beating. Fan Guodong, I kneel in my own family's ancestral hall. What business is it of yours, you little brat? The more Lingxi pondered, the angrier she became, threateningly raising her hand. Do you believe enough? Fan Malian stormed in from outside, shielding Fan Guodong behind her. Fourth sister, what are you doing? Big sister, save me. She wants to hit me. Fan Guodong's demeanor shifted dramatically as he ran into his sister's arms, wailing like a child wronged, eager to cast blame. Lingxi thought, ah, this must be what they refer to as the detestable cousin's child. I feel like I could just strangle him. Fourth sister, how could you strike my brother? What has he done to offend you? Fan Malian's voice was sharp and accusatory before Lingxi could respond. Even if he has erred, he has me as his sister and your brother to discipline him. There is no need for you to take matters into your own hands. Sister-in-law, it was he who struck me. Lingxi pointed to her swollen cheek. Look at my face. It's still red. I did not. Fan Guodong's eyes welled with tears, portraying himself as a pitiful victim. I did not hit her. She was going to hit me. She called me an orphan, saying I eat from the Ling family's table and should obey her like a dog. Young Master Fan, what are you saying? Hualuo gasped, astonished at his audacity. You are the one who barged in and slapped the miss. Hualuo. Lingxi interjected, halting her from elaborating. In such a situation, Fan Malian would undoubtedly side with her brother. The more they explained, the more guilty they would appear. Indeed, rage filled Fan Malian's eyes. Lingxi, I received a letter from your brother stating that you are to be married. I thought you had turned over a new leaf, yet here you are, embroiled in such matters. I shall inform your elder brother of today's events. With that, she shot Lingxi a fierce glare before departing with Fan Guodong. Miss, how could he act this way? How could he be so vile? Hualua's anger made her speechless. This is just too wicked. Indeed, a 10-year-old child can be so malicious. What lies ahead? Lingxi's voice trailed off as she recalled her elder brother Ling Chongfan's fate. Despite his early accomplishments and current prestige, he too would meet a grim end at the execution grounds, and before that, his life would plunge into despair, shrouded in darkness. Hualuo, I remember you telling me about sister-in-law's cousin living in the capital. Wasn't it that cousin who facilitated sister-in-law's marriage? Yes, the cousin's surname is Tang. His family runs a tailor shop on East Main Street and has also opened a silk shop. Business is good, and he often supplies us with fabric.
Tang Kusin.
Is that so? The man mentioned in the original text must be him. Chapter 95. A stab from the elder brother. Despite Ling Chongfan's wealth of knowledge and accomplishments, his overly rigid and antiquated disposition fails to endear him to the elite of the capital, particularly among the noble daughters who, upon hearing that he enforces the family law and has disciplined his sister, prefer to keep their distance.
Consequently,
the matter of his marriage has become a significant source of distress for their father. Coincidentally, that year, when Lingxi required new garments, tailors and fabric shops throughout the capital were supplying the Ling residents, and Fan Meiyan and her cousin were among those delivering goods. Thus, Fan Meiyan fortuitously encountered her elder brother Ling Chongfan and fell deeply in love at first sight. Not long after, she married into the Ling family, becoming the esteemed mistress of the Ling household. However, as Ling Chongfan was assigned to a distant post, the Fan siblings departed from the Ling residence, resulting in Lingxi having minimal contact with them thereafter. This recounts the narrative memory possessed by the original character. Yet, from her omniscient perspective, Lingxi comprehended that the serendipitous meeting between Fan Meiyan and her elder brother was a meticulously orchestrated ruse. Miss, why do you suddenly inquire about Master Tang? Hualuo curiously asked. The original character Lingxi had departed early, and in the narrative, her role was non-existent within Ling Chongfan's storyline. However, Lingxi Niao, as the principal female lead, had numerous interactions with the Fan siblings. Lingxi needed to thoroughly digest the original text and discern advantageous plotlines from the confrontations between Lingxi Niao and Fan Meiyan. Lingxi had already received word and concealed her provisions. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, she knelt upright. When Ling Chongfan entered, he silently cast a glance at her before approaching the ancestral tablets. Rise, he commanded.
Ah?
Oh, Lingxi feigned ignorance, massaging her knees as she stood. It hurts so much. Brother, am I going to be crippled? Thank you, brother. She expressed her gratitude in a pitiful manner, exaggeratingly stumbling twice more before limping away. I have met with His Majesty. Ling Chongfan suddenly spoke from behind her. He said that after your wedding, he will entrust me with the management of the tax office. The salt and tax offices were the most critical economic sources for the Grand Empire's treasury. Currently, the treasury was depleted because both offices were monopolized by certain individuals, resulting in a monopolistic situation. Lingxi abruptly halted, having surmised something in her mind yet remaining turned away from him, silent. His Majesty and I spoke at length. He mentioned your situation, saying you have changed, that you are no longer the same as before. A shift in conversation led Ling Chongfan to the crux. Today, I entered the palace to persuade His Majesty to reconsider the marriage. Lingxi couldn't help but roll her eyes. You truly are my dear brother. Others would eagerly announce their intention to become the imperial uncle, while you, fearing for my demise, would stab me in the back. This brief exchange, while obscuring Ling Chongfan, hinted at his understanding of her thoughts as he murmured, Do you know why I wish for His Majesty to retract the marriage? Lingxi feigned confusion as she turned around. Is it because you pity me? How self-important. Ling Chongfan's expression was one of disbelief. He glanced around seriously, lowering his voice. Because I do not want the Ling family to fall alongside you in this palace strife. Lingxi subtly raised an eyebrow. You are aware of palace intrigues? I always thought you were a dullard. It seems you possess a hint of wit. Ling Chongfan was displeased with her nonchalant reaction, frowning as he admonished her. What expression is that? I am discussing serious matters. With your reckless demeanor, even if you became empress, within 3 months, the Ling family would be ruined by you. Lingxi felt ripples of realization stir within her. It appears that my brother is not as simple as he seems. He harbors ulterior motives. Should I be forthright about the current situation or continue to feign ignorance as a charming fool? The original portrayal of Ling Chongfan was limited to that of a rigid and dull figure. Lingxi was uncertain whether aligning with such a character would affect her future plans. Of course, if his seemingly straightforward persona was a fade, that would be a different matter. Contemplating this, the clarity of her previous naivety gradually dissipated. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her dark, subdued eyes glimmering with a cold smile. So, brother, what exactly are you trying to convey with all this talk? Her transformation visibly astonished Ling Chongfan. Such a keen gaze was a first for him to witness from his seemingly naive sister. You truly are different from before. Unsure whether to feel gratified or relieved, a slight smile tugged at his lips, revealing a hint of warmth. Now, Father has requested a thorough investigation into the Salt Office. If His Majesty entrusts me with the tax office, it means our Ling family will control the economic lifeblood of the Grand Empire. Do you understand the implications of such an outcome? Lingxi met his gaze with a calm demeanor. If the Ling family becomes the target of public ire, should we succeed, our name will be immortalized in history. If we fail, we shall be condemned for eternity. He gazed at her for a long while before nodding. Since you are aware, why would you wish to wade through this murky water? With your beauty and newfound wisdom, even without becoming empress, you would enjoy a life of honor and wealth. Brother, why do you think father and third brother are so eager to assist me in becoming the empress? Lingxi withheld the knowledge of his future from her brother, knowing he would not easily believe her under the current circumstances. The only thing that could break through his defenses was the attitude of their father and third brother. As expected, upon mentioning their father, Ling Chongfan's expression became nuanced. After a long silence, he nodded again. Though I do not know how you convinced father at present, I am willing to join forces with you to help you ascend to the Empress's throne. Lingxi smiled. Rest assured, brother, His Majesty is fond of me. The Empress's position shall undoubtedly be mine. Little did she know, Ling Chongfan shook his head meaningfully. Not necessarily. His Majesty may be fond of you, but your ascension to Empress will not be as you desire. The greatest obstacle is that child. A child? Lingxi momentarily lost her focus. What child? You do not know?
Know what?
Ling Chongfan wore an expression that suggested her ignorance, softly sighing. His Majesty has a child. Lingxi was utterly stunned. The tyrant has a child? Why has he never mentioned it? At that moment, a sense of betrayal washed over her, weighing heavily upon her chest and rendering her breathless. Clutching her heart, she leaned weakly against the incense burner to steady herself. Observing her state, Ling Chongfan refrained from saying more, merely reassuring her with a gentle pat on the arm. When you have the time, it would be best to clarify this matter. As he reached the door, he turned back to whisper, in matters of love, do not invest too much emotion. The more you invest, the more you will lose, and it will only be to your detriment. Hua Luo noticed her despondency and stood there, bewildered. After a long while, she cautiously asked, Miss, what is wrong? Did the young master scold you again? Lingxi, as if awakening from a dream, quickly grasped Hua Luo's hand. Hua Luo, are you aware that His Majesty has a child? Hua Luo appeared confused. Yes, miss. You were the one who told me. Have you forgotten? Lingxi was taken aback for a long time, feeling as though she had misheard. You said I told you that His Majesty has a child? Yes. Hua Luo nodded earnestly. Many years ago, you informed me that His Majesty has a child and instructed me not to tell anyone. I have kept the secret, miss. Have you truly forgotten? That cannot be. I told her? But why do I have no recollection whatsoever? Is this a newly introduced plotline?
No.
The tyrant did not even survive in the original text. Could it be a hidden storyline? Lingxi endeavored to calm herself. She pulled Hua Luo's hand and sat at the table, hastily gulping down 2 cups of cold tea. Hua Luo, think carefully and tell me everything in detail. Miss, is there really a need to think? Hua Luo could not help but laugh. Such matters are unforgettable. One can remember them for a lifetime, can they not? The gossip surrounding the tyrant. Who could possibly forget it? Hua Luo distinctly recalled that the event transpired 5 years prior. 5 years ago? Lingxi could not resist widening her eyes, fixated on Huoluo. What nonsense are you spouting? How old was His Majesty back then? At that time, the tyrant was still not of age.
No.
He was but a child, a mere sprout of a mischievous rascal. Lingxi found herself racking her brain, yet could not conjure even a fragment of memory regarding that birthday banquet. The events Huoluo described seemed to her entirely non-existent, as if they had never generated any new memories. This was perplexing, yet she brushed it aside. Could you please recount exactly how I spoke to you back then? I must confirm that child was indeed His Majesty's?
Certainly.
Huoluo assured, nodding emphatically. You even asked me mysteriously to guess who the child's mother was. The child's mother?
Who could that be?
I don't know. You claimed you were unaware as well. Regardless, after sharing this, you insisted it be kept secret, warning me that the Empress Dowager said if it got out, my head would roll. Thus, I told no one. After you awoke, perhaps you forgot this matter entirely, for you never mentioned it again. How one regrets not having enough knowledge when the time comes to use it, and how one laments the limited capacity of one's mind. Lingxi rubbed her temples, feeling a headache wave over her. I possess no memory of this. Yet I have certainly consumed my share of gossip. Suddenly, something struck her, and she raised her head abruptly. Wait a moment. Why has no one ever mentioned such a significant event? The ministers dare not speak of the tyrant for fear of losing their heads. But why have neither the Empress Dowager nor the Regent ever brought it up? Especially the Empress Dowager. She could easily leverage that child to manipulate the tyrant. The Regent too. If they used the child to restrain the tyrant, the current awkward stalemate would not exist. Miss. The butler's voice called from outside, urgent and hasty. Someone from the palace has arrived to summon Mississippi. Upon hearing this, Ling Chongfan had already knelt in the courtyard, waiting for Lingxi's arrival, casting her a meaningful glance. The siblings knelt to receive the edict. The Empress Dowager, unwell and resting, specifically summoned the fourth Miss Lingxi to attend to her ailment, demanding her immediate presence without delay. The eunuch delivering the decree, a member of the Empress Dowager's court, politely presented the imperial edict to Ling Chongfan. Rest assured, young master. I will convey your words. Young lady, the Empress Dowager has commanded that everything is arranged within the palace, and you need not prepare anything. You may enter directly. Lingxi understood that the Empress Dowager was providing her no opportunity for contemplation or negotiation. She said nothing, merely exchanged a glance with Ling Chongfan before silently following the eunuch to the carriage. After seeing them off, Ling Chongfan ordered that the edict be delivered to the ancestral hall for incense offerings. Upon seeing him, tears of grievance rolled down her cheeks, yet she said nothing, wiped her tears, and rose to bow. Husband, you have worked hard. Lien will assist you in disrobing. No, husband need not concern himself with me. I am fine. Though she spoke so, the tears rolling down Fan Malian's cheeks grew larger and more urgent. Ling Chongfan grasped her hand and spoke softly. How can I be at ease with you in such distress? Pray, tell me what has transpired. Fan Malian could no longer hold back and cried out, I just scolded fourth sister in the ancestral hall. Once she becomes empress, will there still be a future for me and Guodong? You quarreled with fourth sister? Ling Chongfan was taken aback. Fan Malian was even more astonished than he. Did fourth sister not tell you? Given Lingxi's arrogant and audacious nature, it seemed impossible that she would not have informed Ling Chongfan of their argument. As the eldest sister-in-law, you are like a mother. If fourth sister has erred in any way, you are entirely justified in reprimanding her. What is wrong with that? But she hesitated, glancing outside, still adopting a submissive posture. Now that she is to become empress, if she ascends to that position, she will surely retaliate against me. Husband, what should I do? Fear not. With me here, she shall not harm you. Ling Chongfan stood to leave, yet Fan Malian hastily entwined her fingers around his, kneeling before him, her brow furrowed with concern. Husband, in truth, I am more worried about you. Worried about me? What concerns you? Ling Chongfan squinted. Wife, what exactly are you implying? Fourth sister must harbor resentment towards you. What if she seeks revenge once she becomes empress? At that point, she will be the empress. Who can restrain her? And so, husband, I propose that we prevent fourth sister from becoming empress, Fan Malian cautiously suggested. If she cannot ascend, she will remain our fourth sister and will not be able to retaliate against you. Ling Chongfan remained silent, simply gazing down at her. After a prolonged moment, he took her arm and gently helped her to her feet, smoothing the creases in her garments. Lian, there are matters you do not understand. This wedding has been personally arranged by His Majesty, and fourth sister's selection as empress is also His Majesty's will. Who would dare to defy His Majesty's intentions? Fan Malian grew anxious. Husband, our Ling family is not limited to only fourth sister. We have fifth sister as well. Fifth sister is gentle and kind, having always been good-natured. She would make a suitable empress. Fifth sister? A flicker of subtlety crossed Ling Chongfan's gaze. Lian, fifth sister has long since left home. Moreover, how could we replace fourth sister with fifth sister without cause? After all, fourth sister has committed no wrong. Before Fan Malian could finish her thought, she sensed the shift in Ling Chongfan's expression. Understanding his cue, she swiftly altered her approach. Husband, please do not misunderstand. I merely suggest that as long as fourth sister does not become empress, we should support fifth sister instead. This would be more advantageous for our family. Very well. Let us leave it at that for now. Ling Chongfan did not elaborate further, rising to adjust his sleeves. I have matters to attend to. You should rest for now. He kept his head lowered, avoiding her gaze. Lian, regarding what you mentioned, you may handle it as you see fit. Without needing to inform me, just take care of it. Fan Malian was taken aback by Ling Chongfan's prompt agreement, nodding vigorously. Husband, rest assured, I will personally handle this matter, ensuring no one discovers our involvement. Ling Chongfan continued to keep his head down, quietly nodding without a word, swiftly turning to leave. Fan Malian felt a surge of joy. Excitedly penning a letter and summoning her trusted maid, go find my cousin and tell him to come see me immediately upon receiving this letter. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Lingxi felt that the Empress Dowager's chambers were no longer as relaxed and pleasant as they once were. The faces of all the palace maids and eunuchs were shrouded in a veil of gloom, as if everyone was burdened with heavy thoughts. A young maid led her to an inner chamber, kneeling to pay her respects. Miss Ling, the Empress Dowager has commanded you to wait here. She will come once she has taken her medicine. Lingxi acknowledged her with a nod, observing her surroundings thoughtfully. This was the rear chamber of the Empress Dowager's quarters, separated from the maid's quarters by 2 walls, a cold chamber within her palace. Despite having entered and exited the Empress Dowager's chambers countless times over the years, she had never set foot in this particular area until now. The Empress Dowager had summoned her here, which surely indicated something suspicious. The more suspicious it seemed, the more cautious Lingxi stood still, awaiting the unfolding drama. Time passed, 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks, 3 incense sticks. As Lingxi grew weary of standing, she decided to sit on the floor, patiently waiting for the next act to commence. Suddenly, a sound echoed, thud. A small object fell, followed by a rustling noise. She turned her gaze toward the sound, noticing the curtain swaying slightly. Beneath the curtain, a worn yellow leather ball rolled out, leisurely making its way to the corner of the wall.
Who is there?
If you do not speak, I shall not hold back, Lingxi asked several times with no response. Growing impatient, she seized the candlestick from the table and cautiously advanced towards the curtain. With each step, the curtain swayed more violently, indicating that someone was concealed behind it. She glanced at the ball, then at the curtain, and suddenly had an idea. Quietly, she set the candlestick down and gently pulled the curtain aside. The person behind the curtain, noticing the disturbance, instinctively grabbed the fabric, but their strength was evidently insufficient. After a brief struggle, the curtain was torn open. Behind the curtain stood a small boy, around 5 or 6 years old, his pallid face marked by fear and anxiety. Just as Lingxi opened her mouth to speak, the boy suddenly pushed past her and dashed towards the small ball, picking it up before running toward the door. However, he collided head-on with someone at the entrance, tumbling down and sending the ball rolling to Lingxi's feet. Goodness, little master, why weren't you more careful? You just bumped into the Empress Dowager. An elderly eunuch seized the boy and forced him to the ground at the Empress Dowager's feet. Quickly apologized to the Empress Dowager. The boy lowered his head and knelt at the Empress Dowager's feet, bowing 3 times without uttering a word. The Empress Dowager cast him a sidelong glance. You've bumped into me. It's of no consequence, but you must be more mindful in the future. You cannot offend our future Empress. Now, pay your respects to your mother. She will be your mother from now on. Obediently, the boy rose and approached Lingxi, kneeling down with a thud and bowing 3 times. Mother? Mother. Is this the child? Why does he look somewhat malnourished and lacking in intelligence? After finishing his bows, the boy raised his head and stared at Lingxi, still saying nothing. Lingxi steadied her racing heart, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she knelt beside him. Get up. Let me see why you're so thin. Are you picky with your food? The boy resisted slightly, struggling to free himself from Lingxi's grasp before quickly running back to the Empress Dowager, where he stood obediently with his head lowered, silent. Do you know who he is? The Empress Dowager's face revealed a wicked smile of triumph. Lingxi, unfazed, met her gaze calmly. He is the Emperor's child, as you previously mentioned to me, Your Majesty. That old witch has played her cards right from the start. She intends to catch me off guard and throw me into disarray, doesn't she? If my elder brother hadn't informed me about the child beforehand, I would truly be at a loss. That was a close call. The old hag must have more tricks up her sleeve. I must remain vigilant. The Empress Dowager had summoned her and confined her to this place, while unintentionally revealing the child, which was clearly a lethal blow aimed at her. Indeed, Lingxi's words left the Empress Dowager somewhat disappointed. Drawing in a sharp breath, she incredulously replied, When did I ever mention this child to you? 5 years ago, I believe. I don't remember the details clearly, but I think it was during one of my birthday celebrations when the Empress Dowager had a bit too much to drink and mentioned the child. Wasn't he it? I can't believe you don't recall that. The Empress Dowager, momentarily at a loss, scolded under her breath, but her malice soon seeped from her eyes. Very well. Since you know, I shall refrain from further elaboration. This child has been raised under my care, and with the Emperor's imminent wedding, it is only natural that he should be returned to him. Returned? How disgusting. Such a large child. You've hidden him so thoroughly that hardly anyone in the court has even mentioned him. Now that the tyrant is to be wed, you expose the child to the public eye. Why? Is it not simply to repulse me? Lingxi's mind raced, quickly grasping the Empress Dowager's malicious intent. She felt uncomfortable seeing the budding affection between the tyrant and herself, and aimed to sever their bond. For a young couple, what could be more shocking than an unexpected revelation from one's fiancé about an illegitimate child, especially one of royal blood? Thus, if I were to show the slightest displeasure, the old witch would consider herself victorious. No way. In this strategic standoff, I cannot allow her to feel at ease. Moreover, regarding the child, the tyrant has yet to provide me with an explanation, so I cannot prematurely assume him to be his. After all, given the age difference, the tyrant would have been far too young to father a child. You exhibit far more magnanimity than I anticipated, Lingxi. The Empress Dowager ground her teeth in frustration, suppressing her anger. With the tyrant having eliminated her ally, she now sought to dismantle his support. If he favored Lingxi and cherished that dead girl, then she would strike at their relationship. Thus, she had thrust the child into Lingxi's path, hoping to witness her collapse in despair. To her surprise, Lingxi displayed the composure of a stateswoman, accepting the child without a hint of hesitation. Faced with the Empress Dowager's aggression, Lingxi remained calm and graceful. Your Majesty, I do not comprehend the meaning behind your words. The Emperor has fathered a child with another woman, and you seem unconcerned? Why should you be? The Emperor is the sovereign of this realm, and it is only right for him to have many children to ensure the continuation of our dynasty. Am I to bear all these children myself? Naturally, they must be born of other women, as you have done in your own life. Lingxi chuckled, tilting her head, further inciting the Empress Dowager's wrath. If you are unconcerned, then I cannot interfere. The Empress Dowager, frustrated that her ploy had not yielded the desired results, retorted angrily. But do not let your joy be too great. This child has been mute since childhood and cannot speak. From now on, he will be entrusted to you. I shall certainly care for him diligently. Lingxi replied. However, I must warn you, This child is dear to me, and if he ever does anything to offend you, I will not punish him myself. I shall bring him to you for your discipline." This statement was a blatant declaration of war against Lingxi. This is a warning, indicating that the child may not be easy to manage. I expected this. They say children are blank slates. I wonder what the Empress Dowager has painted on this one. The Empress Dowager laughed, for this child is the Emperor's son, a noble prince. Besides, being a child, even if he commits a transgression, it is not for me to judge. Lingxi maintained her smile, bending down to beckon to Chenju. "Do you go by Jewer?" "My name is Lingxi. You may call me Auntie Shi." "Auntie Shi?" The Empress Dowager gasped. "Lingxi, you are the Empress, his nominal mother. How can he address you so casually? Until the day the Emperor and I are wed, I am not yet the Empress." "If the prince wishes to call me Auntie Shi, I consider it an honor," Lingxi replied, still smiling at Chenju. "Do you know how to say Auntie Shi in sign language?" For some reason, upon hearing Auntie Shi, a flicker of emotion passed through Chenju's otherwise steady eyes. However, it quickly vanished, and his gaze returned to its innocent clarity. Indeed, there is something amiss. I wondered why the old witch kept emphasizing the title of Empress. Lingxi seized upon this change, discreetly signaling, "Auntie Shi, I Lingxi. From now on, you shall call me Auntie Shi." Chapter 99. "You dare not kill me." Chenju glanced at Lingxi's gestures, then at her eyes. His clear, bright gaze blinked, yet he remained silent. Nevertheless, he intently observed Lingxi's hands, his small fingers awkwardly mimicking the sign language for Auntie Shi. "No, like this. This is how you say Auntie Shi." Lingxi corrected his fingers. "The tyrant has never mentioned the child to me, indicating that their father-son relationship is not good. Children who lack paternal love often harbor a certain distortion within their very essence. Do not be deceived by this child's seemingly obedient and adorable demeanor. He may very well be a secretly paranoid little madman, under the spell of that old witch's brainwashing. He might even harbor a deep-seated hatred for the woman destined to be the queen. Therefore, the most prudent course of action now is to set aside the identity of the queen and to cultivate a good relationship with this child." With this thought, Lingxi's gaze softened, as if it could melt into water. "Jewer, your father has always been concerned about you. He often speaks of you to me, and even expressed a desire to introduce us. However, my health has not permitted it, and thus I have not had the opportunity to meet you." She gently squeezed Chenju's little hand, her bright eyes shining with warmth. "And she did not expect you to be even more delightful and well-behaved than your father described. Do you realize? I regret not having come to see you sooner. Perhaps we would have become good friends by now." The Empress Dowager, exasperated, thought to herself, "Damn it. After just a few days apart, that wretched girl has honed her knack for nonsense to perfection." The audacity of her blatant lies was truly astonishing. How could that rebellious Chen Qianjia possibly discuss matters of children with her? And to compliment the child as being well-behaved and adorable, the Empress Dowager cast a disdainful glance at Chenju, suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. Something felt amiss. The way that little one looked at Lingxi, there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Oh no, had he completely forgotten the instructions he had been given? This was a disaster. "Jewer," the Empress Dowager suddenly cleared her throat, her voice turning hoarse. "What did I tell you before coming here?" Lingxi thought. That old witch is up to her tricks again. As her thoughts raced, Chenju unexpectedly knelt down. What a surprise. Indeed, she is playing her games once more. But truly, it is inhumane for that old witch to use a child as a pawn. Lingxi felt an inexplicable anger surge within her. She picked up Chenju, said nothing, and carried him outside the palace, gently placing him down and ruffling his hair. "Be good and wait for me here." She turned and slammed the palace door shut. The Empress Dowager, taken aback, stepped back warily. "Lingxi, what are you planning? Do you intend to rebel or assassinate me?" "Your Majesty, I am empty-handed, and I was searched before entering the palace. How could I possibly assassinate you? Moreover, how could I stage a rebellion alone?" Lingxi retorted, a smile of disbelief gracing her lips as she stood 10 paces away from the Empress Dowager, hands on her hips. "And this is your private chamber. Your Majesty, your hidden guards lie in wait. I fear I would be struck down before even reaching you. What do you intend to do?" The Empress Dowager smirked ominously. You know that my men are concealed in the shadows. If I were to cry assassin, they would rush out and dismember you. Your Majesty, you are far too clever to engage in such foolishness. Lingxi replied, unperturbed. I am the queen, appointed by His Majesty, set to marry soon. If you were to have me dismembered, what would His Majesty do? Would he swallow his pride? Do you truly believe he would turn against you for my sake? It is not for you, but for his imperial power. Lingxi scoffed. You understand the stakes involved better than I do, otherwise. You would not have resorted to using a child to irritate me, but would have simply taken my head. Just as a tyrant cannot directly kill the Empress Dowager to seize power, she cannot openly provoke him without consequence. To kill her would be tantamount to declaring war against the emperor. The Empress Dowager was not foolish and would not act out of momentary rage. Lingxi seemed to have grasped the key to the Empress Dowager's vulnerabilities. She surveyed the surroundings. It is just the two of us here. Only your trusted confidants can hear our conversation. Let's not dance around the issue. Speak plainly. What is it you wish to communicate? Surely, it is you who has something to say to me. Lingxi continued, rolling up her sleeves decisively. You summoned me, and I inadvertently encountered the young prince. We both know the intent behind this. I will tell you plainly. You wish to use the young prince to sow discord between me and His Majesty. And I assure you, that will not happen. Lingxi, you overestimate your importance. I do not wish to sever ties with His Majesty, the Empress Dowager replied, her resolve wavering. Lingxi's words struck a chord deep within her, causing the pretense on her face to fade, replaced by a chilling malice. You know about the death of Ruegu, do you not? What does it matter whether I know or not? Ruegu is already dead, Lingxi stated, unafraid of the Empress Dowager's murderous intent. If I were in your position, I would assess the situation and recognize the predicament before me. A predicament? The Empress Dowager scoffed. My predicament is my own compassion and leniency. Suddenly, she clapped her hands, and over a dozen armed guards emerged from the shadows, encircling Lingxi. Lingxi surveyed her surroundings, remaining unfazed. Is your intention to kill me, Your Majesty? You would kill me to avenge Ruegu? Are you not afraid of His Majesty's revenge? Revenge? Against him? The Empress Dowager burst into exaggerated laughter, tears streaming down her face. Lingxi, His Majesty harbors affection for you, and you have grown arrogant from his favoritism, believing I would not dare to kill you. Alas, you're mistaken. The Empress Dowager approached slowly, her gaze toward Lingxi filled with contempt and disappointment. To kill you, I could then use your corpse as bait to ensnare that ungrateful wretch. Tell me, would I leave you intact, or merely utilize your alluring visage as bait? Utilizing me to ensnare His Majesty, is it? Lingxi maintained an air of nonchalance, as though discussing the lives of others. If it is to ensnare him, a complete corpse would indeed be more effective. Allow me to speculate further. She glanced toward the palace doors, deep in thought. At that point, if I am dead, and His Majesty is dead, then the young prince would be the only remaining bloodline of His Majesty. You would become the sole Empress Dowager with the power to rule from behind the curtain. At a glance, this plan appears quite sound. Though it is a pity. Chapter 100. Marrying three at once. What are you thinking? Lingxi suddenly burst into laughter, tilting her head with a dismissive glance at the Empress Dowager, falling silent. The expression in her eyes made the Empress Dowager exceedingly uncomfortable. She stepped closer, pointing furiously. What are you laughing about? I dare not say, Lingxi teased, glancing around at the blades surrounding her, adopting a playful demeanor. I fear that if I speak, you might become so enraged that you would kill me in a fit of anger. What a joke. Is there anything you, Lingxi, would dare not say?
Speak.
The Empress Dowager's fury intensified, her composure completely lost as she shouted, If you do not speak, I will kill you now. Please, please, I shall speak. It is but a trivial matter, not worthy of your personal involvement, Your Majesty. Lingxi retreated a few steps, biting her lip while suppressing a smile. I merely wish to inquire whether your plan includes the Regent Prince as a factor? The Regent Prince is not one to be trifled with. And he certainly does not possess the same patience as His Majesty. After all, you are the sister-in-law of the Regent Prince, not his mother. In certain matters, the Regent Prince may not be under your control. Lingxi casually strolled over to a sword, disregarding its sharpness, and flicked her finger against its edge. If you were to kill me today and then eliminate His Majesty, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the Regent Prince. May I ask, Your Majesty, if you are truly prepared to face the Regent Prince head-on? If the Regent Prince were to rise against you, I would claim the pretext of purging the court and avenging His Majesty, killing you, that vile woman, and then supporting the young prince, Jinju, as a puppet emperor. At that moment, the Regent Prince would be the one standing above all others, unrivaled. In just 2 or 3 years, once the Regent Prince's reputation is established, he could eliminate the young emperor or imprison him, taking the throne for himself. Oh, how thrilling this plot unfolds. Lingxi's audacious words were not mere hyperbole, but rather an embellishment of the male protagonist's exhilarating narrative. Ultimately, he would find companionship with the younger sister of the female lead, jointly ruling the Grand Empire. At present, Lingxi had merely refined the protagonist's exhilarating storyline to issue a warning to the Empress Dowager. With a gentle smile, she traced her slender fingers along the sword's edge, caressing the intricate patterns on the hilt, her eyes darting toward the Empress Dowager. In truth, the Empress Dowager did not genuinely intend to kill her. She merely summoned these individuals to intimidate her. There was no need for such theatrics. Lingxi was well aware of her position, discerning who her allies were and who truly wished her harm. The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes. Do you think I am not serious about killing you? How absurd. Who gave you such a misconception? Suddenly, she raised her hand. The hidden guard's sword trembled as her hand was forcefully pushed aside, the cold blade gliding against her neck. The chill against her skin made Lingxi feel as though her mind was about to detach from reality. Old witch. She wouldn't really kill me, would she? No way. She can't be that foolish. What should I do now? Stand my ground, or kneel and beg for mercy?
No, wait.
She's just trying to frighten me. The tyrant just executed Aunt Rouet, a warning to others, a display of power. Even if the Empress Dowager sought revenge for Aunt Rouet, she wouldn't choose her own chamber for such an act. With this thought, Lingxi regained her composure. Empress Dowager, this is all fun and games, but if this escalates and your hand trembles, should you truly kill me, there will be no room for regret. The hidden guard glanced at the Empress Dowager, awaiting her final command. After a moment of silence, she waved her hand. Withdraw. The guards silently sheathed their weapons and vanished into the shadows. No one noticed that the tension in Lingxi's eyes had finally dissipated. Thank goodness. I won the gamble. However, this incident serves as a warning. Strengthening one's own resolve is essential for resistance. Otherwise, one can only rely on the tyrant's protection. Yet, no matter how sharp the thorns, they cannot forever shield the parasitic flower. Otherwise, relying solely on words is insufficient. After dismissing the hidden guard, the Empress Dowager no longer concealed her intentions. I summoned you today, firstly to introduce you to Juer, as you will soon address each other as mother and son. Secondly, I must inform you that I will agree to your marriage with His Majesty. But it will not be just the two of you, but 4. 4? Lingxi was taken aback. Apart from me and His Majesty, there are others to be wed? She quickly scanned her surroundings, finding no couple close enough to warrant a simultaneous wedding. A marriage contract is no trivial matter, and she sensed something amiss regarding the emperor's wedding. The tyrant is the ruler of a nation. Who would dare share the spotlight at his wedding? What audacity it would take to coalesce such an event. Even Regent Chen Wangchuan would not be so brazen, would he? In response to her confusion, the Empress Dowager smirked, slowly withdrawing a scroll from her sleeve and unfurling it. The Emperor's new union, harmonious like the strings of a zither, 1 dragon and 3 phoenixes, extending the imperial lineage, heralding auspiciousness, and bestowing blessings for 1,000 years. The characters on the scroll danced with vigor, each stroke exuding strength and skill. Yet, Lingxi could not decipher its meaning. What does this signify? 1 dragon and 3 phoenixes? She gasped. It implies that His Majesty intends to marry 3 women? 1 empress, 1 noble consort, and 1 consort. This is a rule passed down from our ancestors. The Empress Dowager was pleased with Lingxi's astonishment. You foolish girl. I finally have you under my thumb. You wish to marry His Majesty? Very well. I shall not only fulfill your wish, but also present you with a grand gift. A gift for you and His Majesty. She placed the scroll in Lingxi's hands. It is not merely about marrying 3 women, but rather, you will marry 3 concurrently, 1 empress, 1 noble consort, and 1 consort. This is the tradition of our great empire, upheld by emperors of generations past. Surely you are aware of this? I know nothing. Damn this convoluted storyline. But if you must extend it, so be it. We are alive. And living means traversing the narrative. Yet could you not follow a more conventional plotline? Whose ancestors were so tedious, fearing their descendants' imperial marriages would be too harmonious, that they would insist on thrusting 2 women into the mix on the wedding day? What is this? A chaotic wedding night is your preference. And next time you unveil such a plot twist, could you kindly give me a heads up beforehand? Do not always catch me off guard. Chapter 101. 4 in the wedding chamber, perfect for a game of mahjong. The Empress Dowager must have forgotten, for I previously stated that the Emperor's desire for offspring is paramount. More children bring more blessings. Thus, his marrying several women is inconsequential. For individuals could indeed prove advantageous. If the wedding night becomes dull, we could easily gather for a game of mahjong. You are so open-minded about this? Lingxi lowered her gaze and knelt in respect. Whether I become empress, noble consort, or consort, my affections will remain steadfast until death. You! It seems you do not harbor the same affection for the emperor as he does for you. Otherwise, how could you allow other women? The Empress Dowager appeared to contemplate something, abruptly silencing her words. Never mind, everyone has their aspirations. Lingxi, if this is your perspective, I shall respect it. She turned, extracting a gilded red booklet from beneath a tome, solemnly placing it in Lingxi's hands. This is the list of concubines I have selected for His Majesty. You will deliver it to him, informing him that according to ancestral traditions, after the wedding, I shall relinquish power to him, provided he adheres to the established customs. Lingxi opened the booklet, her mind quickly comprehending the implications. This is a threat for the tyrant to comply. The so-called ancestral customs dictate that on the wedding day, the tyrant must simultaneously welcome 3 women into the palace. These 3 women will be conferred titles of empress, noble consort, and consort on sight. Only by doing so will the Empress Dowager relinquish power to the tyrant after the wedding. Lingxi, I am not unreasonable if you abide by the rules. I shall abide as well. If you do not, then I shall not either. Thus, whether to marry or not is entirely up to His Majesty. The Empress Dowager meaningfully brushed her fingers across Lingxi's wrist, her smile suddenly darkening. Someone, escort Miss Ling out of the palace. As she departed the chamber, Lingxi clenched the booklet tightly. To the Yang Palace. The tyrant was not in his chamber. He was busy dealing with previous messes in the study. Lingxi refrained from interrupting, remaining in a small study. When Chun Qianzhe had finished his work, Eunuch and informed Lingxi that he was waiting for him. He rushed toward the small study without pausing for a sip of water. Lingxi was tidying the small study. She had rolled up her sleeves and gathered her long hair, packing a collection of small toys into a box. Hearing his voice, she wiped the sweat from her brow and stood. Before she could steady herself, she found herself in Chun Qianzhe's embrace, spun around in the air.
Ah, dirty.
Instinctively, she clung to his arm, leaving smudged handprints on his dragon robe. It's nothing. What brings you here? Chun Qianzhe, disregarding his attire, brushed back the messy strands from her forehead. I was planning to find time to visit the Ling residence. The Empress Dowager summoned me. Did you not know? The Empress Dowager summoned you? Chun Qianzhe paused, swiftly looking at Eunuch and was equally surprised, hastily bowing. I was unaware, but I will investigate. The fact that Lingxi entered the palace, summoned by the Empress Dowager, without the news reaching the tyrant indicates something significant. It implies that the Empress Dowager had severed all avenues of information from the tyrant. Did Grandpa Wang not know I was here? Lingxi was astonished. The Empress Dowager had ordered her into the palace, and she had spent over half an hour in her chambers, yet they were oblivious? Master and spoke in a deep voice. It must be the Empress Dowager taking revenge, eliminating all our informants. The tyrant killed Aunt Rue, and the Empress Dowager retaliated by removing his eyes and ears. This back and forth is merely a game of mutual harm between mother and son. Chun Qianzi's expression grew grave. What does the Empress Dowager want from you? Has she been spouting nonsense again? It cannot be deemed nonsense. Lingxi pondered and decided to start the conversation with the matter of marriage. She presented me with a scroll inscribed with ancestral rules and handed me a red booklet, instructing me to enforce these ancestral regulations. Chun Qianzi had yet to comprehend the situation when Master An's gaze shifted upon seeing the gilded red booklet. This must be the Emperor's marriage sequence, right? It contains the profiles of the candidates. Clearly bewildered, Chun Qianzi frowned as he unrolled the scroll and opened the red booklet, his confusion palpable. What is this? Why does it contain information about the daughters of various officials? Lingxi playfully stuck out her tongue and subtly gestured to Master An. Uncle, why not enlighten the Emperor on the most basic points of knowledge? Master An let out a helpless smile and began to explain the traditional practices regarding imperial weddings. Chun Qianzi nearly erupted. Why has no one informed me that the late emperor married 3 women simultaneously? I am an emperor. Yet I was entirely unaware of this absurd rule. Your Majesty, you were young at the time, and no one has mentioned it over the years. The old servant neglected to bring it up, considering that you are different from the late emperor and would never marry both Miss Ling and another woman simultaneously. Traditionally, when emperors wed, they simply select 3 women from a portrait booklet and announce it to the world. The Department of Rites would receive the decree, prepare the wedding items, and deliver them to the homes of the 3 chosen ladies. Only on the wedding day would the emperors truly meet their 3 wives, subsequently selecting the empress, the noble consort, and the consorts based on political alliances. Chun Qianzi is unlike those emperors. Master An has witnessed Chun Qianzi gradually develop feelings for Lingxi, becoming enamored and troubled by her. In his heart, his future empress is only Lingxi, and only Lingxi. Thus, Master An refrained from mentioning the ancestral wedding customs. Unexpectedly, while they remained silent, the Empress Dowager was swift to select the tyrant's noble consort and consort. Matters concerning others are of no concern to me. My marriage is not something she can meddle in. Chun Qianzi raised his hand and ripped the red booklet. Lingxi wanted to intervene, but it was too late. She helplessly said, "The Empress Dowager warned me. She told me to caution you that if you comply and follow her wishes, adhering to the ancestral rules by marrying both the noble consort and the consort, then after your wedding, she will hand over the imperial power to you. Otherwise, is she attempting to force my hand?" Chun Qianzi's eyes flared with murderous intent. "Then I shall oblige her." Lingxi discreetly glanced at Master and lowered her voice. "Actually, I believe it unnecessary to confront the Empress Dowager so openly."
What did you say?
Chun Qianzi doubted he had misheard. Chapter 102. As long as you don't mind, little did they know. Lingxi found their expressions peculiar. What is it? Why do you all look at me like that? What I said comes from the heart, and it seems reasonable, doesn't it? Why does everyone look at me as if they've seen a ghost? Master An did not catch Lingxi's musings, still staring at her in astonishment. But the tyrant was different. With a resigned sigh, he asked, "Lingxi, what on earth are you thinking? Isn't it obvious? The current power dynamics are balanced among the 3 parties, the Empress Dowager, the Regent, and us. Each holds equal sway, and there's no need to offend the Empress Dowager over 2 women, which would disrupt this balance, to our detriment. Among the 3, the Empress Dowager has her maternal clan for support, the Regent boasts military achievements, while the tyrant is a newcomer with insufficient backing." Lingxi remained unperturbed. If marrying 2 women can resolve this trouble, why allow it to escalate into something unmanageable? Her words gradually shifted Chun Qianzi's expression. "You are to be the empress. Do you not care?" "Why should I care? You are not truly marrying them. They are the Empress Dowager's chosen confidants. Even if married, you would merely be supporting them. Do you genuinely intend to harmonize with them and bear children?" Lingxi curiously retorted. "Is it that they are too much, or am I overthinking?" Chun Qianzi, it is I who have overthought. You are the tyrant. Is it not a simple matter to maintain 2 women in the harem? Chun Qianzi, as long as you don't mind. Could it be that he genuinely wishes to engage in a real relationship with those 2 women? Chun Qianzi, absolutely not. However, men do have their desires, who knows? He might end up succumbing to the allure and frequently visiting those 2 women's quarters.
Non. Impossible.
Absolutely not. Realizing Lingxi's musings were straying from the topic, he hurriedly clarified. Master and was utterly perplexed. Your Majesty? Why has the Emperor suddenly become so emotionally charged? Chen Qianze also recognized he had overreacted, calming himself to explain. How could I possibly pursue them for offspring? Such matters should naturally be with the women I love. I assure you, I will not touch them with so much as a finger, not even a hair. Lingxi, unaware of any oddity, gazed at them in confusion. So, this issue is resolved. Then, life is but a play, reliant on performance. The Empress Dowager compels us to act, so let us perform for her. She wishes to witness the drama of these 3 women in the palace, so let her see. What could be more important than the tyrant seizing power to protect her? After all, as the tyrant grows stronger, her protective charm becomes even more potent. As for vying for favor, the tyrant is no fool. Why would he favor the Empress Dowager's confidence? Weighing the pros and cons, marrying 2 additional women is hardly a burden. Chen Qianze opened the red booklet, poised to casually mark 2 choices. Lingxi, seeing this, quickly intervened. You are selecting a wife, not shopping at a market. You cannot simply mark them off without careful consideration. What is there to choose from? These ladies are all noble daughters of the court, aligned with the Empress Dowager. It makes no difference whom you select. Not the same. Absolutely different. Lingxi cautiously withdrew the brush from his hand. You may lack strategy in choosing a wife, but I must exercise caution in selecting rivals. A good choice enhances my standing, while a poor one could cost my life. What do you mean? Patience. Let me help you screen them first before making a decision. While the tyrant chooses a wife, she is choosing an opponent. In the selection of adversaries, precision is paramount. Is there anything else? Chen Qianze scoffed. The Empress Dowager is quite busy. Calling you to the palace once is hardly a waste of words, so what else is there? The matter of children. Both Chen Qianze and Master An's expressions shifted. Chen Qianze set aside his previous levity, sitting upright, his gaze anxiously fixed on her abdomen. What child? Are you pregnant?
Me?
No, what are you thinking?
Not me.
I am not. You truly dare to think that. What do you take me for? An instant hit? Such odds only occur in scripts. How can you dare to think so? Master An cleared his throat, remaining silent. Your Majesty. Master An coughed a couple more times, signaling with his eyes. Since it is a child mentioned by the Empress Dowager, it must be the young prince. Old servant believes this matter should be clarified.
You heir?
Chen Qianze jumped up, belatedly realizing the severity of the situation. I should have guessed. That old woman will surely use Jewer to stab me in the back. Indeed. He raised his eyes in astonishment. What did she tell you? Your Majesty. The old servant believes that at this moment, it is not the Empress Dowager who should speak, but rather your Majesty who must articulate your thoughts, eunuch and reiterated. Those who are involved are often bewildered, while observers maintain clarity. Chen Qianze, overly concerned for Lingxi and the emotions shared between them, was caught off guard by the Empress Dowager, leaving him somewhat flustered. Should he acquiesce to the Dowager's intentions, he could easily become ensnared in her intricate web of deceit. After all, her words had already taken root in Lingxi's mind. With eunuch N's guidance, Chen Qianze gradually regained his composure. Sire, regarding Jewer, you must trust me. He has no connection to me whatsoever. To trace the origins of the situation, we must begin with Chen Qianzhe's mother, Consort Liang. From the moment the tyrant was designated as crown prince, the scheme of the Empress Dowager began to unfold. Soon, rumors circulated within the palace, claiming that Consort Liang was having an affair with the guard. One stormy night, the Dowager orchestrated a trap, forcing the late emperor to witness Consort Liang in a compromising position with the guard, their garments disheveled. Enraged, the late emperor ordered the guard to be executed and presented Consort Liang with a sword, demanding she take her own life. Defiantly, Consort Liang insisted on her innocence, claiming she was framed, refusing to die. In a moment of desperation, the late emperor seized the young tyrant and threatened Consort Liang with her son's life to compel her to end her own. To protect her child's life, she ultimately succumbed to the tragic fate of self-immolation at the feet of the late emperor. Chapter 103. The sole act of kindness. The late emperor held no affection for Consort Liang. Whether she was innocent or guilty, alive or dead, mattered little to him. His chief concern was his own reputation, whether there were any stains upon his honor. He ordered her body to be discarded in the rain, allowing the downpour to wash away her perceived filth. All witnessed her wrongful accusation, her forced demise, and her disgraceful end in the relentless rain. The water tore at her garments, disheveled her hair, leaving her akin to an abandoned fish, reviled and displayed as a spectacle for onlookers, who pointed and gawked at the scene. Amidst the deluge, a young girl approached consort Liang's lifeless form, removing her own clothing to carefully cover the body, granting her a final semblance of dignity. This girl was Yuan, Chenju's mother. At that time, Yuan was merely a selected beauty, yet to be favored by the late emperor. Gazing upon consort Liang's corpse, she envisioned her own fate, unwilling to meet her end in tattered garments and disgrace. Thus, she risked the late emperor's wrath to bestow upon consort Liang a final act of respect. Unexpectedly, upon learning of this deed, the late emperor did not express fury. Rather, he favored her and conferred upon her the title of noble consort Yuan. However, noble consort Yuan, with her cold demeanor and lack of flattery, soon fell from the late emperor's favor. Even after his passing, the dowager neglected to include her name on the list of concubines to be buried alongside him. After the late emperor's death, noble consort Yuan, like all other concubines, was relocated from the imperial city to the retirement palace for concubines. The tyrant never forgot the image of her covering his mother with her garments. Thus, he often visited her at the retirement palace after her departure from the imperial court. The turning point occurred when the tyrant was 12 years old. Chen Qianzhe vividly recalled that summer afternoon. He dreamt once more of his mother's forced demise, and realizing he had not visited the retirement palace in half a year, he summoned eunuch and to discreetly leave the imperial city. Upon encountering noble consort Yuan, he noted she appeared even more emaciated and haggard, her most striking feature being her pronounced belly, reminiscent of a woman nearing childbirth. Eunuch N's pupils dilated upon seeing her condition. Unaware of the intricacies of gender, the young tyrant innocently inquired, "Are you unwell? Why is your belly so large?" Concerned, Eunuch N relayed the command to summon a physician. Upon hearing this, noble consort Yuan knelt, her face pale. "I beseech your majesty, for the sake of the bond one shared with Sister Liang, spare me." It was then he comprehended that her considerable belly was not due to illness, but rather a sign of pregnancy. Yet, the late emperor had passed long ago, and as the former consort of the late emperor, her condition, if discovered, would amount to treason and could lead to annihilation. Upon further inquiry, noble consort Yuan revealed the father to be her childhood companion. After moving to the retirement palace, they rekindled their relationship, clandestinely for several years, only to find themselves unexpectedly expecting. Terrified upon realizing her pregnancy, she sought to discuss the matter with her companion, only to discover he had fled in cowardice. The elderly consorts at the retirement palace sympathized with her plight and attempted to assist her in terminating the pregnancy, but their efforts failed, leaving them helplessly watching her belly grow. Unexpectedly, shortly thereafter, the Empress Dowager approached him. When he arrived at the Dowager's chamber, he found noble consort Yuan trembling on the floor. Upon learning of her pregnancy, the Dowager had her forcibly brought before him. "Your Majesty, adultery among concubines is a grave sin, and to bear an illegitimate child, such a monstrosity must be eliminated to uphold the dignity of the palace." The Dowager personally placed a dagger in Chen Qianzhe's hands, reveling in the defiance and fury reflected in his eyes. "Your Majesty, carrying out such an act with your own hands will carry greater weight." Observing her smug expression, Chen Qianzhe tightened his grip on the dagger. Fully aware of the Dowager's intentions, she sought to eliminate noble consort Yuan, not out of concern for palace decorum, but as a means to exert her dominance over him. Only by executing a scapegoat could she better control him as a puppet emperor. Understanding her impending fate, noble consort Yuan did not wish to burden the tyrant further. She slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Your Majesty, do not fear. I too wish for death." Upon learning that her childhood companion had abandoned her, leaving her to confront this situation alone, she no longer wished to live. To die at the hands of the tyrant felt like a release. Chen Qianzhe slowly approached noble consort Yuan. Seeing the obedient little puppet, The dowager's smile broadened. However, just as the dagger was poised to strike her neck, he suddenly spoke. Is the dowager compelling me to slay my own child? The dowager's smile faltered, and noble consort Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Your Majesty, she wished to express something, but Chen Qianzhe shook his head at her, discarding the dagger onto the ground. He turned to gaze into the dowager's eyes, enunciating each word with gravity. I cannot bring myself to do it. It would be better for the dowager to take action and slay my first child. Noble consort Yuan understood his intent to protect the child and save his own life. Yet this choice would burden Chen Qianzhe with an eternal mark of infamy at such a tender age. She implored, No, Your Majesty, do not speak such nonsense. This child, I am the father of this child. Whoever wishes to harm him shall surely face my wrath in the future. Chen Qianzhe silenced noble consort Yuan's protest with a glance. She had once shown kindness to her mother. Today, let it be his act of repayment. The dowager was incensed. Your Majesty, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? She is a concubine of the late emperor. How can you? It matters not. The child is ours now. Chen Qianzhe dismissed her with disdain. In a word, if I live, the one who harms my child shall find themselves unable to seek life or death. Such a blatant threat silenced not only the others present, but even the dowager herself, who dared not act recklessly. She aimed to control Chen Qianzhe, to mold him into a compliant puppet rather than a rebellious piece on the chessboard. Thus, after careful consideration, she ordered noble consort Yuan to be confined for the time being, postponing further action. That very night, noble consort Yuan went into labor. When the tyrant received the news and rushed to the dowager's chamber, he found only her lifeless body, and the child was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 104. Young lady, broaden your perspective. The Empress Dowager remarked that the noble consort Yuan perished during childbirth, and the child, frail and delicate, was raised in a different location. Once the child was deemed fit to meet the world, she would naturally arrange for Chen Qianzhe and the child to reunite. Thus, Chen Ju was secretly nurtured elsewhere by the Empress Dowager, never having been seen even by Chen Qianzhe himself. Both parties understood quite well that the Empress Dowager had merely created another puppet. Should Chen Qianzhe show any signs of losing control, the Empress Dowager would unveil this little puppet to replace the tyrant and ascend as the next emperor. I had witnessed the last moments of consort Yuan. Suddenly, eunuch and interjected, she did not die in childbirth. She was poisoned. After her death, the Empress Dowager ordered her body to be gathered. Out of respect for their acquaintance, eunuch and discreetly slipped silver to the old eunuchs responsible for the burial, ensuring consort Yuan's final journey was honored. A person who has lost too much blood appears pale. Yet consort Yuan's complexion was a dark purple, with blood lingering around her mouth and nostrils. Though cleaned, it was done hastily, leaving behind clear traces of her demise. The loss of a mother while preserving a child. Chen Qianzhe laughed coldly. This is the Empress Dowager's consistent tactic. Previously, she had killed his mother for his sake. Later, for Chen Ju, she eliminated consort Yuan. The loss of a mother while preserving a child. Lingxi shivered at the thought. Perhaps this child is a ticking time bomb. From now on, one must be more vigilant. Regarding Chen Ju, Chen Qianzhe, mindful of eunuch An's presence, did not express himself clearly. Lingxi sighed in resignation. This child has some storylines, albeit few and vague. Yet, he remains merely a child. What do you mean by merely a child? A childhood cut short. Indeed, there exists a storyline for Chen Ju, but it is minimal. Lingxi recalled that this child ultimately met a tragic end, as he had to make way for the male lead, Chen Wangchuan, to ascend smoothly and unite with the female lead sister. As for the manner of his death, the original text seemed to leave it vaguely implied. She shared what she knew of Chen Ju's storyline, and Chen Qianzhe fell into a contemplative silence. After a long while, he sighed. All the princes meet untimely ends. Everyone marvels at the boundless riches and splendor of those born into royal families. Yet no one perceives the bloody cruelty that lies beneath. After departing the palace, Lingxi felt utterly fatigued, curling up in the carriage in silence. Chen Qianzhe was indeed correct. People envied the resplendence of princes and princesses, yet none grasped the tempestuous storms they weathered behind the scenes. Would my later years also be shackled in that place, toiling daily merely to survive? She had never contemplated this question before. Since entering this narrative, her every thought had been consumed by the necessity of survival.
Now,
A sudden realization struck her. The reason for her potential demise lay in her entanglement in the treacherous palace intrigues. If I were to leave the palace, to escape this web of conflicts, would I then evade death? Yet, if I truly left, would that not render Chinchilla pitifully alone? From then on, he would face those formidable adversaries entirely on his own. No one would sympathize with his misfortunes, nor comprehend the helplessness he bore in his struggle for survival. Hush! The coachman abruptly reined in the horses, yet a loud thud echoed. The immense force of the impact sent Lingxi tumbling into the carriage. "We hit a dog," the coachman exclaimed in panic. "Miss, are you all right?" The road was rather secluded, seldom traversed by others. Thus, he had driven at a faster pace. Who could have known that a black, mangy dog would suddenly dart out, becoming entangled with the carriage? Lingxi disembarked, witnessing the coachman drag the barely breathing dog from beneath the wheel. Its body was filthy, with a significant indentation in its chest, blood dripping from its mouth. Its bulging eyes filled with terror as they scanned the surroundings. "You foolish creature, can't you see? Seeking death." The coachman cursed as he carelessly tossed the mangy dog aside. However, Lingxi approached it slowly. Just a dog. Her fingers gently caressed its trembling body. Overcome by pain and fear, the dog quivered uncontrollably. To humans, it is merely a dog. Perhaps, in the Empress Dowager's eyes, we too are but dogs. Humans can trample upon the lives of dogs at will. The Empress Dowager can harvest our lives whenever she pleases. Such is the reality. Why should the young lady be sorrowful? A gentle voice suddenly emerged. From the shadows, a man stepped forth, clad in a coarse short garment, with his legs bound and waist cinched, a wide-brimmed hat obscuring his features. His face adorned with stubble. He approached Lingxi and knelt beside the mangy dog, tenderly stroking its body. The law of the jungle has remained unchanged since time immemorial. It is not something the young lady can simply evade. Lingxi grew wary. What do you mean? Can he hear my innermost thoughts? Surely not. I have erected a protective barrier. The man chuckled. Young lady, your thoughts are so vivid that it would be difficult not to hear them. Thoughts so vivid. He even understands what vivid thoughts means. How could someone uneducated in the 9 years of compulsory education possibly grasp the meaning of vivid thoughts? Lingxi suddenly recalled something. Gasping in surprise, then hastily covered her mouth, staring at him in disbelief. You can't possibly be. Could he also be a character from this narrative? Without warning, the man twisted his hand, a sharp crack echoing as he snapped the dog's neck. Lingxi understood this to be a means to spare the dog from suffering, yet the directness of his action left her astounded. He arranged the dog's lifeless body. Young lady, to survive, you must avoid injury and certainly cannot allow anyone to inflict a fatal blow. Otherwise, you will end up like this dog, suffering a fate worse than death. You are the dog. Is your language arts teacher a physical education instructor? What a disgusting metaphor. The man laughed. You still have the presence of mind to retort? If I were you, I would be far more concerned about whether you can secure your place as Empress. You truly can hear my thoughts. Lingxi observed him warily. From your appearance, you do not seem to belong to the Empress Dowager or the royal uncle's faction. Haha, young lady, broaden your perspective. His laughter grew louder. This matter is not merely about palace intrigues. Your purpose in this world transcends the mere struggle for power.